lanes, please. J315, round 1 to the lanes. If you don't know who you're seated against, their bracket marshals have got the seating sheets, and that's going to be your best friend today. So J315 to the lanes, J275 to the lanes. ASAP, immediately. What part of 9 a.m. don't we get? Everyone's ready. We get ready to go with round 1. They'll be Chicago shootout. So J315 to the lanes, round 1, please. J275 to the lanes immediately, please. J275 to the lanes immediately, please. Remember, we have the SMS system. We have the, you can't always going to rely on the PA on big days like this, because guess what? We've got what we call, you hear of free-range hens, right? When you let chickens run around and lay eggs over a large area. We have a free-range pit area now because we've got the paddock open up around the back. People aren't pitted in categories. People are pitted where they wanted to pit. So guess what happens when you pit where you want to pit? If you can't either hear the PA or get your SMS, if you've got your phone flat, how are you going to get SMS messages from Willowbank as to when you run? So all races should be on that SMS system, and everyone goes, "Oh, I couldn't hear the call over the PA." And the answer is, well, if we're in free range pit allocation, you may not hear it. Yes, the site radio 88 FM should be belting out what you can hear from us, but it's more importantly at events like this, especially with all the noise going around, guys warming up next to you, even if you had the site radio on, sometimes you won't even hear that call. So the SMS system is essential for all of our races today. So we are calling to the lanes immediately for a 9 o'clock start. J315, round 1 of 3 rounds of seating. J315, round 1. And as we said, all competitors, the seating sheets would have been with the bracket marshals. The bracket marshals should have been coming to find you, and either via the SMS system or your bracket marshal should have already been known about the seating. All right, good morning to everyone just watching on our live stream presented by Real Street. So they're just going on live now, and we've had a fair few people jump on immediately. It's like they must have the notifications on. Is that right? And a big shout out already. Good morning. I don't know what time of the day it is in Malta. That's right. We've got our Maltese drag racing friends tuning in for Jambo. Good morning, Clay, or good evening, wherever we are. What time is it? Maybe we can get that message back on the live stream. Let's find out what time of the day it is in Malta. 1 a.m. Oh, well, you got a big day, Clay. You ain't sleeping, mate. 1 a.m. We're going to, if you stay on for us, mate, just like and share. Get all your friends on it. I want all of Malta watching by the end of today. Our 200 people, bang, straight on the stream soon as that just went live then. We are calling for J315 to the lanes immediately, J275 to the lanes immediately. Street 289, you'll be coming up shortly. You'll have the texts coming through. Yeah, that's right, Paulie. That's right. We'll try and catch up. He sends me a text saying, if you get a break today, can we catch up? It's like, yeah, okay, when I get a break. You might have to catch up on the fly with me, mate. Come and run around. How good's your tennis swing? Maybe you can get out there and crack some tennis. I know, actually, you are a good tennis player, so maybe you would be good at that. But we need those categories to the lanes that we've called. As we said, some of these categories are elimination format. In other words, dial your own. First round losers go home. Second round, losers go home, blah, blah, blah. But J315 will be Chicago shootout. We're needing him in the lanes immediately. Now, of course, that field has been seeded. That basically means the pairings have been determined for round 1, round 2, and round 3. All of our racers by their own bracket marshal, all right, Willowbank has. The machine here, the green machine has an amazing bracket marshal system, race control system, and of course meeting director. So we've got Dale Wong, we've got Sue up there on admin with the rest of the crew. And I've seen the seating charts, and I understand. And again, my little survival instinct kicks in, going, well, we better get these to the races. And Sue goes, just remember, bracket marshal's got the seating charts. If you do want a hard copy to take photos of, your bracket marshal will normally let you take photos of that. And all you can do is take one photo. You'll know who you're racing for the next 2 rounds today. Here's the first pairing. Now, again, this isn't knockout. This is Chicago shootout, J315. Same as J275. Street 289, when they come out, that is Chicago shootout as well. Modified 10.5, when they come out, that is Chicago Shootout. Modified Compact is eliminations. So modified Compact will be dial your own eliminations. Modified Compact. Extreme is Chicago Shootout because I think we've got 5 in Extreme. The bikes, I think, will be the same thing. They're going to go Chicago Shootout. Street Compact is eliminations. All motor, had all motor in there, is Chicago Shootout. And the Euro category, I think, is Chicago Shootout as well. So those larger categories do go through an elimination process. If we were to give those guys, and again, this is they're almost victims of their own popularity as having so many in a class, but we've always had them as a traditional knockout class. You either choose to go into a class that, you know, there's a good chance on Sunday you may not be the best guy in your class or girl in your class, and you may get eliminated round 1, you're on the trailer. But the only plus side to all of that is you get to park up, you've been the class of 2025, and you get in those grandstands and you watch the very best of, well, not only the guy that beats you, you either cheer on the bloke that beats you in round 1, or you want him to go out in round 2. You go, yeah, man, there's the karma, man. Come and join me in the grandstands. So for those categories, that dial your own elimination format, see some of these people get one more go this morning and then they're parked up. If you choose to enter a car in a category that's Chicago Shootout, you're at least guaranteed that when you run your car in whatever category, you'll get 3 qualies if everything goes fine, and you'll get 3 guaranteed rounds of racing. You may expect to win everything then after that. You'd have to be very good and very fast today, especially to be in those categories. But it's all on the entrant to look into what the categories are all about. We've got all of that on the Jamboree website. We've had that for years in regards to our rules and how we race. When you do turn up on race day, you're in that class and you're living the Jambo dream, whether it's your first Jambo or your 35th Jambo. The winners of today are going to be very, very worthy of those incredible Billet J trophies. So we're just still waiting for J315. We've got a couple of pairs here, but we've just got to make sure normally we don't fire up the category until we've pretty much got all the players for the category. So I would assume by now we've got that group. I think we had nearly 10 or 11 in here. I can't quite remember. Let's just see how the pairings go for this morning. J315, first pairing of Chicago Shootout. And what a beautiful couple of old school weapons to start with. Yeah, Jambo's changed in 35 years, you know, VWs, small cars, bring in turbochargers, bring in EFI, bring in, well, anything that this cool should be allowed to be here. And why would you not want to have some of the coolest cars in the Australian drag racing scene be a part of one of the best drag racing events in the world? And here we are, the beginning. The very first pairing, this is Chicago Shootout, this is J315. That is Reese Carkeet and Damien Boyce. That beautiful EH Holden, 1964 EH Holden, twin turbo LS deal. License plate coming for yous. The Carkeet family, that's mum out the front. Reese is driving. It's, of course, Steve's EH, of course, dad. His good mate on the side there, Bailey Simpson. That's Justin Simpson's nephew beside him in the other lane. Damien Boyce from Rochdale, twin turbo big block. So the very first pairing of Chicago Shootout. Round 1, Rusty Gregory joining with me. And I'll be waiting for this moment with you, my friend, because guess where we're going? Guess which city we're going to in the very first
have we got 2 tickets to Bump City?
I reckon we could almost do it together. Ready? Bump City, baby! Oh, can't keep the big wheel stand, but Boise 002 red. So it's the EH Holden going 1 from 1, a 758. That's the first lick. What a wheelie. Boise, I thought he gapped him.
Yeah.
002 minus. Boise on the Pro Tree was pumped for Reese.
That's not even really a red light, is it? 002 is just, it's more of a pink. It's not red, it's just marginally red.
Yeah, wow. So 758 for the EH Holden.
They got that thing sorted. Bruce Carkeet has got that car absolutely stuck ready to go today. first pair out, as that carries the wheels out to about 200 feet. That's what you want.
Yeah, we know all too well the quality of Australian drag racing can be judged from its very first pass. It's going to be judged again, pass after pass today. For everyone watching, we've got Ariel from the Dominican Republic. We've got Clay from Malta. We've got hundreds tuning in already. They know it's J-Day, Rusty.
I'm pretty sure
they know it's J-Day.
I'm pretty sure I saw our Japanese friends at the petrol station this morning as well. I was going to thank them for the whiskey, but I thought better of it.
Who are you? Who are you? Oh, Lusty. All right, so Dale Gridley and Danny Lansdowne. That was some potent stuff. Me and Dave Hamilton got messed up. Oh, actually, you and I went through half the bottle to start with. Anyway, Dale and Danny right now. Danny Lansdowne, the best, toughest, sexiest VL wagon. Prove me wrong. Spot on performance. 2JZ, 3-speed auto. Beside him, a car that went, I think, 758 last night on the pedal. Dale Gridley, 532 cubic inches of twin turbo, rusty Valiant, just the way I like them.
Oh, is this the way they found it?
Yeah, probably. Yeah. Bub City, baby!
Big old shot to Daddy. He's out in front. I think he's going to get this one.
Oh, boy, the wags. 735, 196 from the long roof. Gridley pedals right off the end, rolls off the throttle. 749. That wasn't slowing down. That was speeding up. Half track, 480 for the Valiant, 487 for the wagon. The Valiant had 532 cubes. He could eat the 2J. I don't know why he lifted. Maybe because it's a rusty Valiant. If it's got torsion bar front end in it, it's terrifying, right? So I doubt it's got that in it. I know what it's got in the back. It's got, yeah.
All right, next up it is Adrian Hines taking on Andrew Coles. Colesy with a booming run last night, 649, 218 miles per hour.
Yeah.
That was a big one.
That was crazy. Saw that on the live stream, and yeah, just wished I was right in this vantage point last night to see that last session, but. No, I'm not.
We were not bitching about the live stream.
We were sitting back toasting with Japanese malt whiskey. That's what we were doing.
That was. We're not complaining.
We're listening to the compadres just tearing it off. All right, Adrian Hines from Millbridge, WA. Shane T had half a one on Friday for this car, right?
I don't blame him. That thing is stunning.
It is amazing. The license plate is OCDHG. They're from WA. I think 3 or 4 cars from WA. Andrew Coles, Mr. Spot On, he's kind of the CEO. The guy sits in the Dream Factory office and looks at a whiteboard and go, how are we going to build a couple of 100 cars in a couple of years? Because that's what the sheet looks like. Public Enemy is the car. Twin Turbo Noonan Hemi. Number 2 qualifier, it says here, 649, 218. And guess what we go to? Bub City! Oh, Public Enemy! Half track, 436. Colesy backs off the end, 682, 197. But the OCDHG goes a PB, 722, 192, 057 for Colesy off the button. He's had some Pro Tree practice running Kenders at any other time he could run that car.
You can't complain about that. And for Hines, 722.
Identical 60s, 115s, 115s, and 436 for Colesy.
Now the question, here comes the Kraken. The question for the Kraken is just how quick can this thing go?
The Kraken versus Captain Risky. This is Queensland Radial Racing. If you can smell what the Radial is cooking. Yeah, Queensland, the Radial state. J315 the category. 2 cars debuted in the last month or 2. These cars are about as new as you can get in the Radial scene. Ryan Holtz, Captain Risky, already ran a 6 with the old Tirana with that 2JZ on board. He almost had a 481X going in this thing. This is an ex-Gran O'Rourke built car. This was from WA, this car.
Is this one of Gran O'Rourke's?
That's the other Tirana.
That's the other one.
That's the other Tirana.
The blue one.
Came as a deal. Wow. Someone got the engine. He was going to run it with a 481X and he decided, why would I want to do that? Let's put a billet 2J in it. Double frame rail car. This is a door slammer in a Tirana. Spot on performance, of course. Danny would just labour over this to get this car to this point. Guess who's at the door? The Rock. Jeff Johnson putting the tune in for Captain Risky. Simon O'Carroll. Screw blowing Noonan Hemi, 5-speed Liberty with a lockup. In Radial much? All right, Turbo 2J in the Tirana.
This could get wild.
Yeah, Kraken and Captain Risky.
There's no bumps in it, but we'll go there anyway.
Oh my God, it's on another planet. 4 flat to half track. 4 flat.
And 6:32 off it. He was off it probably before half track. Only 197 and a half. I say only.
Ryan goes 441 to the 8th. 111 in the 60 for Ryan. 110 for O'Carroll. Was O'Carroll ready to let go of the button? Was O'Carroll? How good does that thing go?
Wow.
Punching the 5-speed Liberty.
You can hear it.
4 flat. 000 at half track. And it's like cracking. Hello.
And they're not even really leaning on it yet, are they?
He might get hooked on the old quarter mile stuff, Cracker. We got to.
Well, he's got to get there first. He's had the shoots out.
Imagine him and Public Enemy together. That's going to be. Maybe I'm not going to make any Nostradamus eyes, right? Which is a multi-Nostradamus decision. But also we have this guy. I'm sorry. We had the Kraken. We had the Captain Risky. We've had the Wags. We've had the beautiful EH of Car Keats. We've had Boise. But have we had the FKN BLK UTE? The FKN Black Ute, James Horan, local legend, Queensland, the Radial State has brewed a very, very tough queen. If we ever went Radial of Origin, and I'm trying to get it up with Justin, I want to do Radial of Origin. I want to be the Tosser Turner of Radial Racing, and I want to pick a Queensland team. I'd put him in the J3, in our 315 class. He would be in the Queensland 315 team. I'd want to take 4 to 8 cars, maybe. Let's go to Sydney, just for fun. Bring all the states together in a Radial environment and an Origin environment, and let's see whether Team Queensland really is the Radial state.
Yeah, well.
Here's an example.
Now, quick one. We got 1,000 people watching on the live stream already having drag racing for breakfast. Big hello to everybody. We've even got a prayer for J-Day.
Beautiful.
From Tim Davey, the track chaplain.
A bedside prayer.
Praying for a great day of racing with personal best, world records, and a whole lot of fun. You can't ask for much more than that. Amen.
Tim, you know that this is outside church. This is Tim's other church, and to me, this is the only church I need. This is the only religion. This is our church. Yeah, where have I heard that before?
Sounds familiar.
Okay, Black Ute, all yours.
That's on a number.
Half track 4:30, early shoots, rolls out 6:78. We're going to play this game today, are we? Parachutes 1,000 foot, 6 second times. Look, it was 4:30 to half track at 182 mile an hour. So look, that's 3/10 slower than the Kraken, but that's another car that can do sixes. It is a twin turbo Hemi in that thing, by the way. So, you know, twin turbo Hemis on small tyres in Queensland, we've got plenty of them.
Yeah. Proof is in the pudding.
All right, here we go. This is
back
still
into J275 now.
Yeah, now this category is hot. Boost line, connecting rods, J275. Now remember, these are Chicago shootout.
Huge field as well.
Yeah.
For J275.
Chicago shootout format, which means 3 rounds, 3 different matchups per racer.
On that, we've got, how many cars have we got? We've got 25 cars. I think when there's over 16, I think it goes to elimination, doesn't it?
Look, in most cases it might, but I think in these cases we're bringing them back.
Anyway,
yeah, that's a big field.
Lots of cars.
If anything, you can split seat it and go that way. Farrelly and Fatih Setenay, of course, Fatih from Bosley Park in New South Wales. 720 at 201 mile an hour on the 275. So he is qualified number 5. Number 6 qualified beside him, Steve Farrelly. Welcome to everyone watching from all over the world. We've got a 2JZ Supra here on a 275. Beside him, a VL Commodore, VL Calais we call it, with a Barra motor in it. That's right, you might have heard of the great Aussie Barra. As much as the 2JZ is Toyota's finest work, the Ford Barra engine is Ford's finest work, and the VL Commodore is pretty much an ultimate weapon of choice in Australia.
The Mercruiser is a work of art, and that is a Ford engine.
Yeah, no, they're just as well. Don't get me started. All right, here we go. 6-cylinder bump-ins in 275 going to happen right now. We're still in that same city. We'll just let them go, these two.
Yeah.
2 6-bangers. This is Queensland, this is Australia. We love a 6-banger. Come on, boys, let's go. Queensland versus New South Wales. Could be a Radial of Origin.
I was going to say, Sento didn't want to go in first. He did. Also, he's got about half a 10 up his sleeve, but it's not going to matter. Sento out in front. How 1-0 at 199, grab ya.
Yeah.
Wow.
He could just not keep up, Steve Farrelly. Half track 467. Fatigue did get a little bit out-reacted, but that Supra, it was dangling. That front left wheel was not moving. 300 foot down the track, that Supra's left-hand front wheel was motionless. So I love the carry. We're going to get carry out. This guy put it on last night for us, and oh God, they both raced each other. Two of Victoria's toughest. If there was again a Radial of Origin, these are the Queens, the Victorian cars that you would fear.
Yeah.
Absolutely fear on a small tyre. Two of Victoria's toughest Radial cars. Not knocking each other out, but racing in Chicago Shootout. Here they are in the water. Round number 1 of J275, brought to us by Boostline. That's Danny Busbridge in the Tirana. Small block Chev. There's not an LS to be seen in these pairings, right? No. Small block Chev in the Tirana, twin turbo. That's why the licence plate says Twin Whizzes. Two Whizzes. Beside him, Keith Hard's driving, of course, Frank, what Frankie made famous, the Fair XW.
You can't look at it and not think of Frank.
442 cubes of all Ford small block, twin 88s at least. Might have bigger than 88s on it.
Has it still got the old bus steering wheel?
Yeah, I think so. Keith Hards can steer this thing, and watching an XW do 200 mile an hour is a spiritual experience for not only Australian car nuts, but just anyone that loves a full send in a 4,000 pound car on a leaf spring, on a small tyre. This is where we're at. In 2025, this is where we're at. So we're just waiting there just for a sec, whether it's on seating or whatever. We're just waiting for a word for race control. We've got Frank on the line. We've got...
Frank's dancing down there in the staging beams. He wants to go.
Yep, there we go. Okay.
We got the signal. Looking at it now. Bunch of comments on the live feed. Too many bumps for breakfast.
Oh, who said that?
That was Cliff.
Yeah, well, okay, Cliff. Look, it won't come up again until the next time, which could be now. We won't do it now. Okay, look, we're going to back off. I thought we'd just ramp it up early.
We'll give them a quiet send-off to Bump City. We'll wait for someone to really announce their entry later on.
I tell you what, Gonzo's boy Mitchell let loose about what's all this Bump City crap. He was on socials last night saying, all this Bump City crap, guys, get your crap together, blah, blah, blah. So he was fully bagging the abilities of some of the new citizens of Bump City. And I said, well, listen, when two citizens actually know how to play the game, it's actually quite an epic moment in a drag race. When it goes wrong, it's a tragedy. That's what I put in the post. I said, when new visitors to Bump City, when it all goes wrong in Bump City, it's an absolute tragedy when it happens.
Well, if you don't get Bump City by now, you're never going to get Bump City.
But you watch how many times today, in the heat of the moment, that staging duel where you need a win and you can't get it, the bump will get you in trouble.
The bump's going to get you.
The bump's going to get you. The bump's going to get you.
Someone make a T-shirt.
I'm going to do a whole, I'm bringing a whole marquee full of bump-related merchandise. All right, here we go. Hards and Busbridge. Oh, my God, I don't know where to look. Get your cameras ready just in case epicness happens here in Bump City.
He's gone deep. Watch this 16 home at the top end. I don't think he's going to get around him. The Tirana's out in front and he's not. 676, 210 miles an hour. Danny Busbridge gets the win in two whizzes.
Keith Hards, 016 off the Pro Tree. Danny Busbridge, 039, 118. Oh, my God.
It's such a big car to get moving. 130 to the 60 as opposed to 116 for Busbridge. So
J275. Oh, just the casual, occasional side-by-side 200-mile-an-hour run in full-fended door cars, real steel.
On a 275.
Ford versus Holden.
Absolutely nuts.
That's my kind of Ford versus Holden. That's what we saw then. 200-mile-an-hour XW. That's done it for me. And what about this thing? 540 cubes, another Aussie icon. The Gazzard boys. Scotty Cortina driving. Paulie Cortina out there looking for the staging beams. The Leaf Spring Kings. Pro Charged 481X, which is a unique little deal.
We've got so many solo.
And they are, well, some seated solos. I guess opponents haven't turned up. Again, the bracket marshals would have tried to muster them, and if there was no... And whoever this guy was that's supposed to race Scott, in case Scott may have drawn the solo anyway, they've got a chance to come back next round if they'll...
True.
If they're out, they should have told us. All right, let him go here, Scotty. Let's have a look. you love watching these big cars go down the track. 7:25, 139 mile an hour, but the short time. 1:22 in the 60. Half track 4:46 at 173 mile an hour. And that big Thunder and Holden didn't it look a treat going down through half trap there. And Scotty's not going to back. Scotty's going to back off before the finish line.
Did you hear a little pop, or did I imagine that?
Oh, it could be.
Just
hey,
a little one.
It's Jambo, mate. You'll wake
Jambo.
up in the middle of the night with a popping noise. Even in 2 weeks, you'll be having that.
This is true. This is true. All right, Ryan Scott now.
Yep.
The Josh ABS diesel service Tirana.
I'd say yes. Another either a solo or a seated solo. Again, if you got in, well, it can't be that. One of these two guys has had a no-show turn up against them. The mystery imaginary opponent.
Yep.
So Ryan Scott, he's from Benaraby, of course, here Gladstone, 376 cubes. He's gone 830s, 850s, 820s. So he's in the mix. So far, going to be 1 from 1. Here we go. That's the gift you need to start off your Jambo morning. It just does the business. Rolls off the throttle, went 550 on the nose right through the 660. 952 at a 100 mile an hour. Got a lucky little screen spider here.
Nice.
Tiny little spider on top. Welcome to Australia. We always got to have a bit of wildlife hanging around the office. So
Now, next up's my favourite car of the weekend.
is that right?
Yeah, this Camaro.
Yeah.
You don't want to use the term sleeper because it certainly ain't a sleeper in any of the things. But when you talk about engine transplants, this is probably the flagship for the Engine Transplant Club.
Yeah. Rob Chaplin.
What was it? 977 cubes under the bonnet of this thing with a healthy hit of nitrous as well, just with measure.
Yeah, 4 kids on this thing for Chappie. Rob Chaplin from Kurgunyard, Victoria. That's near Albury. Tim Cross from Narangba. He's a Pine Rivers boy. Of course, has had this car for many, many years.
Yeah.
It's a 6-second, 200 mile an hour, twin turbo, small block Ford out of, it's a dandy small block Ford. So what the Fair XW has, fairly the same in Timmy's. Chappie. He is a nitrous guy to the core. He has another Radial car coming out of Burnsies that's 500 pounds lighter than this thing. He wants the Australian nitrous Radial record, which the family from down at Gambia, Mount Gambier down there, took it off him.
Really?
In the ex-John Gotti Radial car down there. I'm trying to think of the Henleys. So the Henley boys.
Yep.
The John Gotti car took Chappie's records. So Chappie wants to get that back eventually. So 275s, big nitrous engines forever for Chappie. All right, J275, these cars are off the chain. How far will they take them? Timmy's known for the occasional power wheel stand. Tell you what, Chappie 450 to half track all the way.
What a race! What a race. Tim Cross gets there, 694 to a 701, 172 to 174. Both guys rolled out of it. There was less than half a car in it at the finish line. Margin of victory, 28 thousandths of a second.
I tell you what, Chappie hasn't probably run too much quarter mile stuff in that Camaro, so they both looked at each other and lifted. I reckon there was a look and a lift right near the end because they went down side by side. And don't you love that the only thing that was the same on those cars was the tyre.
Yep.
You had 977 cubes run that ET. You had a twin turbo small block Ford run a similar ET beside them. So it's variety with parity. Small tyre racing has brought in variety with parity. Run what you brung on a certain tyre and see whether you can keep your opponent away. Now, this is a great matchup. This is Webby, of course. Anthony, well, it says there Anthony Webb. It's Tony Webb or Webby. This is one of the iconic cars that has been on the street car scene for years. They call it Leroy, and it's the rear turbo Holden V8 powered 7-second LJ. Stephen Lundy, another WA guy, he's got the Rocks Coyote in this engine bay now, and it went 750s yesterday, so bit of Bump City again. Queensland versus WA on the button, off the ball, bit of a zing, both guys on the zing. No, Lundy back on it, Webby back on it, trying to haul in the Coyote, but decides round one, it's got to go to Lundy. A little zing fest there. Hey, both off the button, 049 for Webby, 054 off the button for Lundy. And then half track, it was still a zing fest, and look, no indicative 7-second times out of those two just then. But Webby none from one, Lundy 1 from 1.
Next up, it is Grantley Schloss.
Oh, the man.
Yes, the man. on a 275 tyre and taking on Matthew Aegis. Big job for Matthew Aegis out of Kirwan in Queensland. Again, another really, really tidy Commodore here.
Yeah.
Brantley Schloss, the spot-on performance, Serrana. This is such a cool car. It's so clean. It's just, it's clinical, this thing.
This is kind of the car. This is kind of the car that Brantley started in Kenda over here with, got the Radial bug, went to the States, went to Proline and said, can I go Radial racing, what do you got? And this Nova was up for sale, he bought it, and the rest is history. Brantley Schloss, I think, has won 4 times in the States with the Nova. This is the car that where the bug bit for Brantley and Aegis. All right, so he's got the round, well, he's left, he's trying to get it down.
That's a weird one.
Yeah, let's this twin turbo Holden V8 go down the track right now. Matthew Aegis going to go 1 from 1, 721, 197. Can we send a Holden V8 to 200 mile an hour by the end of the weekend?
Yes.
721, 197 on a 275. So Brantley, that thing did not want to light the wick, did not want to leave under power, but instead of stuffing Matthew around, decided just to get it in the stage and just roll through and at least face round 1. He's in the seeding charts. And we continue on. Oh, I'll tell you what, J275 got the street cars in here.
Keeps on rolling, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, Ryan Kudnick's got a license plate that says complex. It's not as complex as it used to be when it was triple charged. It had a Vortec blower on it, a turbo in the boot, and nitrous on the way back. So it would blow the air into the turbo. Turbo would then compound the boost, and it would squeeze nitrous on it on the way back. It was triple charged one. Now it's back to just turbocharged 400 cubes small block.
He's always been one that thinks outside the box.
It's
always.
It's a 4,000 pound leaf sprung street car. Shane Faccioni out of Spot On's workshop, the family VN. Off the tree, Faccioni 0601, a half track start, the Hall, the big heavy Holden half track. It's got more grunt on board. Oh, Kudnick, 779 for the street car, 178 mile an hour, 798 for the street car, side by side, 7-second street cars on a 275, round 1. One goes 1 from 1. One goes 1 from 1.
One is 1 from 1.
One is 1 from 1. Good morning to everyone watching online from all over the world, and I especially love everyone from Malta, because guess what, in Malta, the drag racing scene, I know it's off its head.
Yes.
It's off its head.
Big Maltese contingent, definitely. Looking at some of the comments, we got people watching from literally all around the place. Anaheim in the US, we got people watching from over in the UK, plenty from here in Australia, New Zealand. There's people everywhere, so...
G'day.
G'day, how you going? Welcome to J-Day number 35.
Yeah, J-Day number 35. This is J-Day. Garrett Advancing Motion, Brisbane Jamboree, presented by Fueltech. We are on the Real Street live stream, thanks to Overtaking Lane. This is Boost Line J275, round 1 of a 3-round Chicago shootout. 2J versus LS, R31 versus S13. We do it different, nearly every pair.
Chris Schnegelsberger watching from New Jersey.
G'day, Chris Schnegelsberger. Chris Diggles from Australia. Is that?
That's the name, Schnegelsberger, I think. We'll see how good I did with the name. I'm sure he'll let us know.
Not too bad. Lachlan Miller, 7-second LS powered R31. License plate SIG31. I like that. SIG31. In Australia, of course, if you hear someone say something's fully sick, basically it means it's quite a dandy thing.
And he's going to take on Mick Elkoury from Maryland in New South Wales. Everyone remembers Mick for LOL 13B, the little Mazda with the 2J in it. Ran deep into the 6s, genuine street car, ran 6s, drove it home. So Mick Elkoury can steer, gets off the line, 261. He left us in on the line. Oh, we've got a coast fest.
Oh, yeah.
Both cars gone quiet. Oh, here comes Mick. Mick's got back into it, and he's get him at the stripe. No, he doesn't.
Skyline.
How's the margin of victory? 20 thousandths of a second and 11 seconds on either side of the racetrack.
Wow. Yeah, that's in Australia, another term we'll share with you. It was a bit of Bradbury, bit of side-by-side Bradbury going on there.
Yes, a double Bradbury.
Willowbank's text. So I'm getting every text from the Willowbank Race Control.
You are a popular man. Next up it is Michael Finianos, is it? Peter Finianos, sorry. In the P&P Civil RX8. You're going to sit on it.
Well, I'm just going to get...
That might have the opposite.
I'm just going to get SMSs from race control all day. That's that little beep here in the background. That's race control sending out commands to the racers.
Does it get good reception up to there?
No complaints so far. But now I wish I had an iPhone 3. Peter Finianos on a 275, the only Rotary to take him to the LS, Noonan Hemi, all the things we just saw sort of run on a 275. Here he is, waving the Rotary flag. Our first rotor of the day going down the track.
Is it?
It is.
It is.
It is our first rotor down the track. This is J275.
Okay, so there is a revised schedule out as well for everybody. Make sure that if you are racing and you missed the call earlier on, make sure that you do grab a hold of that revised schedule so you don't miss your run. Finianos blows the tyre off right at the hit. It's got plenty of horsepower, this thing. It's going to coast across the line for an... Waiting, 1093, there it is, 1093, 90 miles per hour. Can you behave yourself, please? We're less than an hour into the day.
I know.
It's 9:30 in the morning and you're already...
Is it only 9:30?
Yeah, you're acting like you've been on the Japanese whiskies all night.
Yeah, well, you know, it was good. It was a good... It had a nice bite to it.
It's absolutely...
And the cheese went with it perfectly.
You were right, okay. Is there any left? Whiskey or cheese?
No, there's been about 2 pieces of the cheese there.
No, I'm good.
No, just... We've got to recover the whiskey from the nightclub.
From the nightclub?
Well, there was a night... We went to the nightclub last night. Did you see the footage?
No, I haven't seen the footage.
No, we went to the nightclub.
Were there lights?
We went to the coast.
I'm surprised you got in.
No, well, you know what? I was just about in bed, 12:05, and then an unfortunate meeting with Dave Hamilton, and then boom. We're in a nightclub. I'm driving a bus. I don't know what else happened. I remember driving a bus. I remember that part. And that's after we had the whiskies. Right?
It's a hangover J Day.
Yeah, it's going to be a hangover J Day indeed. But this is J Day. Ben Graham going to get himself a little free ticket here in round 1. He's going to go 1 from 1, so either a seated solo or again a no-show. So let's just see. He's hunting down on this engine. It's supercharged. 5.7, so I think it's like an LS or an LSA. Let's have a look.
As you put it back in, it just keeps kicking the tyres loose. Just hazing its way down.
Hey, 798. Hey, they're not even batting an eyelid. The crew. I thought, Benny, that's the best improvement on the car so far.
You can smile, guys. It's okay.
You can just ask Brett. Ask.
How was that?
What did he do?
I said,
what did he do?
Smile, and the hand went up and just went like,
woo!
The little wave. No, not good enough.
Let's get Brett to smile now. That's a bigger challenge. All right, so 798, 167 mile an hour. Benny Graham, 1 from 1, starting to wind out the brand new Mustang. All right, here we go. I think we're into Street 289. Small tyre, big action. Expect 7-second ETs. Eric Slygar from Orange qualified with a 790. And Carl Herbert from Innes Park in Queensland, the RX3, 20B RX3 against 13B RX3.
We're in Street 289.
We are in Street 289. So number 5 against number 3. This is Chicago Shootout, Street 289. Let's have a look.
All right.
Yeah, well, Chicago Shootout.
I might jump off and hand over to either Tezza or Mark.
Yep.
And go for a little bit of a winder before we roll into our pro categories a little bit later.
Sure.
Sounds good.
Sure. So thanks for checking in, Rusty, and thanks for stopping by. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, break with back football. Not just yet. We are in J-Day, round 1, Chicago Shootout continues, Street 289. 28x9 tyre on the back. And traditionally has been an untubbed category. For so long it was, we were trying to keep the whole back half of the cars being, I like that. Did you go chat GPT on that? I like that. we get that on a shirt out there in an hour? No, we get it done. Show Dave,
right.
show Dave that. Show Dave and Dave will make that for us.
What's happening, Diggles?
Good
What are
morning,
we into?
Marky Allen. Thanks for
Street
stopping by.
289. Here we go. Round 1 of racing.
All right, so again, this is a heads-up deal. I think we just go full tree here from memory.
Yeah,
Let's have a look.
correct.
So full tree, here we go.
Sideways to Herbert.
Oh, he's back on it. Both guys knocked the 28.9s off a little bit. 818 at 187 recovers. 882 Carl Herbert. He'll go none from one, but Eric Sligar 1 from 1. Yeah, the little tyre sometimes just not happy with the horsepower. Cool conditions this morning means everyone's making all their horsepower.
Yeah. It's a lot better than what we had at the middle of the day yesterday.
Yeah. And remember, we've still got that to cover as well. Remember, it's not a one-round battle here, folks. You're here for the long haul, just like these competitors are, especially Chicago Shootout. You must make the next round. Elimination categories, well, if you lose, you don't have to worry because you can just go and park it. But with Chicago Shootout, guys, it's about, did I win? Did I lose? I've got to get ready for the next round. I don't want to miss the call because you're going to get run. All that waiting yesterday, I don't think you'll be waiting around as much today. You'll be a little bit hustled and hassled, all of our competitors today. And let's just hope everyone races clean and safe. So, James Moore, here we go. We had Rotor versus Rotor. Here's Rotor versus Rotor again. RX7 against RX7. 28.9 by 28.9. Number 4 qualifier against number 2. An 8.06 for James yesterday. Here's Dib Chayul on screen now. 20B on board. 7.80.
Yeah, only 0.2 of a second separating these two drivers. In qualifying yesterday, we can see Dib there moving forward. That beautifully presented RX7.
Isn't it amazing? The same shape, but just done different. Like on the wing on the back tip, got the big wheelie bars on it. That's a big 28.9. That's how big a 28.9 looks on the RX7, eh? Here we go. Slick tyres allowed here. 28.9. 1, 2, 3. Spins the tyres, keeps shifting, James Moore. Here comes the 20B power, James Moore. Thought he had enough, but it's dip tail off. 44. 744 in street 289 at 186 mile an hour. Gee, so far we've had no slouches. We're batting above 180 most runs by the look of this. As I said, my prediction would be over 100 of the quickest door car ETs of the year in this country coming up. Stuff like 744, 186. We've got some ridiculous performances in all categories.
Number 1 spot in qualifying yesterday.
It would have when it all worked, and it does sometimes, as we know in Jambo, doesn't always work. Here he is, Mohammed Salame from Punchbowl, Hurstville Towing. It was Hurstville Towing that brought out a massive tray of lamb skewers to the start line last night. That's why I was a little bit tardy coming back.
Were they good?
Were they good? Of course they were.
We've had some of those brought up in
yeah, oh yeah.
No, they were.
He brought them straight in, and he left the bread and everything like that. And I go, well, you know what? I won't be up for the bread. I'll be on the stick. So I had a couple of sticks out there in the middle last night.
Mohammed had a bit of a challenging day yesterday. They didn't really get a full lap in this RX7.
Well, you know what? If all things going well here, him and Connor Fakinos are going to have a hell of a battle. Mohammed can improve a lot, but all he could muster was an 867, so that's why he's seeded against, say, the 942 qualified car of Connor Fakinos. Now, here's another little interesting note. The RX7 is 13B. The 1300 Mazda is a 12A. So this is one of the quicker 12As. All right, Fakinos out and gone, and Mohammed, he's still there, got the win. 820 at 149 mile an hour. There we go. I must have bumped something when the damn phone was there. We all good? 820 at 149 mile an hour. 803 there for the 12A at 178 mile an hour. But yeah, by virtue, 5.4 second reaction time for Connor. 0.5 there for Mohammed. So he's on his way back anyway, 8:20. All right, come on. The boys from Victoria need a bit of luck here. Corey Hunter.
All the way from Victoria, and they've got each other in the first round of racing here.
Yeah, Cameron Brasario, also from Victoria. He's from Strathfield, Victoria. 13B Capella, or RX2. Corey Hunter from Harkness in Victoria. The Hunter family, Darren, an OG Gemini guy forever. And some Gemini guys are Gemini forever. It still has the G180 single cam Isuzu engine. Of course, Darren, he knows how to get big horsepower out of Geminis. 2-valve, 1800cc. He's got Corey driving it. They've just got rid of the G-Force gearbox, gone back to an auto. So they're still, I mean, they travelled all the way up the Jambo to try stuff they never really got to fully test and refine. So yesterday, the poor buggers, you know, it did everything wrong. It sort of rolled the beam. The bonnet flew up.
Yeah,
all of that happened. Yeah, so here we go. Round one. He gets Street 289. He gets Chicago Shootout. So at least he gets 3 runs of racing. See how he goes against Cameron. Cameron hasn't been able to really stage and cut a light yet. Let's just see how we go. Street 289. All shapes and sizes. There we go. Already off to a better start so far as Corey Hunter. And look, Cameron's going to be making up the numbers here. Corey gets one, 873. There we go. We're back on the game, 873, 155, 911 and 138 there for Cameron. So, yeah, the Achilles heel for that car's been that reaction time, be able to stage the car, under boost and to cut a light. Lucky enough, both guys needed the time by the look of it. So they were probably both appreciative that that's what happened. They've now got something sorted.
Quickest pass for both drivers here so far this weekend. Next up, we've got Garrett Brisbane, our number 1 qualifier. Went 7:53 yesterday, gets out with 3:65 reaction time. We've seen a lot of cars run their quickest passes of the weekend, and he does as well.
Wow.
7:49, 189 miles an hour. Garrett Brisbane, put your hands together, number 1 qualifier.
It's the world's quickest Subaru Brat slash, what do we used to call, Brumby.
The Brumby.
It's the world's quickest Subaru Brumby slash Subaru Brat. Dead set. Anyone else there in the world want to dispute that? Get on and message us there on the live stream. But we've got some of the world's quickest everything here. Like, this is one of the world's quickest Cressidas, for example, about to come into the water. This is Shane Crichton. So seated solo or a no-show. Sometimes they get wiped off the screen before we even see them. So Shane Crichton from Thornton in New South Wales. Have a good gander at this. He's been into this Cressida for quite a few years now. He's evolved. It says it's a 3-litre, so it's a 2JZ, I think, with a 1JZ cylinder head on it. Well, I think that was the go. Look, testing on Friday, I think, yielded 3 7-second runs out of this car. Judging by the qualifying yesterday, had nothing but trouble. 25 second, 22 second, 883 was the only one. So let's see whether now, this is a little bit of a gift as well, this sort of solo run in round one. So Street 289 being moved up the chart. They were scheduled to be sort of running down after Modified Compact, but put in straight after the other 2 small tyre classes, J315, J275. There has been a revision to the schedule for all competitors, and I'm sure you would have received an SMS. I know you did, because I get the same SMS, and my phone's been vibrating for minutes.
Okay, Shane Crichton. Now, the positive so far, as we just mentioned before, that everyone seems to be picking up here this morning. I think he can go quicker than 883. As you said, in testing, you did 3 7-second laps on Friday. Solo pass, no pressure on the team. Gets out strong. 117.60 479 to half track, and he goes through. Runs a 740.90. He joins the 740 brigade, 177 miles an hour. Shane Crichton gets a lap together here in round 1 of racing, just when you need it.
Yeah, got to be happy with that, just to see another big full-bodied car go flying down there into the 7s. That's got to be the world's quickest Cressida. We just saw the world's quickest Brumby. We just saw the world's quickest Cressida straight after it. Oh, here he is.
We're moving into modified 10.5.
All right, first round of modified 10.5 happening. And again, in the rules, modified 10.5 means you've got to have a 10.5 or less. You'd be on a slick, obviously. Getting that text now, modified 10.5 to the lanes. Oops.
Well, you want to hope you're in the lanes.
Absolutely.
Obviously, Modified 10.5 brought to us by Mainline Smart Dyno Technology this weekend. Thank you to those guys. First pairing out here in round 1 of racing, we've got Michael Andreevich to take on Mark Fazzati.
Yeah, Mark Fazzati from Meadowbrook, the Hidden Valley with Sundays sponsored 20B RX4. We've already mentioned, of course, Mark's been a long time supporter of Jamboree, has raced here plenty of times before. And look, Mark doesn't mind us telling us. Mark in the RX4 is confined to a wheelchair, and I shouldn't use the term confined because when you get in the RX4, I mean, he's confined to an RX4 like any of us would be. We hop in an RX4 and steer, and we're confined to it. So it's got hand controls instead of obviously pedals, and he gets to bump this thing into the low 8s. Could be one of our fastest athletes with a disability in this country. Here we go, got the whole shot too. Got the whole shot, the 20B holding out that 3.2 litre Calais all the way to the finish line. Fazzati doesn't get it. 8.70 just off his normal pace from yesterday. 7.86 though for Andreevich, puts on the win line. Modified 10.5 is Chicago Shootout as well.
So we'll see these guys for 3 rounds of racing today as we move into our next pairing. Troy White and the VL to take on the Ford of Jason Scott. Qualifying, they were separated by 0.3 of a second. Jason Scott was their number 6 qualifier. He went a best of a 7.86. He ran 2 7.86 laps yesterday in qualifying. White ran a best of an 8.17. He ran 2 8.17s in qualifying yesterday. So both of these drivers very consistent.
Yeah, yeah, one day to the other, you would assume that we can repeat the performance.
I think you can improve on
That's the twist, that's the turn. You know what I love right now about this, Mark Allen? We're on a 10.5. It's a VL against an EL. So for people watching anywhere around the world, the Ford Falcon against the Holden Commodore. They used to battle each other out on the showrooms of Australia, Ford versus Holden. We can still have Ford versus Holden forever in drag racing because no one races, you know, real cars anymore, in my opinion. These are the real cars that I remember. Barra Power against RB Power. Aussie domestic 6-cylinder products.
Oh no,
Oh, Jason Scott gives it away round 1. Doesn't matter, he's got 2 more runs to have a go, but yeah, that one moment. See that bump infringement? One moment.
How's White goes 8.17 again, what he ran in qualifying yesterday, 8.172, 8.173, 8.173.
Yeah, well, there you go, as you said.
That is a bracket car right there for Troy White. Gets a win here in round 1 racing. Unfortunate for Jason Scott, just bumping through the beams.
As you said, yeah, can we expect the same performance, just said if not better? Well, how about identical? From Saturday to Sunday setup, and it does exactly the same thing. That's a well sort of deal. We might have to keep him in our considerations. Oh, well done, Rob. Gets that out of the system Sunday morning.
Well, we do have an award for the best burnout today.
We do in racing. So anything today that you see is a very big burnout, folks. Well, obviously, it's up to us to ask the question to the crowd.
Yeah, anyone watching on the
A
live
show of
stream,
hands. We want to know. Poor old Jason Scott, that last pairing.
Yeah.
I mean, he's normally on a tear at a Jambo. He was so pumped for it a couple of weeks ago when I was up there at Mackay. And that bump infringement just tripped him up, and it may have cost him a finals berth. He's got 2 more rounds to try and be perfect. It's like all of these guys. Po Tung, number 2 qualifier with 7.19. 2 JZ Supra. Rob Caddy from Glenella in Queensland up north. CQ Rotary. 7.56 was 4th qualifier on the 10.5. Yeah, Rota versus 2J on a 10.5. Just had Ford versus Holden in the last run. These various tyre classes really just allow these matchups to organically occur. Poe has got that 200 mile an hour charge. Rob Cady will have that very, very impressive short game. He'll have a really good short game here, Caddy. He can get out like a rocket. Poe's still got to walk the 10.5 off this thing. Just got caught bogged down, Rob. It's going to be a hard thing to try and do when Poe's on a tear. 7.21, 204 mile an hour. That just about sends the benchmark for the rest of them today. 7.21, 204 was Poe ready. 0.71 off the button. 132 in the 60. It was Rob that actually caught a little bit of lack of power, like actually bogged the little 13B down there a little bit. Didn't come out like the good short game we know the car's got.
Previously from the Mazda there.
So Poe's ready. Poe's got a ton of Jamboree trophies, and he might just end up with another J by the end of the day. Oh, what an epic matchup coming right here. Epic matchup.
Guy King, our number one qualifier in the Corolla, went 7:08 yesterday, taking on Fred Karam in the VL, went 7:53 to be our number 3 qualifier here in modified 10.5. This is going to be a matchup right here. 194 miles an hour yesterday for Guy King in this Corolla.
I was on the start line last night, and I had Sticks and Anthony Matuk, and they saw this Corolla, and they're just sort of wondering, is it RB, what is it? And Anthony's asking Sticks, do you know what's in it? And whether it was Sticks's, and Sticks says, no, it's not, because Sticks used to have one of these as well. And then they didn't know what it was. I said, it's got a barrier in it. It's another Queensland car. It's an epic thing. Watch this. And it went like 708, 194 in front of them. And it's like, yep, another Queensland car. That's very, very impressive. But hey, from Wetherill Park in New South Wales, Team Karam. Freddie Karam has been doing this for a long time, and he keeps bringing his horsepower up here to Jambo. And of course, Sydney local. Sydney's his home track. I love, you can see a million VLs. I am loving the stance on that VL, just quietly. I am loving the stance.
Yeah.
There's a lot of VLs here today. Prove me wrong. Someone might have a better stanced VL today. I'm loving the way that thing is sitting right now. I am so loving that VL.
I tell you what does impress me is with Guy King. His slowest pass yesterday in qualifying was a 740, so they're really on top of the setup of this car.
Barrett versus RB. Here we go. Oh, wheeling control. Ground control to Guy King, and he's going to get a win. He's going to come back. Freddie had problems. We thought it's all going to be Team Karam. He's down the track. Guy's trying to wrestle the Corolla down from its wheel stand. He's also trying to leave on a light, because up till now, yesterday in quali, he took his sweet time. That's why he went so well yesterday. He took his sweet time to stage. There he tried to cut a light. Wheelie. As the little 1JZ tow car goes down to get him. But that's the little drag and drive car Guy has as well. So, but hey, the white knuckle. Hey folks, hands up. We haven't had a best wheelie award. It's hands up. You reckon that's winning best wheelie so far? We need your help. Put your hands up. Reckon best wheelie so far?
There's a few hands going up.
You know we're going to have another 9 million wheelies to choose from shortly, I'm sure. I like the height hang and haul. That was a height. A little bit of hang, double squeeze, brings your points back, and he got the win. So that's a very good one for Guy King. We've got to get that sheet out and keep it beside us here, Mark. It's in here, right? Right from the word go.
We'll get some notes.
Right from the word go. That sheet's in here. Here it is. Let's keep it out so everyone can start. Everyone, Terry, Rusty, and everything, just start.
Well, he's one of our cult heroes on the track, though. Phil Penny in the Honda. They're just having a quick look under the front of that car here. He's on a solo pass. So if there's any issues here, he's going to get the win no matter what. Phil Penny in the Rising Force team.
It's good that he gets this, whether again it was a seeded solo or whether or not it's just a no-show for the opponent. But Phil Penny deserves to have a crack here. Here is one of our original guys. You know, this thing started, this little Honda 600 came to Willowbank with a Fiat twin cam and a Sprintec supercharger, and Simmons, it was a track car, a hill climb car. He got the drag racing bug, and now it looks like that. Many iterations of Jesus One. Knocks the 10-5 off it. But he's still going to send this 2JZ through the finish line. And look, it goes 937, 169 mile an hour. That's only a 80-inch wheelbase car, by the way. That is a tiny car. If you were to go down and check it out in the pits, if you want to know where that thing is pitted, and I keep saying that thing, that beautiful creation. The Honda. In behind the main Willowbank corporate tower here, if you go about 2 rows behind and down towards the highway, you'll see his little pit there. His pit area is as little as the car, by the way. The trailer's even smaller. Phil just sort of camps it out at these events and runs that Pride and Joy. It'd really help if you go down, and he's got some shirts for sale. He's got some Rising Force shirts. They're very funky. They're very Nambucca heads. They're very Nambucca because he's from Nambucca heads, so it's very Nambucca heads, but he's got those shirts down there.
We actually have a replay of Guy King's run if you want to have a look
Okay,
at it.
well, let's go to the tape. Let's go to the video
For
tape.
the wheel stand.
And let's have a look at the wheel stand. Okay, Guy King, here we go. Modified 10.5 highlight here from this round. Bumps it in. The tree comes down. 1, 2, 3. Now, he's trying to cut a light here. Now, Fred goes. Guy goes, I better get after it. Pedal, pedal, pedal. Yeah, so that was, another hit there. So that's like 4 pedals and 3 wheel stands. That was about right. Is that about right?
I think so. I think you might be on the money there.
4 pedals and 3 wheel stands. So that's modified 10.5. We're waiting for probably a call for, well, in the schedule, everything was going to get juggled. So we're still waiting to see what the next ones will be through there for that. But that schedule will be rolling through for E1 for the rest of them here on J-Day. So we've got a few categories in the bag already. J315, round 1 winners and losers. And what I mean losers, they don't have to go home. They're not eliminated. They're just ready for Chicago Shootout round 2 later. J275's run and done so far. Street 289 being done. Modified 10.5 have been done. So according to our schedule, it could be modified compact in just a flash. Extreme's supposed to come up soon. Bikes, street compact, all motor and Euro, round 1 of all of that. So as we said yesterday, for all those people, hands up all the people out there this morning. We're here all day yesterday. Hands up the people. You are the stayers. You are the faithful. And I'd love to see you back here so early. You want to see how this all ends. That's why you're here. You wanted to stay to the end of quali and see everything to the end of quali, and you were rewarded. This is what always happens here. If you stay to the end, a lot of people, the night it gets dark around here, people seem to just want to get home. Also, it's not exactly 12 minutes from your house. Well, maybe for Jane, maybe for you, right? Yeah, it is. But it's a long way for people to come to get home, and I suppose a lot of people made that decision somewhere during the day. I've been super overwhelmed by everything I've seen and went home, but then we had so many stayers stay back here to see all qualifying finish, all 3 rounds of qualifying, every category except all motor. I do believe all motor was the only category that we couldn't finish because the second last category, I think was modified compact, had an oil down, and that stopped us like, hang on, this time of night we ain't spending 30 minutes fixing an oil down. It'll be nearly midnight, so we called it. We called it last night. All motor hadn't qualified in, hadn't had its 3rd round of qualifying. And I suppose you could do things. If they all said, you know what, I'd love an extra quali, or you went and saw them and said, are you all right if we just put you in and start racing you? Because it is Chicago Shootout today by the look of that as well. So if all motor is that as well, that would be a nice option, isn't it? Instead of quali, it'd be
all motor.
It'd just be round 1 of Chicago Shootout.
They've got their 3rd qualifier later on this morning, all motor.
Okay.
Next up, though, on track will be modified compact. It is eliminations for modified compact.
Yep.
So they're next up on track. Then we see Extreme, the Outlaw Bike, Street Compact, all motor, and Euro.
Look, we've got a couple of formalities to do today, sort of just before lunch, just before midday. I think about 11:30, 20 to 12, we have an official opening ceremony.
Yep.
But before that, we do have something quite special we're going to do. So there is some formalities we're going to do on the start line, kind of near 11:30, 20 to 12. I don't know what time's Terry supposed to get to because it's bikini comp today. Are you ready for that? 1 o'clock. Huh?
Whilst we've got the track just prepping the track here for the next round of racing, we've got a small clip from yesterday's highlights.
Oh, well, let's have a look at that recap while we go through a bit more of the schedule afterwards.
Okay, moving now into round one of racing for our modified compact class. So this is elimination. So these guys, you win, you proceed to the next round, you lose. Unfortunately, that's your weekend done here at the Jamboree. First pairing up, we've got Chris on the start line. Paul Clyde in the Mazda. So this is a dial your own bracket as well. So these guys have got dial-in. So he's dialing in at 9.00 seconds. Then we've got Petros Christophilopoulos. Sorry if I didn't get that right for you, Petros. I'm sorry about that. He's dialed in at 9.03 seconds.
Christophilopoulos, Paul Clyde. So Petros got the R100 going again. Not the right time to have a little drama come in with the car not staying lit. Paul Clyde ready to go. The RX-7 dialing in 900. So 900 and a 903. So virtually heads-up race. I like the license plate though. Fat 10A. It says Fat 10A on the back. Beautiful cars, of course, sold on the showroom floors in Australia. So Mazda will sell the R100, the RX2, the RX3, the RX4, the RX5 and the RX7, all in Australian showrooms. So Petros keeping the tradition alive, keeping these automobiles so we can worship them for the rest of their lives. All right. Clean green. Oh, I tell you what, Petros Christophilopoulos. He might get the win like two if he gets that. Oh boy, what a race. 68 too quick, 68 too quick. I'm going to write that. Get a photo, Mark. Get a photo real quick. Oh, we're going to lose it. 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 No, we're not. No, we're not. I think we got it. I think we got it.
You're right, mate.
All right.
Okay, next pairing up here in a modified compact racing, we've got Ben Clark in the Cadillac to take on the Sylvia here of Naomi Vandertide. So Naomi was our number 2 qualified, dialed in 8.28 seconds, ran a best of an 870 yesterday, so she's expecting to pick up a whole bunch of BT. Ben Clark is dialed in a 942, so he ran a 936 yesterday. He's actually dialed back from when he ran yesterday. Interesting, so there's going to be a head start for the VL here on the start line, and then 1 second later we'll see Naomi chase down Ben Clark, the chase. So we just got to hold up here on the start line. They must be just checking something in the braking area, making sure everything's A-okay. It looks like they've got the thumbs up to move forward into stage. Round one, modified compact, brought to us by Bosch this weekend.
Putting him down for a notable mention, he might win the wheelie one. We wanted height, hang and haul, and he broke out, so you couldn't get any more than that. But then Benny Clark's there as well. Oh, he hangs it a little bit, he cuts the line. Naomi's in trouble here reaction time-wise because the only thing for Benny Clark might be a breakout here. Here we go, 47 on a 42. Well, Naomi's 852. Could not haul him in, so in modified compact, that means Naomi on the trailer.
Yeah, that's a great run from Ben Clark. 040 on the tree, 947 on his 942 dial-in. Gets the win. Next up, it will be Daniel Rougier in the Mazda for all epoxy solutions. Dialing 8.90 seconds, taking on Christian Schneeberger in the Ford. He'll be dialing in 9.59 seconds. So the Ford will leave first, the Mazda to do the chase. Taylor, the taping qualifying. So Schneeberg is actually dialed in a little bit slower. He's dialed a 959. He ran a best of a 953 yesterday, so he's got to watch that breakout. Rougier, he ran a best of an 890. That's what he's dialed in here this morning, 8.90 seconds. So Schneeberger just in the pre-stage area there, just checking something. Now moving forward.
Yeah, Rougier, the Rotor Geek, 890. I think he said 7 years out of the saddle. Here he is trying to get a modern J trophy. Billet J's. Everyone's goal by the end of the day. Are you good enough? This is dial your own elimination, modified compact. Oh, he did roll, he psyched him out. The Rotor Geek's done his first psych out of the day. May not be the last. Let's try that 890 out because he knows he can do it here, Daniel Rougier. Hang on a sec. 870. The mile an hour. Well, the mile an hour is funny. 011 mile an hour. So something's funny in the time in the 1320 down there for Daniel. And they continue on. We had him in all different brackets, whether you're not, you've got that small tyre stuff on, or whether you're back in with Run What You Brung. Dom Perry from Greenacre in New South Wales. Perry Concrete. I'm sure that's a 20. It says 13B here, but we know that thing's a 20B. Parry Georges from Pacific Pines here in Queensland. Jackson Transport 13B, Gemini dialing in 963. So trying to get the RX2 back behind the line. God RX2 being very unholy.
Yeah, so with Dial Your Own Racing, so if you're new to the drag racing scene here today, the drivers nominate a time, which is what we call the dial-in. To get a win here in round 1 of racing with a dial-in, you need to get to the finish line first and don't go quicker than the time that you've nominated that dial-in, or go red on the tree and you get the win.
All right, 8:10 chasing a 963, and you know what Parry's famous for? Wheelies as well. So we've got a lot of wheelies to pick today. Let's have a look. Let's hope for Parry's sake it stays down so he's got half a chance to win the race. When they're in the air, it's hard to win a race. Double rotor bump in, here we go.
Parry joins here, 115 to a 472. Parry is way out in front at the moment here and gets the win, goes 967 on his 963 dial-in. Don Perry goes 891 on his 810 dial-in, but Parry George is too good on the reaction time, close to dial, and gets a win here in round 1 of racing in a modified compact. Next up will be Timothy Hawkins to take on Dwayne Wisby here. Wisby in the Mazda.
Geez, we got some rotors in modified compact this morning.
Yeah.
Timothy Hawkins from West Mackay. You don't see too many 808 wagons, 13B, but we've got a couple. We've got a couple here this weekend. A couple of Celikas as well. Dwayne Wisby. This has last night, 923, 143 mile an hour. And we're claiming it's not only Australia's quickest 626, we think it could be the world's quickest 626. Rotary 626. Here we go. Out of the spot-on stable from White's Mountain, 918, getting chased by an 882. That's a tough 808, by the way. Rob, zig the tie, they both do it, he's back on it. Wizards go back on the pedal, there comes the 808 trying to haul him in, but I tell you what, 626 might just get him here after that pedal. 1061 for the Wiz. 131 mile an hour and 1149. See, it just goes to show, you know, you can play with 600 plus horsepower and still have this wheel spin issue because they're not all on massive tyres. I think Dwayne's on a 235 or something, I think. So, again, you don't need slicks. You can have radials. You can have anything in modified compact. Will Yarwood's going to get a buy here. This is another one of these Queensland street Supras that do drag and drive and a lot of Jambo and Kenda racing as well.
The biggest issue for Yarwood here will be his reaction times today, but that was great. 047 reaction time. He ran 3:830 laps yesterday in qualifying to get that number 1 spot. Freebie here in round 1, and he wants to do an 8:35 on that 8:28 with a great reaction time as well. William Yarwood, definitely one to watch now in racing. He goes through to round number 2.
Yeah, so this just must be, again, while we're seeing solos, people might be asking, why isn't someone racing? These are seeded rounds of racings. In other words, as we said before, they either had an opponent that hasn't turned up, or they're lucky enough to get a solo on an uneven field. You know, if we had 8, we're going to have 4 pairings.
Yep.
If we've got 16, we're going to have 8 pairings. If we're going to have 7, we're going to have 3 pairings and a solo. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, with the way the drag racing works, it's actually up to the race team to go let the control tower know that you're out of racing.
That's
so
right.
If you do break, but if they don't let the control tower know that they're broken, well, they get seeded. So Chris O'Neill here with the solo pass and the Corolla out with a 672 reaction time, goes through with an 8:26. Yeah, he break. That's a bit of a breakout by 0.2 of a second. Lucky he was on the solo pass.
I tell you what, isn't it good when you can get a first round solo and just send it? So he's absolutely sent that little Corolla. We haven't had anything slow yet. I mean, we don't like to say that some ETs are slow. We're just saying that right now, every category that's gone down there has had something to do with 9s, 8s or 7s somewhere along the line. Street compact, of course, a little bit later might have some 11s and 14s, but again, you've got to be in it to win it. Hey, the billet J for a street compact weighs the same as a billet J for factory extreme. You know what I mean? It's not like you get any less trophy in the street compact classes. Here he is, Hot Rod Williams from Dalby, blowing Barra in an altered. And he likes to do things different, Hot Rod Williams. Of course, the car he cut his teeth on is his legendary street hot rod. Now, that's got a blown and injected Ford Crossflow engine. So basically the precursor to the Barra, DNA for the Barra. But now has gone the Barra engine in and altered, blown and injected. And he just finished his Radial card, his first V8. He did a twin-turbo XM Ute, and he runner-up in J315 3 weeks ago at Kenda. So Hot Rod's got a car nearly for all occasions. His daughter Emily runs a turbo crossflow rail as well. So there's not all at once, these guys, of course. So it's Dad's turn. Hot Rod Williams gets the solo. 8:33. Said, I'd love to run a 7 with this one day, Diggs. He said, well, you know, you just got to make that.
It's knocking on the door.
You got to make that Barra breathe, mate. He goes, I want to do it without having to put a turbo on it because he's that sort of guy. He's a blower guy. Look at that. Got the exhaust shield there. Got the header on it. Blowing Barra. You don't get much blowing Barra. You get a lot of turbo Barra. Let's just let the blowing Barra go down.
Yeah, ran a best of an 8:30 qualifying yesterday.
He likes it. He likes it.
He's done 8:33, but you know what? From what we've seen this morning, he might even dip into the 8:20. He could go into 8:29 here.
He might change the pulley. Might get more blower overdrive into it. I think it's a 671 on this thing. Here we go. Just works so well, that car. 835 on a 33.
Perfect.
That's basically laying the smack down, isn't it? It's laying the smack down.
Yeah, great reaction time. Yeah, 8:35 on an 8:33. He's going to be tough to beat in racing here in Extreme. Next up here, we've got Megan Anderson in the front engine drags to take on the Camaro here of Luke Doughty. So, dial-ins. Luke Doughty is dialed in an 880. Megan Anderson in the front engine drags to a 920, so 0.4 of a second head start going to the front engine drags. So the Camaro here will be doing the chase.
Now, this has got a late model engine in it. I don't know whether it had an LSA or something, but it does have something late model in this. And again, it's like a top sportsman style car. Late model Camaro body looks great. Young guy driving. Beside Megan Anderson, I've known Megan since she was only a little girl at her place in Kedron. Her father Jim there on one side, her partner Dan on the other. Mum's S-Slinger powered rail, by the way. Big shout out to Kimmy Anderson as well. That's Mum's car, Megan driving it. 190 cubes of S-Slinger. And she's cutting lights today. Oh, 003 for Dowdy.
You better write that down. Good reaction time from Luke there. Only 200ths of a second separating the two on the reaction time side of things, but the win light's going to go to Megan Anderson. A 9:35 on the 9:20 gets a win. Luke was a little bit off the dial in a 9:51 on that 880 dial in. But great reaction time from Luke. 003. Definitely hit the tree there.
Light of the night.
So far.
Light of the night is a jamboree. It's a J. There's a J for light of the night. There is normally a little J for stuff like that. 003 Luke Dowdy so far. And here we go. I'm having flashbacks, except I remember me driving that Altered against Lucas Holtz in his other Altered, his little L67 V6 Altered. Here we go. Clayton Ethel, 1JZ on board, Cleveland Dyno, Nugget Garage, Golby, 2BNC. A lot of sponsors on the little Altered, 1JZ. Beside him, Lucas Holtz, EFI, LS powered Altered, 921 getting chased by an 810. My little old Altered out there looking better than ever. I think it ended up a sexy beast, that thing, didn't it?
I think it looks good, mate.
Yeah, I reckon it looks real good. All right, here we go. Young Clayton. Got the biggest gun in the rack here in Extreme.
Yeah, some issues there for Clayton on the start line. Lucas is well out in front of the moment as long as he doesn't break out. And he has.
He broke out. Here we go.
No
it's a Bradbury
way.
moment. Another Bradbury. 170. Hoffman, 821. 170 mile an hour.
Gets the win.
Oh, bam. Woof. Clayton Ethel in the Altered. I never went 170 mile an hour in it. I was happy at 136 in it with the Aspo 4-banger, but 821. Oh, okay. He's offered I can drive it. I'll drive it. Hoff. I'll have another fang at it. Wow. How good is that?
And there's so much potential because the 60-foot was only a 144 for Clayton, so you can easily pick up a couple of tenths at the 60-foot alone. So anyway, yeah, Clayton gets the win because we just seen Lucas also do something that I haven't seen in a very long time. He took the stripe by 3 seconds and broke out.
Wow. And that's the guy. I just talked him up. And that wasn't me deliberately putting the commentator's curse on Lucas. I just said, you got to watch this guy.
So
He's
you
the
can
gun.
deliberately do it, can you?
I must have these powers. And no coincidence, it was my old car beside it. Right at the last moment, did someone say, watch this, Diggles has put the commentator's curse on Lucas Holtz.
You needed those powers when you were racing the altered.
I know, I should have been talking up the opponent all the time.
Yep.
But that's a little Bradbury right there. So Lucas got to the stripe. I can't believe, Lucas is going to look at that time slip and be black. He's going to be angry as hell because the reaction time for Clayton was abysmal. Clayton just wanted to run the number. Hoffman probably had the idea, well, we're going to break out or lose anyway, and you're already 1 for 1. So, got to change your strategies now, Hoff. Less send, more race. All right? 170.
You know what? It's better to be lucky than good sometimes.
I saw him in the nightclub there, Hoff, last night. He was at the back. He was behind the turntables. He got into the Japanese whiskey, the old Hoff. Gonk. Yeah. All right, here we go. These are our bikes, round 1. Craig Edwards, Matt Wilson yesterday. Keep an eye on this stuff, folks. You don't need to...
Well, Matt Wilson went 8:07 in qualifying yesterday. Craig Edwards went 7:67, but Matt Walker, though, incredible with those low 6-second passes. Yeah, round 1, outlaw 5. Craig Edwards out with a 1:10. Currently in front at the moment of Matt Wilson. Oh, there's a timing box move down there.
Wow.
And, well, it says that Matt Wilson got the win here with a 7:66 over Craig Edwards' 8:51. We saw a timing block move. I'm not too sure how that timing block moved, so my vision went towards that.
Yeah.
We'll get a replay in a second, I think, from the guys here with the Real Street live stream.
These poor little reflectors, they're the real story here, the real battler story, because these poor little things have been beaten senseless this weekend.
Just look at the replay here,
all right.
Chris.
Even Friday in testing we were doing
you
it.
Can see Edwards is way out in front at the moment.
And right here, must kick it off. Kicks it off. There
Edwards
we go.
crosses the centre line, yep.
Right near the first speed trap, I think. He went over and just caught it. Yeah, well, when those things are on a tear, I mean, normally in that situation, if you're leaning it that way, it doesn't normally want to go to the centre line. It would sort of want to, if you don't lean over it. Well, that was more of a fuel bike thing. You know, you always see fuel bike riders with the big square tyre and the long wheelie bar would lean over to the left to pull the bike because that square slick kind of, dictates where it's going.
Yep.
So you're fighting 3 wheels with yourself. You've got 2 wheels on the wheelie bar and one big fat tyre driving it. With the no bar bikes, well, that's not really a big fat square tyre, so you can move around on that thing. And you've got to hang on to those things. Once you keep punching gears, and what did he go yesterday? 220-odd mile an hour, Matt Walker.
Yeah.
You don't even have time to try and steer the bike. You would hope that the thing's going, in the right direction. And then when you get your bearings, it's like, whoa, I'm close to the stripe. And that time he couldn't hold it. Hey, maybe the wheels are in the air. That's a big problem for people when they go over the centre line like that, is that you've got no control over it no matter what you're trying to do. But yeah, those poor little cones, those reflector cubes have been getting belted senseless. Even from Friday, I remember here at testing on Friday. If you go back and look at the stream from Friday here, our Jambo testing here was amazing. If you want to see some good numbers from what Friday did, also quite a few of those little reflectors got bashed on Friday as well. Plenty of times yesterday, and first time today. And I wouldn't have thought our bike guys could do it, but there it was. Even the best sometimes have to battle the centre line. Of course, for the people that don't know much about drag racing, that's what they call a professional foul, I guess. It's a racing infringement if you cross either the centre line into your opponent's lane or, well, we don't really have a line on the sides, but if you tap the wall, you're disqualified. You can't biff and barge your way down the track. If you hit the wall, that's also like, that's like if we had a touch judge that could put his flag up and say you're into touch, it's the same thing. You hit that wall, you're disqualified as well.
Yeah, it's classed as a safety infringement.
So the other way to be disqualified would be to cut a red light. The other way to be disqualified is to be timed out. So when we see our pro categories later on, not too far away, when you see your opponent put on the bottom bulb, and you've only got one bulb on, you have 7 seconds from the moment your opponent, don't just look up and go, oh, I wonder how long that second bulb's been on. You've already lost count. That red light will come on quicker than you can count to 7 if you didn't see it go on. And that's what happens sometimes. Opponents are sort of getting themselves ready. They look up, the opponents put the bulb on. You have 7 seconds to get all your gear together, get that thing loaded, staged, boosted, and some front brake pressure so you can then put that second bulb on. When in our dial your own, we normally, I think, have 20 seconds. But it's the Pro Tree, there's a 7-second timeout. So that's a way to be disqualified, timed out. Another way is to roll the beams at the wrong possible moment. If you are what we call in the hands of the starter, have put one bulb on, and you do anything bad after that, i.e. roll through the beams, you're disqualified as well. These are ways, it should be in a book. Mark Allen could help me write it. 1 million ways to lose a drag race. It's nearly a million. It could be nearly a million. Yeah. By the end of the day, folks, we'll have a clinic on it. We're going to be able to show you every way to lose, and then the most spectacular ways to win.
And then there's also other things like when they do their audits after a pass. So like if you're underweight or...
Another way to lose is to break out under your dial-in.
Yep.
In their dial your own classes as well. So there's a million ways to die at the track. So it's like that Seth MacFarlane movie. You seen that? 1 Million Ways to Die in the West. Have you seen that?
I have actually.
Yeah,
yes.
no. It's 1 million ways to lose a drag race. That's what it is. Brendan Miglianco and Nathan Nielsen now, our predominantly high booster field here. Crazy stuff. 670, 202 he's run, Nathan. Let's see how they go. He's from East Mackay. How about this? Brendan's from Oran Park. So there's a spread. There's a geographical spread for you. Oran Park to East Mackay. What have they got in common? Jamboree and boosted bikes. Let them rip, boys.
Nielsen was at number 2 qualifier, went 670 at over 200 mile an hour yesterday.
Oh, yeah. 678, 219 mile an hour. I can say right now, that's probably top speed so far for everyone.
In racing.
In racing, 678, 219 mile an hour. Half track 456, 174 mile an hour there for Nathan. So 1 from 1. Chicago shootout for our bikes as well.
Yeah, Brendan went through with a 781 at 195 miles an hour in the lane beside him, but yeah, Nielsen 219 miles an hour. Huge top-end charge. Obviously saw that 223 from Matt Walker yesterday, who is on track right now. Our number 1 qualifier, Matt Walker, 6.52 seconds at 223 mile an hour. Taking on our number 3 qualifier, Darren Foley on the high booster with a 7.05. He went yesterday 182 mile an hour. Knocking on the door of that 6-second zone, Darren Foley. All right, they're about to move forward now. Matt Walker, 6.52 seconds on a bike with a small tyre, no wheelie bar. Just incredible performances. They're just really stepping up the game, these outlaw bikes.
Yeah, this one stands out for me, this one. Got Matt Walker, this is the one that we've been talking about, and then Darren Foley. So Matt Walker from Wurdong Heights, I think again he's from up North Queensland. North Richmond, New South Wales is Darren Foley. So again, they've come from far and wide to meet each other here. Round 1, Chicago shootout 3 rounds. Let's just call them J-bikes. Turbo no-bar bikes. Yep, you're welcome. Get yourself an 8-bike field if you can, and let's put them against each other.
It looks like Walker's in the back of his rear of the bike. It's up a lot higher this Foley's. Oh no, spin from our number 1 qualifier, but he's back on because Foley's spinning down track, which has allowed Matt Walker to sneak on by. He's going to get the win, goes 919, 165 mile an hour. Darren Foley goes through for an 1136, 94 mile an hour. There was a lot of storylines in that race.
The secret's to try and dead hook, or if you've got a sort of a round tyre on the back. So a lot of guys got the square tyre or a round tyre. The round tyre, you really want that big suspension travel to help you kind of do that little dead hook that you need on that tyre. If you spin that thing like he did, you got no chance. The squarer tyre for Matt Walker, same deal. You want to try and dead hook it, control that tyre speed immediately. Didn't happen either. So then recovering, you can see how the different the different geometry of these bikes. That long swing arm is effectively that suspension pivot that you need, and anyone that does work the suspension hard enough gets a good hookup. It's got to be a perfect clutch hookup as well, and motorcycle clutches are not the easiest thing to get right. They're either in or out, and if you need a degree of slip, well, that's a master class in itself. All right, here we go. Round 1, Street Compact. Guess what? Street Compact, we're knocking them out one at a time. Elijah Bendevsky, 13.55. Guess who he's got? Rusty Wilshire, son of the captain. 11.10, chasing a 13.55. Street Compact is an elimination format. Red light. Oh, Rusty gets the gift. Gets a cherry. Elijah Bendevsky, Street Compact, kicked out in round 1. That's an instant disqualification because of the red light. And at 11.09 on 11.10 was so close to being a disqualification if he went green, Elijah, which he didn't. So Rusty Wilshire into the second round of Street Compact. All right, Street Compact brought to us by, I had them in there, Racer Industries. All right, Ben Moore, check this out, Ben Moore from Alexandra. This is the 1UZ Toyota V8 Turbo E2200 flatbed. Tray back, that's the one I'm looking for. Sarah Roderick dialing in, 1474. Sarah's bumped infringed. There's a bump infringement. The red lights come on, and that's a gift to Ben Moore as well. Sarah, you wouldn't expect Sarah to come up with a bump infringement, but she has.
She rocked through, did she?
She rocked through. I think she went to grab some throttle. I think she went to grab some throttle and didn't have enough brake. A 61 on a 50 for that truck. That's a real sleeper. 10.61 at 130 mile an hour. Into the second round is Ben Moore. All right. Street Compact continues.
I just checked. It is eliminations for Street Compact.
I'm pretty sure it is.
6 rounds.
Six rounds
of racing today for them. Next up, next pairing here in Street Compact. Just waiting for the computer to reset. There was 41 cars down the track in qualifying yesterday.
Now we're still waiting to refresh the numbers here. So look at this little Mazda 323 wagon. And we'll get the name of that guy shortly. And the dial-in I can see on the side of the Hyundai. I don't even know even if it's an N, but you've got to hand it to Hyundai producing 13-second street cars.
Michael Crouch,
13.44, getting chased by 10 flat. Street Compact round number 1, thanks to Racer Industries.
3.5 second head start here for Michael Crouch. He went 13.44 in qualifying yesterday. Gets up the good line, 119 on the tree. Cody Alexander now goes 163, but he's spinning on the start line. Cody Alexander's going to be tough to catch Michael Crouch. He might be able to hope for a breakout. Crouch is way out in front at the moment.
Oh, tap of the brakes, just saw there. 13.83 on a 44, the win there for the Hyundai. Yeah, when you knock the tyre off it like that early, Cody Alexander, that's a fair haul to try and get back. And, you know, people are wondering, well, how come I just saw, you know, a couple of 1,000 horsepower cars go down the track and not spin the tyres, but then you get a 10-second street car do the same thing? It all comes down to what tyre Cody's got on the back. Like, it may not be a Mickey Thompson Radial, it may not be a slick, it might be just a little multi-purpose tyre he uses on the street. Sometimes it's all about the quality of the tyre that you've got on there that affects your performance run to run. Benny B now, 10.90 the dial in for the S15, must have an RB25 in it. Andrew Rankin, 12.99 in the dual cab Hilux. Red lights, so some red lights this morning. Benny B's going to get a gift. He can run what he wants here. Beautiful screaming sound. Here we go. 10-second car. 10.85. Doesn't matter. He's got it. Red light. First disqualify. First or worse. Breakout is less worse than a red light. All right. Scotty Clibborn now and Lockie Sanders. 10-second street cars.
With that Hilux. Got to watch that red light.
Oh, it's the red light the other way, Mark Allen.
Yeah, Scotty Clibborn, unfortunately, he's red lit here and his chances away. Lockie Sanders is going to get the automatic win and he hasn't even left the start line yet.
Oh my God, that's another little Bradbury moment that kicks in. Just when the odds are up in the air, you think there's a sure thing going on here, and then that happens. Something happens. A red light, that little twist and turn in the story.
You know, in events like this where there's such a huge field, 6 rounds of racing, I've always said that you need 1 round of racing where you need a bit of bit of luck.
Just to find that luck.
To get through to the final.
All right, Bradley Halliburton, 10.68 from the Crusader. Beside him, Emily Barron, the Commodore, 15.65. So just looking at the Commodore size to the Crusader size there. Big Luxo barge. I always call the Crusader the Luxo barge. Toyota's larger luxury vehicle. Of course, could never feature in the showroom battles with Falcons and Commodores, but still Toyota's big size car that we had in Australia.
Good life from Emily Barron, 0.60 on the tree. 5-second head start. The Crusader out with a 4.18 reaction time, so just over 0.3 of a second advantage to Emily Barron in the Commodore. She is an experienced campaigner here at Willowbank Raceway. You can see some brake lights there. It goes 15.67 on the 15.65 with the brakes on. Gets the win there. Halliburton actually breaks out as well, 10.65 on that, 10.68 too quick. But Emily Barron going through to round number 2 of Street Compact.
There you go. 2 ways to lose in 1 way. Break out and a tardy reaction time. But Street Compact's knocking them out 1 at a time. Matt Kelly now in the Supra. Nick Wright from Gunelabah. G-O-O-N-E-L-L-A-B-A-H. Good Aussie name. Gunelabah. The RX2 dialing in a 12.50. So he gets a little bit of a head start. 10.70 for the Street Supra. Street Compact round number 1. Dial your own elimination format. Some people are getting early viewing of the rest of the event by being put on the trailer. RX2 is out. Bog on the launch there for Matt Kelly. He's got an 8-speed, he says he's got in this thing now. So, but again, they can sometimes not play the game launch-wise. You've got to get all that sorted as well. 12.85 is going to be the win. So there's a Bradbury as well. 15.10 for Matt Kelly. Just the rotten luck at the wrong time.
Yeah, it really is. He was pretty consistent qualifying with that Supra as well. Next up on track, it will be Brad Dalziel in the Crusader, dialing at 11.30 seconds. It will be a 3-second head start. David Rogers dialing at 14.30 seconds in that Corona. So we can see the Corona there on track. So he went, actually, this is interesting. He didn't run anything. His slowest pass in qualifying was a 14.25. His quickest was a 14.01, but he's dialed in at 14.30 seconds. Dalziel's dialed in at 11.30. His best was an 11.35 yesterday. So Roger's got to be careful to not break out here in round 1 of racing. He went a 14.01.
The stick shift for the Crusader here too. So props to him. Brad Dalziel trying to haul him in. Win light still goes to the old Corona. Double breakout.
Big double breakout both sides of the racetrack there. Yeah, Roger, the lesser of the two, with the 14.09 on that 14.30, which I thought might happen.
Yep.
Because he did go 14.01 yesterday, and just Dalziel goes through for a 10.93 on that 11.30 dial in.
All right, Ash Reason from Strathpine. Haley Scott from Mackay. The Scott Speed sponsored Skyline. Barra powered R34 GDS. 10.00 chasing an 11.60. 13B in the Mazda Bravo, or what would it be, the B2200. No one tapping on the brakes just yet. It is Haley, 10.30 on a 10.00. Slightly better reaction time. Got it there, Ash Reason, 11.78 on an 11.60. So a couple of tenths advantage there over the finish line there for Hales. All right, Jonathan Jones, one of my favourite cars, the little Toyota Echo, the Domino's delivery vehicle. 3RZ in the front, rear-wheel drive. I think it's got like a Tremec in it and a Hilux diff. Chris Johnson, 10.00.
The only thing that concerns me with Jonathan Jones, he's dialed at 10.80. His best was an 11.66 yesterday. Some issues there for Domino's Echo. Chris Johnson, though, well out front, goes to 10.00 dial in.
Careful for breakouts, 10.97. No, he's not that silly. And the little pizza guy, 15.17 for Jonathan Jones. He'll have to, he'll park it, but he can probably masquerade driving around as the pizza guy. It looked pretty good at. He does drag and drives with that thing, so it's really quite freaky to see because he lights the little Domino sign up as he cruises around at night. Everyone thinks it's the delivery guy.
Here you go. How about this for a chase? A 7-second head start for Sema Rosewood in that Mazda, dialing 18.00 seconds. Gets out with a 2:31 reaction time, so 7-second head start. This is why we love Dye Your Own Racing. Martin Klein on the lane beside gets out with a 6:68 reaction time, so 0.4 of a second advantage at the moment for the Mazda Sema Rose Wood. Klein has stolen 11.00. He went 10.68 yesterday in qualifying. It looks like the Mazda's way out in front at the moment. It's a breakout and hands the win back to Martin Klein. Goes 11.75 safe on his 11.00 dial-in. And Sema Rose Wood went 17.67 on the 18.00 dial-in. So that's what we call a breakout. Went too quick. Hands the win back to Martin Klein.
That's 273 out of a million ways to lose a drag race. The next pairing, no. Kai Morgan from Highfield in Queensland, 13.00 for that beautiful S15. Steve Johnson beside from Valentine in New South Wales, that Toyota Celica. Now, I forget whether it's a 2-litre six-banger. It might be a 1G. I can't remember what he had in it. Not an RB20, but it might be a 1G. There's a couple of real early Toyota six-cylinders around at 2-litre. Kai Morgan, 13 flat, gets the head start. Off he goes. It's got like a rotary or something. It sounds like it.
Does sound like it.
Now, you don't want Steve Johnson in this situation. He's done that many Jambos. He knows how to handle his opponents in round one of Street Compact. Puts them to the sword. 11.05 on a 10.70. Kai Morgan, 13.22, not bad, but when you meet up with guys like Steve Johnson that know their way around a Street Compact field, they've been doing it for ages.
Yeah.
Chrome Bar car, always defending for the Chrome Bar Brigade.
Next up, Joseph Friere in the Crusader to take on Trenton Lidgard. So Lidgard in the Ford. So the Ford's stoling at 13.49 seconds. He ran a 13.04 in qualifying yesterday. So he's dialed back nearly half a second there. So it's another one he's going to have to watch for that breakout. And Joseph Riere's dialed in a 10.60. He ran a best of a 10.63 in qualifying.
He's from Alamorvale in New South Wales. Trent Lingard from Waterford West. All right, clean greens. I tell you what, we've got ourselves a drag race right now, Mark Allen. Reaction time, it's very, very similar. How do they go for the dial-in as they hit the stripe? The Falcons out in front. Here comes the Crusader in the top end. Double breakout, 54 on a 60. Beats a 13.36 and a 13.49. 0.051 at the stripe. Good old-fashioned double breakout. No one flinched. I love a race where no one flinches. They just sort of do this. No brakes, just right through. All right, Anthony Dunn. What's this with long roofs? Corolla long roofs and vans. Troy Dunn, 13.50 for the KE. I think, what are we in the vans? Forget KE 28s. Vans normally had an 8 in them. Anthony Dunn. That little, well, it says that little Mazda wagon.
This is a close race across the finish line.
Yeah.
Win like that's Anthony Dunn by 0.04 of a second. 11.92 against the 14.24. Gets win for Anthony Dunn. He goes through to round 2 of Street Compact. Next up, someone who's been here doing this for a long time. Alvin Johnson, the Rotary Reaction Mazda, dialing at 10.20 seconds to take on Griffin Matthews in this Hilux for Tuna Racing. He's dialing at 14.00.
Yeah, we've got more utes than I can remember in the first round.
Oh, issues there for Griffin
God,
Matthews.
did he break something, Griffin Matthews? He might have. Alvin Johnson.
Well, Alvin's got to be careful to not break out here.
Just as Terry said he won't, Alvin lifted. Terry's got the headset on. He's talking directly to Alvin, and Alvin lift. Yeah, this is our first bona fide breaking shed. No one likes a round one breaker, but Griffin Matthews, if this is your first Jambo, well, I'm sure you'll remember it. You don't normally forget your first Jambo. Well, I may have forgotten my first one.
When was
As
first
a,
Jambo
well,
you
mate,
got to,
don't get me started. I'm trying to think. Well, I mean, if I raced my 180B in 1993,
Really?
that's only 3 years after I think Jambo had sort of kicked off. So, I guess, yeah, the very first one. Maybe missed the first one. Again, if you weren't in that clique, there was no social media, no internet. Like, hey, just remember, folks, 35 years on, when we started events like this, no internet. Car clubs, the paper, that was all. There was no social media. You didn't get a text. You would have had to have seen a poster somewhere. You would have had to probably ring a few people. So, when it's the VW club, all the club members must have got in their newsletter that it's coming up. Like,
You're right,
how did you get the word out about the events? So for me to get there in 93 and run that car, I'm sure I ran a car there the year before, 92. So yeah, they're 93. I know 93 I won, but I think I'd had some heartache before 93.
So you've had a win at Jamboree, so you're the only commentator in the box that's
trading
got the experience with a J.
Well, my brother and I both won our brackets that night. So
awesome.
I won the 14 flat to 15.99, and he won the 16 flat and over. And we only had one helmet. That was the story I told yesterday. Zachary Anderson, Trent Nottram, Street Compact, round number 1. Donny Road virtually heads up. Another one of these utilities in the mix. I just get excited when someone goes to the chip, you know what I mean? We've got a race on even though it's a red light, so he's wasted it on the light there, Trent Mottram. And it's going to be the Falcon of Zachary Anderson, takes a 64 on an 11.56 and puts it in his pocket. 128 mile an hour at the end though, so it's got some stick on it. Oh, well, good camera work there. Talk dirty.
So that's Wade Benson.
Wade Benson, you naughty scallywag, you. 1662.
I think
someone else drew it. Paul Wilkes, 1181, chasing down Wade. Oh, he's gone deep. Paul Wilkes, watch out. 101, here's the weight. It's a 5 and a bit, nearly 6 second wait. He's got it. All right, here we go. We've got a race on our hands.
So Wade Benson with 2/10 hole shot here at the moment. The Ute is well out in front. He's stolen a 16.62. And the win line will go to Wade Benson, a 16.90 on that 16.62. Gets the win. Paul Wilkes goes 12.03 and then 11.81 there in the RX-7. Had a little bit of spin on the start line.
And look, Street Compact, round number 1, just about to finish. And it's Laurie Gooley that gets the golden ticket, that gets the solo to finish off. His dial in is 12.90. It's a neat beast, I tell you. It is a neat beast. The Beatles, forever etched in Jamboree folklore, and that hopefully every year. It should almost be mandatory. Can we write it into the Constitution? Volkswagen Beatles must appear. Forever.
Good line from Laurie there, 086. The freebie, the solo pass, stolen in 12.90 seconds. Let's see how close he can go to that dial in. And the V-dub across the finish line, big breakout by half a second, 12.46 on that 12.90. So they definitely will need to do a dial adjustment going into round number 2 of Street Compact.
I'm sorry, pardon? Sorry, it's all motor. So sorry, mate, it's just loud. Yeah.
I was confused there for a second.
Now, I have a funny feeling because all motor is going to be Chicago Shootout. It would normally be dial your own. So I'm assuming this is our quali. This could be our quali.
Yes.
So this is Q3 for all motor. Now I'm just assuming because there's no dial-ins here. So this is Q3 from last night, righto. These guys were in the staging lanes 11 o'clock last night and didn't get the run because of an oil down right at the end of the last bracket. So here we go. Last hit for these guys, Matthew Guffog and Nick Bentz.
Yeah, it definitely helps you have to qualify on race day. That dial it's around one racing. Nick Bentz up to 110 and that being up to 195 from Matthew in that little Datto. So Bentz ran a best of an 11.63 so far, and this one goes 712 miles an hour, and Matthew Fogg goes through for a 13.80 at only 74 miles an hour, so he had some issues there off of it early across the finish line. All motor qualifying round number 3, Chris. Yeah,
Trent Bianco back here with this Fiat X19 with the Mitsubishi 380 V6 and auto. Normally in a front-wheel drive car, but it's all in the back of the X19. 1086 was its quali. Michael Williams in another Beetle. He ran 1280s yesterday. Last quali for these guys now.
Michael Williams getting the red lights out of the way here in qualifying session number 3. Trent Bianco is our number 2 qualifier at the moment. He goes 10.73, 126 miles an hour. Michael Williams at 12.87 at 105 miles an hour. It is definitely loud here, Diggles, in all motor. Naturally aspirated.
I love this. Sean Benchlak from Thermistor in New South Wales. That little Corolla with the 13B. Brendan Burnett from Pottsville. 2.3 litres of Beetle.
Yeah, Burnett out with a 138 reaction time in that V-dub. Can he get to the 11-second zone here in Q3? Because he was close to it yesterday. It goes 12.18, 110 miles an hour. And Sean goes through for a 15.25, 61 miles an hour. So he had some issues there across the finish line. He did run a best of 13.17 yesterday.
Yeah, so all motor, of course, as the name proclaims, no power adders, all engine. And I love that when we did the rules for all motor, we didn't stop at 2 rotor and 4 cylinder. We allowed 3 rotor, 4 rotor, 4 cylinder, 5 cylinder, 6 cylinder into all motor. So we're getting all sorts of creations, but I love what James Bikinos has done. Cranky little 13B in a massive 1300. Michael Holman, 2332cc in the Beetle. Q3 for all motor. That's all motor. 1076 there for James Bikinos. 1076. The guys are happy.
And Holman with a 003 reaction time goes through for a 12.79. Next up, Jason Studley in the Cortina. He's won a few J's over the years to take on Taz Gregorio in the Mazda for Taz Building Services. So Taz has run a best of a 14.51 so far, currently qualified 13th. Jason Studley very consistently in the 11.80 zone. He's currently our 6th qualifier in the Cortina.
It's one of the reasons why we loved putting 6-bangers in the all-motor rules, because this is an Aspo Barra in a Cortina, off the foot brake, 11-second demon Jason Studley. All motors a perfect class for a guy that never thought he'd ever run at a Jambo, but now he can. Now that's a left-hand drive RX2 as well. I think it's pretty cool.
Yeah, Jason Studley will go across the finish line first. Another 11.85, 113 miles an hour. Definitely going to be the guy to beat. Gregorio goes through for the 13.62, 103 miles an hour. So he's quickest pass off the weekend here at Q3.
Oh, I love these guys. Elias Melky from Leichhardt, Andrew Stavropoulos from Casula. They followed all motor for a fair bit. They love this, love the class. Gearbox maybe. A Jambo breakage, here we are. Might be a Jambo breakage. Stavropoulos, again, last quali for him, 12.40. 12.42, 12.40, 12.31. Very good setup there for Andrew, but that is not good for Elias. The last thing you want on J-Day is to get that last quali in and then break something pretty hectic. So whatever it is, it's
it doesn't look like
she's
a bit
bit
locked up.
She's a bit cruncho. Now whether we can get it out of gear, whether it's locked up the gearbox solid, could you put the clutch in and try and do it that way? Do not know. But that is, we've had a tiny little bit of breakage this morning. This is heartbreaking that it's happened in the last qualifying run. So fixing it for round 1, which will be up shortly, I would imagine, is going to be hard for him to get it repaired by then, whatever's happened there. But whether it broke first gear or whatever, I think no, he hasn't got it. Oh, here we go. We've pushed past. See if it picks that spot up, crunchy spot again. Ready? Does it pick it up again? No. You know, you push it back, roll, crunch, roll, crunch, roll, crunch.
It's never a fun thing as a racer, hearing those noises.
Look, it happens. It wouldn't be a Jambo without breakage. It wouldn't be a Jambo without horsepower. Horsepower and breakage, RPM and breakage, traction and horsepower. Not a good mix. Throw in some metal, some oil, all the different things that make up mechanical items. Put horsepower on one end, a sticky track on the other, and somewhere in between you're going to find
the weak spot.
You're going to find the break in the system there, and this time might have been input shaft, could have been a rear uni, I don't know. There was no little critters on the track, no little needle rollers, so you'd assume the drive shaft's in it, but input shaft may not be in there. Might have left the chat, might have been a bit of shearing off. Mechanical carnage, we've had a little bit of it. And to finish off the round of all motor, Xavier Silas, Q3 coming up for him. And how good is it? Of course, we've had Elwyn Silas, Mr. Gemini for years. Gemrack, God live, may the Gemini live forever as well, I hope. Built in Acacia Ridge in Brisbane, these things by Holden. And it's a 2-litre.
Very popular car when I was Gemini.
And we were talking about this yesterday, folks. You know the cars you bought for a couple of $100? I paid $400 for a Gemini station wagon once, and when I had a Gemini for a while, I think I paid $400 for it. These days, you will not. You might get a Gemini hubcap for $400. Those cars, and I love how those cars over the years, basically, nearly the throwaway car. Cars were they were throwaway cars back in the day. If it had too much rust in it or whatever, I mean, those things used to go mechanically forever with the Isuzu drivetrain. They'd go forever mechanically, but then it was just about, whether you didn't crash it or it didn't rust away. And of course, in Brazil, they're mad about them. They run their own version, the Opel Kadett. So the version of Gemini lives at other drag strips all over the world, but especially in Brazil, there's a lot of them as Chevettes or basically as Chevettes or Cadets. I think in Europe, Cadets could be Chevettes. All right, here we go. Our first round of Chicago Shootout for the Euro, guys. Adrian Tripp, 1180, 1050 for John Arnold. So, yeah, dial your own Chicago Shootout. I think that's what we're doing for the Euros. Yep, dial your own Chicago Shootout. Let's go.
So we're just looking. Adrian Tripp is just outside the stage beams here. You can see, has he got the hazards on, or is it just it looks like might be issues for Adrian Tripp here. So he's out of the car. John Arnold will have a solo party around $1 and 10.50 seconds in that beat up. That's unfortunate for Tripp. See Arnold out with an 8:47 reaction time. He's on 10.50 seconds around best of a 10:48. Sorry, qualifying yesterday goes 10:24 here. This time around 138 miles an hour. So you might have to see a bit of a dial-in adjustment in round number 2 for Euro. And unfortunately for Tripp, getting pushed back here, definitely not the Tripp he wanted.
People having a few flashbacks there from the early days. Yes, good mate of mine, Paulie Pies, known him since I think about grade 8. Come down from where he lives up there at Agnes Waters, come down here to take in Jamboree. He remembers the day running his Gemini, TC Gemini, and my Mazda Capella, right? So my little 19-second Capella. I don't know what his Gemini ran. He used to hot that thing up. It was the loudest Gemini definitely in Brisbane. We used to jump them at Cochrane Street there at Paddington. There's a road there you can get some air. We used to jump them there. Stuart Twydale, he's going to get the win. And again, remember, this is Chicago Shootout. So 1 from 1 going to go to Stuart Twydale. I'd say that's his brother, Hayden Twydale, beside him. So they're a golf family. 1367 breakout anyway. Red light dashed his chances of racking up a 1 from 1. A 1064 and a 1060 is a 1 from 1. So Stuart Twydale in Euro kicking off with a perfect mark. So,
see what you did there, mate.
Yeah.
Next up, Ben Conroy in the Audi. Our number 1 qualifier, 9.50 seconds is his dial. 147 mile an hour out of this Audi yesterday.
Yep.
965 he ran in qualifying. Just incredible, really. This is what you call sleepers. A 9-second sleeper here.
That 5-banger. Glad to have a few 5-bangers. 954 on the 950.
150 miles an hour.
Yeah,
out of the Audi.
That ain't kidding, that thing. And back to what we said in the initial rules that we did for Jambo when we started to adhere to sort of sport compact style rules, is that we made sure that somewhere along the line, and I know this is just off topic because in Euro, yes, Audi 5 cylinders are in there, but we did put in the rules for things like all motor and the like, 4, 5 and 6. We actually didn't say 4 and 6, we said 4, 5 and 6, because I did figure somewhere along the line, people are going to see the 5-cylinder thing and go, you know what, well, I want to do a 5-cylinder. And of course, these Audis, they're renowned as being a pretty tough engine. I know there's Volvo ones out there as well. There's still a few little 5-banger things that you can look. If you look in the rules, you could run an all motor with one, which would be nuts. Those people out there watching, there's somewhere for you to come and run in Jambo. We made sure the rules had all of that. So we're going to do some track prep here. We've got obviously some recap to come up shortly. Our formalities were supposed to be at about 11:40. Because we figured we were going to need all that time to get there. So essentially we're nearly 20 minutes early on everything so far after J1. Basically, this is J Day. We've just seen round 1 of everything. We've seen elimination format work. We've seen Chicago Shootout format work. And, we are technically about 18, 19 minutes ahead. That's great. So we're going to do some prep. We've got formalities to come. We're going to do some interviews, have some recaps, grab that merch. well, you got the opportunity down at Jam Central. I don't know how many of those 35th anniversary shirts are still around, but get down and grab them. And we'll do a little bit of track prep, throw to a little bit of recaps and breaks and music, and be back with more.
The biggest event anywhere on the planet.
The first 7-second pass ever at the Jamboree.
Mr. 6 Second is now Mr. 200 miles per hour. Scaramouche, the world's quickest RX3.
Welcome to the Brisbane Jamboree for 2024. My name's Rusty Gregory. Willowbank Raceway, make some noise.
Oh no, hang on to it.
Caught short a little bit on the start. Oh, problem for Wilshire. That just became the quickest street-timed GTR in the world.
Oh, it's got a triple rotor in it.
The quickest 4-cylinder powered car in Australia.
When you're racing at school, then line up.
We have to get out of it.
What a wheel stand from the Grimmers.
The quickest car in the country, second quickest Evo in the world. The world's quickest sport compact drag car.
The Pack Performance team back up here in Queensland for the 6th year. Rocky, how's the car going?
Gotten to a point where it's not actually horsepower anymore, it's just getting it down to the ground.
Now Rocky out hard. It's the dream Jamboree for the Pack Performance crew.
That is the first Australian 9-second front-wheel drive pass ever.
Glenn Suckling in Australia for the first time.
Track's definitely better than our country, that's for sure.
That just became the quickest street-timed GTR in the world, right in front of us. Dominic Rigoli has just broken the Australian WRX record.
Archie Gierski absolutely on a mission.
Heaven 29 still has to chase the Tack boys though.
Here's this awesome quad rotor of Bill Nav, the only engine of its type in the world.
If there's no competition, you're not drag racing.
It is getting a bit out of control.
Fire, big fire for Nova. Oh, we've got a fire for the RX3.
But it all comes down to 28/9. These things dance around.
Mate, I love it, mate. There's chicks everywhere. There's cars, burnouts, horniness. It's fantastic.
Yeah, it's a great day, and heaps of women.
Oh, it's a spiritual experience.
How are you enjoying today?
Yeah, it's good, mate. Good. The girls are good. The cars are good too.
Rumble drive burnouts.
Grump is ready to run.
Expecting big things from him.
Scotty Wilson in the
Oh! Talk about keep the power down.
Tail shaft everywhere.
What do you contribute that to?
Hard-working crew, mate.
What do you like most about the Jamboree?
4 cylinders and rotaries. Still burnouts.
He loves the burnout, this Tony Wedlock.
Colin Wilshire, we've just seen him run his first 7-second pass.
Dano's at home parked up, but we've got the Celica now.
The quickest car in the country.
A brand new sport mod record.
Or maybe you'd like to see the little supercharged Fiat-powered car of Phil Penny.
I tell you what, I think it likes laughing gas.
The entire quarter mile to unleash that horsepower. 655.
Oh! And the car blasts out of the hole, but Sadek has the edge. There's a pair of the baddest Nissans anywhere in the world on track right now. Leaves the line hard and then breaks the axle.
Road compact. And the crowd love Mr. Mad.
Here's the quickest street-tired GTR in Australia. Stay tuned for more of the Jamboree.
For nearly 2 decades, the sport compact scene in Australia has predominantly been dominated by rotary engines.
Joe Signorelli back again, the Rotomaster Series 6.
I told him when he made the switch to the 2JZ, he'd love it and he'd never go back.
This
Felica's coming home hard. Joe Signorelli, new world record. The quickest, the fastest pass by a small compact drag car in history.
It's beautiful, unbelievable. Couldn't happen to a better event.
Nick Baghdadi goes to the number 1 SR20 spot on the planet.
Apparently we're the fastest in the world now.
This is a good pass from Rod Harvey.
Oh, 75!
575.
Nothing could stop the dominance of the El Humilde Corolla from Puerto Rico. All of his passes was 614 or quicker. Makoto Watanabe from Japan made it to the finals. He went up against Kelly Beck, who had been pushing hard to run the first 6-second pass in the Datsun Ute.
Rodney Raham in the RX-8.
There's the first 640 in VDB Australian drag racing history.
And what's your favourite type of race car?
Rotary, of course. The noise, definitely.
This is a fairly even matchup. Ivan Scaramuka leaves with the wheels in the air, carries it out through second and third gear.
Ivan Scaramuka, the world's quickest RX-3.
That's right, mate. Number 1 in the world. Number 1 in the world, brother. See that? Number 1 in the world.
Takes a free shot at the tree and takes a billet J home from the biggest sport compact event anywhere. And Rodriguez does not fall for the game. He drills the start line and he's gone. It's all over. Kelly Corbett wins Jamboree. 2 Colin Wilshire, he is keeping the 20B at bay with a little 2-litre engine. The boss, he's left him on the start line. Perfect Jamboree debut for the Factory Extreme rookie. Steve Barnett runs Australia's first 13B 6-second pass.
Put your hands together for Anthony Matsuk. 662, 190 miles an hour. Whoa.
Chris Hall.
He was well and truly up on 2 wheels.
In Factory Extreme final. What a pass, folks. What a run.
Ray, how is the event going? This looks huge.
I think the show is probably the premier place to be.
I've had a lot of fun racing this year. Well, that's a walk on the wild side with Anthony Rodriguez.
Jamboree is one of the best events. I love Jamboree.
Good tune-up, good car, good brothers, and drive it like you stole it.
Been a bit sceptical initially that the event just before Saunders would bring in enough people to make it a worthwhile day, and I'm sure you all appreciate that it's a top day. Well, I'm sure Ray wants you all back next year.
It's a 2-day extravaganza where people who are fans of fast cars, of show cars, and all the added excitement, they can come and get it all. They can soak it all up, and we're right behind it all the way.
motorsports and a commitment to innovation, Fueltech has established itself as a leading developer and manufacturer of high-performance vehicle control units and automotive electronics. Our mission is to provide cutting-edge technology and solutions that empower enthusiasts and professionals alike to push the boundaries of performance and efficiency. Fueltech, everywhere.
Real Street is an international retailer and distributor focused on finding new and better ways to be your favorite place to buy parts from. Parts that we know could be purchased elsewhere if we don't exceed your expectations. Your builds are expensive investments that deserve a premium experience. We are a group of over 30 car enthusiasts who have found a way to earn a living doing what we love for people who share our obsession with racing. For 18 years, our experienced staff has helped racers pick the parts they need to meet their goals the first time. We understand that missed deadlines mean missed races. If you're ready for a premium buying experience, give us a chance.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannons,
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannons, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
For over 120 years, Bosch Motorsport has fueled racing legends. Some things never change. Every detail, at every moment, optimized. When quality and performance is demanded, choose Bosch Motorsport fuel pumps.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Okay. We're getting close to our formal part. We've got a few formalities. One's going to be our big trophy presentation at the end of the day when we crown all the 2025 winners of our Jamboree racing categories. But some formalities to start before the first session of Factory Extreme and the like. So please, the formality part is coming shortly. We've got a fantastic crowd out there, not only on the spectator side. Give us a wave there, everyone. Good to see you all taking in the beautiful Queensland sun. We've still got a fair few back in the stands over here. How are you, folks? Good to see you all. Our formalities not too far away, and we'll get that underway. Are we ready to kick off there, Kel? Just about. So we're just getting the word that we're just about ready to start with all of that. How long before we do that, do you think? Okay, so we've still got a little bit of track prep to do here in front of us, but this is where we're going to do our formalities from very, very soon. Not only part of our opening ceremony, but also a couple of more special things that we want to do, because it is a special occasion. It is the 35th year, one of the longest running drag racing events you could think of anywhere in the world. It's happened right here, of course, at Willowbank Raceway, the birthplace of Jamboree 35 years ago. So bear with us a few more minutes as we do our track prep, because we want to get this spraying done before we do all of our opening ceremony and presentations, because straight after our formalities will be round one of all of our pro categories, including Factory Extreme. So that's not too far away. If you are getting merchandise or getting food, grab it the next couple of minutes. You people on the mound, sit for a little bit. We're going to be out here with formalities real soon, and then we'll kick off round one of racing for our Factory Extreme category. So that's coming up in about, I think, 10 minutes time after we spray the track.
Fueltech has established itself as a leading developer and manufacturer of high-performance vehicle control units and automotive electronics. Our mission is to provide cutting-edge technology and solutions that empower enthusiasts and professionals alike to push the boundaries of performance and efficiency. Fueltech, everywhere.
Real Street is an international retailer and distributor focused on finding new and better ways to be your favorite place to buy parts from. Parts that we know could be purchased elsewhere if we don't exceed your expectations. Your builds are expensive investments that deserve a premium experience. We are a group of over 30 car enthusiasts who have found a way to earn a living doing what we love for people who share our obsession with racing. For 18 years, our experienced staff has helped racers pick the parts they need to meet their goals the first time. We understand that missed deadlines mean missed races. If you're ready for a premium buying experience, give us a chance.
Boys, check. Hello, yes. Thank you, Real Street. Okay, attention in the pits. We'll talk over this footage. That's fine, we can. Our formalities very close to starting, including our opening ceremony and a few acknowledgements. So if you want to get yourselves back into the grandstand, that'll be great. We'd love to have a few people here for all part of this formality. So we're going to start that in a couple of minutes. We've got a team photo to do first. All right, team photo. Team photo to do first. Everyone should be getting into the stands because we're going to do all our formalities shortly, including our opening ceremony and a few acknowledgements. Okay, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. If we can get everyone back to the grandstands for our opening ceremony. Get a few of them, our crowd hanging up down the side there. Come on up. Come and be a part of our formalities. As we said, we've got more formalities later when we're trying to crown all of our Jamboree champions through racing today. But we also want to acknowledge that, you know, it's a 35-year-old event. We want to acknowledge this magic milestone. So please get yourselves into the grandstands. Everyone here in the mound's all ready to go. So a few in the stands. All right, folks, thanks for joining us. Come on into the stands, please. Not too far away from the beginning of our fantastic first formalities. Of course, the big formalities later, who gets those J's at the end of the day. That's what we're all going to see. It's going to be a big day of racing. But we've also got to do our a few acknowledgements and how we got here to 35 years. So we're just about all ready. One extra triple check from the girls. We're still getting pencils and pens pointed at different things, which means that's good. We're very, very close and just about ready to rumble. Of course, remember, we're going into Factory Extreme round one after all of this too. That's why we're just making sure we've got Factory Extreme cars ready and we've got them just outside the burnout box, which looks pretty good. We've got people standing around, that's pretty good. And are we ready? We can just about go, just about ready. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, big round of applause. Welcome back to Jamboree for the 35th year. Come on. 35 years. 35 years of this. Look what it's become. One of the most epic drag racing events you can put anywhere in the world, and it's happening right here in Brisbane, Queensland at Willowbank Raceway. The brainchild of a VW club. It was a club-based event at the beginning. Cars that didn't quite fit in the normal mainstream structure of drag racing. Let's put small cars down the track at its own event. Jamboree was born. We're going to acknowledge a few people in regards to that before the end of these presentations. But let me also say that this is 35 years. We have to celebrate in some way, and Colin has come up with an amazing concept of Jamboree icons. So we are going to acknowledge a couple of our Jamboree icons today at the 35th anniversary of Jamboree. We intend to, every year from now on, at this time, acknowledge further Jamboree icons. We know we have too many to do in one day. We don't want to do all 5,000 of them in the one day, but for the 35th anniversary, we thought we'd acknowledge a few people that have got us to where we are today through various means. So what we'll do is we're going to say someone's name, they're going to come up, we're going to bring them here. We've got, I think, a media package for each person. Then we're going to give them something special. So, in no particular order, our first Jamboree icon that we're going to acknowledge. Have we got Mr. Dave Reed there? Dave Reed. Surprise. Surprise. He's surprised. No one knows this, right? Yeah, he brings the camera with us. Now, look, Dave, why you've been acknowledged is because all in the early days, we didn't have social media, we didn't have computers, we didn't have anything. So photographs are still a very important part of capturing the vibe of an event. And we know that your photos over the years with Drag Photos and Just Dave and all of that have provided the images of Jamboree for us. So we want to acknowledge you as a Jamboree icon, one of our first to be inducted into our Jamboree icons. So Dave, before we go any further, Let's have a little bit of a look at the screen here and see if we can see a little dedication to Dave Reed's work.
Just want to take a moment to give you a huge shout out to someone who's been a massive part of the Willowbank Raceway family for years. Dave Reed from dragphotos.com.au. Dave's been capturing the action trackside since the late 90s. Yep, he's been out here in the rain, hail or shine, shooting everything from grassroots events to the biggest rounds of racing here, such as the Garrett Jamboree. If you raced at Willowbank, there's a good chance Dave snapped you at one of your proudest moments. But he's more than just a guy with a camera. Dave's photos tell the story of our sport, the people, the cars, the atmosphere. And he's helped keep the spirit of drag racing alive for fans and racers all over Australia. So next time you see Dave trackside, give him a wave or a thumbs up. We're lucky to have him capturing the memories that make Willowbank so special. Thanks for everything, Dave.
Dave?
Just wanted to take a moment to show a bit of respect to Dave Reed. Obviously, he's a part of the Spot On family, as many would know, and what he's done for us over the years by obviously capturing the growth of Spot On from day dot to where we are now, and not only for us, but for everyone that's ever been to the drag strip can obviously stop and appreciate what he does for the sport. There's a few things that go into building our sport, and one of them is capturing the moments, and that's been Dave's job since day dot, and he's just killed it ever since. So from behalf of Spot On, mate, and everyone that's with us and the family and everyone, we just want to say thank you, mate. And without you, the sport, especially here in Queensland, wouldn't be the same. So thanks, mate.
Ladies and gentlemen, get some applause for our first icon and captain with a special icon trophy, Dave Reed. You can make a speech or not?
No, for someone that talks a lot, pretty humbled, I guess. It's yeah, it's been a great event, and I can't thank everyone else that supported us along the way.
Well done, and let's the images do the talking. Dave Reed, one of our first icons to be acknowledged here at Jamboree for his services to the photographic media. Thank you, Dave. Thank you. Jamboree icon. You got a photo with Cole? Can you take your own photo? No, you can't. Someone else from Drag Photos, the big man over there, is going to get the photo for him. Thank you, Dave Reed, our first Jamboree icon, as we said, in no particular order. Thank you, Dave. Our second inductee, well, we have to acknowledge people that have been there from the very start, from the very roots of Jamboree. This guy not only was at the very root of the first ever Jamboree, but you know what? This is another great way to acknowledge that Volkswagens were a very big part of it. At that stage, this was also still probably is the loudest Volkswagen we've ever had. He's done a lot of racing. He never seems to miss one. Our second Jamboree icon to be acknowledged is Dave Butler. Thank you, Dave. Let's have a look and see whether we might have something there and a bit of a tribute to you, son.
Not many would know this, but there was a handful of us that started the first Jamboree, and Dave Butler was one of those people. Dave was the instigator, initially first contacting Willowbank Raceway about running the Jamboree event. We were all Volkswagen fanatics, racing with Peter Page and Craig Brown up at Willowbank, and we kind of got sick of the V8 guys hanging shit on the four cylinders all the time, so we hatched a bit of a plan, and Dave spoke to Dennis in the early years to make an inquiry about running the first event at Willowbank Raceway. Dave was a Volkswagen guy as well, but he had a Volkswagen that ran 21 seconds. Not exactly lightning fast, but he was an enthusiast nonetheless, and got the event running. Myself, Mark Stanbury, and a couple other guys were involved with the event in general itself. When the event came around on the day, Dave had already just purchased an ex-Peter Keegan supercharged Beetle hill climb car. So he raced that car at the first event. And then the VW Club, along with Mark, myself and a couple other people, managed the logistics on the day And Willowbank themselves, Dennis ran the racing side of things, so we didn't have much to do with that at all at the time. And with discussions with Dennis Ceramus, the cost to run the event was going to be $1,400 or $20 per head, whichever was greater. At the time, the club was very concerned about having the $1,400, and what if only 20 people turned up? So Dave Butler himself guaranteed that $1,400, which was the main reason the event went ahead. After the first year, Dave got the bug for drag racing, and that's when Mark and I and the rest of the club members took on running the event ourselves, and then Dave concentrated on his racing side of things. Unbeknown to many, Dave Butler was an instrumental part of the first Jamboree.
And what we're looking at here is Dave Butler's VW engine. Now, let me tell you, it is all motor, 2700cc mechanical injected VW running in GRP Automotive all motor. That's what it's all about, not a single turbo or power adder in sight. There you go, Dave Butler, and for your contributions, not only to the first Jamboree, but through your racing. Photo with Cole there, please, Dave. There he is. And, you know, these are special icon trophies. They've got something special on each one. This one's got the VW logo there. And, Dave, just quickly, as we come over here, that's pretty much a fair assumption of it. We're talking to each other. $1,400 was the bomb back then. That was a lot of money.
Yeah, that was about 10 weeks of my wages at the time. So it was a big decision to make, but as history shows, it turned out to be the right decision.
You still competed. You runner-up in all motor last year. So, I mean, it's still, the desire to race is still there. But, I mean, as an outsider looking at what's happened since then, is there still an immense amount of pride that you did play that part?
There is, and it's nice to have the reminder of that, because it seems like yesterday, but 35 years. It's a long time. I was 21 when I did that, and now I'm 56, so it's pretty emotional.
Oh, come on, give him a round of applause. Our second Jamboree icon. Give him a round of applause. VW through and through, Dave Butler, our second Jamboree icon. And remember, every year, we're going to have icons come up every year. Third one, in no particular order. This guy, well, again, it's not just the one guy, it's a whole group of guys. But this guy came out back when he did a lot of steering. These days he does a lot of steering from standing behind a lot of the cars, oversees a lot of things. But let me tell you, he also helped put Jamboree on the map in a big way. So let's get our next icon up here. It is Rocky Rahayam. Our third Jamboree icon, Rocky. Let's have a look what we might have found from the young Rocky back in the day, shall we? Rocky Rahayam, another team, another guy, another family that got the Jamboree bug. They were doing rotary engines for a long time. They found drag racing, and what would happen if Pac never found drag racing? I mean, Rocky had Pac-Man in the early days. Then they went to their first 20B with George driving. It really changed the landscape of what people would expect and accept in drag racing circles. And certainly in the early days of Jamboree, it was Pac, it was Rodriguez, it was a great battle between the two. And really at the end of the day, the common ground was the ET boards and how quick you could go with a rotary car. Rocky was one of those guys in the early days that really found a passion for it to not only keep blowing your ETs, but of course that meant more phone calls at Pac Performance on Monday. So they would race on the weekend and benefit in the workshop during the week from their exploits on the drag strip.
I met Rocky about 30 years ago, I reckon. We got to know each other about that time because of our love of rotaries, and we just started, working together on him building fast rotaries and me making boost control. And I think that's where the love began. Rocky started using TurboSmart products back in the 90s, and that's when we started really working together on seeing how we could get these turbocharged rotaries to make as much boost reliably as we could, and Rocky's absolute passion for drag racing and the rotary engine, he would give our products at absolute hiding, and he'd demand a lot from our products. He'd come back with bits and pieces that he had broken of our stuff, and we'd have to go back to the drawing board and see how we could make our products better and better, and eventually helping him become, you know, a very successful drag racer.
So the Pack Performance teams, their passion and enthusiasm for the sport and Jamboree in general is absolutely second to none. Rocky, being the older brother, also supported his other brothers in the team, in the Pack Performance team, with George also taking on driving duties. As time went on, Rocky stepped aside and concentrated more on the tuning side of the business, supporting his customers and his other brothers, George and Rodney. The Rocky and the Pack Performance team are probably one of the most recognised drag racing teams in Australia and around the world, and are well respected not only in Australia but also overseas. The Rocky, Rahane and Pack Performance have been involved in the Jamboree since the mid-90s, and it's great to have seen these guys grow and continue to grow to this day in the sport of drag racing here in Australia and around the world.
Come on, folks, a big round of applause for this man. He's still just as handsome as he was back then. Our next inductee as a Jamboree icon, Rocky Rahane. And get a photo there with Cole. Not only one of the most well-known rotary drag racing teams in Australia, but world famous now, world famous. Remember, the world record still keeps going backwards and forwards. You guys had the world record. The world record's back over there in Puerto Rico, but you guys still, you just won't stop, Rocky, will you? The juggernaut. What is it about Jambo that's seen your life probably change forever?
You know, it's been like a 35-year love-hate relationship with Ray Box and Jamboree. Leading up to the event, it's just full stress. We hating Colin and Ray and the whole Jamboree, but at the event, like, it's second to none. I mean, I've raced around the world, of course, and this place is just awesome. Like, we lack nothing to the overseas crowd or to the overseas event. So congratulations to all the guys, all the racers, all the fans, all the crew, all the officials that make this place happen. It's awesome. Best event.
Put your hands together for our latest Jamboree icon, the first inductee. Oh, please, can we have Karen up here too, because there can't be a Rocky without a Karen. Come on, folks. One more big round of applause, not only for these two, but the whole Pack family. Yeah, that was a big one, that one. That was a big one. We do have another one that we thought, you know what, we won't put him first, but we will put him in the right place. And this is the guy, again, with the group, as he acknowledged, that sort of hatched the idea. As you heard him say, drag racing in Australia would hang a lot of crap on anything that wasn't a V8. We live in a V8-dominated environment in drag racing. The small cars weren't getting the acknowledgement. These guys decided to stick it up the V8s. You could even bash a V8 on that day at that very first event. What a great, that's a master stroke. So this is why we've got to bring him up, because guess what happened 35 years ago? A plan was born. Look what's happened in 35 years. You've got to acknowledge this guy. Ray Box, please, the latest and greatest Jamboree icon. Now, Ray, can we look at the screen here, mate? Let's see if we've got a little bit of something on our founder.
Thank you all very much. Give yourselves a clap. Right, hey! It's been a great day.
Some people are called pioneers in their own fields. how I describe Ray Box, I don't think Ray would want to be known as a pioneer. He was just a promoter that wanted to have a day where he could drag race with all his Volkswagen friends, and invited, of course, not only the Volkswagens but a lot of the other small cars that were around at the time, back when you could get a small car for a reasonable amount of money. Ray was probably one of the first guys to sort of want to have a day with some drag strip emphasis on it. And look, a lot of shows in the early days were show and shines, didn't really have anything to do with motorsport. So the pairing of Ray Box and his VW community at Willowbank Raceway seemed to be a very perfect fit. It allowed people then to not only have their cars on display, but allowed them to take them out on the drag strip and get that magic time slip that we all love if we're addicted to drag racing. Of course, like most of us in the days, we would start going to jamborees when they were on every year, and it was a scene that we all wanted to get into. And I can't exactly know what year it was that when I started my announcing career in about 98, 99, that Ray had actually asked me to do jamboree as commentary. And I took that with both hands because that was kind of up my alley. I was a four-cylinder guy, loved anything different. Used to love watching those cars go down at Jamboree. So then for Ray to give me the opportunity to kind of be the voice of Jamboree from the early days, it was a great honour and I loved it.
And that pink head of yours, have a look at that for a promoter.
You like it or what? I don't think I stand out in the crowd enough, so I thought I'd better do something pretty wild for the day.
In the early 1990s, Australian drag racing was almost exclusively the realm of the V8. But in southeast Queensland, enthusiasts in the Volkswagen Drivers Car Club wanted their shot at the quarter mile as well. They saw a future for drag racing that nobody else did, and the driving force behind that vision was Ray Box. While Top Fuel ruled the strip, Ray believed that there was room and an audience for a bunch of VW enthusiasts to have their turn at the drag strip. And hey, if a bunch of other drag racing outcasts wanted a shot as well, that was fine too. And so in 1991, Jamboree was created with a hand-drawn poster and a goal to create an opportunity for club members to go drag racing. It was part event, part private track hire, and entirely revolutionary. Soon the Beetles, the Combis and the Carmageas were joined by turbocharged imports and screaming Rotaries, cars that were faster, lighter and wilder than anything people had seen before. Australian sport compact drag racing was here. As Jamboree evolved, it became a festival. It wasn't just about the quarter mile, it was about culture, street cars, show cars, and an energy that blended motorsport and lifestyle. By the early 2000s, Jamboree had grown far beyond its humble beginnings at Willowbank Raceway and had become a business in its own right with Ray at the helm. The cars were quicker, the crowds were bigger, and the event had become the undisputed home of sport compact drag racing in the Southern Hemisphere. Teams from the United States, Japan, New Zealand and even Puerto Rico travelled to Jamboree to test themselves against the best sport compact drag races Australia has to offer and to be part of this iconic event. You have to have guts, you have to be smart, you also have to be a little bit crazy to spend your time, your effort and your money planning parties that you just hope people are going to come to. Ray is all of those things and more, and our part of the drag racing scene and the car scene as a whole owes him a debt of gratitude for the creation of the Jamboree. It's helped put sport compact drag racing and Australian talent on the map and helped to inspire new events all around the world. So thank you, Ray, for recognising the races that don't necessarily fit the mould and for making a place for us to do our thing. Let's race.
Oh boy, tearing up there. Ray, get your turbocharged contraption over there and get yourself, well, Colin will meet you halfway right here. We'll get you your icon trophy and a photo with the captain. Of course, the current and ongoing owner of Jamboree now, Colin, took the baton from Ray just on 10 years ago this event and is going to be one of our Jambo icons. It's massive, isn't it? Hey Ray, we've heard a little bit from you up there on those tributes, but it's so good to have you here today. And yeah, one event a year was all you needed, mate, because you'd spend all year preparing for it and you'd be cooked come the event because it was so emotional.
Yeah, you're dead right there, Chris. It certainly took a lot to bring the Jamboree to fruition, and But without the support of sponsors and racers and especially my family, my darling wife Maxine over there, and daughters Jazz and Paige that's over in Scotland at the moment. But yeah, we certainly put our heart and soul into it, and yeah, and it's just amazing. Here we are 35 years later. I may have moved on from it now, and Colin and Kelly are taking over the business, but I'm still love being a part of it. And you know, if I ever get a phone call, hey Ray, what do you think of this? I'm always there to throw my opinion and help the best way I can.
Hey, give him a round of applause, Ray Box. Hey, can we get the girls up for a photo, please, as well? Can we get up Max and Jazz up there as well? We've got to get the photo there as well with the. Watch out for the sticky stuff right here. Let me tell you. Get there a photo with Ray and the girls. So good to have you guys run this for so long. And remember, didn't rest on your laurels every year, made it bigger, better every year. Brought the rule structure in, brought the rules in. We had rules committees. We talked to racers, and guess what? The racer base was right in your pocket for the last 35 years and continues on. So, round of applause, our last Jambo icon for now, Mr. Ray Box, and Max and Jazz. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Diggs. I'm just stealing the microphone off you here. So our final Jamboree icon, he does not need any introduction whatsoever. He brings the Brap to Brap City. He's my brother from another mother. He is the sounds of Sport Compact, and he is the life of the Jamboree party. Our final icon of Jamboree, none other than Chris Diggles.
Probably one of the most entertaining vehicles at the Jamboree. He's always been the high-stepping R100 of Chris Dalton from Victoria.
So Chris Diggles, Chris the Dr. Diggles, where do you start? Chris has been with us since probably early 2000s, I would say. Originally as a racer, but then he showed his traits in the commentary side of things. Chris is an absolute wealth of knowledge, enthusiasm. Is just second to none when it came to Jamboree drag racing, that's for sure.
Go check some Osmod action out soon.
Chris can absolutely talk underwater. He is an essential part of what the Jamboree has become and has grown with the event along with the rest of us.
This Pro class is the big class. It is Pro Turbo. It is the elite of the Sport Compact Series. Van, who is the rookie for the pack racing team. It's the little brother at 6'11" or whatever. Rodney, welcome into Pro Compact, mate. Jamboree time Sport Compact fans always love to see new cars emerging. And here at J18, we found a new one in the Pro Turbo ranks. Glenn Hunter's Rotary.
Chris Diggles, by far the best drag racing commentator in Australia. I've been privileged to work with many commentators in my time, but he is, as a drag racing commentator, as a motorsports commentator, as a sports compact commentator, he is just incredible.
Associates Pro Turbo with a mighty weapon. Toyota Celica powered by the mighty 2JZ Turbo.
First tree Frank Tarabay final in 6.617. What a pass! What a pass, folks!
When I got into commentating, I heard this guy that could just talk and talk and talk about any subject relating to drag racing. And I thought to myself, you know, if I'm half as good as this guy, I'm close. I'm doing okay. Like, I remember times when, you know, Fat Pizza came out and we're doing all that sort of stuff, and I'm like, man, this is a TV show, and like, this is crazy. Like, they're involved. They're at the Jamboree, and now Chris Diggles, you've got to understand, like, this man, he's wired differently.
Benzie, you better bring it. You don't got enough. Have you got enough? Send it. Oh, 7.
Did go out yesterday about, if I get enough crowd encouragement, I might just do a big burnout. Could that happen again today?
Of course, we love burnouts. I don't know, many people would know this. Some of you younger guys won't. These are compact discs. This is a limited edition Fast Fours and Rotaries Jamboree Jam Session made by Chris Diggles himself. Chris used to go to the Jamboree with a tape with a voice recorder and record drag racing sounds. That's how, you know, in this guy is like, he is just so passionate about racing and drag racing in general and Sport Compact. No one else does it. So get your copy while they last.
It's the methanol tears, isn't it? It is. It is. So, Diggs, what a ride it's been.
We were all so young back then, but I mean, you can see why. I mean, I don't try and fake what I do. That excitement comes out of, that's just natural. I'm a pretty excitable guy, but did you see all the stuff that's gone down this track in 35 years? Someone had to get really excited about it and tell everyone else how exciting it is. And I'll keep doing that as long as, you know, if we get to the 50th Jambo and I'm 70, I might be in one of race things by then. But I'm going to make sure it's got like a, 13B or something in it at least then, I think by then. I'm going to do this as long as people want me to do it. Let's not turn that into a poll just yet. I could be out by tomorrow. But my sons want to race. I hope everyone else's children want to race. I know that the people we've seen over the last 35 years, their kids have grown up, they want to race. Now what I'm seeing is those people's kids do it. So you need an event like this to get people's attention, to give them somewhere to identify with. And in this sport, this great sport of drag racing, I love every bit of it. This is the biggest part of my heart right here, the big J, and I love it. Thank you very much, everyone.
That's right. Put your hands together for Chris Diggles, our final Jamboree icon. Now I'm going to hand the microphone over to Chris Diggles as we proceed with our official opening ceremony.
Thanks, Jane. Janie Smith, please. Janie. Another one of our great commentators that's done Jambos in the past and she will in the future. I also want to acknowledge all our other great co-commentators over the years, including Iceman, Marky Allen, Terry Dale, Rusty Gregory, Hodjo, everyone that we've had. We've even had the great Hugo and Pierre here. Remember we got him over for Jambo that year when Team Puerto Rico was here? That was great. All right, well that's a lot of the formalities. We've got the opening ceremony coming now too, thanks. Factory Extreme Cars, they're ready to go. That's good. This is the Garrett Advancing Motion Brisbane Jamboree, and I'd like to welcome to the microphone as an introduction, please, Paul Carlson from Garrett. Thank you, please. Round of applause for Paul. Come on up, Paul. Thank you, Garrett.
Thank you. What a day. 35 years. And I was just thinking back then that although we've been the naming rights sponsor for many years now, I've lost count, but it brought back memories seeing some of the teams racing. And for instance, to give you an idea of what Jamboree meant to Garrett was we never had performance turbochargers in our product range. It was just OE replacement. And it was through teams like of Pack Performance and other teams in Australia that, hey, what can we make work? And they were running truck turbos, dozer turbos, anything that they could get to work to spin up and make boost. And that played a massive part in the performance range that we have today and where it all started. And at that time, Global was going, what are you guys doing down there? Now, that was well before my time, but there has been a few that have been with Garrett all the way in Australia that has made a big part of that. And that's why we sponsor these events, is because, there's a need for it. Get the racing off the street, and let's see what we can do with performance vehicles. And so we really enjoy being a major part of it. And at these events, of course, you can't have this event without a great team, Colin, Kelly, and the Jamboree team that put this on. And, come Monday, everyone goes home, but these guys are then starting on Adelaide. And then after that, they just turn around and then they start for next year. So they put in a massive, massive effort all the way through to make this event what it is today. And it's just getting bigger and bigger. So big thank you to the Jamboree team. And of course, here at the track, we have the Willowbank team as well that also helped to make this happen. And a big thank you to Willowbank as well. So I hope you all enjoy the day, and let's see some great racing.
Thank you very much, Paul. All right, we're just about ready to kick off with a bit of Factory Extreme, but we've got to do the Australian National Anthem. And I know I'd like to get this guy to make a speech, but he's trying to save his voice for the end of the event because we've got to do trophies at the end of the day. We have him on the line here right now. He's going to come out in Factory Extreme shortly. The owner of Jamboree, Cole Wilshire, the captain. Give him a round of applause. Here he is. He'll be doing a lot more talking later. He's going to let that compound turbo billet 4G63 do a bit of talking shortly because he is going to absolutely send it. So, folks, please, greatest country in the world, greatest event in the world, Australia, Brisbane, please be upstanding as Emma sings the Australian National Anthem.
Australians, oh, let us rejoice, for we are one and free. We've golden soil and wealth for toil. Our home is girt by seas. Our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauties rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strength, then let us sing. Advance Australia fair.
Thank you, Emma. Greatest country in the world. Prove me wrong. Factory Extreme time. Time to ramp it up. A culmination of 35 years of Jamboree here at Willowbank. Look what they just gave me.
Yeah, well deserved, by the way.
Wow, thanks, mate. Thanks, mate.
Well, what an opening ceremony. What a way to kick things off for the 35th J-Day, the 35th running of the Jamboree here in Brisbane. My name is Rusty Gregory. Joining me on the mic is Mark Allen, and Chris, the icon Diggles, will be up very, very shortly.
How good was that for Chris Diggles? He'll be up here shortly. I'll jump off when he gets up.
He had no idea. We want to make that clear to everybody. He had no idea. We all knew it was coming, but Diggles had no idea. And, yeah, to see just the pure emotion on his face.
We saw it a little bit yesterday just with watching the history of the event.
And just for all of the icons, a massive congratulations. And more importantly, thank you. Thank you. It is time now, though, for Precision Turbo and Engine Factory Extreme. It is round one of racing, and, well, what a lineup we have got for you here this afternoon. First up, it is going to be Paul Mahayat taking on George Raham. Is there no better way to kick things off than a gas versus pack battle at the 35th Jamboree? If that is not fitting, if that is not the universe telling us, it's a sign, it's a signal. That's what it's about. Pack versus gas, Mahayat versus Raham. We've seen this a million times, and I hope we get to see it a million more.
Tail of the tape from qualifying. Paul Mahayat, he only got down the track one time in qualifying. Lane choice has gone to George Raham. He was our number 9 qualifier with a 6:38. Mahayat went 6:57. As we go through the burnout, presenting here for the first round of racing pro categories. Factory Extreme, brought to us by Precision Turbo and Engine.
And remember, we've got the Burnout Trophy on offer today as well. Best Burnout, all of our best wheel stand, all of our usual awards that we get to hand out as the commentary team up here. Now, last night was a pretty good night for George Raham. Knocked out a 6:38 as one half of the quickest side-by-side rotary pass that we've ever seen in this country.
Incredible race last night in qualifying.
Jason Both, the customer car for Pack Performance, actually got to the finish line first with a 6:35. It was an incredible performance. Side-by-side 6:30s out of the rotors. But that being said, if both of these cars perform to their full potential, this is going to be a good door-handle to door-handle battle. Paul Mahayat, a little bit underdone. I think that's probably the only way to say it coming into this. The best run of a 6:57, only 208 miles per hour. Had problems. They split boost pipe in the first round of qualifying. Second round of qualifying, we saw a really weird one. It was just looked like a whole bunch of steam coming out of the pipe.
Steam, yeah.
And did not come out for the third and final qualifying session. So Paul Mahayat, as I said, a little bit underdone. But if there's one guy you never want to count out, trust me, it's Paul Mahayat.
well, what we've seen already this morning from the early rounds of racing from other brackets, everyone has picked up a little bit of performance from what we saw yesterday. I think that can happen here in the first round of Factory Extreme. Both cars heading towards the pre-stage area. It is Pack versus Gas. Round 1, Factory Extreme.
Here we go. And it's fitting that we're going to Bump City with Gas and Pack. Actually, no, we've got a clutch on the other side. Sorry, it's not. That's a good thing because the mayor of Bump City is missing, Chris Diggles. Paul Mahayat, left of screen. George Raham in the yellow RX-9 out of the Pack Performance stable. Both cars in. Oh, I'm in smoke for Raham. And Paul Mahayat is on his way to a number, and what a number, 604, 237 miles per hour. The number is good, but more importantly for the team, they get the W. And on J-Day, the Ws are important. You've got to start racking up those wins. 604, 101 to the short time, 400 to the 8th mile. So almost sub 4 seconds to the 8th mile. Unfortunately for George Raham, he was fantastic on the tree, 020, but from there it was all over. Already spinning and shaking and doing everything you don't want to do. As we say goodbye to Mark Allen and we welcome back the icon, Chris Diggles. Brother, congratulations, mate.
Thank you, Rusty. Thank you. I don't know about icon, but really, at the end of the day, when you look at what everyone else did as to get an icon status, I'm thinking, well, I just turned up and did what Ray told me to do. It's not like I tried any harder than that. Ray had pretty high standards back in the day. And then, you know, one thing I didn't touch on is that he used to do the event video every year. And he just got better with the production of that every year.
Yep.
And it got to the stage that we got plenty of tape of old Jambos, which I think helps get us to the next generation.
Absolutely, absolutely. And yeah, it was awesome to watch all of the footage, and I can tell there was a pretty big lump in your throat there, mate. I can tell.
It's a good thing I cried yesterday, mate.
Yep, you got it out of your system.
If I didn't cry yesterday, I would have just belched out then. But I'm all right now.
You're okay.
I'm all
You're
right
okay.
now.
All right, moving on. We have got our next lineup, and it is going to be Zoran in the BMW, and I think on a solo pass by the look of it. So he qualified with a 607, 244 miles per hour. So close to that first 5-second run for the Beamer. Not quite there yet, though. Not quite there yet. Very close, but yeah, it's just been an ongoing process for this team, hasn't it? It's just sneaking up on it. It's not the kind of car that you would usually see in Factory Extreme. It's not the body shape. It's not swoopy. It's not low slung. It's not like any other car in this field.
Yeah, it blew us away when he first debuted it. It's like, well, it's not an import car per se.
In the truest sense of the word,
Yeah.
He's not on a solo pass.
No.
Frank Tarabay alongside him.
Yeah, Tarabay just getting himself fired up and ready. Decent burnout for Zoran Gadget. Look, Frank probably won't. That's not good. What have we got? We've got liquid.
Silence, I think.
Liquid out of the BMW. That is not good.
Yeah, liquid and no noise, more importantly. So Zoran Gadget going to be pushed back, so he will not take part in this first round matchup. That's a heartbreaking way to really kick things off.
Well, I mean, thank goodness for Chicago Shootout. So they get 2 more hits at the track. Because remember, Zoran, as much as he wants to go rounds and go 3 from 3, he wants a 5-second time slip before Eric Lazinski goes back to America again.
Yep.
Because Laz has been down there a few times to be here. Frank Tarabay, ready to go. He's been given the solo signal to by Royce, our starter. We've got the Brains Trust. You wouldn't believe the Brains Trust down there. And again, I believe could be future icons of Jambo. Like, you know, look at C&V Performance down there. I mean, it almost feels like an immortal. You know, talking about Rugby League immortals. The icon thing can definitely work when you look at people and their contribution either on or off the track.
Yep.
And, you know, we had Rocky for on the track. We had Ray and Dave and myself for being sort of off track. But there's plenty of races to acknowledge in the future, I would imagine, too.
Absolutely. As the sport keeps going and Jamboree keeps growing, I'm sure we will see more and more names added to that list. Frank Tarabay going on a solo pass here, came in, was the #1 qualifier for a fair chunk of qualifying with a 585. Got knocked down at the death last night from a 5th McHale with that 570. Gets through the shake zone. Sounded like it laid over a little bit in the middle of the run, but still goes through for a 595, 249. It couldn't have laid over too much. 595 with a 249 speed up on the boards.
Wheel control.
And, yeah, and have a look, 397. So sub 4 second to the 8th mile mark. under 1 second to the 60 as well, 0.968, which is very, very quick for one of these cars. So that's a good finding out run there on race day for Frank Tarabay.
That tyre, keeping that big tyre under control when it went down through there, 968 in the 60 foot, that thing was borderline ready to shake. Borderline ready to shake. Good management, good power management, good luck. I don't know what it is, but you know what? Sometimes you just got to give credit where credit is due. The time slip don't lie. Even though it appeared that it may have been soft or whatever on that first hit, 397.5 track doesn't lie. 595 at the end doesn't lie. Nearly 250 mile an hour for Frankie on that run. And look, I'm not going to bag Frankie here, but that's a pretty tardy reaction time for Mr. Tarabay. 1:35. The guy's been cutting O's off the tree.
To be fair, I think he was staged super shallow, being on a solo pass. He was really swinging for the ET there. So if you want to be fair, you've got to give credit where credit's due. And he probably wasn't really concentrating on the reaction time either. So either way, a little bit of a clean-up over in the lane for Zoran Gajic. A lot of love on the live chat on the YouTube stream that we've got going. If you're here at the venue and you want to see what's going on, jump on your phone, jump on YouTube on the official Jamboree channel. But a lot of love for the icons. A lot of love for the icons. And one particular comment that I loved in regards to you, Mr. Diggles, was Diggles started talking 30 years ago and he hasn't shut up since. So I think...
I don't talk when I go home, mate.
Well, you know what? I always say Jamboree is the easiest commentary gig that I've got all year because I just show up and fill in the cracks when Diggles has to breathe.
Fill in the cracks. You know the secret. You just got to come over and pinch my nose while I'm talking and I'm going to run out of oxygen pretty quickly. So I can be out of boost in no time flat, mate. He's got to shut off the air intake.
Exactly.
Or feed me. Feed me. That's the other way.
Yeah, that's the other way. You gotta, yeah.
You want less commentary?
I'm not going down that track.
You want less commentary? Bring more food.
Yeah.
Bring more food.
Yeah, I'm already struggling to get into the Jambo shirt. Anyway, so we've got a little bit of a clean-up over in the rocket lane or the driver's right-hand side. Next matchup, how's this one grab you? Diggs. Zeus versus a fifth McHale. It is Rob Marjan in the RB-powered Nissan taking on the Matux Racing 2J of a fifth McHale, the number one qualifier, 5700, 255 miles per hour. I think just about everyone in the place last night, when that run went down, I think everybody just sat there with their jaws on the floor, and the next question was, where did that come from?
Yep. And that was a culmination of just getting everything right. That short time, and you know what, we didn't have to talk about this 35 years ago. Power, you know, we weren't abundant in power for a while. Once the turbo industry started to kick off, the ECU industry, the workshops, anyone that wanted to keep going back to chase ET, this is a culmination of 35 years of racecraft to get to a point that we're seeing so many cars 0.1 in the 60 foot, cars over 250 mile an hour, more six cylinders in the fives than too many other countries that I can remember. You know, the industry just has spawned its own brilliant minds and brilliant workshops. And, you know, sometimes we bring them in from overseas. We've got Shane T out there this weekend, Eric Lazinski out here this weekend, Mark Mazurowski from Mazworks here as well. A whole bunch more that come here and see how the Aussies do it, and we do it fairly well. As far as a fifths combo, 570, 255 mile an hour, that has got, I think, one of those 5-speed clutchlesses that in it and the converter drive. And one thing that I've noticed has been happening with that car, and it did it again last night, you get this short time. It's all about trying to make sure that the 3,000 horsepower that you've got doesn't rattle the big tyre in the first 100 foot. You've got to get that thing out launching hard, but not too fast in the tyre speed. It's about managing that part and then making the rest of the run work. Last night, that thing came out all on the converter, managed the tyre, locks it up. You can hear the lock up, right? So when you hear the RPM drop, Frank Tarabay just used the lock up in his as well. So there can be a lot of different things happening with the ratio of slip in the torque converter, power management to help get the tyre up and going. Once that thing's gone, you hear these things lock up in second or third gear, and then they're just sending it through the gears, and those things take off like a rocket ship. And last night, that 5700 at 255 mile an hour was an absolute rocket ship.
Absolutely. That's the only way to describe it. It was got to about half track and it was going to the moon. You could tell it was on a run.
And people wonder why I go overboard and get excited for things. I mean, does do 5-second missiles excite anyone else? And there's something about factory extreme cars or pro import cars, whatever you want to call them, right around the world. Something about those quiet, not a lot of wing on them, very swoopy, very quiet. Something about a very quiet, swoopy car disappearing at 255 mile an hour that just looks quicker than anything else.
Absolutely.
Because piston versus rotor in Factory Extreme, there's a decent rotary turnout, probably our best one for a while, with George, Archie, Sam, Peter Anastas, Jason Boff, Jay Sadek, and Sammy Afko. You saw the piston brigade with Rod Harvey, a fifth. We've got Zeus in there
George
as well.
Krzyzewski.
George Krzyzewski as well.
Rod Harvey.
Chris Karamola.
Zoran.
Zoran as well. It's a huge bunch of A-listers. And you know what? Even we don't have enough time to probably do the Encyclopedia Britannica of Jamboree. But, you know, one thing I didn't have the time to really talk to Ray about is that he did adopt the Sport Compact rules. So when NHRA, so this is about checking the trends of the world, right? So here's Ray doing his own thing down under. Internet wasn't a big thing. It was coming in. And, of course, NHRA made that big announcement they were going to do a Sport Compact series.
Is that about 99, 2000, somewhere in there?
About that time. Yep. So, obviously, I think at the beginning, remember, back in the days, drag racing and manufacturers used to be really tight together, especially in NHRA.
Yeah, Mopar was huge.
Chevrolet, people will still say Chevrolet is pretty well welded into the NHRA logo. But Chevrolet executives were noticing all these kids at drag strips in Hondas. So GM executives were saying, well, hang on a sec, who are all these young guys in Hondas, boosted Hondas, running at drag strips, and they're not turning up at major NHRA events? So Chevy said, well, we want to do something about it. So Chevy, God bless them, took it to the market and said, well, we want to do a Sport Compact, NHRA should do a Sport Compact series. We get the factories involved. GM wanted to sell more Cobalts.
Yep.
GM wanted to sell more Sunfires. They wanted to sell more cars because guess what? Hondas were outselling them. Why? Because Hondas were tunable. Hondas were raceable. Drag racing was a thing that Hondas were turning up at. Chevy wanted Cobalts to go drag racing. Chevy wanted their own products on the drag strip. So NHRA started. At the same time, Ray looked and said, well, let's see what we can apply to Australia. And the first rules were drafted. I was lucky enough to be on the rules committee. We did forums. We did everything. And the rules that we still kind of use today are still part of that when we hooked on to America and took the trend.
It's just evolved. That's all it is. It's an evolution of what we started with back then.
And guess what? NHRA Sport Compact lasted about 3 years and burned itself up because the factories got involved.
Yep. So fifth Mikhail, it was a decent burnout, but it kind of went away towards the end there. But he's going to be taking on Rob Margin. So Margin's rolled it through the water, but not a lot of movement out of Zeus over there.
No, so a FIFA, we're still under power there. We can see Rob Marjan sitting in the burnout box area. Here we go.
I just saw Anthony, the hand went up to the head and he's shaking, and a fifth Mikhail is going to be pushed back, unfortunately, by the look of it.
Lost power and did something.
Anthony is not a happy camper down there.
These motor cars, they are frustrating.
Yep.
We're giving him a rap. Just again, sorry, it can't be my persuasion. It can't be. Here I am giving him a rap. How finely tuned, and that machine last night showing all of its power. 5700 at 255, and I put the kiss of death on him. Might have got it running. I don't know. We got it running. We got 263 people around it at the moment, which is down on normal numbers, but
all in black shirts.
Yeah, all in the black shirts. We're trying to get something sussed.
Actually, there's one bloke who didn't get the memo. He's in a white shirt down there.
Yeah, okay, sorry, mate. Spot the day tripper. All right, so here we go.
All right, it's fired back up.
No, okay, well, what are we going to do? We're just going to tow it back, and I think we're going. We're going. We thought it was going to be a solo, but we've got to get ourselves on the stage and everything just yet. All right, so here we go.
So I'm seeing the race tape go in here. So
race tape. What do we
whatever it is, there's obviously, I don't know if there's a panel loose or maybe the shroud cover around the drivetrain tunnel. I don't know, the drive shaft, because they do have basically a carbon.
All right, here comes Duffy the enforcer. Here comes Duffy to make sure that we're okay. So Anthony's done the tape work himself. He's also a qualified zip tie technician as well. I've seen him. That he's done the tape.
Yep.
Using that billet tape that we've got.
Also signed off as a shifter adjuster too.
Yeah, he's very good at that. So here we go. We're going to get a drag race.
Okay, Zeus is double bowled.
Whoa.
No.
Now it's got power.
Yeah.
Roll. No, baby, there's no light on. There's no light on. Timed out, whatever. Timed
Yeah.
out. 7 seconds, 2 stage on the high side.
Yeah. Oh, he's cooked it. Yeah, lot of smoke.
righto.
So it's cooked the transmission in that car.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
That was
Fire. We might
awkward.
have a fire in there, right? We're into that. We're into that real quick. Oh, my
Yeah.
goodness. It has just absolutely gone haywire here. Absolutely gone haywire. Rob's out of the car. Oh, boy, oh, boy. It's the smoke. The smoke's happened. We've got some drama big time here.
Everyone stay back. Please stay back. If you're not part of the safety crew, stay back. Right? We don't need 1,000 people on the start line. Please stay back. Okay? Use a bit of common sense here, guys. Obviously, our priority is with Rob here, and I think he's obviously got an absolute gutful of the transmission smoke there. I'm assuming it's transmission because it was just sitting on the chip for so long.
That's a long time to ingest any of the fumes inside the car.
Yeah.
It's a long time to ingest the fumes. Can we please stay? I know we've got just about everyone that we need there around him, but we've got to give the guy some space.
Yeah, there's a lot of concern.
He had to get out of there, man. He had to get out of that thing. That just goes to prove, and this is what we talked about before, this crucial amount of seconds on the start line when these machines are set for war. Now, I'm not going to bag Rob in any which way, but the guy did put 2 bulbs on and went and lit that thing up.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, Rob, there's no single bulb in the other lane. It's like, come on, just take the throttle off. But he was ready. He thought he was probably going to get thrown the solo.
I think he was expecting the tree to come down. And I can't talk because obviously we're not in the car.
Yep.
I think he was expecting because it was taking so long for Mikhail to come in.
Yep.
There's a lot of questions. That's probably the one thing to really take away. But yeah, ultimately the amount of smoke in that car, obviously something let go. It was on the chip for so long. And yeah, obviously our priority right at the moment is with Rob Margin on the start line, and obviously the Ambos are up here and they're going to check him out. If everybody can please clear back and just let the paramedics and the medics do what they need to do.
I haven't gathered this data yet, and I'm sure, look, Mr. Shane T's out there can probably hear us, but he monitors a lot of things on these race cars, right? So one of the things that I always worry about with cars with these torque converters, 3,000 horsepower billet RBs or 2Js or whatever, they generate, once they're on the boost, an insane amount of torque, right? So the torque converters in these cars are big heat-generating, fluid-filled devices.
You think about what they're doing in there. It's incredible the pressure and the amount of temperature that's in there.
Well, remember 2 years ago, George Dzeski, we saw that in their highlights package, that massive transmission explosion in that VL here, 2 years ago now.
Yeah.
These things can be absolutely lethal when they're mechanically stretched like they are, right? When they are mechanically stretched like they are, I
can see Rob walking over to the Ambos. Put your hands together, Willowbank. You can see Rob walking over. That's not what you ever want to see, something like that. And the good news is he is obviously walking around under his own power. He obviously just needed to grab a few big breaths of air down there after getting out of that car. So, that's fantastic to see.
All right, so we're going to clean that oil up and get underway with more Factory Extreme shortly. But, talk about drama with a capital D. You're going to send Mark down? I thought Kelly was saying to send Mark down. All right, I'll go down and
You're going to go down
and crack him.
You're going to go whack some balls?
I haven't cracked a few today, so I'll go and crack a few, eh?
Go crack. Have you found your tennis racket? That's the question. What was her name, Miss Clarabelle? Clarabelle. Has there been a Clarabelle sighting yet? I don't know. We'll find out very shortly. I think maybe we should give him a cricket bat next time. Maybe a squash racket. There's any number of things we can do. So obviously we're going to be down for just a little bit while we get this cleaned up. We're going to take a quick break and be back with more after this.
The biggest sport compact event anywhere on the planet.
The first 7-second pass ever at the Jamboree.
Mr. 6 Second is now Mr. 200 miles per hour. Scaramouche, the world's quickest RX3.
Welcome to the Brisbane Jamboree for 2024. My name's Rusty Gregory. Willowbank Raceway, make some noise.
Oh no, hang on to it. Caught short a little bit on the start. Oh, problem for Wilshire.
That just became the quickest street-tied GTR in the world.
Oh, it's got a triple rotor in it.
The quickest four-cylinder powered car in Australia. When you're rested at school, then line up.
We had to get out of it.
What a wheel stand from the Grimmers.
The quickest car in the country, second quickest Evo in the world. The world's quickest sport compact drag car.
The Pack Performance team back up here in Queensland for the 6th year. Rocky, how's the car going?
Gotten to a point where it's not actually horsepower anymore, it's just getting it down to the ground.
Now Rocky out hard. It's the dream jamboree for the Pack Performance crew.
That is the first Australian 9-second front-wheel drive pass ever.
Glenn Suckling in Australia for the first time.
Track's definitely better than our country, that's for sure.
That just became the quickest street-tied GTR in the world, right in front of us. Dominic Rigoli has just broken the Australian WRX record.
Archie Gierski absolutely on a mission.
Kevin, 29, still has to chase the Tack Boys though.
Here's this awesome quad rotor of Bill Nav, the only engine of its type in the world.
If there's no competition, you're not drag racing.
It is getting a bit out of control.
Fire, big fire for Nova. Oh, we've got a fire for the RX3.
It all comes down to 28 by 9. These things dance around.
Mate, I love it, mate. There's chicks everywhere, there's cars, burnouts, horniness. It's fantastic.
Yeah, it's a great day, and heaps of women.
Oh, it's a spiritual experience.
How are you enjoying today? Yeah, it's good, mate. Good. The girls are good. The cars are good too.
Rumble drive burnouts.
Grump is ready to ride.
Expecting big things from him.
Scotty Wilson in the
Oh! Talk about keep the power down. Tail shaft everywhere.
What do you contribute that to?
Hard-working crew, mate.
What do you like most about the Jamboree?
4 cylinders and rotaries. Still burnouts.
He loves the burnout, this Tony Wedlock.
Colin Wilshire, we've just seen him on his first 7-second pass.
Daddo's at home parked up, but we've got the Celica now.
The quickest car in the country.
A brand new sport mod record.
Or maybe you'd like to see the little supercharged Fiat-powered car of Phil Penny. I tell you what, I think it likes laughing gas. The entire quarter mile to unleash that horsepower. 655. Oh!
And the car blasts out of the hole, but Sadek has the edge.
There's a pair of the baddest Nissans anywhere in the world on track right now.
Leaves the line hard and then breaks the axle.
Pro compact, and the crowd love Mr. Mad.
Here's the quickest street-tired GTR in Australia. Stay tuned for more of the Jamboree.
For nearly 2 decades, the sport compact scene in Australia has predominantly been dominated by rotary engines.
Joe Signorelli back again, the Rotomaster Series 6.
I told him when he made the switch to the 2JZ, he'd love it and he'd never go back.
The Celica's coming home hard. Joe Signorelli, new world record. The quickest, the fastest pass by a sport compact drag car in history.
It's beautiful, unbelievable. Couldn't happen to a better event.
Big Baghdadi goes to the #1 SR20 spot on the planet.
Currently one of the fastest in the world now.
This is a good pass from Rod Harvey.
Oh, 75! 575!
Nothing could stop the dominance of the El Humil Corolla from Puerto Rico. All of his passes was 614 or quicker. Makoto Watanabe from Japan made it to the finals. He went up against Kelly Beck, who had been pushing hard to run the first 6-second pass in the Dayton U.
Rodney Raham in the RX-8.
There's the first 640 in the Australian drag race
what's your favourite type of race car?
Rotary, of course.
The noise, definitely.
This is a fairly even matchup. Ivan Scaramuka leaves with the wheels in the air, carries it out through second and third gear. Ivan Scaramuka, the world's quickest RX3.
That's right, mate. Number one in the world. Number one in the world, brother. See that? Number one in the world.
Takes a free shot at the tree and takes a billet J home from the biggest sport compact event anywhere.
And Rodriguez does not fall for the game. He drills the start line and he's gone.
It's all over. Kelly Corbett wins Jamboree.
To Colin Wilshire, he is keeping the 20B at bay with a little 2-litre engine.
The boss, he's left him on the start line. Perfect Jamboree debut for the Factory Extreme rookie. Steve Barnett runs Australia's first 13B 6-second pass.
Put your hands together for Anthony Matsook. 662, 190 miles an hour.
Whoa. Chris Hall.
He was well and truly up on two wheels.
In Factory Extreme final. What a pass, folks. What a run.
Ray, how is the event going? This looks huge.
I think the show is probably the premier place to be.
I've had a lot of fun racing this year. Well, that's a walk on the wild side with Anthony Rodriguez.
Jamboree is one of the best events. I love Jamboree. Good tune-up, good car, good brothers, and drive it like you stole it.
Been a bit sceptical initially that an event just before Saunders would bring in enough people to make it a worthwhile day, and I'm sure you all appreciate that it's a top day. Well, I'm sure Ray wants you all back next year.
It's a two-day extravaganza where people who are fans of fast cars, of show cars, and all the added excitement, they can come and get it all. They can soak it all up, and you know, we're right behind it all the way.
Well, welcome back to Jambo number 35, J-Day number 35, Rusty Gregory in the box alongside Terry Dale. Mr. Diggles is out and about, and what a dramatic way to kick things off here. And yeah, I know everybody would have seen, obviously, what happened, whether you're watching on the live stream. A lot of people throwing a bit of conjecture around about what should have happened, what did happen, what didn't happen. All in good time. It'll all be reviewed in good time. A lot of people asking the question, why didn't the 7-second rule come in? Well, the 7-second rule only activates once both drivers have got their top bulbs lit. Once the top bulb's on, that's when the 7 seconds kicks in. At that point, Fifth McHale didn't have the top bulb on. So, you know, realistically, was there a reason to have the car up on the chip for that long? I'm sure that'll all be analysed.
And in you and I, Rusty, it's not for you and I to decide or to dissect the whole situation.
Absolutely. And the thing is, it's easy to look back in hindsight and go, this is what should have happened, this is what they should have done. But when you're in the heat of the moment, you're strapped into a race car, you're trying to get a win. You know, ultimately, that's all that's on their mind. They want to get the win. A lot of people saying, why didn't you just let go of the button and go down the racetrack? Well, because he wanted to win.
He wanted to win, exactly.
So, you know, it's a hard one. It's a very tricky one. But anyway, we will come back, and I'm sure we will revisit it.
And
so in the meantime,
we will continue.
We shall persevere. We shall push on with this dramatic first round of Factory Extreme presented by Precision Turbo and Engine, and it is Rod Harvey, I should say, not Rob. Rod Harvey taking on George Jasevsky. George Jasevsky, the Lotus Caravans Nissan. Absolutely stunning piece of machinery, this one. Absolutely gorgeous.
Sends it halfway down the track too on the burnout. So
yeah, well,
that's a bit of a flex, but here we go. But
I think there's a few guys out there that are trying to take the burnout trophy off Mr. Matuk. You know, everyone's kind of assuming that he's got one hand on the trophy already.
Mate, we've got a few rounds to go. Look, Rusty, let's not get too excited.
And remember, it has to be a consensus amongst the commentary team as well. You know, we all have a vote. This is a democracy, kind of like, well, I was going to use America, but not America. Anyway.
Jeez, I'll tell you what, you backed out of that like Homer into the tree. Well done. But, mate, we could see something pretty special here. Both these guys have gone 6-0s. We know both of these guys are well and truly capable of going into the 5s. So, mate, if you're sitting out the back, you might want to get to your seat.
Yeah, I'd say, yeah, get your backside, trackside as soon as you can, because we've got Obviously, Factory Extreme up now. We've got one more pair left of that. Pro Turbo coming out, Pro Compact coming out, and of course Pro Mod as well.
Yep.
Pro Mod is going to be off its head, absolutely off the chain.
You almost swore then, Rusty, I could tell.
No, never. I'm a professional.
You were very careful with your words, and I'm really proud of you right now.
I'm an absolute professional, consummate professional. DJ Milkshake at the helm. All right, George Jasewski, Rod Harvey. It is RB versus 2J. The 2J rolls. And Jasewski's going to get the win here. And he's on a number too. 104 to the 60 and a 607 at the big end. Little puff of smoke as he goes across the finish line. 219 miles per hour. No time to be recorded for Rod Harvey. Just didn't look like he had enough brake pressure there and it just pulled straight through the beams. Actually did record a reaction time, a red reaction time. So if there's a red reaction time, shouldn't there then...
there should still be the rest, but maybe...
BET.
Yeah, so we'll find out. I'm sure that they would have got some valuable data because the car did look like it was on a march. But you know what? We'll see what happens next round because it's all going to be interesting. So here we go. Sammy Apkel and Chris Kamola. So the Nissan versus the Mighty Mazda.
Yep.
I don't even know. Like I have a lot to do with Sam, obviously being a rotor guy, and and Chris coining the Sammy Sam. I never call him that. I just call him Sam. But you can't not think that when you're talking about. No, Sam.
It's definitely Sammy. I think he's even adopted it as his Facebook name now as well. And Chris Kermola, I absolutely love this car. It's stunning with the refinish that they've put on as well, the red paint. Obviously, this car used to be campaigned by the Rigolis, and he's really put his own spin on it with this gorgeous candy apple red. Such a stunning piece of machinery, and staying true to the Nissan roots as well, running the Nissan power plant. Chris Kermola knocking out incrementally better runs as the weekend's gone on. Started off with an 837, got down to a 795, 713 last night on a really early shut-off, only went 127 miles per hour. So this thing will be deep into the sixes without a shadow of a doubt. It will run 200 miles per hour plus.
And Sam's has as well. Sam's has run well and truly under the 6.5s. So we will know that both of these guys, whether they've got enough information and enough now to actually put the cars down as they want them to. You know how it is, Rusty. You do the plan, you do whatever you got to do, but sometimes the plan doesn't go to plan. So let's hope that Sam and Chris can get these cars down for a respective run for them both, and we will most certainly get to see these two things in full flight in about 10 seconds time.
Yep, absolutely. So Sam Afkal on the left of screen now, was the right of screen, and Chris Kermola on the right.
I'll get the flames on the grass side.
Two-step. Oh, Sammy rolled it deep, and Chris Kermola almost put it over the centre line. This is a weird one. It's still on. The win is still on for both of them. Sam Afkal did a bad job of red lighting there. He went 0-1-1 on the tree and 11.58 at the big end, beats at 12.38.
How do you go with that? How good is that win? With a 0-1, he got the better of the tree, got the light, he got it. He got the win with an 11.58, I reckon, at 79 mile an hour.
Well,
how often?
To quote the great Lenny Kravitz, it ain't over till it's over. So Sam Afkal was behind by a bunch by the time they got to just before half track, and well, he came on strong at the top end with a huge 79 mile per hour charge.
So that'll bring us to the end of our street competition race today, because both of those guys running in. How good was that?
Well,
like you said, it's never over.
It ain't over till it's over.
Well, this will be a good pairing. Colin Wilshire and Jason Both. Mighty Mazda up against the Eclipse.
Yeah, Jason Both knocked out a personal best by a day and a half last night. Was a previous best of a 7.40. Knocked that down to a 6.40. Knocked that down to a 6.35 last night as one half, the faster half of the quickest side-by-side rotary pass in Australian history, which we were lucky to be on the microphone for last night. So. Someone's asked, how did Harvey have a good reaction time? He didn't have a good reaction time. He red lit. He rolled the beams, but what we were saying is he was red by 0.397. So 0.397 means he went 0.397 of a second before the tree was activated or before the lights came down. But usually you would record elapsed times after that. So for Doug, who's asking on the strength, that's the reason. As we look back now, Colin Wilshire, the Garrett Advancing Motion Mitsubishi Eclipse running the compound turbo setup in this car. According to Mr. Diggles, and I have no reason to doubt him because he's the authority on all things boost, over 100 PSI going into this little 4-cylinder.
That's how much boost?
Boost.
That's a lot. That's Bully Boy spinning pretty fast.
Yeah, to quote James Humphrey from Donut Media, it's all the horsepers. All the horsepers. Absolutely love this little car, and just quietly, it's doing a bit of giant killing this weekend. Comes in as number 6 qualified, 610, 232 mile per hour. Blast last night, 6:35 for Jason Bolts. So Bolts with a little bit of work to do in the Joker.
But running a time like he did last night, it's look, the Rotary scene across the world, the Puerto Ricans will be watching this. Everybody overseas will be watching, tuning in Japan. Everybody who is in the rotor scene will be watching what these boys are doing this weekend. So hold on to your hats, folks. It's just about to happen.
Reaction time advantage marginally to Colin Wilshire. He's got about 100th up his sleeve and he's not going to need it. Gaps him at the top end and a 6:09. Very, very nice pass. 6:09, 232.07 miles per hour. Just drops that mark by about 100th of a second over last night. Jason Bolt, 6:53, was right there or thereabouts, but unfortunately not enough to get the win this time around. Both guys really late on the tree. 187 for Both, 178 for Colin Wilshire. That's not what you expect to see for these guys.
So, Rusty, I'm going to exit the seat.
Okay.
I'm going to go do the bikini competition.
It's like it's a rotating seat up here. So far, I've had Diggles twice, I've had Mark twice, I've had Terry Dale, and I'm the only constant in the chair since the opening ceremony.
Mate,
that's cool.
That's because you're reliable.
No, don't even go there. I'm leaving early, remember? So next up, it is Salupa. It is Jay Sadek, the Mazda with a 20B. Just in case you can't tell by the sound, that's a 20B. And as we welcome back to the microphone, Mark Allen. Mark, how you going, mate?
How you going, mate? So I'm back up here for Factory Extreme. Solo passer, Jay Sadek here for the Sadek Motor Group. Mazda, number 10 qualifier with a 647. I wonder who he was meant to face off here in round 1.
Yeah, not quite sure, but it is the last car that we've got coming out for Factory Extreme. So next up, it is going to be Pro Turbo, I think. Pro Compact. I think it's Pro Compact, actually. My mistake. So Jay Sadek comes in, number 10 qualified with 647, 206 miles per hour. 14.99 was his other run, so obviously had a few issues last night. But, you know, one run, 647. It's there or thereabouts. It's not quite as quick as we know this car can go, the Mazda 6. But, you know, just looking at it on the surface, there's a couple of cars that I can say are missing out of this first round. One of which is the quad rotor, the quad father of Sam Sadek. Did not come out for this one. And I'm sure there was a couple of others that didn't come out. It seemed a little bit light on in this first round of racing. Look, and when you've got these highly strung cars, you know, they're comparatively, they're doing a lot with a little in terms of capacity, in terms of engine size and things like that. So stuff's going to break. That's ultimately what it comes down to. So Jay Sadek building the boost up. That's clean. 105 to the 60. On a pretty nice pass here. 419 and should be another 40, I'd say. There we go. 647, 211 miles per hour. 647 to 11. Almost to the 1,000th identical what he ran earlier on in the weekend.
He picked up 5 mile an hour though, so they had a bit more of a top end charge for Jay Sadek there. But another 647, very consistent. Actually, you know what? I might jump off. We'll get Diggles back on.
I get a new co-commentator for every run now. Who else wants to have a go? Who else have we got up here? So it is Pro Turbo now rolling up, and Pro Turbo, as always, an entertaining category here at the Jamboree, and this weekend presented by Long Boost Performance Parts. So, Jerry Keel, okay, I've got a swap. And we're back.
Oh, that worked.
Hi, Diggs.
Oh, hi, Rusty.
What's going on?
Oh, not much. I was going to go and hit some balls, and then my racket was on the wrong side of the track, and we didn't have a delay, so I'm back.
You're back. Yeah, it wasn't too long of a downtime.
No, I thought it was going to be worse than that myself because, you know, we thought a lot of oil could be that. Wasn't a lot. They cleaned it up real quick and we're away. Pro Turbo, here we go. Long Boost Pro Turbo. 2JZ versus 20B. Poor old Jerry. Hasn't had a good run in qualifying.
No, it doesn't sound like it wants to come up on boost. It comes up and then it just can't quite get it up on the chip. And yeah, it hasn't been a weekend to remember him. Now, you were down there. I saw you involved in discussions. How's the feelings down there on the start line?
The feeling. Down there they were having a little joke, and it was all a little bit lighter than probably what it may have been there before. And Anthony Matuk cap on Zoran Gadgic's head, and everyone took photos. So that was funny.
How did he reach?
Yeah, I know, it was big.
It's a long way up.
All right, Cookie's got to bump it in. He's got the automatic transmission on board. 2JZ, Pro Turbo. Jerry Kell, 20B, Corset's got a clutch in it.
Yeah.
He's missed a direct clutch.
Got clutch on the side.
Yeah. There we go. Remember, this is Chicago Shootout, 3 rounds. Zoran said he's back in the next round with the B. Oh, that's so deep.
Jerry. Best launch of the weekend.
Yeah, no, it's lost power through the gears, and 774 there for Justin Cook. Did enough, but yeah, Jerry, that was his to win.
It was right there, wasn't it?
Yeah, but that's some gremlin that's just lost the power. First, second gear, 108 and a 60. It's not like it didn't behave on the line. It behaved on the line, but then just rolled off the power, whether it just lost fire. There's so many idiosyncrasies with each car. We won't know what that was.
Yeah, no.
We can't tell you everything that happens on a failure. Some of them are more obvious than others, i.e. wheel leaving the back wheel arch of Peter Rahayem yesterday. We know he snapped an axle clean off.
Yep.
You see
oil.
Is
that
on
what it was? Was an axle?
Oh, snapped an axle.
Right,
and guess what? Hand me down, hand me down, hand me down, hand me down. Probably 30 year of hand me down.
It's done a lot of work, that axle.
Yeah, it's done a lot of work.
Rest.
Yeah.
I want to rest. So obviously not coming back today.
He did joke about, I'm using everyone's second-hand stuff. I said, well, you're the new bloke, you're the young bloke. You should be using up. That's the joys of hot rodding. That's the joys of drag racing. Use up the stuff. If it's still good, use it until you break it. Then toss it.
Use up other people's old stuff because it's cheaper. Learn how to make it work, and then when you can afford the good stuff, you won't break it as much.
Change for change's sake is not something I don't like. Change to evolve, absolutely. Change for change's sake.
Let's talk about what's out on track. Jason Payne versus Eddie Howard.
The two hottest guys in Pro Turbo.
This is going to be a race. I'm going to give you the hot tip right now. So Eddie Howard, he hasn't really had the best weekend. Hasn't exactly run to his potential. We've seen 704 and a 754. We know that he can run deep sixes with this car. He's gone into the 620s. Jason Payne, on the other hand, probably doesn't have 620s in him, but he's certainly got 650s, maybe even a 640. So this should be a good race on paper. This is Long Boost Performance Parts Pro Turbo here at the 35th running of the Brisbane Jamboree, I should say. It is J-Day. We get to hand out the trophies. Well, I don't, but you do.
Rusty will be reacquainting himself with that, what do you call it, Legacy Way.
Yes.
You'll be finding Legacy Way. You're hitting the airport. Eddie Howard, Jason Payne, Payne, beautiful R32, 657, 216 mile an hour out of that RB 3.2. So RB versus 2J here again. 35 years ago, if I said you're going to see RB versus 2J, well, we know what the RB is. We hadn't quite really heard too much about the 2JZ.
Yep.
Of course, the VL Commodore came out in 1986, so that's when we knew what RB30s were. Paney, though, got the 26 head on it and all that. So here we go, Bump City.
Oh, how's the launch for Eddie?
Eddie, it was on a mission. 105 and the 60. Paney, a little bit later on the tree. He's going to
659.
Was that even with the pedal? 659 at 210. I'm looking at Eddie Howard.
Yeah, that was with two stabs at it. Eddie was on a good run, 105 to the 60. Went 517 to the 8th mile, but he was well and truly out of the throttle then. He was first off the line by a long way as well, Eddie Howe, which had almost 0.3 of a second up his sleeve. And for Eddie, it just got over near the centre line, and unfortunately for him, that was all she wrote. The last thing you want to do is try and get over that centre line, especially when you're alongside someone else. So next up, it is going to be Ben Slaughter, and he has got a job on his hands taking on Anthony Matuk. But that being said, Anthony Matuk, a 677 at 165 in qualifying, put him in the number 2 qualifying position. Ben Slaughter, on the other hand, a 7.100, 207 miles per hour. It was a full pass in terms of he went across the finish line under power, but there was a big pedal in the middle, and there is a lot left in this combination. So Ben Slaughter, I would say, is certainly going to be one to watch. A few people on the start line saying that Eddie Howich's car wasn't pointing straight when they launched it. That's right. They actually point that car. They stage it up a little bit crooked because it does have a tendency to go left right at the hit. So they do point it a little bit towards the right. It is a measured calculation, and it's the way that they run that car. So good pickup from Josh, but there was a reason for it. So there you go. A lot of people online commenting, a lot of discussion about what happened earlier on in the first round of Factory Extreme. And obviously, we don't really want to gesticulate on it any more than what we already have. But let's just say, I'm sure, whatever the issues are, I'm sure there will be more discussions around it as the day goes on, that's for sure. Some people asking who won the race. Well, it was Zeus and Rob Martian that won the race. However, whether or not they are going to be able to turn that car around and whether Rob is going to be able to jump back in the car as well remains to be seen. So there's a lot that we're waiting on some additional information, and we will come back to you with that. Mr. Diggles jumping back on the microphone.
What were you just talking about? I heard a little bit of what you said there, Asti.
I was just talking about what we saw earlier on in round 1 of Factory Extreme.
Funny, that's what I want to talk about too, because what we saw, and honestly, if anyone's got to hook up with a Netflix executive, honestly, you want more drama.
Yep.
I don't see anything on Netflix as dramatic as what we've already seen. Talk about mixing horsepower, glamour, acceleration, exhilaration, and then drama in the highest context, right?
What are we talking about?
So, Zeus is on the line. Rob, when he's staged in the right lane, due to the enormous girth of the R35, he has trouble seeing that Christmas tree. So sometimes when he's trying to view and get into stage, that he can be, that's like a blind spot for him, whether it's the pillar of the car, I don't know what it is. But he's guided into stage by the crew.
It's a long way back in that car.
Rob himself thought he was one bulb, right? He thought he was one bulb. 2 bulbs, he did only had 2 bulbs. It was just one of those moments there where he thought he was in, he thought he had a solo because he did see a car stopped on the side, whatever it was, he was in the stage. Something convinced him that he's ready to launch. He was waiting for the tree to throw, and of course, right at the last minute there, out of all madness during those, and again, it felt like minutes we saw, but it was just seconds,
it was
right?
Maybe 5 or 6 seconds.
It was just seconds, right? So Rob's in there loaded up, and anyone that knows about these cars, we're all cringing because you think that's mechanical mayhem. And we know what happens with temperatures and stuff like that. So Rob's in there, unbeknownst to think that, he's waiting to see an amber, he's waiting to see something. In that brief couple of moments there where it was doing that, if it's loud in the car, and even if his crew was trying to talk to him, he may not be able to hear it.
No.
The thing's cooking away. Like, transmission temps was out of control. Guess what? He took the win in that round, and there's a good chance Zeus is going to come back.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, that's good news.
Yeah.
That is good news. And we knew there had to be a reason for it because Rob's too experienced as a racer.
Absolutely.
To go in and do something like put it on the chip when the other racer's not in stage. So he does sit a long, long way back in that car, and there is a lot of extra bar work in that car. If you ever go and have a look at it,
yes,
there is a lot more bar work in that car than what would usually be standard. So that absolutely adds up. And it's just a combination of circumstances where a fifth had problems on the burnout, had to get pushed back, was able to fire it back up. It's just one thing on top of another on top of another, and unfortunately we ended up in the worst case scenario. Anthony was still going. He's trying to reclaim the burnout. I don't think that's going to do it.
Who did you have? Who'd you have?
I don't think that's going to do it so far.
I've got a few notes over here for that.
The fifth, Mikhail had a pretty good one earlier on today, and George Rahayan as well had a very good one. So just putting it out there.
Well, I'll put it in there in that order, right? And let's just see who else gets one, okay? And we need the crowd to give us that interaction when it's time. Hands up who thinks that's the best burnout so far. Hands up if you think that was the best burnout so far. Got a few people with their hands up.
There's not a lot of enthusiasm out there.
Hands up who thinks it was a fifth Mikhail's burnout. Hands up if you think it was a Fief's. All right, what about hands up if you think it was Georgie's burnout, Pack's burnout. Hands up if you think it was Pack. Yeah, and it's not because you've got a Pack umbrella, is it? Right? It's not because you've just got a Pack umbrella. Georgie did do a big welcome. You know what, that's my... if you're going to have a welcome to country, what about a welcome to Jambo? That's my idea of a
Smoking
welcome.
ceremony.
Yeah, that was a big smoking ceremony right there. I love welcome to Jambo. Thank you, George, for saying grace, right? So Georgie may be the best burnout so far, but here we go. Anthony McTook, Ben Slaughter, RB2J. What you just call Pro Turbo RB2J.
On paper, this is a killer matchup.
Yep.
This is a killer matchup because Ben Slaughter went 7-1-0, not on a full run last night.
Yep.
He had a couple of stabs at it. So I would say, all things being equal, this should be a good matchup. Oh, he's called the beat.
Anthony's just got to take the beam.
He won't just take the beat. Fired a shake and a lot of bits. I think it might have just been some rubber that came out
Yeah,
from
a little
under
bit
the
of
car.
rubber. No, look, he's pulling over pretty quick though, Anthony. He's pulling over pretty quick. Something might have been in there. Oh, more drama than Netflix. This is Netflix just writing its own episodes here.
What now?
We're just writing our own episodes here.
What has happened now?
Staging infraction, anyone? Again, this is the adrenaline right now. Round 1 jitters.
There's a lot of smoke coming out of the car, actually.
Oh, wow. Round 1 psych out. Ben Slaughter, normally quite a composed character, but remember, the car relatively new for him too, so seat time, definitely not 50 runs in the car yet.
Yep.
So that whole staging thing, folks, did we not tell you, didn't old Nostradamus tell you this yesterday, right?
Nostradamus.
Yeah, that,
I prefer Rostadamus.
Yeah, you can be Rostadamus, I'll be Nostradamus, right? And we're going to predict the future. We already predicted this is sort of stuff that can happen on a pro tree. Getting that thing into stage, it's a hard thing to do. Some people take it for granted. Some people wish they didn't take it for granted.
Yep.
The amount of races you can lose in the heat of battle just from that moment. Now, Benny went in, the thing's lit up. Unless in that moment he thought he saw the Phantom Amber, which is another phenomenon that comes with Pro Tree. The Phantom Amber.
The Famba.
A Famba. It's a Famba. Rostadamus. That's ludicrous. It's a word I made up here last night. That's ludicrous.
So just coming back to some of the comments that we've had, I just want to tick a couple of things off because there's a lot of very animated discussion.
Go on. Go on.
Connor McClure commented and said, surely a fifth wins that race. It was never declared a side. Yes, that's right, but a fifth never also staged.
Yeah.
So you can't win the race if you don't stage.
Yep.
So I'm sure he didn't know that. A few people saying there's some burnouts from yesterday that should be considered.
Yep.
The thing is, you got to do the burnout on J-Day.
Yeah, J-Day.
It's got to be on the race day.
On quali day, that's nice to practice all of that.
Yeah, quali don't count.
Yeah. So look, a little update so far. So we've got a few things to award, including best wheel stand. Right now, best wheel stand could be Petros Christophilopoulos, right? So I've seen Christos, I think he was in Street 289, the R100. Guy King. So Guy King was another one in the Corolla.
Yep.
Now that was 4 wheel stands in one, right?
Yep.
So height, hang and haul. Yes, he did it once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. Now Anthony's fired that thing back up now. I can just see that big puff of smoke, you can tell.
Yep.
So whatever it was, as he got drive, or whatever it was.
I think he stopped it because knowing Anthony, he doesn't want to cause any downtime.
No.
So he knew it's
Look
cut
at
out.
that, just drives it away.
Yeah, he knew it's cut out. He probably pulled over to check that there was
Yep.
no fluid coming out
Yep.
of it. He stopped it quicker than Max Verstappen at turn 1.
Well, you know what? Hats off to the man too, because remember how, look, last time he got fluid under a car, and that was the Don. Well, look what happened. It was a pretty big epic crash by Anthony in that car down in Sydney Jambo earlier this year. So, hey, look, I haven't seen him pull over too many times in my life. The guy's always a send guy, but it's nice that he did. He might have felt some shake, might have had something, and even if it's like a bracket on a clip
would
or
have felt
something.
that shake.
Well, I mean, I used to call the inside of these cars the tin work, but if you've seen a lot lately, there's not much tin work left. It's either magnesium or it's carbon fibre. So if you've rattled some carbon fibre tin work off in that car, same deal. He might have heard something go bang. He thought he'd better pull over. Oh, steering wheel.
Yeah.
Oh, the old-fashioned... Oh, the steering. Oh, goodness, the old steering. Yeah, well, I'd be pulling over too with no steering.
I probably would have stopped in a hurry.
Yeah, so he's got that all hooked up, fired it back up, steering all hooked up again, and the drama. Can we unroll any more drama? Can we unroll it here for you? Hey, folks.
Why just stop, Anthony? The steering wheel came off.
All right, well,
the steering shaft.
Here's another prediction, folks. Strap yourself in for a very big day here in Jambo today.
Wow.
You know, I'm not a person that likes to run marathons. I mean, Janie likes to run.
So does Mark.
Mark loves to run.
Mark's doing park runs now.
Mate, I couldn't.
Have you heard this?
Mate, I can't even run to the toilet, mate. I've got to make a booking, right? I've got to shuffle over. But people love doing marathons. This is my idea of a marathon, mate. This is going to be the triathlon.
Yeah.
This is going to be the triathlon of drag racing, right?
Commentary point of view, Sydney, this year was right up there.
That was
what
a big
time, what time
2
we
o'clock.
Yeah, 2 o'clock.
I think we were 2 o'clock in the morning.
It was definitely a late one, that one.
But we got it done. We got it done. Look, it didn't help that we're getting near the pointy end of everything, and the Don had the big mission.
That's right.
That sort of held us up a little bit. So, Jambo, it's always going to hold us up. I mean, the trade-off, if you want to see spectacular, world-class performances out of these cars, the trade-off is a little bit of drama is going to come in. Mechanical mayhem, staging. Look, it won't be the last staging stuff up we see.
Yep.
And I certainly hope that the drama on track and down track just dries right up, and we're just going to see side-by-side stuff to the end.
A few people asking if we can put the bikini comp up on the live stream.
Yeah.
I don't know. Can we do that?
I don't know whether we do have a camera down there for the bikini comp.
I'm just thinking while we've got.
Unless you know, we have someone capturing footage that we can play later. Whether or not we might see Renee go down and film a little bit, we might be able to use that. Maybe Dave Dangerous could be down there doing a little bit of that. I know if we asked the big man or Dave.
Is the bikini comp in the party bus, or is it still at the stage?
No, the bikini comp is down at the stage.
Right, it's at the stage.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you know what? I'd like to put a little shout out there. Like we saw the Iceman there, Craig Roberts. He touched base. He gave me a text yesterday, and I told the story about the Iceman. He was the guy in the parts game. Like I had my parts career earlier than him, but he was in the performance parts game working for the largest auto barn in Australia. He got to come out to Willowbank and sample a fair few things and got really good on the commentary. And during those early days, you saw the Iceman, myself, and Beanie. Dave's on his way down to the bikini comp. So myself, Jason Bean in the early days too, good mate of mine, Beanie. I hope you're still watching the live streams. Beanie sort of stepped away from not only drag racing, probably one of the first loves, but he was big in the burnout scene too, Beanie. One of those early commentators as well. We also got to thank, of course, in the early days, a guy that used to do the stage for raid, especially every time we used to turn up at a jamboree, especially in Sydney. I was kind of the guy on the day that was going to just do the drag racing. I used to help with the classifying and scrutineering because we had those rules. Because I was on the rules committee, I kind of hung around the scrutineering shed all day and watched everyone come through, make sure they're in the right class and everything. But one guy that I'll do a shout out, hopefully he's going to be watching, was Bill Fee. Now, good mate of Ray's, Billy for years was the stage guy.
Yep.
Billy was doing the babe comps, the bikini comps. Billy would wind that crowd up. And a big shout out to a good friend of mine, Billy Fee. I don't get to see the guy much. He was spending a lot of time out in the mines in the safety industry, but I think he's in the real estate and venture capital industry now, and he's starting to play with rotors because he's starting to pick my brains for bits and pieces that I don't have. You wouldn't believe after 35 years that I'd have every hookup that I would need to complete a car.
You'd think.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
But I'm letting I don't need it much at the moment. I've had a lot of help from the Spot On family building my latest car. A lot of help from ET Chassis when they built my other Altered. But my son, Oliver Diggles, middle son, 13B, Bridgeport, in a Mark 1 Escort, will be here next year. It's got a Bridgie, it's been a Spot On, Super 5 speeds in it, highlight stiff going in it. Ollie Diggles will be here next year. Now, does he ask for Dad for all the sweet hookups? No, I kind of say to him, listen, mate, you do all your own research, do your own things, and guess what? He's done it all himself. All the parts arrive in the mail, his seal kits, everything, he did it all himself. He hasn't asked Dad for one single leg up or hook in. All I did was buy him a Bridgie and go halves in the Spot On bill.
Most kids don't listen to their dad anyway, so why? Just cut out the middleman, eh?
Well, at that age, they don't.
No.
You think they, guess what, as you're still a parent, you and Mark, parents of young children, Terry and I, our kids are growing up, they do listen, mate. As much as it sounds like they don't, it does sink in, especially after a couple of quick little flicks on the backside when they're younger. Parenting tips from Dick Radamus. What was it? No. Nostradamus. And you're Rusty Damas.
DJ
right?
Milkshake and what was your name?
I don't know what I was back
then.
MC Confusing. MC Confusing DJ. And of course, we had that fantastic Radial fan club. Want to turn a set of Mickeys.
Hook it up a harder.
Hook it up a harder. Some of the great names. Lawrence Feds from South Africa. Paddy McCreary from Ireland. You know what? They were all out last night. Dave got them all out last night for us.
The party bus must have been pumping last night.
Mate, let me tell you, I had Drag CNN humming last night. Drag CNN. We were going to all over the world from Drag CNN. Of course, their anchor, what do we call his name? His anchor, Randy Force, is the anchor. Randy Force, one of the best anchors in Drag CNN. You'll see him before too long. Dominic Mayalo is going to get the solo here, and I think they're going to let the ProTech R32. Well, again, no burnout, so go figure. I think they're just going to try and roll around until they got to race someone. So we may not, well, hopefully we might see the Pro. Well, actually, we won't see the S15 back. You know why? Destroyed the whole drive line in the car last night. Yeah, yeah.
Really? Okay.
Impact through the carbon, through the roof, broke the tail. So he's going to go here. He's going to go here.
He's going to give it a crack. Needs to stage.
Whoa, he gets no time. He'll get no time, no stage, and we're just going to have to put him down for a, well, look, he faced the tree. Did he stage? No.
He accepted the tree.
He accepted the tree, except he didn't throw that. We didn't throw it.
On a solo pass,
okay.
the tree was still activated.
All right, well, look, that might be enough. We'll tick him.
Yeah.
We'll tick him. Right, we'll tick him. And again, race control's going to have to do what they can with what that happened there. I, myself, would give it to the man he turned up, right?
All right. This has been a marathon
It's not quite cheap stations. It's a billet J, but yeah, look, we've got to do a little bit of the Aussie fair go there as well.
All right, so next up it is Simon Owanu. And he's going to be taking on Lee Doherty in the MX5, so a couple of the rotors rolling up to the line. A few comments. The comments on the live chat are kind of a little bit unhinged, I've got to be honest. Some of the comments.
Really?
Yeah,
Good.
Well, we do have Psyop Gypsy, I believe, or Psyop.
I've heard him before. Yeah.
So he's actually here in the grounds.
Oh, good.
And apparently he's going to go live at the Babe Comp. So for anybody who wants to watch it, apparently he's going live at the Babe. That's what the rumour going around is. Another one asking if they're your long lost second or third cousin, Stephen Mediard. His mum's maiden name is Diggles.
Is that right? I think we could be.
Yeah. I think your mum's maiden name was Diggles.
Oh, well, my mum's maiden name was Watson, of course, after Jeff Watson, her brother. Yeah. So Laurie Watson, Alan Watson.
If her maiden name was Diggles, we may have a problem and you'd have a few extra fingers.
Well, we came over in the 1860s from Liverpool, and Sylvester himself, well, he did a lot in Brisbane. He certainly wasn't here for Jamboree. But we do have a street named after him in the middle of Brizzy, so it's nice. I'm trying to get a building in there because I've got room. I need room for Gordito. I go Gordito Tuesdays from Diggles Close in Fortitude Valley. Dominic Mayolo gone. Simon Ione now. This is Pro Compact, brought to us by McKern and Associates.
Yes. So this should be a good matchup. So on paper, 778 Lee Doherty, 144 miles per hour, yet to make a full run all the way out across the finish line. Simon Ionu, 724, 186 miles per hour at best run. Number 3 versus number 7 in the qualifying list. Should be a good matchup, this one.
Big shout out to a good, not only a good friend of mine, my own accountant, and a big supporter of Jamboree and Pro Compact, Damien McKern. Grump, can you get your people to email me and let's line up an appointment so Diggs can do his measly little tax return? It'll only take 7 minutes. We talk 53 minutes of drag racing and speedway and 7 minutes to do my tax return.
I was going to say, there is no way you'd be able to finish a conversation in 7 minutes.
Oh,
no way on God's green earth you'd be able to do that, Diggs.
No, well, I just let the Grump just open up his heart and we have a good old chat. All right, this matters. First round, Chicago shootout. 2-rotor against 2-rotor. Victoria versus New South Wales. First round, Chicago shootout. McKern Pro Compact.
No one's going in.
Come on, boys. 233 other cars want to run as well.
Back Performance versus Pro Maz.
Oh, yeah. Hang on, hold the phone.
I think Lee Doherty might have lost fire down there. He's trying to fire it back up. There is... No, the door's open.
There's a term out there called F around find out. Guess what happened? El Fafo Cartel. That's the new one I invented, El Fafo.
Yeah.
F around find out. El Fafo. There's a bit of El Fafo. All right. Simon gone. He's going to go 1 from 1, half track, 485. Early shoots, 1 from 1, 790. But how's that? Go into stage, 1 bulb. You know what? Before whatever happened there, he had the opportunity to put 2 on and put Simon under pressure.
So, good example there of the difference between what we saw in Factory Extreme. So the difference there was that there were both first bulbs were on in both lanes. So because of that, when Ionu's gone in, that's then triggered the 7-second rule. The reason that it wasn't triggered in Factory Extreme is because there was no first
there.
bulbs in both lanes. So that's ultimately.
And the starter had to throw that. Like he had to use all of his instinct there. And you know what? I'm sure Shane T will pull some data from somewhere. I know that he normally has a lot of cars he deals with do have clutches in them. but the amount of temperature increase in a torque converter per second on the high side, when you got something on the chip, that torque converter temperature is going through the roof. And flame point for that stuff, I don't know what the flame point is, but Shane's pulling the phone out here. Shane T's pulling the phone out. He'll have some data.
He's got all the data.
He'll have some data. Yeah, yeah. Is that right? I thought I was always going to wonder what it was in Fahrenheit. It's nearly 200 degrees a second in temperature when you're loading the thing up and you haven't let it go.
So it wouldn't be outside the realms of possibility that it'd be 1,1500 degrees.
Shane T,
well, look, that's
yeah, go for it. That's
yeah,
right.
all right. So yeah, that's why you saw what you saw. I mean, it's basically vapor.
Yeah.
Right. Then the oil is junk on a normal run immediately. It's not meant to be that hot. And of course, we make more runs than that with them, but it's incredible temperature rise. Like it's like watching a tack.
Yeah.
I mean, it's extremely scary. I mean, look, I was scared.
Yeah.
Right. And I knew what the result was going to be. So the other thing is you got to have a little bit of a pre-race plan, right? If something like that happens, you just go.
Yeah.
You just make the run, or you just don't make the run. But you definitely don't do that and try again.
Yeah.
You get the result you got. I'm just glad it wasn't on fire.
Yeah.
I'm just glad it wasn't on fire.
Yeah.
I thought he was on fire.
Yeah, me too. The way he came out. Oh, Chris Hall.
Woo!
Chris Hall, El Fafo. There's something called mechanical sympathy. Well, that was a little bit of hydraulic sympathy, but yeah, I cringe. When I see those cars go on the chip, I cringe. I really do.
I was the same, and I was standing back, and then nothing was happening. I was afraid the car was on fire, so I went running. I'm yelling to get him out, get him out. It was a scary deal. Your turn.
Or not?
He's
all done talking or not?
No, commentary.
Are you finished talking or not?
Commentary, all stars.
Are you finished talking? Let's say it's that we won the race.
Okay.
Yeah, because you can't red light a car that hasn't staged.
Yeah, okay.
You understand what that means or not? You're a drag racer, yeah? Yeah. So do you get two white lights up first or do you red light first? You see the tree? Follow a very, very simple Motec, man. Very simple. You get two lights up, first bulbs, then you go into stage for the second bulb.
Yeah.
We had no lights up.
Yeah.
We had two lights up on the two-step. Is that what you call racing?
Yeah, no.
So how do we get disqualified if we're not in the stage?
Well, I don't know.
So for your understanding, we won that race.
Yeah.
The officials called it.
Yeah.
So you can't red light a car that's not in stage.
Yeah. And No, there was none of that. There was no Anthony. No, there was no mention. No, we didn't mention. No. You can play. No, you can play it all back and see it. No, I'm sure. We'll stand by what we said, and we didn't say any of that. And that's race control controlling, not us. Okay. Well, if that's the case. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. No, that's what Kelly told us. Kelly come and told us all of that. Yeah. No, I told. Yeah. No, we heard all of that, mate.
I think. Associates. And, you just
That
got
was-
a little round table going
that
on
was-
up here in the commentary box.
Mate, as I said, Netflix has got nothing on what we got here, mate. We've got it all firing up here. 200 degrees a second. There we go. That's what we picked out there. Hearts, big thumps. And we've never had him on the mic before.
No.
Mate, he's normally the hardest guy to go and find to get on and say something. And look, I'm glad he's come and put the point across. And as I said, you and me, we can only call what we see. Race control handles the rest. So we're lucky that race control's handling all that.
And that's what we're waiting on. We only call what we see in front of us. What we saw at the time was what we called.
So, and again, race control doesn't listen to what we say.
No.
Race control sorts everything out. We just, we call it, because, we've had a few years up in the sport, Rusty, so, we can call stuff. That was bang. Where was our cameras? Bang. That was great. We'll all look back at this. I'm going to go back and have a look at this in the stream. And as I said to Anthony, since we've got this beautiful stream, go back, watch all the tape you want. Yeah. That's what we love.
And if we get it wrong, we're
we get it wrong. I'll
stick our hands up and say.
I'll admit it.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, here we go. So solo from the Queeno again. Seated solos. No show sometimes is why we're at that. So you know what? We're going to get paired runs in the next few rounds, because normally the rule is if you get a solo and then the next couple of rounds you won't get a solo. You shouldn't get a solo. It'll always be someone else that you have to race. That's normally what happens. Anyone that gets more than one solo is probably flicking a few $50 notes around. Again, I can't say that either. Mark's just happy to be here.
Yeah. Mark's just happy to be a witness to what just happened.
Yeah, I love it.
All right, so Ben Palmer now, the
keeps me coming back. Keeps me coming back. I can tell you.
Honestly, it's every year Jambo members throw up something different, and we got it again this year. So Ben Palmer from Mackenzie in Queensland, the RX Innovations and Mazda, on a solo pass, quickest run of an 8:25, 164 miles per hour.
Come on, Benny. Yes, son. Ball goes for Benny Palmer.
Hold on to it, son.
Thank you. All right, Mark's got the eyes out. Something just past.
Still skidding down the track.
So
there.
something is skidding down the track. Just past 330 foot. We've got to get our eagle-eyed people onto it. And I think we're onto it now. Mark spotted it. We've just got to look there.
Yeah, between half track, there's something between the 330 and the half track timers. You can see it just sitting there. On the race. Actually, no, it's between half track and the 1,000 foot, I think. Yeah, between half track and 1,000 foot, the track walkers are onto it.
We're going to have a quick look there.
We do apologise. I know there was a lot of animated discussion.
Cross chatter.
Yeah, cross chatter.
Cross chatter.
Did you feel like we were in the WWE?
I did almost feel like that.
The Rock came in and took the microphone off John Cena or something.
But we've never got the guy to. Now, how much would we have benefited from having Anthony give enough time to actually give us his insights? Because honestly, we have, and you've seen, podcasts like That's Racing and everything like that, where they've had the guys on. And we need more of that. This scene, we're now on that cusp. What are we going to do the next 35 years of this event? Guess what? Social media wasn't around when we started. How do we get to be so successful before the internet? And how can we transition on from here on in? It's guys like him and Herman and Zeta and everyone that's trying to do podcasts about racing to keep the scene alive, mate. Because guess what? You saw me in the early days. Yeah. I can't keep doing that stuff. No. I can't keep it. I'd like to.
Too old for that.
I forgot how good I used to be because now I don't think I'm anywhere near that. But again, do all Ray asked to do. I'll just wing it.
All right, next up. Let's go to the next.
Go on.
Jihad Afkal taking on Sam Kiprios. Good to see Sam back after the issues. Still hasn't had the type of runs that we've seen out of him over the years. 14-second run, best so far. Fuel pressure issues really causing issues for Sam as the weekend's gone on. I've got to say, almost as entertaining as Anthony Matuk and Shane Tecklenburg coming up here is the comments in the live stream, because they heard all that.
Yeah, I know. They heard everything.
And if you heard
people
any kind of colourful language, do apologise for that. It's sometimes we're in the heat of battle, and it seemed to turn very quickly, that one.
It did, and I'm sure the people on the stream probably got the best set of speakers in the house here at the event. Would have heard some of that over the noise. All right, so Sam Kiprios, not too many 4-cylinders in McKern Pro Compact today. The 3RZ, the Ninja being low sevens in that car, and Jihad Afkal.
This is the best one so far. Diggles is going to be the new pizza shop owner in season 5 of Fat Pizza.
Fat pizza pizzas, they're big and they're cheesy.
All right.
Billet pizza, $5 grand. All right, here we go.
Gibrios, Avcal. Place your bets, clean 3, 4, see if Gibrios 094. Oh, we got a pedal fest.
Tell you what, Sammy got a win by just getting through to the other end, but he's got a lot to do. He's got to get
Coast Fest 2025.
He's got to get it back into gear, but he can't, and it's going to be the Ninja.
Yep.
1 from 1. There we go. Not the best now. As we said, he's completely changed the rear end in that little Starlet. It's now got a 9-inch diff in it. All the suspension's been redone, so they've got to find that suspension baseline. You wouldn't think you'd have to change too much. It did have a 12-bolt Salisbury in it, a la Puerto Rico car, but now got a 9-inch. So I guess, sort of pinion centre lines, all of those all that bar work's probably got to find somewhere. They had a fuel leak last night they couldn't find, so they fixed it overnight. They're back here, winning ugly. Bradbury's going to come into it, as I said, and you know what? We didn't even know who Stephen Bradbury was 35 years ago. Yeah. But guess what? We were Bradburying before Bradbury's.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, here we go. We've got vision of the Babe Comp
now.
now.
Oh, here we go. Have a look at the screen. Look at the class of 2025. DJ Dale.
Where's Tez? There's Tez over there.
There's Tez. We've got Herman there from PRP.
Yep.
The big man off the side there.
That's the toughest job in drag racing right there, judging the bikini comp.
Oh, goodness. And, of course, our judges.
Maybe the girls, can the girls hear us? Can you give us a wave,
No,
girls?
I don't know whether they can.
I reckon they can.
Well, so is that for our benefit? Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Rusty's got the camera out.
Just because nobody will believe me.
25, Jambo. Just look at the guys with the cameras. Look at all, put them all down, you do. Look at all you fellas. Dave Tucker's got the camera out. Dave Tucker's all of a sudden become a photojournalist. Dave hasn't taken one photo today. Bang, there it is. The bikini comp. Dave's on the photos.
All right, we've hit Sub G with Alan Dodd. Going for the burnout money.
Sub G. Oh,
that's a contender.
Yeah, that is a contender. I know we did see Georgie go down far. All right, people. You know, we've got Georgie as best burnout. Hands up if you think Sup G just did a better burnout. Hands up if you think, oh, Sup G gets a wrap. Yeah. We've got to put him in there.
I think if you're talking consistency of smoke, immediacy of smoke.
But he tried. You know the one word we don't use with burnout comps? Intent.
Intent.
That's intent,
yes,
right?
Absolutely.
And that means not only extra smoke, but if you're on it a little longer and you get a little loose, that's intent. You did the skid as long as you could. A lot of people put their hand up. So right now, Sup G for the Smokin' Award, of course, which is the best burnout. We've got best wheel stand, best burnout, best crew, light of the night, and I can't pick the crew every time. The crews are so professional.
I think we need to have a joint award, best feud of the weekend as well.
Oh, God, we'd have a top 20. Welcome to another edition of Jambo 20-1 dramas.
But if you want to get the trophy, you both need to go up there and get it.
Oh, together.
Yeah, together.
And we'll bring a 4,000 PSI water cutter to cut it in half for us.
Yeah.
We might have to do that in post-production, I reckon, after Jambo. Let's have a top 20 Jambo dramas after this event. And that's what we'll start to do. We can spitball that a little bit later. Top 20 Jambo dramas. Marcus Pepe now, Alan Dodd. So two guys from the same Boostworks stable. He's from Golden Grove, South Australia, Marcus. Alan Dodd from Birkdale in Queensland. One of our concrete kings. Alan's concreting. All right, 13B against 13B. Great mates. Got to take a win, one of them. Gentlemen, engage.
Marcus is out in front.
I think he got caught. I think he got caught with the RPM down, Doddsy. Got caught.
Oh, he's going to get him. Is he going to get him?
Oh, wow. We got off the throttle. The margin of victory was half a second still, but he did roll off. He gave up the ghost about 1,000 foot. It was still 618 to 1,000 foot. 788, 126 for Marcus. Half track, it was 446 at 138. Doddsy got caught. I think the thing just bogged down. Not enough start line.
It seems to be really soft. It seems to bounce around a little bit, that car. Just don't know whether they haven't quite found a happy setup for it yet.
I honestly think it needs the kitchen sink thrown at it on the line. It's got enough tyre, it's got enough wheelbase. But yeah, that start line's caught them, and it will catch some of those 13B cars out with the big tyre on them. remember, you're asking a pretty small engine on a two-step, probably making 60 PSI on the two-step. You're still asking that little 13B to take a massive tyre and grip that thing and somehow move that, 2,000 odd pound car out of the hole. So it is going to bog once in a while. But that is Pro Compact, thanks to McKern. Round number 1 in the bag. So, drama much up till now?
Now, I need to ask a question
go on.
here. So, in regards to the burnout comp, does the car need to remain in its own lane at all times to win the burnout comp?
Why would you bring that up?
There is a little bit of contention that perhaps Sub-G might have touched the centre line.
Nah,
there
that's
in the
fine.
burnout.
No. I'll stomp on that one.
In this case, we are the adjudicators.
Yeah,
so
I'll stomp on that.
Yep, all right.
Yeah, look, it's, don't worry about that part of it. It wasn't a race, it was a burnout, so we'll judge it on that, eh? All right, here we go, Pro Mod. All right, 20K up for grabs, thanks to Manly and Dart, Outlaw Pro Mod. Who's going to be the baddest Aussie door car by the end of the day?
We're going to find out because we have got Daniel Camilleri taking on NASA Matter here in his round 1 of racing. Lot of revs on board for Daniel Camilleri, who has yet to really get down the track in any kind of representative game.
I guess by now you can take a hunch to find that he is the baby of the bunch, but that's okay. He still keeps in stride with a small block Chev to boogie his behind. Grandmaster Flash. Sugar Hill Gang. Just, you got that as close as you can there, Rusty,
Yeah,
too.
I know. I can't get the microphone any closer to my mouth.
I can hear you.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. So, I don't know, what do you do here? NASA Matter, 681, the best he qualified with yesterday. Camilleri, horrible luck yesterday, 983. This is one of those ones, toss a coin. Toss a coin.
Oh, look, on paper you'd say NASA Matter has got the advantage, but realistically, Daniel Camilleri he's got a reputation for being a bit of a giant killer. He's been to, I think, 1 semi and maybe 1 final in Pro Mod competition over the last couple of seasons, or the last season or so. I would say, I'm not betting the sheep station. I'll put it that way.
Yep.
So, Camilleri, the heavy Chevy, repping the Aussie flag, taking on NASA Matter, the 37 Chevy Business Coupe. Someone asking why is there V8s at Jambo? Because we're all encompassing. We take everybody.
Our horsepower.
It is Outlaw Pro Mod, presented by Manly Performance.
It's called Evolution. Tell you what, half track there, 385 for Matter. That Chevy's in the 586, nice. 240 mile an hour. That's why Pro Mods are at Jamboree. There's big bucks up for grab, and we let them swing. Blower, turbo, and nitrous. That's why they're here, because nowhere else do we go blower, turbo, and nitrous, and let them hang all the way out. There was no contest there. 996 in the 60 foot, 052 off the tree.
First off the line, first to the stripe.
NASA Matter cutting light pro lights, and remember, look, 634 for a small block.
That's only about a tenth and a bit off his PB, I think. Yep. So for Daniel Camilleri. So yeah, good step forward.
I think pedal clutch 4-speed Lenko in the car. So I mean, it's a good deal. And what about NASA getting into the pointy end of door slammer racing? 586, 240 mile an hour. We're letting them swing. That's 1 from 1 for NASA Matter. Daniel Camilleri, none from 1. 3-round Chicago shootout. And, people on the message saying, why are V8s allowed at Jambo? Well, I mean, it's 2025, mate. We take them all. And guess what? A lot of them are turbo EFI V8s. We've got to let them in. And, of course, Ray, back in the day, early rules were anti-V8. And Ray, we didn't ask him about the bashing of the V8 on the very first Jambo that we did. Remember that recap we had? And you hear that bang? If people ask when you see that video, what's with the sledgehammer? They had an old V8 Fairlane here, and you could pay, I don't know, $1, and you could whack a V8.
Yep.
There was that hatred against anti-V8 stuff because V8s were just, they were the dominant car in drag racing. The 4-cylinders and the 6-cylinders and the rotaries were minorities. So that was fighting back against the V8. So that's sort of initially anti-V8, small cars, no V8s, yucky. One car turned up at Extreme one year, and I'll tell you which car it was. And he was allowed in because we looked at this, right? Yes, it was a V8. It was turboed. Okay, well, hang on a sec. Now we're talking. This is what Jamboree's based itself on, the turbo era. It was an EFI turbo V8 in a Tirana called Mr. Mad. Mad. And it was probably nearly the first V8 that I remember coming to Jambo that was in Extreme. He wanted to run the car, and we said, well, listen, V8, whatever. The only place we can put you is in Extreme. Turbo, EFI V8, Mr. Mad turned up, nearly stole the whole damn show.
Yeah.
670s, I think that thing ran, and you know, Ivan Tesic, it was a legend car. Hands up anyone out there that's come to Jambo. Hands up who remembers Mr. Mad. Just a history lesson. You remember Mr. Mad? Yep, righto. That was one car, I think one of the first V8s that sort of said, right, I think we've got to let turbo EFI V8s in here. So it kind of was still kept down on the down low. Now, a couple of years ago, of course, the radial classes came in. There was a big push for small tyre racing, J315, J275. Guess what we've got a bunch of? Cars that fit perfectly in that class. And guess what? Turbo EFI V8. So they're here for good. You know what you should be whinging about? Why aren't there any EVs here? Take that out of your mouth.
No,
I can tell you that right now.
If
we get a person coming on this chat and goes, where's the EVs? We'll shut them out. We'll ban them.
We will take anybody, but we draw the line there.
We will celebrate internal combustion and boost till the day we die. So let them in. Let them in. Horsepower, let them in.
All right, all the horsepowers. All right, next up it is...
Inclusive, not exclusive.
All inclusive. Next up it is Lorenzo. Problems in the burnout. Stu Walsh giving a shot for the burnout competition trophy. I don't think it's quite there yet, but he's working on it.
All right, so yeah, now Renzo, this is the little 471 cubic inch Brad Hemi. Now, it's only a little engine. It's got 88s on it, so he's got to really get some RPM up here. Here we go, here we go, there we go. All the way, thank you, Renzo, all the way from Wattle Grove in Western Australia. Made the big trek over. But Renzo's been around in drag racing for a while, the Gallardo family. He's got a Radial Mustang. I suppose you can just do it if you're an influencer and stuff like that.
I was going to say.
Yeah, just walk anywhere, get a photo anywhere, I guess. Stu Walsh, of course, that Camaro, Paramount Performance. He's from Camira here in Queensland. Twin turbo Noonan Hemi. 521 cubes, 471 cubes for this beautiful brand new Mustang Pro Mod.
It's gorgeous.
And you can see the man out the front. You may not have met him yet, but you know we have the icon Shane T in here. This is an Aussie tuning icon right now.
Yep.
Jeff Johnson, Jeff the Rock. Big man, big heart. He's just one big, warm, fuzzy bear that's got a hell of a lot of knowledge about EFI and tuning.
All right, so...
The revolution will not be televised. This is all out of bounds, ladies. Thank you very much for that.
Yeah.
Out of bounds.
Yeah, on the
You've been
return
kicked
road.
out. You've been kicked out. There we go. Security, let's escort them completely off the... No, I'm joking. They can stay here.
Don't do that.
Yeah, we can't stand there. Oh, I've left my anklet there. I don't know, but yeah, thank you. We appreciate the media. Oh, there we go. See, he's got a good sense of humour. Security dude. Looks like he's just come in off the property by the look of him. Lorenzo Gallardo, Stu Walsh. We're going to go to Bump City and Pro Mod, and I want a little bit of that right now. Come on, Pro Mod. Oh, big shake for Renzo. Stewie at half track, 401. Not a bad number. 589. 260. Shh, 261.
We're only going to say it once. Stu Walsh, 589, 692 for Lorenzo Gallardo. 198 miles per hour for Lorenzo.
Before we go anywhere, look at the reaction times. I'll tell you the reaction times on the Pro Tree, guys. 028 for Lorenzo, 026 for Stu Walsh. 2 turbo Pro Mod guys. Now, look, there's a lot of hate on Bump City yesterday about guys that can't get their stuff together to drag race. There's 2 citizens of Bump City that go 02 on the tree, on a Pro Tree. So don't bag all of Bump City exactly. Some of the new citizens, newer citizens to others. It can be done perfectly by the good citizens of Bump City. What a race. Renzo rattled the tyre, couldn't recover it enough that time, that big tyre. All right, there is more going on right now.
All right, next up is JC himself. Not that JC. Jeff Cutterjar.
Yes.
In the speed flow lane, he's taking on Joe Gauci. In the Profab Mustang, Joe Gauci, the unofficial record holder for a Pro Mod at a Jambo event with a 559.
Still there.
Still hanging on at the moment. We've seen a 561 this weekend.
Out of Ricker. Yeah, out of Johnny Ricker, 561. And that was an early lift. That was a little tease, that was. But, hey, that engine was out of that Camaro last night. So, overnight trash. Joe Gauci and Jeff Cutterjar Blower versus Turbo, Studebaker versus Eleanor, and I hope watching on the live stream right about now, when he gets a chance, almighty DJ Carl Cox, you are in our Jamboree family as well. Oh yes, oh yes. We want you to come to a Jambo again in the future, and I'm sure
it's been a while.
One of the funkiest dudes in DJing is still as cool as ever, just like Jambo. If I'm a 55-year-old guy that gets acknowledged as an old icon of Jamboree, well, Carl Cox, you're an emerging icon, and you're in your damn 60s, you cool cat. Wait till he goes to Bump City or lets the button go at another Jambo in the future, DJ Carl Cox. Coxie, of course, helping sponsor ProFab, the ProFab Mustang. Of course, Coxie's got a couple of cars in the ProFab workshop getting built. I think he's got a hill climb car there.
Does he?
Yeah. All right, here we go. Turbo versus Blower. Where are you going? Turbo, Blower, Pro Mod. 7 seconds. Oh, nice and clean. Rattles through the tyres. Gouchy's gone one. Here we go. 86 to a 605. And again, half track for Joe.
Yeah.
387. 387 to half track. 207 mile an hour. No shake. 100 flat. One flat for the Mustang.
Tell you, there was a bunch of shake for JC. He drove through.
One flat.
I thought it was actually going to kick out on him, but he did a good job of driving it, actually.
Yep.
For a guy who hasn't got a lot of laps in this car, he did a really good job of getting it back into the centre of the groove, keeping his foot into it, and a 605 at 248. Takes the loss this time around, but he'll be pretty happy because he's got his 599.
Yep.
He went 605. The thing's running consistent. That's really all you can ask for.
Well, he's looking for seat time. He's just had the thing put together. It's about, well, where can I shake this thing down? Testing yesterday's quali, and now it's combination. It's battle. It's his first engagement in battle, and his first competition. Well, I suppose it's Jeff Cutterjar's Pro Mod debut. Competition debut, first round of that, and Jeffrey will come back from that, but he got whipped by a turbo car, just saying. So let's just see what happens in the next one, because hands up all the nitrous fans out there. Hands up who loves a whole lot of nitrous oxide. I mean, hands up who wants 959 cubic inches of Pat Busey. And also, here's another question. Hands up all the Kiwis out there. Where's all our Kiwis? Put your hands up, Kiwis. Boy, we've bought a few of them here this year.
We've got a few, don't we?
Not only here spectating, but competing. More Kiwis than ever.
There's even one guy on Barry Plumpton's tow car down here. I don't know whether he doesn't want to admit to being a Kiwi, but he's not sticking his hand up. Is he an Aussie?
He's a Kiwi. He's a Kiwi.
He's a Kiwi, but the bloke on the other side, there we go.
Yes.
Okay, he's admitting to it now.
Absolutely 200% choice here today. We have got more than ever. We're not if it's Stewie Walsh at the Pro Mod. We've got Big Baz Plumpton. Wants to put
Steve Carlson as well.
Yeah, Steve Carlson's in there coming up as well. We've had Reese, in the past, we've Reese McGregor, Glenn Suckling, Andre Simon, Rod Harvey. We had, who was the other one back in the day? We had Ronnie Lim. I think Ronnie Lim ran in here in the early days as well. Just trying to think of the one more that came out. Zohab, there was a Zohab there as well, I'm sure. I just remember the early days. Oh, and an expat called Ben Diggles. Yeah, Team New Zealand came over. It was my brother.
Yeah.
He was living in New Zealand, and he brought his little gazelle over from New Zealand. Even though he was living there, he was moving back, so it kind of was a good way to bring the gazelle back.
It worked out okay.
And I don't want to spread too many rumours, but guess what? My brother has bought that car back. He's doing it with his sons, and it'll blow your mind when that car comes back out, because it's not only going to do drag racing, and he wants to run a 7 in that thing. Like, it ran 912, which was still one of the quickest S12s in the world with an FJ20 and a stick shift. But he wants to make it a 7-second Gazelle. Plus, it's going to be a time attack car as well. So it's going to do a lot of things. Here's some trash in the pits. I tell you what, I don't mind the footage of the trash.
Yeah.
Barry Plumpton and John Ricker. Here we go. Blow Up versus Nitrous. And there's the big Kiwi flag.
Yes, bro.
Okay. Didn't come out all angry, did it?
Yeah, really. Just didn't smoke the tyres at all for John Ricker. Not that it needs to do a burnout, or to at least get the tyres up to 10. But either way, Barry Plumpton, this is no pushover for Johnny Ricker. It's not just a walk-up start. Barry Plumpton has been Mr. Consistency this weekend. 575, 575, 609. Probably the most consistent of any of our professional category cars. just going down the racetrack every single time in the big 900 plus cubic inch Pat Newsy nitrous fed. The Bottle Bro. I think that's his new nickname, the Bottle Bro.
Mate, this doesn't have 1 or 2 or 3. It's got 4 kits.
4 kits.
It's got 4 kits.
Now, let's talk about John Ricker. Came very close to resetting the record for our little Pro Mod at a Jambo with a 561 in qualifying last night at only 205 miles per hour. It's got a bunch left in it, but obviously they need to keep it under certain speed restrictions, so they're trying to get it moving in the front half of the racetrack and then roll out of it at the other end.
All right, sounds like it's still running pretty strong. John Ricker from Point Cook in Victoria, Maritzi Civil, Mowers Online, Tough Streeters. It's all there. What about Focus Construction Group? That's from Henderson, New Zealand. That's Barry Plumpton.
Late for Barry Plumpton, trying to chase down John Ricker from here. It's going to be hard. He's going to get there. Is he? No, he's not.
Oh, boy. I'm going to take a photo of that. Hold on to that one for a moment. Hold on to that one for a moment, because guess what? John Ricker off the tree. 018. Ricker off the button. 01860. 60 foot 944 to a 968 for the nitrous car. John Ricker, half track, 367, 206, and then some smoke at the end. 586, 176 mile an hour. Barry Plumpton, 575s all weekend. Barry, 575, 380 to half track at 200 mile an hour.
If Barry had another, I reckon, 20 or 30 feet of racetrack, he probably would have got John Ricker there. The closing speed was over, what, 75 miles per hour at the finish line. Margin of victory, 78 thousandths of a second.
That's a squeaker right there.
He was coming home like a freight train at the other end.
All the Kiwi crew, they're all smiling. How good was that?
I could have sworn he was going to get there. Now, next up, you talk about another good matchup. And it is it's the other JC. John Canuli, another one. And he's going to take on Craig Burns in the Villa. Now, there's something going on there.
Now, I can see Kirsten. Look, this is a lady that's grown up around the sport of drag racing. Yes, she's concerned about her husband, John, but she's also watching Burnsy there. So she's going to take that information, and she's going, well...
I think they had...
It does say Burns and Canuli. It does say Burns and Canuli.
They couldn't get it into a fourth gear, I think.
Oh, there we go. So we're waiting for a signal for a solo. Okay, Morris has put the finger up to say solo. We've got to get that over to John. John gets himself 1 from 1. God, where is the winner going to come from tonight? Is it going to be Ricker? Is it going to be, can it be Stewie Walsh?
Well, there was a lot of smoke for Johnny Ricker.
Yeah, got to watch out. Okay, no, that thing couldn't get gear, couldn't make the call. Couldn't make the call. That's what happens when you can't make the call. The thing wouldn't fire on demand. And I'll tell you what, I'm not going to say that's dashed anyone's hopes of making a Pro Mod final. That certainly puts a fairly big dent in it. Burns is going to have to be perfect for the next 2 rounds and hope that some other people fall by the wayside by luck of the draw. Canuli, it's all yours, Johnny. 569 yesterday, 255 mile an hour. All new deal with his alcohol funny car motor under the hood.
Lot of shake.
Yeah, 968 to the 60. So look, he got that short time out there, but I suppose at the last minute it's like, well, do we take it out there and swing right now when we don't have to save our bacon for the next round? And that's what we're doing by the look of it. That is the crew's wisdom right at the end there. Not really fighting for lane choice because we're not in a final. That's round 1 of Pro Mod still coming.
Yeah, it just keeps on coming out, doesn't it?
So that's a win to Canuli. And again, look, a 1587 is not going to affect much. It may affect lane choice. Mr. Popovich and our Tough Streeters boys. Hey, Wes, we must catch up, Adam. We must. Yes, we must catch up. Of course, part of Johnny Ricker's crew for many, many years, Adam Popovich. He was in Street Outlaws when he was over here too. He raced Lizzie Musey, the late, great Lizzie Musey, and Popper. He was in the lane beside George Jezewski when George had the fireball. So you know that photo, there's an iconic photo of the VL on fire and a yellow VL on the back bumper beside it. Australia, come to Australia, land of the attacking VLs. That's what it looked like. Popper was in the car beside on that run. So he's a little bit famous.
A lot of blowers here.
Oh,
this
yes.
pro mod field,
yeah,
isn't there?
you know what? Again, if we went back all those years and said, you know what, one day we're going to see blowing V8 Pro mods running 5s, and we go, no way. Guess what? It's evolved. VL God, we're all over it down there in the pits. That bloke looked like he was about 15.
Yeah, he did.
He's a young Matuk down there.
So Salim Matter taking on Steve Carlson now.
I don't mind that, just that random footage. Don't mean for interviews it can be hard to do, but vision seems easy. Oh, here we go. Salam and Steve, the other Kiwi. Yes, sir. I don't know where to hedge your bets. I do not know in this pro mod field where the favourite is going to come from. Ask me after about session 2. Ask me about round 2. This is only round 1. I can't tell you. I've got to see what someone does 2 runs in a row yet. And so far, some people have done well, some people haven't. So let's have a look right now between Salam Matter and Steve Carlson. Another one from Masterton in New Zealand. Where are all the Kiwis again? Put your hands up, Kiwis! All right, I know you'll be going for the Falcon Sprint, 521 cubes. In case you didn't notice, there it is sticking out the bonnet. And Salam Matter, what a beautiful car. The A Civil team, haven't they got into drag racing? Oh, I love the new kids coming in. Yep. Dad got in, Dad's gone the big time, and he's bringing the boys with him. Sammy Afkal, the same thing, bringing the kids with him. The pack's doing the same thing. All these guys growing up and bringing their kids into it.
Growing up drag racing, growing up fast. That's what it's all about. Salim Matter. The A Civil Mustang, great looking car. This one, it's got some pedigree as well. 577 in qualifying. Steve Carlson, 593 is what's up on the boards, but that run should not have stood. He did go 599, and that one did stand. It was validated.
Anything can happen here, a shake of the tyre, a staging infringement, anything can change this result. Round 1 of Pro Mod. Oh, Carlson's given it a hit. He's given it a big don't argue. He's given it a massive don't argue there, Steve Carlson. He was out on Salam Matter. 733 gets the win, but oh, the Falcon, she's a wounded bad.
That's given it a real good whack down there. It's crab walking down the racetrack, and you can see on the camera, it is coming to a stop down there, and obviously we're going to have the ambos on the scene, because that is one of the worst kind of impacts that you can have as a side slap in one of these cars. You know, a front-on impact's not too bad because you've got the frontal head restraints, the belts, everything else. Even going in backwards is not as bad but a side slap, it's very hard to restrain everything when you're sideways. So we are just going to wait for confirmation from the top end of the racetrack that hopefully everything is A-OK, and obviously the crew on the start line are going to be hanging on as well. Please, guys, we will certainly update you as soon as we do know anything. So that is a real shame for Steve Carlson.
That was a big rattle, a very big rattle. And you can see the mark just near the 330-foot barrier there, just out on the outside wall. You can see a bit of red. You can see the big black rubber mark from the front tyre as well.
It was almost like something broke. The car was shaking, and then it just sort of snapped to the right. So Steve Carlson, unfortunately, we were talking about how much we're enjoying having Kiwi bros over here, and to see that happen is a real shame, and hopefully it's nothing too serious. As we have a look, and this is the two sides of racing. You've got the crews.
Smoko.
Look at Kev. He's gathered around the laptop down there, having a look. But then you've got all the other boys over the back cooking, making sure that everyone's being fed down there. That's important. Hey, you guys know where the commentary box is. Make sure you send some up.
Hang on. Is this live? There's Saccharides. There's Greg. He's supposed to be in the lanes. I guess the thing must be broke, or he's decided, you know what, lunch first, round 2 will come out later. But it sounds like Maul is not, it's broke, do you reckon, and put him in the trailer, do you think? But it's lunchtime. That's why there's no stress down there, because it is lunchtime.
Absolutely.
That is making me hungry. Here goes Frankie Tarabay over with more. Look at this. We've got it's pretty much a Pro Mod Factory Extreme who's who. There's Vic Elfs coming over for lunch as well. There's Frankie. G'day, Frankie. You can see him down there.
Frank, send some food up, brother.
Yes, some food up. We got it all on the cook down there, but right now on the track, it's not so good for our mate Steve Carlson. It was a hell of a lick. Drove through the shake. He wanted to win there, so he was going to fight. He was going to try and fight through that shake. And you know what? The lesson that you learn when you drive it a little bit too far through shake is that car is in no way settled. Any other part of that car you thought may have been ideal to run it straight down the track is imperfect as soon as it starts rattling and you keep driving it. And by the time he had that extra second, well, a bit of a fight on the throttle, I'm not going to ask for a replay because, you know, no one likes to see a car go into the wall twice, but...
Especially until we hear that everything's
that's
okay
right, make sure he's okay. I want to hear I'd love to see a long shot of the butterflies on that. You know, that gives you more of an indication from further down track about the pedalling, the driving of the car. He certainly did try to do it.
Yeah, I'm trying to have a look at the tyre tracks as well because that can also tell the story. It definitely shook very, very hard as it got out off the start line. But, yeah, you don't like to see anyone bend their cars or take the shiny off them. And for Steve Carlson, it hurts even more when you think about the fact they brought it over from NZ.
Yeah. But, you know, he comes, well, a lot of the time they're running pretty decent times over there in NZ. And, you know, we were mentioning yesterday that, I mean, the facilities over there, they've got a bit of age to them. All of those great crews and clubs look after those venues as best they can. But, yeah, I was watching some New Zealand footage on Friday from over there. And yes, Willowbank is pretty much like a pool table when it comes to flatness and traction. A couple of the Kiwi tracks still not perfectly flat, still a bit bumpy. They still managed to get these cars down there over there. It's unbelievable. But you can notice a few of them, like Rod, for a long time, Rod's kind of used Willowbank as the home track because he knows you don't want to take sometimes a factory extreme car like that down sort of Mary or the likes of those tracks over there. No offence to the venues, it's just that, you know, when you want to throw cars of that ilk down there, yes, less bumpy is better. This track, since it's had its upgrade, is just so smooth. You know how smooth this track is? I was watching the top alcohol funny cars at the Winter Nationals. You know, Shane Phillips, Daniel Reid, best final we've ever seen. And top alcohol funny cars weren't even moving around. They were going down the track, no bumping, no weaving, no whatever. This track is as smooth as they get. The stickiness, of course, with Justin on the tweak on the track prep is amazing. And the whole sport has evolved to the point now where, yes, to bring the big cars, you need the good prep, you need the good tracks. And the end result is drag racing magic 90% of the time. The other 10% can be interruptions, oil downs, breakages, drama, fires, you name it. And in this case, stacks. Mind you, for some reason, we're still honed in on the food. For all the mega thousands of people watching on the live stream, they're all getting hungry right around the world.
I'll give you the hot tip.
I can nearly smell that. I can nearly smell that.
I reckon if you stick your head out the back of the commentary box, you'll probably get a little bit of a whiff.
Yeah.
A little bit of a waft.
It is lunchtime. Look, Greg Zaccharides in there having a go. A few guys on the smiles, watching the TV.
I bet you they're watching the live stream.
G'day, boys.
It's like Inception.
It is. It's great. It's great because I would assume by that you know, the world Australia's second quickest door car.
Yeah.
Sitting there in the pits, I'd say, because they had massive shake in that car yesterday, I would hazard a guess that's done some pretty bad damage either in gearbox or chassis department, that they're not bringing that thing back out.
There doesn't seem to be a lot of urgency around it, does it?
It was pretty violent shake yesterday with that car. I've got some short times out of that car from the other day, and that it was even half a tenth quicker than it did when it went the 48 in Sydney a couple of weeks ago, the 548. So there was some big potential with that car on Friday night testing here. Whatever happened in quali yesterday, it shook so bad, I would imagine that's why this thing is a no-goer. Oh, there's Herman from PRP just snuck out there.
Why don't we go in and see if we can actually see what's going on?
Yeah.
Is there a gearbox in
You know what would be really good? I'd like to go down there and interview. That'd be a really good thing to do, wouldn't it?
Do we know anyone?
Yeah, no, shaking his head. So, and again, that might be because of, we were having trouble getting the mic to really talk down there.
Yeah.
Just the range. You come past the end of that, the grandstand, and it can be there. So let's have a look. Oh, yeah, so
there's something missing there.
There's something missing there.
Yeah.
Of course, it's got that big transmission in it. I think the big 3-speed in it, but maybe something in the back of that car's not giving us the clues of why that's not running today. All the carbon work seems to be intact, but there could be a bit of carnage from there on end. But can you imagine being strapped into one of those things and going 540s at nearly 270 mile an hour? I mean, that's nuts. That's what this car's, You know, this car has actually done that. It's got a 270 plus mile an hour time slip attached to it.
275 from
Yeah,
memory.
I think, well, Paulie...
Back when Paul drove
Paulie drove it in the States, brought it over here to Australia, and again, look, all he ever wanted to try and do with this car is fit into the current door slammer rules, and that was a no, Mr. Mahayat, we do not want nitrous or turbo cars in the door slammer classes. And Paul goes, well, what if I run a blower? And they go, well, you can do it, but we're not going to catch us. And then Paul goes, you want to take that as a dare? And then he literally, him and Zap, virtually obliterated the door slammer ranks for about 2.5 years there. Had one of our guys text in, Chris O'Barry goes, why don't you call out Zappy to come and take them all on? I go, you know what? If the planets align the right way, we'd almost get Zap's rat out here against these guys.
Yeah.
Imagine if you said to Zap, hey Zap, you know what? Any weight that you're carrying that you can lose it. You know, if you want to overdrive this and overdrive that, do it.
It is.
And,
it is outlaw.
I was rooting for him, of course, when Street Outlaws came over here, was it the year before, and they went to Perth and Brisbane here, for the people that remember that,
and
Sydney and Melbourne. Zap took on Lutz twice, right? And to be honest, I don't think Lutz gave the guy enough respect, right? Zap was going to whip on him if Zap knew how everything went. Lutz played the game like a true hustler like he was.
Like a street racer.
Well, I remember that run like it was yesterday. Basically, the whole idea was Zap goes, I'll give you the hit, because Lutz goes, oh, you're a pro mod, I don't want to race you. And you see how we're already, when people whinge that, oh, you're this, I'm not going to race you, then I lose interest. So anyway, he goes, give me the hit. And Zap goes, okay, what's the hit? Well, basically, you take off when I take off. So Lutz sat there. Zappy is on the high side. He's on the chip. The lights have gone green. Lutz sits there for another couple of seconds, hanging Zap out. Now, again, people say, Zap, why did you have it on the chip for so long?
Because he had to.
He didn't think that he had to wait for Mr. Lutz to play the game that he did. And Zap lost 2 really close races. And you know what? If it ever came back to Australia, whatever that rematch would ever do, I'd go and see that, because I think it wouldn't be the same result next time. But that was just another clash of our cultures between what we've seen in the United States get popular and what we got here. Hey, now they've got the right idea. They're running the kids around here, burning up some of that energy.
Wear them out.
Yep.
You want them to fall asleep in the car on the way home.
No, I think that's Arnie Leanne on that side there with the, those fingernails. Yeah, be careful of those. They're lethal weapons, those things. They're honestly lethal weapons. She was doing some of her videos she's talking and she's using her hands, and these nails are going everywhere. I thought about dubbing in some of those old kung fu movies, stuff like... She's got those big... talons, not nails, talons. That's what she's got. So it's good to see we're giving away some good stuff out to our patient people in the spectator areas. And you know what? We prided ourselves on doing that for the people here at Jamboree for so many years. And you know what? Ray certainly liked to encourage, that we kept everyone entertained during that time. But, I took an idea to Colin and Kelly a while ago because, yes, we shoot T-shirts. We still do that, right? But when you have to wrap them, pack them, rubber band them, get them all the same size. So until someone invents a T-shirt mechanical folding device that makes them all exactly the same size, or you buy T-shirt shootable shirts, and then an infinite amount of CO2 or oxygen that you need for the cannon, I figured, well, this is a lot of effort. What if we just maybe did like the old T20 cricket games, a lot of balls getting hit into the crowd. I thought, well, you know what? I went down to a soccer field. I took a Prime Signs Nerf stress ball and I filmed hitting it with a tennis racket. I could get that thing 50 metres when I hit it hard. And I said, you know what? Can we hit balls to the crowd? Can people keep the ball as a memento? Can we give special balls out that people take back to Jam Central and get their prize? And they said, go for it. And then they did it. I remember when Ozzy Moyer from Orlando was here, and a big shout out to Ozzy. And Ozzy goes, that's a great idea. I said, well, mate, you can take that back to America and do your own green Orlando balls and hit them into the crowd. And I said, if you ever need a hand to do that, I'll come over and I'll do it for you. People have asked me to do that at other events. I said, well, you know what? I kind of don't want to try this at any other event because it's kind of the only people that let us do it. So I'm going to keep it here.
Look, you are the leading ball whacker worldwide.
Yeah, right now makes me want to do it. And I think the racket is not in the tower side of the track. I think the racket is down with Auntie Talon down there. Auntie Claus down there, I think.
Mrs. Claus.
Well, it's Auntie Claus. It's Leanne.
All right.
Leanne with the... She's got the big fangs on. So I think my racket's on the far side. So, yeah, before the end of the day, I reckon for the stayers that want to stay here all day, because it's going to be a big day, folks, you know it, I might crack a few to the moon and back once I get my favourite racket, Clarabelle, back.
Very good plan, Diggs. Very good plan. While we're getting this cleaned up, we are going to take a break and come back with more here at J-Day number 35, Jamboree Brisbane.
For motorsports and a commitment to innovation, Fueltech has established itself as a leading developer and manufacturer of high-performance vehicle control units and automotive electronics. Our mission is to provide cutting-edge technology and solutions that empower enthusiasts and professionals alike to push the boundaries of performance and efficiency. Fueltech, everywhere.
Real Street is an international retailer and distributor focused on finding new and better ways to be your favorite place to buy parts from. Parts that we know could be purchased elsewhere if we don't exceed your expectations. Your builds are expensive investments that deserve a premium experience. We are a group of over 30 car enthusiasts who have found a way to earn a living doing what we love for people who share our obsession with racing. For 18 years, our experienced staff has helped racers pick the parts they need to meet their goals the first time. We understand that missed deadlines mean missed races. If you're ready for a premium buying experience, give us a chance.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannons.
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover,
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannons, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
For over 120 years, Bosch Motorsport has fueled racing legends. Some things never change. Every detail at every moment optimized. When quality and performance is demanded, choose Bosch Motorsport fuel pumps.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech experts.
Welcome back to the Garrett Advancing Motion Jamboree, number 35. Mark Allen.
Back up here, mate.
I was
Back
going
up
to
here.
say, you would have been here for just about all of them, wouldn't you? There's a very good chance. I mean, early on in the piece.
Yeah, because my dad had the bumper to bumper
That's
shop
what I
out
mean.
here.
That's what I'm saying.
From
Like,
the 80s, so
You
right
would have
through.
been. You would have been here as a young fella.
Yeah. I've been here since literally the 80s out here at Willowbank, and we're here for every event, whether it was Jamboree, street meets, test and tunes. But anyway, on track, Russ Pavey in the Corvette to take on Stephen Smith in the RCE Performance.
Now, can
Corvette.
we have just a nice, calm, no drama pass? We've had too much drama this morning.
There has been a bit of drama this morning.
We need to Mary J. Blige it. No more drama in your life. All right? Stephen Smith up against Russ Pavey. I'm getting in as many music references as I can today.
All right. We'll try that then. We'll keep a tally.
So, Steve Smith knocked out a 577 PB by a long way last night, 244 miles per hour. Russ Pavey was on a pretty solid run as well. 591 was his pass, but he's gone quiet.
Yeah, it sort of jumped backwards, Pavey, there as he was backing up unexpectedly. And you've seen Benny Bray's head go down there. There must obviously is an issue there with Russ Pavey. So Steve Smith will have the solo pass here in round one of Pro Mod. But it was going to be a hard race because Smith has been really consistent so far this weekend.
He has. It sucks for Russ though because he sat there for so long. Sat in the staging lanes for so long, then sat in the warm-up box waiting for the clean-up after Steve Carlson's unfortunate accident. And, well, look, either way, Steve Smith's going to put it in the beams and put it down the racetrack. What's the number going to be? Because it's getting warmer out there at the moment.
I was talking to Kevy from KPM Performance about Smithy yesterday, and he said that Smith had run 389 to half track, 3 passes in a row.
Yeah.
That's really consistent. So they're just, baby steps for the new combo. That's one of their better 60-foot so far. It's gone away a little bit. Goes 582, 257 mile an hour.
That's moving.
So it was down a little bit at half track. Got off the start line all right. 104 to the 60-foot, only 395 to half track, 205 mile an hour. But yeah, 257 mile. That's his first full lap in the car, and a 582.
Absolutely, 257 mile per hour. That is absolutely honking at the top end of the racetrack. So Steve Smith will get the win there in this round of racing, and I'm sure we'll see him back for the next round in Chicago Shootout.
I wonder if they soften it up in the mid-section of the track just with it getting a little bit warmer today.
Yeah, like 395.
Because they did, they went 89 yesterday.
A little bit down on what they did. I might take a quick break up here and maybe hand over to Tez if he's going to jump on. A few things that I need to attend to, and I'll be back a little bit later on.
Yeah, we're moving now into the GTR Shootout, the Skylines, round one of racing on track. It's Aki Kador to take on Hamed Mansour. So Mansour on screen here in the Nissan. And we see Aki there in the Skyline. So it's a nice burnout there from Mansour. So a small but respectable field here for the GTR shootout. The only pairing we've got for the shootout. Heads up. So Aki yesterday went 8.46. Didn't get a representative pass from Mansour in qualifying yesterday. Terry, as you joined me on the microphone.
Mark,
is this your first stint of the day?
No, it's not. No, I've been on before. I've heard you coin it a respectable field of GTRs. Is that what a conglomerate is of GTRs? A respectable field. So, how good is it? We do love a good GTR. I can tell you that now. That's the people's car, the fast car that everybody says, well, have you got a GTS, a GTR, have you got an R31, have you got a 35? What do you got? How good is it?
Well, it's probably the only bracket here this weekend that wasn't oversubscribed with entries. So a bit of a move there for Aki, and just after half track, goes through for an 8.11, 171 miles an hour, and Mansour just with spin on the hit there. He obviously was just waiting to get the boost up, everything right before he launched. So Aki Kador will get the win here in round one with that 8.11, his quickest pass of the weekend so far here at the Brisbane Jamboree. And Mansour rolls through for a 13-second pass at 129 mile an hour still, Terry.
So the question is it technically a GTR if they're only using rear-wheel drive? That would technically make it a GTS, wouldn't it? What are your knowledge? What's your knowledge? My daughter has an R30.
My knowledge is limited on the Skylines.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
They're a piece of work, a tidy piece of work. You'd want one. Like back in the day, you could pick them up pretty easily, and they weren't that popular in some ways. But then, we go back to the old days of the Datsun 240K, which that was the early Skyline styles in a sense that we got to know and love these days. Can you remember a 240K? Or is it a Datsun 240K? Is that too old for you?
Too old for me as well, yeah.
I'm so sorry, Mark. I'll just move on to the next conversation. Let's have a little bit look at Simon O'Carroll and Adrian Hines. How does that sound? That would be pro categories.
No, this is the J315 class.
Oh, the boys.
It's the heads up.
Oh,
I know Diggles really wanted to be up here for this category.
He run up and bought a Violet Crumble up here, but I don't know what that means.
Was that Diggles, was it, that brought that in?
He bought up bite-sized cubes of in milk chocolate Violet Crumbles. I don't know what that means.
I don't need those.
Threw them on the
I don't
stage.
need those, Diggles.
Mate, I think you and I have, when I go back to work on Monday, I'm going to have to drop in to see the doctor and get my cholesterol tablets put up a bit higher. Can I have 20 milligram now, thanks, doctor, after the weekend of everybody bringing treats in here, which has been very grateful. But, mate, what a great day. How good is that weather? We've really turned it on for 2025, haven't we, Mark?
That we have, especially after what the predictions were at the beginning of the week. It's just turned out absolutely fantastic here at Willowbank Raceway. But we are moving now into the J315 class, and this will be round number two, I believe, for these guys.
So round two, this is where you can make a name for yourself, put yourself in the best situation possible going into third round. You've got that win. You're looking good.
Well, it's been a weekend of PBs for Simon O'Carroll in this Camaro, the Kraken, as it's affectionately known. He'll be taking on Adrian Hines in this HG Ute.
Have a look at these two on the start line though, Mark. Have a look at the colour schemes of these two cars, just reflecting in the sun here in our commentary box. That is absolutely beautiful, isn't it? Just the metallic paint is just stunning on those cars.
It's a sight to behold here, really. That HG Ute, I don't know if we've got a Best Presented award that we need to worry about, but I might even write that down in my short list of nominees. It's immaculate. And the stream just doesn't do it justice, I believe. But it's the same thing for Simon O'Carroll. Obviously running for Simon O'Carroll swimming pools. This thing has just been getting quicker and quicker each pass as they get more data, as Simon gets more comfortable with the car. It's been primarily built for that radial scene. But here it is this weekend running over the full quarter mile here in J315. The number one qualifier. Simon O'Carroll taking on the number 4 qualifier here in round number 2 of J315.
That's a tough matchup, isn't it? 1 and 4. But I'll tell you what, we can only have one winner, Mark, and we're just about to see, will it be O'Carroll? Will it be Hines? I think I know who I've got my money on. Just got to get everything right. And O'Carroll is absolutely out there.
Didn't sound like it was shifting gears there, O'Carroll. It just rolls through for a 732, 147 mile an hour. He gets the win. There was a real chance there for Adrian Hines to maybe take a win off O'Carroll there, but he went up an instant spin on the start line and just rolls through. Then for an unrepresented past 20 seconds there for Adrian Hines, but Simon O'Carroll got out strong. He was 4.37 seconds to half track, so he was already down on ET there because he ran 4 flat, I believe, this morning in round 1 of racing.
We can't see the chatter marks on the line. We can see his crew having a really good hard look at it as well. So where he launched, and you can see the chatter marks just there. So hopefully, and that's the thing is, I suppose we've got Danny Lansdowne just about to follow in the same lane. So you'd have to think if you've just gone through just watching someone else, build it up and get it a bit of loose, a little bit loose off the line. Does it play in your mind,
it's probably in the back of your head. It's like, did I take enough power out of it in this session? Because as we saw yesterday, the early session when it was cooler, everyone got down the track real fast, real quick. But then as the day warmed up with the sun on the track, it got a little bit more difficult for these radial cars to get off the start line. And that's the trick for these guys. That's the big challenge, because it's all about the power management, the suspension setup, taking the power out off the start line. And if they can get it planted without the spin, that's the aim of the game here. But when you got cars that are like 3,000 or 4,000 horsepower, like Andrew Cole's here on the start line for Spot On Performance, taking on Danny Lansdowne, also Spot On Performance, it becomes a real tricky situation. So even though Colesy is almost a full second quicker than Lansdowne in qualifying yesterday, he's more susceptible to these track conditions, the ever-changing heat that we've got here. Lansdowne, not as much power, only ran 727 in qualifying, so it could be an advantage for Lansdowne right now.
Because Danny could put more in it and say, look, the track can take now what I've got, whereas Andrew might have to actually look at taking some out.
Yeah, well, don't get me wrong, Lansdowne's still got weight. He's got all the horsepower on board as well, but it's not as much as Colesy's car over in the other lane. And so he's still got to be careful, because he can definitely spin on the hit here if he oversteps the mark. But that window, that tuning window of spin might be just a little slightly larger for Lansdowne than what it is for Colesy. There we go, we got spin for Coles. Both of them have got a little bit of spin, but Coles has regathered earlier, and he will go on through to take the win here at 767, 209 miles an hour. Lansdowne goes 849, 191 mile an hour. Andrew Coles gets the win here in that Spot On Performance Mustang.
It was a spin fest, Mark.
It was a spin fest. So there was an opportunity there to take down Andrew Coles, that number 2 qualifier, but he was able to pedal it, got it back under power, and gets a win here in round number 2.
We did see similar conditions yesterday, Mark, you and I, when we were commentating, and it was a very similar situation because they'd gone from such a beautiful crisp morning where everything was on.
Yep.
But then the bonus is tonight or later this afternoon, the conditions were almost perfect.
Yeah, and the other thing that doesn't work in their factor is that these radial cars love fresh glue. And when I say the fresh glue, that's a traction compound that we apply to the racing surface. They love it when it's fresh. So since the track has been sprayed, we've had all the pro categories go down. So every time they do a burner, every time they launch, they take a little bit of that layer of glue off the track. So these guys love it when it's a fresh track. They can it makes it a little bit easier for them to get off the start line. So, but it's exact same conditions that they had yesterday in the middle of the day. So they've got data from what they had yesterday. So yesterday's runs where they were aborted runs, they would have learned, okay, we can't do this tune up tomorrow. So cross that off the setup. So what can we do to get off the start line in these conditions, which are very similar to what we had yesterday?
Mate, so anyway, we will see Boyce and Holtz. That's a good matchup too. We've got the Mighty Nova and the little two-door Tirana. You guys, I know Chris was discussing it this morning, the history of the car, but I'll tell you what, if that's not one of the lowest slung Tiranas I've seen in a while. Oh, once again, but Damien says, nope, I'm not falling for that, and he eased it up off the high tyre, and he's gone through for an 804 with a win at 186 miles an hour. That was who dares wins, wasn't it, Mark? And he did. He said, I'll have another stab at that, said Damien. It says, and it bit. And away he went.
Yeah, Boise gets a win here in round number 2. Ryan Holtz rolls through for a 15-second pass. That's a shame for Holtz because he was actually got down the track on all 3 passes yesterday in the heat of the day as well. So that's unlucky for Ryan Holtz.
And that's the thing, Mark. You'd be just imagine Ryan had just hit that throttle, and once it lit up, you'd be going, oh You're kidding me.
You know, someone
We've
like,
had it so right for
you would have
everything
been
else.
feeling so confident going into that round after knowing how well you went yesterday as well. Next pairing up here in J315, it will be James Horan to take on Reese Carkeet. Carkeet in the Holden, Horan in the Hilux here for Drain Care. So, tail of the tape, James Horan was our number 9 qualifier in 11-second pass. Well, we know it. We know the pedigree of this Hilux. It can go into the low 6-second zone. Reese Carkeet, he was our number 8 qualifier. He went 7.61. So that's about where that Carkeet car usually runs over the quarter mile.
Does, yeah, like a 4-second car over the 8. So the thing is though with Carkeets, if anybody saw it, the big wheel stands that actually Reese was putting that thing on that EH was pretty wild. But it's not going to matter. It'll be not for the show. You need to put James Horan away. And if James gets it all right, Reese needs to be on his game. And I'll tell you what, it won't be a wheel stand affair here from Carkeet. I think he's going to try and get this thing down. He's going to try and run it.
I think you're correct there, Terry. I think if you're in Carkeet's seat here, I haven't got the same power as James Horan.
Yep.
I know he can go a lot quicker, but if I just lay down what I know I can do and then hope that Horan doesn't get down the track again and take the advantage there, that's what Reese would be hoping for here. Good reaction time. And exactly what's happened here, because Horan's gone up in spin, so Carkeet, he's looking very strong at the moment. Down the track here, Reese Carkeet will get a win here in round number 2, 7.63, 184 miles an hour. Takes down James Horan, who got spin off the start line in that Hilux. And he will roll through for a unrepresentative time here, but Reese Carkeet with an upset win here in round number 2.
Mate, eased it up, didn't he, Mark?
He did. And I tell you what, we've actually got Chris Diggles down in the Group 1 pits here at the Brisbane Jamboree. Who have you got for us, Chris?
Are we on? Are we rolling? 35-year anniversary of Jamboree. We're down in the pits, and we've got 2 guys that have never been to one. We've got Bubba from Tough Streeters, and of course Bubba meddling himself.
I love this. This is crazy.
And you may have recognised this bloke in the Tough Streeters ads as well, Barry Hall. Hey, Baz, I can't believe you haven't been to a Jambo.
I can't believe it either, but what a great event. This has got a real buzz to it.
You've seen a lot about the cars. Bubba, of course, has been probably not the best tour guide, but Bubba's done a lot of racing. You're doing some drag and drive. You got some tough cars yourself.
Yeah, I've got a few cars in the garage. A few too many, apparently, for my wife. You got a 6.9 Camaro, HG Prem, got an XR Falcon, and we've got a HQ 2-door we're restoring at the moment. So a few in the garage, and as we know, they cost a lot of money.
I am noticing a lot of different personalities coming up through not only AFL players that want to have tough cars in the future, but other guys like Bubba that's done it all, and all you're a man of the people, Bubba.
I am. And I love all the food here. Oh my God, have you seen Jamboree's about fast cars, cool people, and food? Amazing.
If you watched that film clip before, we had Rocky and Habib goes, I like the chicks, the cars, the horniness. Is that
pretty much sums it up, yeah. Jamboree, baby!
we know Bubba won't have a car here on track anytime soon, but Baz, any category that catches your eye here that you reckon Barry Hall could get away with?
We've got a Radial car in the build, so we've got a VL LS turbo deal where it's just in the build now, so it's nearly finished. We're trying to get it ready for drag challenge, so we might have a car could be a serious contender very soon, hopefully.
This is Australia, this is Jamboree. It's the best car culture in the world because we've got the best people in it. Back to the start line for more of this amazing round 1 action. Woo!
Oh, how good is that? So we just had Doug Gridley on the start line there, the KPM Performance Valiant. It looks like he just had some issues there off the hit, so he's going to roll through. It's been a pretty consistent car this weekend, Doug Gridley, considering it's one of his debut events in that car, running into that mid 7-second zone so far.
Mate, what do you reckon? How is it? Chris looked like he was in his absolute element with those 2 boys down there. I thought, hang on, these 2 aren't even. He's not even coming back for commentary for the rest of the day.
He's just in his element when he's got a microphone in hand.
That is exactly right. So here we go. We got Lockie Miller and Scotty Cortina. Talk about the wild Holden and of course the R31 of Miller. How good is this thing? I do love this car.
We're moving now into round 2 of J275, brought to us by Boostline Connecting Rods here. Round number 2 of racing. So in qualifying, Lachlan Miller, he was our number 14 qualifier with a 787. Scott Cortina in lane beside him in that old Holden was our number 17 qualifier, but you know what? That 822, that's not a representing pass of what this car can do. Like it should be knocking on the door of a 6-second pass here, but in these conditions, the biggest challenge again that we've spoken about, today will be getting off that start line for these guys. Have they taken enough power away? You know, as a driver, it's probably in the back of your head that to already thinking about pedaling the car.
Yeah.
You know, because you want to try and get it to recover as quick as possible. So that's probably already in the back of your mind that that's a strong possibility that it could happen. Is there something? Oh no, it's just the reflection.
Just
I thought there was something coming underneath the car, but it's the reflection of the sun going through the front wheels of Scotty Cortina's car.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. Actually, that's right. You can.
Yeah.
It just looks like just spinning around there from
Yep.
where we sit in this commentary box. But the mighty R31 of Lachlan Miller.
Scotty Cortina's got the huge hole shot, 140. Reaction time to a 3-second line. He spun, he was pedal there. He's got the Cortina across the, not the Cortina, the Holden there.
Yeah.
Scotty Cortina gets the pedaling job done there, 917, 128 miles an hour. Lachlan Miller goes, even though he goes a quicker 855, 181 miles an hour, he sat on the on the start line there, getting the boost build
car
up.
did not want to go off the line, did it, Mark? And that's, we talk about it, doesn't matter whether you're the quickest in the pairing, sometimes things just don't go exactly as planned, and that's how you can get a win. We've watched a few races already today, Mark. It's been on again, off again.
Tell you what, Chris is down in the pits there. I'm just looking. It looks like he's got Greg Saccharides down there with him. Chris Diggles. He's having a bit of fun. He might not be ready yet. Chris, are you ready? You got Greg Saccharides by the looks of it down there.
G'day guys, where are we? We're down in the pits. We're out of the Queensland sun. Barry Hall, Bubba's here somewhere, and then I get a Mauler shirt because guess what? I'm down here with Greg Saccharides. Hey Mauler,
Tell me.
we saw you cooking and not racing. So there was more cooking than racing.
Yeah, look, we were sort of going for it, and the last piece on the car that we didn't upgrade, we were hoping we'll get through this meeting, decided to let go, so that we broke the rear diff housing on the car. So unfortunately we couldn't repair it, and we thought, no, we'll call it quits. So we sat there and I become the cook, cooking the barbecue.
You're a pretty good cook. Do you know any hookups in the meat industry?
Whatever you want, you let me know.
Are you still in the butcher trade? Weren't you in the butcher trade?
No. I design and construct restaurants and pubs and clubs and whatnot. So yeah.
That's not bad. And then run nearly 270 odd mile an hour in your spare time.
Yeah. Look, we did 550 to 274 mile an hour back in 2021 with the old setup in the car. This new setup's pretty wild. Yeah. So we were hoping we were going to get it going and put on a number last night, but unfortunately it didn't happen, so it is what it is.
Here's a question, one bit of unfinished business before the end of the year. Can we send it at the bend? Jambo, the bend, can we get there?
For sure, yeah.
Are you for real?
For sure,
Are you locking this in?
Yeah, I'm locking that in, yeah.
Full send pro mod at the bend, full send at the bend.
Yeah, look, the bend is about 1.5 meters wider and it's got the long braking area, so the car can do it, yeah.
All right, well, that's Jamboree, 18th of October. So cracked housing now, Mauler updated, and he's going to be at the bend to get the unfinished business end of the Jamboree season. Thanks, Mauler.
No worries, all good.
It looks like I've got to speak to Colin and Kelly, see if I can get down to Adelaide.
I just like the way he said it's 1.5 meters wider. Like, why do you need a wider track? There's a reason there. So anyway, we did just see Danny Busbridge go through for a 7007 at 204 for win. We have Webby and Mr. Lee Povey here in the Calais versus Tirana. But oh, Webby has a look at the centre line, brings it back in. Oh, Tony. Anyway.
Lee Povey's going to get the win with a 754, 186 miles an hour. But obviously all eyes were on Tony Webb there because wheels were up in the air. Did he actually go across the centre line? Because it looked awfully close.
Yeah, we just didn't catch that. We might, I know we'll need...
well, moving to the next pairing there, but he was up and away.
We really need a deep end camera of some sort, but that's okay. I'll put in a request for it. All right, move on. Anyway, I digress. But that'll be interesting to see that on the highlights package, without a doubt, later on, Mark. But Ryan Scott and Shane Falcioni. Let's have a little look. I do love the a good VN. Look at it. They're a tough-looking Commodore.
Yeah, not too much separated these drivers in qualifying. The Tirana ran an 824. Faccioni went a 793. So only 0.3 of a second between these two drivers. And you know what? With the conditions the way they are on a Radial tyre, it is anyone's race.
It's a game of two up, isn't it?
It really is. It's 50-50. Anyone can win today. Oh, almost jumped through. Faccioni, he needs that bottom bomb to stay on. He needs it on or he's going to get... Oh, he's been red lit out. He was just too deep there on the button. It was rocking in and out of stage. And Ryan Scott's going to get the automatic win here. Would have been hard to beat. Goes 8:40, 165 mile an hour to get the win, but that's just unfortunate for Shane Faccioni.
Quicker car, luck of the draw, things happen, Mark.
It does, and that's the, what was Diggle's calling the bump issues when guys were jumping in and out of stage. He had a little term for it as well. I can't even think of it at the moment.
But it is.
Yeah.
Just happened there, and that's a perfect example of, there's no guarantee of a winner when they both got up here to the front stage, didn't they?
It was a massive field in J275 this weekend. We had 26 cars qualify in the field.
But how many we got left? I think we had a few casualties on the line.
We have had a few casualties in J275. Grantley Schloss in the Tirana for spot-on performance. Backing up here. Ran a best of a 7:34 in qualifying. He was our number 8 qualifier in this Tirana. And he was pretty consistent. Yeah, 760, 740, 730 yesterday in qualifying.
That's a heads-up bracket car, if there's such an animal. But isn't it? That's quite good. 7.3, 7.4, 7.6. Nice big 190 mile an hour in the top end as well for Grantley. How many spot-on cars? They were talking about it earlier. How many spot-on cars are there going to be in about 5 years' time, Mark? It'll be a spot-on field.
The spot-on tents go for about half a kilometre down there across the other bits there.
We talk about Trader Alley. It's spot-on alley.
Yeah, it's spot-on alley. That's a good one. Spot-on alley down there. Grantley Schloss. And there's something he didn't do yesterday at all there. Spins the tyres on the hit. So, and you know what? Sometimes you actually learn more from a pass like that than a pass that you do where you go down the track from A to B. So you've just learned a lot about the track, the conditions, what the car setup. Anyways, he gets the win. Gets a win here in round number 2. Chris Diggles is down in the pits again. Chris, what's happening down in the pits?
We're all over the place down here for the 35th Jamboree. Tuned by Shane T-shirts. This is the most tuned by Shane T-shirts I've seen anywhere. And Mac's wearing it. Mac, what do you think about Jambo, man? I mean, you're living and breathing the scene, mate. You're pumping up the socials. We're getting people aware about this import tuna scene that's never going to go away.
Mate, honestly, this is the best event in Australia, especially down here in Brizzy. I love it. We've made it a ritual thing now where we come down here like every year. It's been like 3 years in a row. And we turned it into like a little trip for the boys and stuff. And, you know, it's been awesome. You know, we had the guys on, Kelly and Colin, a couple of weeks ago on the podcast. And we had the pleasure of actually doing the podcast away this time down here in one of the private suites, which will be coming out probably tomorrow. So awesome event. The racing's epic. You can't beat the atmosphere. You can't beat what's happening. And as you can see, it's just, it is probably the best event in Australia at the moment.
Absolutely, and you know what? I'm a bit more prouder than that. I say the world. Hey, we punch a ride for Aussies, don't we? 100%. One more thing before we go.
Yep.
You know, content creation is a new thing. I love that not only are you going to get content out of this great event, content creation is also sharing of content. I love that there's probably 50 other people making content for this event right now.
100%. Look, it's the future, and you got to get with the times, and if you don't, you're just going to get left behind. It's not only something that helps each individual team or racer or you know, anyone that sort of sells any sort of product to do with racing, but it helps the events and it helps the community grow. And it's just something that everyone should collaborate together with and, you know, share and reshare and repost like what you guys have been doing, because it just makes racing better.
Yeah, it does.
And it is the future. So it's very simple. You know, you either get with the times or you get left behind.
Making drag racing great again, but then again, it's been 35 years of more greatness back to you guys there, you great fellas.
Oh, it's nice to be called great. I'll accept that.
I've been called professional once, and that was a long time ago. So there we go. We just saw Mohammed Mansour go through for a bye. We are in J275, and we got Keith Hards here, of course, in this big, tough Ford sitting there in the rocket lane. Has run a 7.1, and we know the capabilities of this car. You got the master out the front there. You know it's happening. You know it's going on.
I think he ran a low 7. I think he might have been a 7.0 in round 1 this morning for Keith Hart.
Yes, because we don't get the increments for the previous round, do we?
No, I'm just going to have a quick jump onto the Willowbank website to bring up the results for us.
I love this, the process for the racer. It has to be right. Everything is like like you're preparing a 6-course degustation, and that's what you've got to do. The car is there, it's beautiful. Looking down the screen on this beautiful...
Yeah, 7.05 in round 1, and he had a loss with that 7.05, 206 mile an hour.
Oh, and the car just absolutely, you can just see the driver absolutely lit it up.
Well, he's not alone in that on the start line today. Everyone has been struggling at this time of day, Mark. It's almost like we need to have like a siesta. And it is. It's a combination of things here. It's the temperature from the sun on the track surface, but also because this morning when they ran, it was a lot fresher track. There was the traction compound had only just been applied as well, so they had that fresh glue that we spoke about earlier. And it's all those sort of things. They're the variables that you have to take into account as a tuner, as a driver, as a team. You know, as a team back in the pits, when you, after that first round of racing, you go back to this cave. So we know what happened in round 2 of racing in the middle of the day for everyone. And, you know, so we've got to work out a plan of attack for this session. So we've just been given a wallet up here for a Lincoln Dahl. So Lincoln Dahl, if you're looking for something of yours, we've got it up here in the tower. It'll be up in the top of the tower with our team, race control team. So Lincoln Dahl, something of yours has just been handed in. All right. Next up here in J275, it is our number 5 qualifier. So I think I heard Diggles pronounce Setinay's first name this morning. Was it Fatih? Fatih or something?
Yeah,
it's not Faith. It was
Faith.
Yeah, it was. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Was it Faith? Well, we need to get that right because we don't.
Yeah, that's right. It's a.
We don't want to say it wrong.
Yeah, Setinay, so he's got a solo pass. He had a win in round 1, so he went 7-1-0 in round 1 of racing.
So let's see what Setinay can do in this solo run.
Over 200 mile an hour as well, this Supra.
How funny is that? When you look at that car, look, really, the body has been really remained intact. It's not been modified really at all in any way, except for maybe a parachute added on and probably a set of tubs, of course. But it is just all looks like a Supra. It's nothing, no wide body, no scoops, no nothing, just there it is in all its beautiful Supra beauty.
My dad had a Supra out of the Fast and Furious, it looked like. When he went through that midlife event.
Midlife crisis. There's no such thing as that. Anybody who's a racer, you never have that because you've always got it, whether you're young or old. Here we go. Well, let's see how Setinay goes. See if he can better that 7-1. Probably not. Once again, another car that just absolutely just lit it up off the line. And that's just seems to be par for the course, doesn't it, Mark?
That's it. It really has been. That's just the story line that we've had here in the second round of racing. But the positive is that round 3, a couple hours away, they go back. Everything is data. Every time they're on track, it's all data. They learn from every single pass. There's no such thing as a pass that you don't learn from.
And you would have to think that the person who can get a hold of this conditions as well.
Yeah.
It not only is it good for today, it's good for every time you race here or in those conditions. So.
Well, that's it. When you have a look back at what we've seen so far in this second round race, like Denny Busbridge at 700 that he went, awesome. Like
yeah.
That's a team like that's I think low ET so far of this round of racing here in J275.
So Peter Finianos in the mighty RX-8. The RX-8 now. If anybody's any favourite with an RX-8, we have one at home. Those little back doors open out like what they call in the business suicide doors. Not too many cars have them, but they are a sweet little addition. You don't want to take anyone to the
So
back
Peter-
of them either, though, Mark.
So Peter's gone 2 solo passes in a row in racing, so he's going to go 2 from 2. He didn't get down the track in the first round of racing, Peter. So he's looking to lay down his first full pass here in the second round, and he's on a solo pass, so that
Nice
takes the pressure off the team there, the Pack Performance team in the Mazda. Moving forward here, J275. Well, it did hit the initial hit there, was all right, and then it went up the spin.
Yeah, once the tyre got up, it just once the tyre got skinnier, Mark, it said no.
Well, they needed this cloud cover 15 minutes ago at the start of the session for J275. So the cloud cover usually helps the cars here. Okay, next up here in what we got, Michael Alcuri on a solo pass here. Let's have a look what he did. So he was our number 16 qualifier, went at 8:05 in qualifying. In round 1 of racing, he did not get down the track. It was an 11-second pass.
There's some really good vision there. We're just getting up on our screen at different times from the pit action. We can see the Harveys working very hard there.
We are
Nice.
in round 2. Yeah, round 2 of boost line connecting Rod's J275, and yeah, great shots from the pits down there.
The Big J, we've got it on the screen there. We love the Big J. You see the Big J in all its beauty, all its inflated beauty.
Well, that's what the drivers are racing for the J trophies.
I don't think anybody has ever won that one. How good do you need to be to win the Big J, the big inflatable J? Where do you put that on the mantelpiece at home? You do not. But let's see what Michael can run this thing through in the circulate air conditioning mightiness. And
J275.
Big field, Mark, as you said.
It was a huge field, yeah.
They just kept coming.
Let's see if he can get the skyline here off the start line. He's clean start, 135 to the 60-foot across half track in 5.01 seconds. This is going to be a good lap here for Alcuri. Goes through for a 762, 169 mile an hour.
Work.
That's his quickest pass of the weekend so far here for Jamboree.
Just had a little stab off the line, and then it just hooked, didn't it? Just that little bit. I think it was there would have been the trepidation on the throttle, and then bang, she was away.
It still wasn't a full pass because they only went 169 mile an hour, so she'll probably been in the mid 180s. Down track there. Next up,
good. Sounded strong.
More J275 action. This time it's going to be Stephen Lundy for Power Management Solutions in that Ford Mustang. So, tail of the tape. 756 in qualifying. He was our number 10 qualifier in round 1 of racing. I'll just have a look to see what he did here. So he got the win in round 1, but it was only an 897. So it wasn't a clean pass for the team.
So let's see if he can get the car down. It's almost like a lottery, Mark, with these guys. Well, hopefully that.
And again, yeah, just instant spin for the J275 cars here off the hit. I was really hoping that with the data that the teams would have got from yesterday's qualifying that we would have seen more cars get off the start line here in the second round of racing, but hasn't been that way.
When you and I were calling in the afternoon, it was on though. It was like it was like the Wild West. And all of a sudden, it was like a different category had rocked up in the lanes, Mark. But that's the way it is. So I'm actually going to have to hand the able microphone over to Rusty. I'll just call Benny Graham here in the Your Plumbing Solutions Mustang through. Hopefully Ben can get the car down. Hasn't as yet this weekend, which has been a shame, but this could be the run.
Well, it's got some pedigree, this car as well. It's done a lot of racing in the Radial scene, this Mustang. In other hands, but Ben Graham just learning the art and craft of Radial racing.
Yeah, and as I said, Ben usually had campaigned an RX-8 for a lot of years as well. So now behind the wheel of a piston engine car. And let's hope it works out well for him today. Let's see if we can get this thing down there.
Yeah, just instant spin again here for Ben Graham in that Mustang for Your Plumbing Solutions. So he'll roll on through. It's been a bit of a challenging session for the J275 class, and that'll bring a close to the J275 class here. We'll see him back out later on in a couple of hours for round 3 of racing.
And thank you, Mark. I'm going to head down, so head down to the Bikini comp, and we'll see you all very shortly, and I'll be back as soon as I can.
Now we're moving into the Street 289 class on track. It's our number 1 qualifier, Garrett Brisbane in the Subaru, the Brumby. And he will be taking on Eric Sliger, the RX3, and number 3 qualifier. So this is a good matchup here in round 2 of racing. Just having a look at the tail of the tape in round 1, what these guys did.
Hi, Mark.
How you going, Rusty? How's it been for you?
Well, look, I ate half my lunch. That was a good start. So we are on now with, is it Street 289?
Yeah, Street 289.
Right.
So round 1 of racing, Britain went 7:49. Sliger went 8:18. So Britain had lane choice here in round 2 of racing. He's the number 1 qualifier. Can we see an upset from Sliger? We've just seen the challenge that the J275 guys had trying to get off this start line here in the middle of the day. Sorry, Rusty, just playing with some chords there. All right, so the challenge is the warmest part of the day. They're on a small tyre, getting off the start line with, they've got a lot of horsepower, these guys. Britain's already in full stage. He's like, let's go, boys, let's go. I'm ready, let's send it. So once Sligo brings on that first bulb here, once you see that top bulb come on for Eric Sligo, that means 7 seconds staging rule applies. So he's now got 7 seconds to get into stage. Sligo in that RX3, both cars are in. Fueltech heads up racing, great reaction time for Britain, but he's up in spin, what we've been talking about. It's going to be an upset win here for Eric Sliger. Gets the win in round number 2, a 776 at 189 miles an hour, takes down Errol Britton, who went up in spin off the start line in that Subaru Brumby. Upset here, round number 2, Rusty.
Nice win for Eric Sliger. I think this is the first time I've actually called Street 289 all weekend, so I'm going to be learning on the fly here, but that's okay. We can get our head around it. It is Mohammed Salami in the RX7 now taking on Carl Herbert, the RX3 from Innocent Park in Queensland. Mohammed Salami from Punch Bowl down there. That's got to be a candidate for the burnout comp.
Oh yeah, that Hertzfield towing RX7 for Mohammed. He does do some big burnouts.
Oh, yeah.
He brought him on the short list of nominations there for the best burnout.
Intensity of smoke.
It's some thick smoke there. Carl Herbert in the RX3 in the lane beside him. He went 8.82 in round 1. Didn't get a win in round 1, but Mohammed did. He ran his quickest pass of the weekend in 8.20. But this is a 7-second RX7, so he's still got a little bit more on board. But it's the trickiness of the start line here. Mohammed's very, just like everyone else, probably susceptible to that initial hit off the start line. If he's got too much power in it, he's got to watch out for that spin.
It's good class, this, isn't it? Basically, the tyre is the overriding factor, the determining factor in this.
Equaliser, mate.
Yep.
Just equalises everything.
You can bring as much horsepower as you want, but if you can't get it down to the ground, there's not a lot of points. So, your maximum of 28/9 tyre on these cars.
That's it. That's the basic rules, mate. Get to the finish line first. As long as you're on a 289 tyre, boom, you get the win.
I like it. I like it a lot.
Simple. Keep it simple.
So, the Hurstville Towing RX7, also South Coast Rotary on board, as they have been for a long, long time. Power Plus Racing Fuels, QPG. Billet Pro as well for Salame.
Oh, it's a red light. Red light by 0.005 of a second from Carl Herbert. Hands the automatic win to Mohammed.
Bit of get out of jail free card there for Salame, but blew the tyres off at 0.005. That's tight. That's a tough loss, that one.
It'll hurt, especially when he sees that Mohammed did not get off the start line and he had a clean pass in 8.27 at 169 miles an hour. The car did its job, and it's just, as a driver, that's when you go back to the pits and you're just kicking yourself.
Yeah.
It's like just a clean green and I get the win.
Some red lights hurt worse than others.
They do. But you know what? You know that he was on his game. 5,000s, it's tough. It's tough. but
That's
that's what it is.
If the takeaway is, it is close. Anyway, moving on to the next pair, well, the next solo it is. James Moore now, the Collection Services RX-7. These things, they really get up on the two-step, don't they? Like, they rattle the windows in here, in the commentary box.
And he might have lost fire here.
Yeah, at least it should be self-starting, this car, so should be able to fire the car back up again without too many issues.
Well, with the IHRA rules, he doesn't actually need to go into the stage area, so because he's gone through the burnout box, he's officially the winner on a solo pass, so he doesn't actually need to start the car and do a pass unless he wants to try and get some data. But he has got the win here no matter what happens, James Moore. It's got to fight back up, so we're all good, we're all sweet. Yeah, these small tyre classes, they just really don't like the hot tracks in the middle of summer. He gets off the start line, he's spinning though, he's powered through the spin. James Moore.
Was that a tyre rub? Looked like it was a bit of a tyre rub.
Too short. He went through for an 853, 160 mile an hour. Looked like, because the car was just doing that little drift sway that you see from him as well. Next up here in Street 289, Dib Taul on the start line, the RX-7.
Yeah, Dib, this car's been around for a long time. From Belmore in New South Wales. Nice, beautifully presented car, this one.
Yeah, 20B power on board. Ran a 780 in qualifying yesterday. He got a win in round one as well, went 744 in round one at 186 miles an hour. That was actually low ET of round one for Dib.
I don't know exactly. I'm just looking at some of the comments in the live stream at the moment. Harry Newington's throwing around some spurious allegations about the commentary box, asking, do we drink beer while we're commentating?
I wish we did.
And the answer is not in the mornings.
No, we're all professionals up here.
There's a few others that are jumping in there saying we prefer Japanese whiskey. Which,
Japanese whiskey, yes.
Based on the videos, which I believe have made their way onto a Discord page. Yeah, Japanese whiskey is definitely the way to go. So, Dib Taul, the Taul Brothers Racing RX-7. Great looking car. It's had these graphics on this car for a long, long time, but it still looks as good as the day it
It does.
out.
It really does.
Yeah, some graphics just look ageless, don't they? Like, they just suit the car very, very well. So, little dose of nitrous to help it get up on the boost. And you'll hear it really get onto the two-step this thing. Ran a 780, number 2 qualifier coming into this round of racing. Whoa! Again, buzz the tyre. It's a tricky track to get a hold of at the moment out there on the racetrack.
Yeah, just too much power there off the start line. He was low ET in round one. He's got the low ET of the event so far in Street 289 with that 744 in round one of racing. So we'll just have to wait for him to get off the racing surface before we move into our next pairing here in Street 289. And we must have lost a few cars after qualifying because we've had a few solo passes.
We've had more than a few cars drop out over the last couple of rounds in particular. I think there's been a fair bit of carnage out there, which Jambo does have a way of finding the weak link.
Well, it happens in all drag racing. It doesn't matter.
100%. I love the fact that tow car down he's got a parachute on it. Like that's a pretty good tow car.
That is very cool.
All right, so we shut the car down. Obviously, we're
probably waiting for Dib to get off the race. So the thing here at Willowbank, well, it's all drag strips, is that the braking area is actually longer than the racetrack itself. So if it took Dib a half a minute to get to the finish line, it's going to take a little bit longer, just till he gets down to that third loop and off the racing surface. So he's actually come to a stop just before the third loop by the looks of it. We're just looking at our live stream here presented by Real Street for us.
Being downhill also does assist a little bit. It's not drastically downhill, but it does assist with the cars. But once they get to a certain point, they do need a little bit of a handoff to get off the racetrack. Harry Newton's come back about our comment regarding drinking beer. He said we should be drinking 4X instead. It is Queensland, no Japanese whiskey. Well, you need to try some Japanese whiskey then, Harry.
Our lovely friends from Japan brought up the Japanese whiskey for us to try.
It was a gift. It would have been insulting if we didn't drink it.
You still haven't tried their smoked cheese they brought up, Rusty.
No, that one I'm still not going.
I think we should put the live camera on and get Rusty to try the smoked cheese from Japan, from our Japanese visitors.
Tell you what,
they've come all the way from Japan and you won't try their smoked cheese.
I'll have it as an entree, say about 7 o'clock tonight.
No, I reckon we get you on camera trying it. It was better than I expected.
So, Cheeky Mago, how's the weather there? The weather is perfect. Coming from the airport, apparently. So, obviously, coming to grab the last part, the last section, the last quarter, really, of Jambo for 2025. All right, we've got the fire-up signal again. We should be good to go back to it. So, it is Cameron Borserio in the Rocket Industries lane for Strathfield in Victoria, the Mazda Capella.
Yeah, he was our number 10 qualifier. Only went 10.11 seconds in qualifying in the first round of racing. He didn't come out by the looks of it in the first round of racing. Just having a look at the run sheet.
He must have had some issues.
Yeah, he must have had some issues. We've got
Maybe
no,
there was
no data.
There was a lot of cars that didn't come out in the first round. And I think what we're seeing now is a lot of the cars that had problems in the first round are back out for the second round. But a lot of the cars that ran the first round broke stuff, so they're not out for the second round. So that's the reason we've got so many solo passes, unfortunately. We will have a paired pass by the look of it for the last run of Street 289. I think it's the last run of Street 289. Maybe you're wrong. We may have more further back there, but bringing the car into stage.
Cameron Borserio here, the Capella. I think right now anyone would be happy if they just get the cars off the start line.
Yeah, if you can hook it off
just
the start
any
line.
sort of clean pass, you'd be happy with right now.
Not going to be this one. Slightly cleaner than some of the others, but certainly not what we have come to expect from the small tyre classes. Across the line for a 1075, 126 miles per hour, so it doesn't improve, but does get the win. And really, race day is all about wins, isn't it? It's not really about the ETs. The ETs are nice, but it is about putting wins on the board.
It's all about that prestige, the prestigious J Trophy. At the end of the day, that's what all the drivers are here for this weekend. So they can go home with that J Trophy. It is J Day. It's all about the W's right now. Next up here in Street, actually we're going into Modified 10.5 now. We're actually into the second round of racing for Modified 10.5, and it is our number 1 qualifier, Guy King, on the track to take on Rob Cady. Cady here in the Mazda Power Seals CQ Rotary.
So 708 number 1 qualifier. Wow, that is seriously impressive. A few people commenting about all the cars blowing the tyres off on the hit. No, it's got nothing to do with the track prep. It's got more to do with the type of tyre and trying to prepare a racetrack that's suited for radials, that's suited for slicks, that's suited for every type of engine combination you could possibly think of.
And probably the cars that are most disadvantaged at an event like this are probably the radial cars.
Absolutely. Because they love a nice sticky track.
With lots of glue, lots of traction compound.
Yeah, which is the exact opposite of what you need for a big tyre car, for a slick car. So
finding that balance, it's a tough thing for the track guys, and what makes it tricky is when you get that heat on the track.
Well, that's right. The heat, the UV, all of the above come into play. The humidity. So it's not quite as simple sometimes as just spraying glue down and hoping that it's going to get sticky. It doesn't always work like that.
So Guy had a win in round 1. Cady did not get a win in round 1. Oh, clean off the start line here at Modified 10.5. Do we have an upset here in round number 2 of racing? We do have an upset. Rob Cady gets a win. A 774 takes down our number 1 qualifier, Guy King, who runs a 798.14 of a second win margin for Rob Cady, getting a win here in round number 2. Upset win. King had the whole shot. He had almost a full 10th on the reaction time side of things, but then Cady with the power came back around, getting the win. This is drag racing. It's when you think some things are done, and then they just throw up another curveball for us. Upsets.
There's always upsets. There's no such thing as a sure thing in drag racing.
Absolutely not.
You should know that by now. You should know that by now. So next up, it is Michael Andreevich from Edmonton in Queensland taking on Po Tung. Now, this should be a good matchup. Po was a number 2 qualifier, 719 at just on 200 miles per hour. He can run into the sixes with this car, so don't be surprised if that pops up on the boards. But I dare say there's probably a little bit left in this car for Andreevich as well.
Andreevich and Tung both had wins in round 1 of racing, so one of these drivers is going to go 2 from 2. Tung had the low ET of the first round. He went 7.21, so he had lane choice in this round. He's taken that right lane, which is what he was in round 1 of racing. And Andreevich, he was actually in the left lane, so they're both in their respective lanes that they were in previous. Okay, Po Tung. So he was the quicker of the two. How do you attack a race when you know that the driver in the other lane had a bit of an ET advantage on you in that first round of racing?
There's 2 ways you can go about it. You can throw the kitchen sink at it, hope that it sticks. On a track like what we've got here, I'd be surprised if that was the tack they were going with the conditions the way that they are. So if I was Po Tung, I'd be sitting there saying, okay, well, this thing's probably going to spin a little bit.
Get ready to pedal.
Yeah. Drive, he gave a couple of pedals. He's going to get back into it, and he is going to come home strong at the other end. Is he going to get there? No, he won't. 796 for Andreevich at 175 miles per hour, 853 for Po Tung.
Well, that's another upset win because he just took down number 2 qualifier. Andreevich gets a win.
Number 1 and 2 qualifiers down in this round of racing. Next up it is Trent Bink.
We mentioned that yesterday. Sometimes consistency plays a major part in drag racing.
There's a reason we don't run these things on paper. You know, there's a reason we actually put them on the racetrack. That's because nothing is guaranteed in drag racing. Nothing. If you think it is, this is not the sport for you, because you will be humbled very, very quickly. Great example of that is Rob Harrington this weekend. You know, and Rob won't mind me saying that. It's
his words. If you on his Facebook post for the race.
Is he?
Yep.
Okay.
You know, he said that you know you come down from high. Drag racing is a humbling sport. And
yeah, came down from winning the biggest race on the calendar in one of the toughest categories to do it in Top Door Slammer at the Winter Nationals. Took down a 16-car field as well, mind you, which is, you know,
huge.
8 cars more than what you usually have to deal with. Came from the bottom half of the field and won. And then rolls out next time out with a whole bunch of new bits and pieces that should work. But it just hasn't come together for him. And unfortunately, the supercharger was not attached to the manifold by the end of the evening last night. So, yeah, it is a very, very humbling sport, that is for sure. So, Trent Bink, the upright steel Calais. Beautifully presented car, this one. Number 10 qualified with an 886. You can see Phil Penny rolling up in the next matchup as well. Love that little Honda.
yeah, well, Trent, going by the data I've got here in front of me, he didn't come out in round 1 of racing. So solo pass here for the team here in round number 2 for upright steel. This VL Calais. Can they get off the start line?
He's got the took sticker on the side top.
He's planted. The VL's planted, so that's a nice start there for Trent Bink. And across the finish line, he went 887 in qualifying. This time around, he goes 879, 159 miles an hour, so that's a good pass for Trent Bink. They should be happy with that. Moving into our next pairing here in modified 10.5. It's another VL. This time it's going to be Troy Whiten to take on Phil Penny in the Honda for Vansite Repco Nambucca. Phil Penny.
Yeah, nice part of the world up there at Nambucca. Just the other side of Coffs Harbour if you're coming from this direction. And Troy Whiten, the container cartage VL. So a lot of VLs in this category. Not too many Hondas though. S3000s. Not too many of them.
No. So both these drivers had a win in round 1. So one of them, again, will go 2 from 2. So in all of these brackets, which what we call the round robin brackets, where the drivers come out 3 times, the finalists are from the 2 drivers with 3 wins. If there's more than 2 drivers with 3 wins, the countback goes to as the quicker ET, the 2 quickest ETs in round 3 of racing. Right now, Troy Whiten, he was quicker in round 1 of racing, so he had lane choice here in round 2 over Phil Penny. We haven't really seen the car Phil Penny's do a full lap yet this weekend, what we know it can do.
It's Probably because he can't see past the turbo.
Well, he's in the right lane, isn't he, this time? So
Yeah.
you can see the tree a little bit better. It's not impairing his vision.
Such a wild bit of kit, this car. Like, you'd think it'd be really off balance with the driver and the turbo both on one side of the car.
No one's going into stage here. Is this a staging duel?
This is a staging
Modified 10.5 staging duel. No one moving forward here. Both cars in pre-stage. No one wants to bump in. The starter will give them the signal to move forward now. So once the starter gives the signal, you have to obey the rules of the starter and move
Phil
forward.
Penny's still not going.
No one's going in. They're both being stubborn. Okay, one's going in, Whiten's going in. Waiting on Phil Penny now to move forward. He's got 7 seconds to bump in the Honda. He's in. Oh no, Whiten's driven through the beams. The automatic win's going to go to Phil Penny here. Drama here on the start line in Modified 10.5. Phil Penny goes 8.20 seconds, 156 mile an hour for the win. I think that's his quickest pass so far of the weekend. Troy Whiten unfortunately dragged through the beams, giving the automatic win to Phil Penny there, but he was up in spin on the hit anyway, as it was.
Nothing like a little staging duel just to kick things off.
It's good. It's good to see some staging duels here.
And, you know, there's nothing in the rules against staging duels.
No.
You know, it's all part of the theatre of drag racing. You really can get an advantage if you get it right. If you get it wrong, you can look like an absolute goose as well. But for the most part, if you do manage to jag it and get it just the right way, you can get a huge advantage from it, particularly if you're coming up a car that's a lot quicker.
Exactly. It's all part of the theory, as you said. And I think the only rule that they had to obey then was the rules of the starter. So once it's in the hands of the starter and you've been told to move forward, then it becomes to the discretion of the starter if he believes that you're following the rules, and he'll be a bit lenient before he makes sure you guys have to go in, or he can disqualify both drivers for not following the rules.
And if you want to see some really good staging duels, go and look up Warren Johnson and Scott Jeffrey on from back in, I think it was 1994. Maybe at Memphis, somewhere around there. It was there was a good one, and the interview afterwards really good as well. So it is Jason Scott now, the Scott Speed Barra-powered EL Ford. We'll go with EL. Looks pretty
I think
good.
it's an EL, yeah.
Really cool shape, this one. It's an iconic Australian shape.
Well, you can hear it pedaling it there off the start line, 163 to the 60 foot. He was very, very close to getting a clean start launch there as it goes across the finish line. 871, 174 miles an hour for Jason Scott there in the Ford for Scott Speed. Modified 10.5. Having some fun here in round number 2 of racing. Hopefully everyone's enjoying the live stream brought to us by Real Street. Next pairing out in modified. I think we're going to be moving into modified compact now.
It does look like it. Yeah. I reckon you're absolutely right there, Mark. Good pick up. You've done this before a few times, haven't you?
Supposedly. Brought to us by Bosch this weekend, modified compact round number 2. So now we're moving back into our die your own categories here. Modified compact. So basically what that means is the drivers nominate a time. And in this case, we've got Parry George Sutherland. He's nominated 9.62 seconds, so he's going to leave first. Chris O'Neill, who's nominated an 8.00 second dial-in, he will chase 1.62 seconds later. Whoever gets to the finish line first and doesn't go quicker than their nominated time will get the win here in modified compact. That's the basic gist here of the class. And don't go red, obviously, either.
Don't red light. Don't cross the centre line.
All the other rules, you know.
Don't touch the outer boundary.
Yep.
Yep. So, Parry George is dialing in with a 962, Chris O'Neill an 800. So Georges is going to leave with about a second and a bit, second and a half, there or thereabouts, out in front before Chris O'Neill. So it means O'Neill needs to be patient, but it also means that Parry Georges is going to need to leave on time. Reaction time advantage to Parry Georges is not really going to matter here though, because Chris O'Neill buzzed the tyres and shut it off, and Georges will go through for a 1087 on a 962. Got out of the throttle to stop the breakout, and solid run there for Georges. So next up, it is Paul Clyde taking on William Yarwood, racing for Golby's Parts.
Just checking these eliminations for these guys. So once you to advance here at the Jamboree, you need to get a win. Once you lose, you're on the trailer for the weekend, unfortunately. So this is all elimination style. Just seeing some just seen something here. One of the crew guys is saying, oh, it's a solo pass, so we've got some issues here for our Mazda driver, Paul Clyde. So he's going to be pushed back. So William Yarwood will get a win here in round number 2. He's on 8.30 seconds. So the Supra, yeah, you can see a lot of fluid on the track there, just from Paul Clyde's Mazda, unfortunately. So Yarwood, solo pass, our number 1 qualifier is through to round number 3. He's been consistent 830s all weekend. That's his slowest pass of the weekend so far. 848, 166 miles an hour, but he's through to round number 3 here in Modified Compact.
All right, so next up it is going to be Daniel Ruggier, I believe. I can see the car down there. He's going to take on Dwayne Wisby once we get this car cleared out of the RX-7 down here. So I think he's still parked there with the intention that he wants to go now. There's a bit of discussion, bit of animated discussion going on down here with the IHRA official and the Willowbank official.
Yeah, I don't know. So obviously we can only do commentate on what we can see. Maybe they're saying that wasn't from his car and they've seen it on the track. I don't know. But yeah, once the signal was given for the solo pass, you know, that's it. That's done and dusted for the day. But
I think there might be a rerun on the cards here, because I don't know whether. Yeah.
So yeah, we shouldn't probably speculate now, without knowing, because it's all just speculation from us not being down there in the start line.
But there definitely doesn't look like there was anything coming out of the car. So anyway, it is what it is. We'll call it when it comes out, and. A bit of confusion going on down here just as we do a little bit of the car park shuffle. So it is going to be Dwayne Wisby up against Daniel Ruggier. So, from Gregory Hills in New South Wales. It's been one of those days where we've had all this different stuff, a lot of stuff that I've never seen before. On more than one occasion as well.
All right, talking to the tail of the tape here, dialing. So Ruggier's dialing in 8.80 seconds. Wisby's dialing in 9.18 seconds. So Wisby here will leave first in the Mazda. Well, they're both in Mazdas this weekend. The All Epoxy Solutions Mazda. Ruggier in the other lane beside Wisby here on screen. He's dialing 9.180, ran to 9.23 in qualifying. Ruggier went 8.90 in qualifying, so they're pretty much dialing in around where they went in qualifying, which is probably expected today. It's all about the reaction times here and how close you can get to that dial in. But first job as a driver is get a good reaction time. Oh, it's on a red light. It's too quick for Wisby, handing the automatic win to Daniel Ruggier. He gets the freebie here to test out that dial in. And Ruggier goes through with an 8.98, 148 miles an hour. Wisby with a 9.71, but unfortunately that red light handing away any chance of winning the race for him at 144 mile an hour. Next up here, a modified compact. It was a 13-car field this weekend. Ben Clark in the Calais, the VL, with a solo pass. He's dialing at 9.42. He gets the freebie here. Through to round number 3 for Ben Clark. And one step closer to having a hand on one of those J trophies. It is J Day, Sunday race day here at the Brisbane Jamboree, brought to us by Garrett Advancing Motion.
Oh, what a launch. Wheels up. Haven't seen that from too many cars in this session.
No, he hit the tyre hard there in that VL. It really was nice off the start line. It goes through for a 9.49. 144 miles an hour on that 9.42 dial. So the car's consistent. Ben Clark through to the next round.
Absolutely. So it looks like we're going to do a little bit of track prep, and I think we're going to be jumping into Factory Extreme by the look of it, looking at what's in the lane. So we'll be down for just a little while, just as we give it a little bit of a touch-up, a little bit of a groom. It's a bit like a cricket pitch. It always needs constant attention, whether it's a roll, whether it's a hose. I don't know what they do to cricket pitches, but I'm sure that we will come up with a solution. While we're doing that, we might say thank you to a few of our fantastic partners here No, we're not going to say thank you. We're going to go to some colour footage from Jamborees past and present. A quick break and we'll be back with more after this.
Welcome to the Brisbane Jamboree for 2024. My name's Rusty Gregory. Willowbank, Raceway, make some noise. That just became the quickest street side GTR in the world.
The quickest four-cylinder powered car in Australia.
We had to get out of it. What a wheel stand from the Grimmers.
The quickest car in the country, second quickest in the world's quickest compact drag car.
The Pack Performance team back up here in Queensland for the 6th year. Rocky, how's the car going?
Gotten to a point where it's not actually horsepower anymore, it's just getting us down to the ground.
That is the first Australian 9-second front-wheel drive ever. Let's in Australia for the first time.
Definitely better than our country, that's for sure.
That just became the quickest street side GTR in the world, right in front of us. Dominic Regoli has just broken the Australian WRX record.
Actually, yes, he absolutely on a mission.
F29, still has to chase the Pack boys though.
There's this awesome quad rotor on Bill, now the only engine of its type in the world.
If there's no competition, you're not drag racing.
This gets a bit out of control.
It all comes down to 28.9. These things dance around.
Mate, I love it, mate. There's chicks everywhere, there's cars, burnouts, horniness, fantastic.
Yeah, it's a great day, and heaps of women.
Oh, it's a spiritual experience.
How are you enjoying the day? Yeah, it's good, mate. Good. The girls are good. Cars are good too. Front-wheel drive burnouts. Grumpy's ready to run. Expecting big things from him. Scotty Wilson in the orange. Talk about keep the power down. Tail shaft everywhere.
What do you contribute that to?
Hard working crew, mate.
What do you like most about the Jamboree?
Four cylinders and Rotary. All burnouts.
He loves the burnout, that's Tony Wedlock.
Colin Wilshire, we've just seen him run his first 7-second pass.
Dano's at home parked up, so we've got the sleeker now.
The quickest car in the country.
A brand new sport mod record. Or maybe you'd like to see a little supercharged Fiat-powered car or Phil Penny.
I think it likes laughing gas.
The entire quarter mile to unleash that horsepower. 655.
Oh! And the car blasts out of the hole, but the deck has the edge.
There's a pair of the baddest Nissans anywhere in the world on track right now.
Leaves the line hard and then breaks the axle. Road compact, and the crowd love Mr. Man.
He is the quickest street-type GTR in Australia. Stay tuned for more of the
SR20 spot on the planet.
Probably one of the fastest in the world now.
This is a good pass from Rod Harvey. 575.
Nothing got the dominance of the LVL Corolla from Puerto Rico. All of his passes was 614 or quicker. Makoto Watanabe from Japan made it to the final. He went up against Kelly Bett, who had been pushing hard to run the first and second pass on Inducting Jambo.
Rodney Raham in the RX-8. There's the first 640 in the Australian drag
And what's your favourite type of race car?
Rotary, of course. It's the noise, definitely.
This is a fairly even matchup. Ivan Scaramouche leads with the wheels in the air, carries it out through second and third gear.
Ivan Scaramouche, the world's quickest RX3. That's right, mate. Number one in the world. Number one in the world, brother. Number one in the world.
Takes a free shot at the tree and takes a Villain J home from the biggest sport compact event anywhere. And Rodriguez does not fall for the game. He drills the start line and he's gone. It's all over. Kelly Corbett wins Jamboree. Two-core Wilshire. He is keeping the 20 in play with a little 2-litre engine. The boss, he's left him on the start line. Perfect Jamboree debut for the Factory Extreme rookie. Steve Barnett runs Australia's first 13B 6-second pass.
Put your hands together for Anthony Matsuk. 662, 190 miles an hour. He was well and truly up on two wheels.
Factory Extreme final. What a pass, folks. What a run.
Ray, how is the event going? This looks huge.
I think the show is probably the premier place to be.
I've had a lot of fun racing this year.
Well, that's a walk on the wild side with Anthony Rodriguez.
Jamboree is one of the best events. I love Jamboree. Good tune-up, good car, brothers that drive a lot of style.
We were a bit sceptical initially that the event just for four cylinders would bring it.
Something like a sunny Raceway, and some guys here that have really helped bring some stardom into the game, because when you turn up and start driving like these guys do, well, you know, we're Jamboree heroes for life. And again, remember, we're not pro racers, we're just professional recreational racers. And Sammy Sadek, is that what you still rate yourself as?
100%. Nice.
Yeah. So not a pro racer, but just you want to get out there and steer on a pro tree.
That's right, yes. We're here to come out and have fun. We enjoy coming to Brisbane Jamboree. We've got Jay's first pass was 6:47. 6:47. And like you said, it's nice and sunny. 5 days ago, mate.
What were we doing?
We were saluping.
Yeah, we were saluping. you were saluping all over the place. Now, of course, the quad father's starting to get some seat time, which is good. The old, what did we go the other day? You know what? Did we ever look at that run between you and the RX-9? Was that the quickest side-by-side rotor pass in Australia? I think it must be the 230s. You and Both, wasn't it?
No, it was George and Boffa.
Oh, it was George and Botha. I know you weren't in there. So you've been a
627.
So you're going 627, and then Botha last night, and George went into the 630. So I think that was the quickest ever side-by-side rotor pass that I can think has happened in Australia, surely.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think that's right.
And the mile per hour was actually identical.
Nearly identical.
No, it was smack bang identical. Yeah.
Have a look at Civic.
20B's roaring down the track.
Was quali from yesterday, wasn't it? So look, watch that stream yesterday and have a look at that quali run between that. I can't believe it, identical mile an hour. But at least you guys are up here enjoying it. Is your car here for this round? Where is it?
No, I'm not racing today.
No more?
No, not today. I wasn't meant to race today at all. I was here for Wednesday, Thursday and Friday testing, but obviously it rained the first 2 days. But we got 6 runs in, Friday and Saturday. We got to use the lockup, which was good. So there's a bit more work, but I am happy in it. The car went 0.96 in the 60. That felt good. But look, I reckon the next few weeks I'll be out again. So just go back to pack performance. Give them the car a little bit. It's got a boost leak at the moment, and we can't find it. So
back to the drawing board.
That's right. Yeah.
Now, of course, quad rotors as well. The quad father, we love it. It's a truly unique engine to have. As a rotor fan, your whole life, Sam. I mean, you had car yards selling rotaries back in the day. You love the rotor so much. Is that I suppose if you're a nitrous guy, it's a Pat Musi 959. But if you're a rotor guy, is it the quad to have the quad? Is that like having the big block of rotors?
Yes, definite. Yes. I mean, look, the car's making a lot of power. It's not the engine side at the moment that the issue is. It's the converter, which stator to use. So look, we're learning. We're learning. But it definitely feels nice. I mean, it is a Jerry Bickle car. It's very comfortable. But I love steering. Yeah.
He loves grabbing the mic, I tell you. And you're a quiet lad. But this is Australian lifestyle right here. You want to talk about father-son recreational moments. How about this? Two happy boys steering the cars together. And you know what? Jambo for life, boys. Jambo for life.
100%. We love Jamboree.
All right, good luck, boys. Good luck, boys. We've got more to do down here. Just capturing that moment, eh? Just that ambience, that staging lane moment, before we let them loose again. And before all hell breaks loose. Who are we getting? Who are we pointing at? Who's putting on the hit list? I don't know. I don't know what I can see down here. I can see tow vehicles. Oh yeah, I can see a Celica. I can see Bother. I can see a few A-listers here. No. He says no. Oh, why not? Hang on. No, hang on. People that get a PB should get an interview.
That's what I thought.
Can we get in there?
Can I just finish paying wages for the boys?
Oh, are you gonna? Oh, he's doing payroll.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Oh, okay. There we go. No, he's doing. That doesn't turn up tomorrow, mate. There'll be anarchy back at the company.
100%,
Yeah, well, that's it, mate. You've got to be a pretty successful businessman to have support recreational vehicles of rocket ship capability.
Mate, you do. These rotaries, they cost a lot of money, mate. Coming to Queensland is even more costly.
Yeah, well, absolutely, it sure is. It's a big commitment. But how about that side-by-side run last night, hey, mate? That's the quickest side-by-side.
How about that, eh? Left old Georgie snoozing at the start line, didn't we, eh? Not bad.
Yeah. I love that the standards continue to tighten up in there and that we've got all these cars, they're all knocking on the door. Remember, when you look at the activity for 23 rotor cars in the last 2 years, Australia's done all the action. The rest of the world's kind of dropped off on them.
Yeah, 100%. They're a tricky engine, so you really got to look after them, and they're dropping off quicker than we can put them together. So it's the solid 20B guys that stick with them, and we work them out, and we're going rounds, and we're sticking it to some of the other boys when we can.
The fun factor's still there, mate, or else we wouldn't do it. Do you rate yourself as a professional racer or a professional recreational racer?
I'm a professional recreational racer, mate, definitely.
This is recreation. It kind of feels like the pros, but guess what? It's just recreational. And he's got to go back to payroll. Sorry, brother. Got kids flossing over here. Where are they pushing it? We're going to Sammy, aren't we? Sorry, mate, can you bring in a larger tow vehicle into the lanes, please? Oh, here he is. Looking in the bush through the natural habitat, lurking near the gum trees. It's a Samius.
Hello,
How are you, mate?
How are you, mate? What's going on?
Oh, mate, you've brought a lot to Jambo, mate, and they need a slightly bigger pickup truck here as well, mate.
Yeah, that's just one of the sponsors, Alex, towing us out.
A few little gremlins come in there, mate, but you keep having a crack, and you guys, the hardest working guys around, try and get you back out there, and you just want to race. I don't know, what are we still running? Have we still got the yellow one as well, or what's doing?
Yeah, we've still got the yellow one, but we just had a bit of a wiring issue. We've just sorted it out, so we'll bring it out the next one. And we're ready, hopefully ready to go in this one.
Aren't you lucky we don't do this every week?
I'd actually prefer to do it every week.
No, really?
We'll be more in our game.
There'll be what?
We'll be more in our game if we did it every week.
If you reckon we should just try maybe for once, do it for a fortnight and see how well we get, just doing it for 14 days straight?
100%.
Pockets, super deep.
Very deep.
I'm out. I won't be there.
Very deep.
If you need a commentator, it's 90 grand. 90 grand.
Very deep. Done.
I do commentate test days, so 14 days. I'll send you the bill. All right. Okay. All right. Off you go, Sammy. Congratulations on your tenacity. Oh, he's all the way down here. God, they're all coming in here. We've got them all walking across. Jamie Jeffries is here, walking across, content creating. Oh, yeah, on the big screen there. They follow me. There we go. All right. I think he's in the car, so. Where is the speaker? All right. Oh, I like that. Where are we, boys? Just a real quick one. Great. It's always a good time to do this, isn't it? Just as you start to collect the thoughts. Just as you start to collect the thoughts. Now, I can't believe this. I went down the other end there, and half of this car was apart. I'm sure it was. Bits are getting in and out, flying everywhere. We had Shane T down there. We had Benny down there. What have you been doing in the last couple of hours? Just asking.
Well, last night we actually blew a spark plug out of the head and took with it all the leads off the engine. So the whole lot went and it just quit halfway through the run. But what happened was those leads probably earthed out all the spark from it. Then it cooled in one of the ignition boxes.
Yeah.
We didn't pick that up till the last run.
Oh.
And it quit again. So now we've just borrowed one off Mark Jacobson. Thanks, Mark.
Thanks, Mark, and all ready to go. Clutch in and out of the car is probably normal for a car like this. This is round 2, so you know what? At least you know you got 2 more here, halves, and if you're good enough, there could be 3 more if you want to keep sending it.
Well, I'll send it. You know I'll send it. But we just got to get this thing to go past 150 feet, and the job's done, you know. So this time might be our time, Chris.
Always has been. The guy with the clutch needs the short game to be nearly on track and on perfection. So good luck. Get those thoughts back that I just interrupted you about, and back to you guys.
Back into Factory Extreme with the trackers being sprayed. We got the rotator out there, so won't be too long and we will be back into racing. First round was absolutely dramatic. There's no other way to explain it. And we'll be looking for more of the same rolling into round 2 of Factory Extreme presented by Precision Turbo and Engine. Right now, though, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more after this.
itself as a leading developer and manufacturer of high-performance vehicle control units and automotive electronics. Our mission is to provide cutting-edge technology and solutions that empower enthusiasts and professionals alike to push the boundaries of performance and efficiency. Fueltech, everywhere.
Real Street is an international retailer and distributor focused on finding new and better ways to be your favorite place to buy parts from. Parts that we know could be purchased elsewhere if we don't exceed your expectations. Your builds are expensive investments that deserve a premium experience. We are a group of over 30 car enthusiasts who have found a way to earn a living doing what we love for people who share our obsession with racing. For 18 years, our experienced staff has helped racers pick the parts they need to meet their goals the first time. We understand that missed deadlines mean missed races. If you're ready for a premium buying experience, give us a chance.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannons,
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannons, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
For over 120 years, Bosch Motorsport has fueled racing legends. Some things never change. Every detail, at every moment, optimized. When quality and performance is demanded, choose Bosch Motorsport fuel pumps.
Always happens to the best of us, doesn't it?
Hi, Diggles.
Hooking into a
tasty violet crumble.
I think that's a complete Australian candy. We're eating violet crumbles up here in the tower. So, and after that, we've also got Rusty to trying to attempt to eat this cheese.
I'm not doing it.
Are you sure?
No, I'm not. I am not.
There'll be a race where I'll wager you on a race. If I win the bet, you eat the cheese. If I lose the bet, I'll put 3 violet crumbles in my mouth at once.
And commentate.
How Australian can it be?
We always said you could talk under wet cement, but can you talk with a mouthful of violet
I'm going to dip my Tim Tam in my cup of tea. I'm going to have a Vegemite sandwich.
Lamington?
Yeah, and a Lamington. A billet Lamington. That's what I'm having.
Speaking of billet, plenty of billet on show out there on track now. It is Frank Tarabay taking on George Josefsky. 2JVRB. Who's money on?
Right now on form, Con and Vic have got their arms wrapped around King Kong. Frankie himself always seems to be pumped as a driver. George Josefsky, the driver's driver as well. Another guy that got really, really hooked on the fast car drag racing scene. His VLs are exceptional. Any other car in the fleet. And remember, this is a guy whose business is building recreational vehicles. It's Lotus Caravans. So one of the biggest caravan companies in Australia. So what does the man that makes his money out of recreational vehicles do for his recreational vehicle? He wants a 3,000 horsepower factory extreme car. So let him have it. Let the guy have it.
Yep.
Frank Tarabay, property developer. He has had some pretty good cars in the stable, but you know what I love? He is still hooked on drag racing to invest, to still want to run a car at 5-second potential for recreation.
For fun.
These are cars that people have for recreation, folks. Of course, the teams are professional, but we're not racing too much for championships. It's just for bragging rights, old-fashioned, who's the quickest, old-fashioned, who wins a billet J by the end of the day. This is round number 2 of Factory Extreme Precision Turbo and Engine. 2J, RB. Oh, no. Oh, bump infringement. Frankie Tarabay, I didn't want to put the kiss of death on him because that wasn't what I was trying to do. And that was the one time he has mucked up. 5.98 beside him. Josefsky did not muck up and runs a 5.98, 248 mile an hour, half track, 399 with a 9, a 102 60-footer, 201 at half track. But, oh, Frankie, we talk about the bump infringement like it's a broken record. He'll also must have, it's either mash the foot, grab the thumb on the button, maybe the button failed. Because sometimes it's that one moment you find a failure.
Not enough brake pressure.
Not a front brake. That front brake pressure didn't roll the car in slow.
And I'm just throwing it out there. We're not quite there, but we are getting to that point in the day where the sun starts to play a bit of a role.
Yep.
So next up,
is this round 2 or round 3?
Round 2.
Yep.
This is round 2. It feels like round 3, but it is round 2.
Yeah, it is.
So, next up, it is Chris Kermola taking on George Raham. So, I think Chris Kermola got a solo in the first round of racing, off the top of my head. Very nicely presented car. George Raham did not get the win. I think he actually pulled through the beams, very similar to what we saw from Frank Tarabay in that last pass. So, yeah, this time around, look, on paper, 6.38, George Raham, number 9, qualified 223 miles per hour. We know that car can run very deep into the sixes. And Chris Kermola, a best of a 7.13 so far this weekend. But you would say that, if this thing goes to the finish line, it's going to go deep into the sixes.
Oh, look, absolutely. I stood beside Sticks last night. Of course, that's the 6'5" streaker Greek out there. One of our amazing tuners. And he's got, of course, tuning the single cam that's in it. And that run last night where it was doing everything right to half track and he lifted and Sticks goes, yeah, he's still scared of it. That's good.
Yeah.
Because the thing looks like it's taken flight.
Yeah.
And he goes, it's good that you got to be scared of it a little bit. You still copped the short time, still copped half track, but that top end speed, Chris is just still light pedaling it down there. So more confidence.
You've got to have a healthy respect for these things or they will bite you.
Confidence is the key in your equipment, your people, your skills, your boundaries, your limits. Hey, Georgie means business. That's not the big show burnout of the first round. Oh. Yeah, he knows how to do them, CK. Sure, I used to hear that thing in the original sort of bronze VL screaming its RB lungs out.
Yes, absolutely. So,
what is our single cam? Are we gonna? What? Someone will get in on the chat somewhere here. Where are we in the world of single cam RB30 ETs? Where are we?
Question.
Looks so good, and you know what? When you're a guy like CK, you can see he loves VL Commodores, but can you see when you go to a Nissan door slammer with a Nissan engine, you are kind of, you know, you're going for a factory there, whether or not, you know, the manufacturer's certainly not going to give you any more money, but you're still wearing their badge. And they need to thank you forever, those manufacturers. That brand loyalty.
Question, what happened to the Scott Porter car?
I still think they're still sitting there with some dust on them. Yeah, I think they're still around. Scotty's, he just didn't throw something into the sport when he came through and forged a new path.
Absolutely. No, just reminded me, that was all. So, yeah, George Rahayan coming in, number 9 qualifier, number 13 qualifier for Chris Kamola, CK Automotive at a Diggers Rest in Victoria. So, are we going to see any start line games in this session?
I don't think so.
I hope not.
No, I don't think so.
I hope not, because after the first round, I think we had enough start line shenanigans for plenty of rounds. Both cars loose. Kamola almost over the centre line. I don't think he got there. George gets back into it. He will get the win. But an 804, probably not what they were looking for.
Yeah, look, 104 to the 60 for Kamola. So got out there and then rattled them bad. Georgie, not too far behind, did the same thing as he slipped the clutch out there. The win for Georgie, though, winning ugly. Well, look, it's not so much the heat on the track. It's this UV that does kind of mess up that adhesion coefficient.
Yep.
Greasy's not the word. I don't think we can say that. It's just this mixed temperature, the UV right now, because that sun, when you stand out there today, you're feeling it. This track's probably hotter than it was yesterday.
It's just not glued up to its eyeballs. That's, you know, that's ultimately what it comes back to. You know, glue doesn't always mean quick. Just because the track doesn't look pretty doesn't necessarily mean that it's not going to be quick. So we see Zoran Gajic with a nice skid in the gas racing BMW. And a fifth McHale with problems, trying to get the car through the burnout procedure down there. He's putting it back in the water. Because those of you guys following along on the live stream would have got an absolute a show. 2 tickets to the show up here in the commentary box earlier.
It was standing room only up here.
It was standing room only.
It was quite surreal. Quite surreal. But
passionate racers across the board.
Oh.
So, the fifth McHale didn't really smoke the tyre, it just absolutely hooked up and went there, which not necessarily the way you want to do it. No problems to Zoran Gajic, although he did get pushed back, so he's kind of on the back foot after the first round. Did not record a representative time, was pushed back with problems. The car was not fired, so yeah, Zoran just trying to go about and collect some points this time around.
It's been the long road round, this round and the next round there for Zoran. Honing in on trying to, well, not only get win lights, but just keep whittling down that PB in this BMW until it's got that 5 in front of it. Afif went 5700 last night, but completely different day today, 24 hours later. A car that didn't quite light up in the burnout and got into stage. So anything's possible here, but remember that starting line procedure, that is the killer. That's where you've got to be so focused. Top bulb, second bulb. You just got to hold yourself back until you're ready to go to war. Factory Extreme, round 2, 2J. Both sides of the track.
Line of shake for
a fifth. It's on a Mitch and half track for Zoran. 404. Come on. 606. Oh, 606. 603.
Whole shot. 14 thousandths of a second at the stripe.
You look at that time slip. You look at that time slip, man. It is what's that? 14 thousandths. Not even that. 0014.
10,000.
14 10,000. 606 beats a 603. 078 off the button. Well, not off the button, off the floor, off the pedal for Zoran Gadget. Driving with a clutch, pulling gears, floating through the air. 404, 191 at half track. Afif, bit of rattle in the beginning. 100 in the 60. Pedals, it starts bringing it on down the deep end, but that is a great way to bake up for last round, remember?
I want to see the replay on that
Well-
one because I'm requesting the deep end camera, requesting the replay because both of those guys got super loose. I thought Mikhail was going to get out of it.
Yeah.
I think he did for a split second and then got back into it. And Zora, that thing got just past half track and had a big sachet. Anyway, in the meantime, Salupa pulling up to the line. That is young Jay Sadek. He's going to take on Rod Harvey from Pakuranga in New Zealand, over in NZ.
You know, we talked about, any category. Factory Extreme will use as the example that, your race can be over for a J in round one.
Yep.
Or it takes you that long to find that mojo that can get you all the way to the end. Now, remember, the word mojo's got a J in there, right?
Yep.
Find your J mojo. And as I said, Zoran Gadget, he got pushed back at round one. I said, from now on, you need to be perfect if you're even to get to a final. So far, he's on one step away from just one more shot in round three, and I'll tell you whether or not that little prophecy might come true. I'm hoping all the good energy and karma in the world gravitates towards that, from what I just seen from the great man. Jay Sadek and Rod Harvey, two other great dudes out there. Oh my goodness, Harvey, they had this thing apart again all over the joint. Fried the leads, fried the igniter box. Shane T was down there with an SR20 igniter box ready to go. He was going to put SR20 into a 2J, and then Benny Bray came and had another one that would work, I think, a bit better. So they made it to the line. Now it's going to have the power that they know it's got, the clutch setup they know they put in it. Jason X got that auto on board, and we're going to go Factory Extreme round two right now.
Huge hole shot for Jay.
Rod got so loose on the, he's spinning the tyres, and now it's going to be 6:35 and a win. Rod goes out the back, 6:60, 238 mile an hour.
238.
Look, he took a little bit of time to get everything ready, Rod, then he let it go. He gave him not only the hit, but a fair amount. 9.70 in the 60, so it was on a streak straight out of the hole, Rod Harvey. You can see what happened after that. It started spinning the tyre. It was snaking away. He was still driving through it. Here's the replay right now. The Real Street live stream.
So this is the first pair. This is Zoran and a fifth.
Yep.
So I don't know which one to watch here because they were both loose. It was a big bump from Mikhail. Look at the hole shot from Zoran. And right there, Zoran made a big wiggle back towards the wall, and he drove it out the back door to way over the finish line down there. That was just a good old-fashioned drag race.
That was, and being a traditionalist with a pedal clutch in it, I'm still sort of a little bit more favoured towards the BMW's efforts there. It's not a 5, but it's fighting. It's a fighting 6.0. I'll take a fighting 6.0 over an inconsistent 5-second car. I'll take Remember, El Camille a couple of years ago came here, hadn't run a 5, ran the best of a 6.02 and cleaned everyone up. So it can happen again. That was a big night when that car carved through Factory Extreme, put 62 pounds in the car to make weight and beat everyone with it. Back half car.
Well,
all right, here we go. Bother and Paul Mahayat. 2J versus 20B. Hey, we're all still in the mix.
So quiet, isn't it, Paul Mahayat's car? The gas leaker. It's not loud and obnoxious. It just goes about its business. I don't want to say it sounds like an electric car, but it's definitely not the noisiest thing in the world.
Dave Reed doing a little bit of photography in the deep end. Jay Sadek, big moment in the braking area under the parachutes. Great photo, drag photos. All right, Paul Mahayat, where do we go from here? A little bit of a shabby run in round one. Jason Both, 6:35 yesterday. Going to hit his straps here. Let's see. I'm giving up speculating anymore, Rusty. We've seen everything already.
We've seen too many upsets today, that's the thing. And in fact, I'm not even sure that anyone who had a win in round 1 has gotten a win in round 2.
No.
I don't think. Now, that's not the official tagline, but I'm struggling to come up with one.
Yeah.
Paul Mahaya's got the chance too.
Yeah, I don't know, mate. I don't know where to put it. Botha can be on a bit of a streak. If he gets back into that 6:30 magic, Mahayat's going to have to run.
He's a bit of a confidence
driver, low.
Isn't he?
Yeah, he's going to have to run a low 6 minimum to cover him, I think.
Yeah, Both is very much a confidence driver. If he's got a bit of confidence about him, he'll go out there and he'll really do a job on the tree. So, Mahayat, we know he's always good on the tree.
Oh, lots of shake for Mahayat, but he's got through it. Here comes Botha on the deep end. Whoa, 48 takes off at 93. A coasting 93 for Mahayat. He thought he did it all. Hold shot for Mahayat. Shake, rattle and roll. 102 to the 60. Then he started to pedal it. 445 at half track, and then the thing laid over. Coasted. Botha, 427 at half track. Got it done. 648 at the stripe.
I'm gobsmacked here. This is not what we expected in round 2.
Yo, wow.
This is absolutely wild.
Upset much?
Oh, upset city. Forget Bump City.
Yeah, upset city.
Upset city.
Bradbury City. Bradbury Street.
Bradbury Street. Bump City.
Bradbury Street. I actually think about doing a old GTA map of Bump City, and I'll have all these little heartbreak avenues, you know. You've already got Zingsville. It's a suburb, Zingsville.
Where's Zingsville? Up in the Heights?
Yeah, up in the Heights.
All right, so Sammy. That is Sam Afcal down there in the RX-8. He's going to be going on a solo pass this time around. The 20B underneath the hood. He was a pretty chill guy in the interview, wasn't he, that you did with him before? Just kind of...
Did you hear what he said?
Wants to race
so
14 days in a row.
Lucky we don't do this every weekend. He goes, why not? And it's like, well, I wish I could do it every day of the week. It's like, all right, mate, you make it happen.
He will, don't worry.
I'd love to do a 24-hour drag race where you just drag race for 24 hours. Got to do a minimum of X amount of runs per hour over 24 hours, I reckon.
That'd be, it's like an endurance race.
Yeah, it'd be endurance drag racing. Every time you go to stage, there's a dial in and a guy next to you. Yeah. And it's like, how many scalps you reckon you can take in 24 hours? Good idea? I reckon, we can do it, mate. We could be promoters, mate.
People.
We could be promoters.
Been there, done that.
All right, so now look, Colin's ready to go again. Look, seeded solos. I think attrition rate, no one for Sammy in this seeding round. The captain looks like he's also got the same luxury. So look, they're not going to just probably coast it through and get a token ET here for round 3. They just don't want to take a win. They need a number. From now on, getting a number is important, even on solos. So no coasting here right now for Sammy. 4 o'clock.
What's 4 o'clock?
That's the time.
Oh, what's the...
Relevance of that? Relevance. Nothing. Just this moment, date stamped in time.
Put it down. Something's going to happen at 4 o'clock.
Sammy's going to let it loose.
Okay, here we go.
Drags the clutch, drags it a bit.
Not a happy engine.
No, the 20B is just having conniptions down there. Every single time, it'll be something else that's biting him today. 10.67 and a win. So a win there for Sammy. And looks like Pro Turbo coming up just after Fatser Extreme. But right now, it is the captain's turn to let the Mitsubishi Eclipse breathe a little. And the captain won't probably take this anywhere other than to the line. And I mean the finish line.
So question.
Yep.
Is he going out there just trying to put it down the track and get a banker? Or is he going to go out there and try and go quicker than the 609 that we saw from him this morning?
If knowing that your opponent is no one, that you would probably have another swing.
I reckon you would.
610, 620, 609. This car's whole purpose is obviously to achieve the captain's goals. There's one thing I know he'd like to have, and, you know, it could be all the gold and silver and gold in the world. He could have a bigger gold chain. He could have a bigger this. He could have a bigger that. But he'd love a little piece of paper.
Yeah.
Little piece of paper with a 5 on it, and I want him to have that piece of paper as well. The only guy that can get that piece of paper for him, and for anyone out there drag racing with a goal, the only way you can get your piece of paper is you've got to get out there and put it in the beams. Colin is going to put it in the beams right now, and he's going to try and get this Eclipse to go quicker than it's ever gone before. He's gone 600. So, you know what? Weather conditions right now, hot, dry, not super boost friendly, not horsepower friendly.
There's enough cars getting down the racetrack, though, that you'd go, yeah.
It's going to need to make...
He could stick this.
It's going to need Nelly to make 23, in these conditions, 23 to show weight shifted, 2,300 plus horsepower to overtake the weather here. Just let it breathe, let it go all by itself. Let's go. That's on its end, Colin. 6:10 again. 6:10 again. Put your hands together. You've just seen one of the world's quickest 4-cylinder drag race passes again, because the captain goes 6:10 with a 7, 6:09, 6:10 with a 1, 1:03 60 foot, 4:01 to half track, banging through that 7 speed.
I think he needs to go in a modified compact. He needs to go in a dollar your own class.
That
thing is so consistent this weekend.
Getting that clutch to do exactly what it needs to do in all the high gears is important, and it's getting all the short stuff done. But they just know that if you want to get angry for a half a tenth in the 60, then that thing can be a 5. However, for it to get that short game solved, put it all in at the back. Oh, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep.
Put your hands together.
We have a new clubhouse leader.
Do you reckon?
Yep.
Okay. All right, all those people in the moment.
That's a genuine half-track burnout.
All right, okay. In the moment, people, if you think that is the best burnout so far at Jambo, put your hands up. Oh,
That's
yeah.
a lot.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Yep, that is a lot. One hand on the trophy with that. Well, now everyone knows where the benchmark is. You at least need to get it to half track. Still smoking.
Yeah,
Plenty of consistency.
Well, that was pretty much half track right
had
there.
A double stab.
Yeah, pretty much half track.
The smack has been laid down.
Yep.
So, Anthony Matuk, VL God. Oh no, he hasn't heard it on the burn.
No.
Does he? No. I was going to say.
Yeah, that's a fairly thrashed, stout RB in there. This is the amazing how much punishment you can give him. He's absolutely punishing this thing. It screams, it loves it.
Listen to the RB just popping away. Even the heat haze with each pulse. It's this car. If you could give a J trophy to a vehicular icon,
yes,
this one would have.
Oh yeah, honestly, yeah. I get that too. You know, and we can do top 10s and ask the public if we did little poll as to icon vehicles we could think of in the future. Anyway, here we go. Justin Cook, he's had to let the Anthony Matuk show go on in the other lane, and now he wants to try and beat the guy. So everyone's trying to have a crack at the king.
Got a hold shot.
Cookie's out. Oh, Matuk very loose at half track. He's trying to get in front of Cookie. He's just going to get him too. Matuk 7.30, 170. And hey, 7.63 for Juzzer. He tried real hard. He left on Matuk. He out 60-footed him and was going pretty well. But Anthony put all that VL God power back in and got the win.
52 10,000 to the second at the stripe. Even the Army came out to watch it.
Yeah, we've got the whole Army guys out here.
Maybe they're just security, who knows?
I feel great having them around, actually.
Yeah, so do I.
Yeah, I do.
So Ben Slaughter coming out, he's having a crack at the burnout.
I like that my mate Barry Hall's here as well.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, we did an interview with Bazza down there.
Yep. Big Bad Barry.
He's
Not really Big Bad anymore.
Oh,
He's-
you know.
he's still big.
He still intimidates me.
Yeah.
Yeah. The handshake, especially when you shake his hand and then he grips it a bit harder, then he looks at you as if I was ready to headbutt you. I go, oh, sorry, mate. But he's a great guy, lovely guy, real petrol head, and he's ready to let go on a Pro Tree with a Radial car somewhere in the future, he says.
He had something like
and some drag and drive.
HQ Ute or something.
Yeah, he had a couple in the interview. He did say what he had, but yeah, he's doing drag and drive. He's got a few AFL mates. We didn't quite get to the subject, but I just said talk to him about, so good that all your current and former AFL players are all petrol heads now. They've got time they've got to do something in their life after footy.
Yeah.
And a lot of them are finding the car culture.
Yes.
And finding drag and drive, which is another avenue that's getting people into the sport of drag racing, and I love it all.
It also scratches that competitive itch too. So
yeah,
in Pro Turbo now presented by Long Goose Performance Parts, and it is Ben Slaughter taking on Jason Payne. We haven't really spoken about Jason Payne. I'm going to move that back over there.
Okay, so
thank you very much.
Yeah.
You think I'm all kidding? You think I'm putting this on?
No.
I am not eating squid cheese. Squid is not meant to be made from cheese.
Would you be okay if I was to bring in maybe a small lab rat and he ate it first and you were convinced that after he ate it that you could eat it?
No, because I'm not a rat.
Okay. No, you're not. Okay, Jason Payne and Ben Slaughter. Here we go. 2JRB again. Oh, Slaughter he got the whole shot. Benny Slaughter, he's out on like a rocket.
I think he's going to get there.
Yeah, 71 for Slaughter, 209. Got it done.
First six for Ben, I believe.
Yeah, it all came together for him. Payne, he's 654, 218, left behind on the tree. 288 to 286 at 330 foot. 436 to half track for Ben. 428 to half track for Jason Payne. 218 mile an hour for the R32, trying to get overcome that hole shot. Benny Slaughter, a well-earned hole shot win. Oh. Jerry.
Dominic Maiolo, the ProTech Automotive Nissan. Should be another good matchup, although Jerry has not... the car's just not been behaving. Got a lot further on the last run than he had throughout qualifying, but the car's still not really doing what they need it to do. And it feels like this time around it's not going to be any different because he's just about... Well, Maiolo's just about got this thing in stage, and Jerry Keel's now backing back into the water again. So hopefully he just does a short, sharp burnout. Not across the start line, hopefully just gets it done.
All right, well, that sorts out whatever bug he had at the beginning there.
Yep.
Now, that's a good one. That's like a 330-foot burnout there, Jerry.
That's solid.
Did he make his mind up in the middle of that to think, I might just go for the biggest burnout here?
Maybe.
He doesn't mind a good skid. Him and Archie, they're very, very, very aggressive in the skids. I love it. Tell you what, he just needs to get back into that 6-second form we know he's got. Because right now, Dominic Maiolo, I don't know what they're packing on board the ProTech R32 and why we're not seeing him belt out the regular 6-second ETs that we know that Skyline does.
Yep.
He's kind of been limping it to the line and rolling it down for an ET.
Kind of just taking the tree.
Is this trying to go rounds and maybe do the Bradbury in Pro Turbo?
Still got to roll up there and
put the beams
be in
on
it to win it, so to speak. Jerry Keel, the direct clutch services. If he does what he did on the last run, that should be, moving in the right direction. He got it to almost half track under power, so you would hope that they've started to build some momentum there.
No, that's all Jerry's. It's all Jerry's. He took the green. He gets the win. And look, that's another win and ugly. 7-4-0. Dom, just that bump infringement. We're back to that start line procedure again. Just cost you, or all that effort you made to get it to the line in round one to just get the win, and then have it thrown away in round two by just. Sometimes I think when you're trying to make 2,000 horsepower move an inch, and you're relying on hydraulics, solenoids,
Yeah.
suspension, drive line, you're asking to bump the whole car about an inch.
Yeah, it
and it's
doesn't
not
need
an
to go
easy
far.
thing anymore for some people
And
in
that's
these
why
cars.
you see it rocking backwards and forwards. as well,
Yeah.
Because it is so difficult to set the cars up to do it right. But next up it is Eddie Howard. On a solo pass.
Eddie.
It was close.
Yeah, no, it was close.
I don't think it was quite at Matuk's level.
No.
In terms of distance,
No.
consistency of smoke was there. Intensity of revs, RPM. RPM is your friend. But yeah, not quite enough to remove Anthony Matuk's fingers from the burnout trophy this afternoon.
Yeah, not right now. So it looks like Eddie's in good stead. The burnout felt good, and I think sometimes, if you do get a good skid away, I think they just feel like, no, this is going to be a good run. I am ready for what this thing's going to give me, and he's had enough seat time in this car to know its characteristics, knows how to shift, knows how to stage, and I'm not going to put the kiss on him by saying he knows how to stage. I have seen evidence of him participating in that procedure and doing it competently.
We have seen in the past.
He has won with this car on more than one occasion. 6 Degree Eddie. He will put that thing in on a little stagger normally. Let's have a look where he keeps doing, because that thing does have a bit of preload in it when it leaves the line. And it kind of torques up, and if you stage it straight, it torques up towards the centre line. If you sort of tilt it off towards the wall, probably 300 foot down, a slight 6 degree tilt, it seems to just curve itself back. It's like trying to correct your golf swing. Not that I know anything about golf.
Well, Eddie's a guy who really puts his money where his mouth is. That's pronounced
Yeah,
pointing. Look
yeah.
at it on the camera.
You look at it. Yeah, no, this is...
That's a pronounced pointing at the centre line, but it is all part of the tuning situation that they try and use with this car. You can see straight up.
Eddie Harwack. Eddie Harwack on the sand. 629, 226 mile an hour.
It's not a PB, but it's close. He went into the 20s down in Adelaide earlier on this year, but a 6:29 at 2:26, that is a very, very nice run. Is that quickest Pro Turbo?
Very well could be.
It's very close to
Very
it.
well could be.
Yeah.
Now, 103 in the 60-foot, half-track, 412 at 180 mile an hour. Height, hang, and haul.
And he took the long way.
And, folks, I am putting a little asterisk beside that as potentially our best wheelie. Now, I don't go for height if I see that. If I see epic hang, and that wheel's nowhere on the... Look, here we go. Whoa, yeah, man.
That's got to be close to the drive of the weekend.
Mate, the fastest wheel stand wins to me.
How does he steer it with the front wheels in the
I
air?
don't know. I don't know. All right, here we go. Up next right now, Chris Hall, Pro Compact. Next round coming up. And you know what? When you get solos like this, there might have been a bit of attrition. Doesn't mean they're not trying to fix something. But Chris Hall is here. This is where a little bit of this attrition comes in. If he's not sending it, he still might have stuff to fix as well. He might not want to wear this equipment out. Is he going to send it? Let's see. But again, if you're playing this long game, a solo you should not waste, but a round 3 solo you can't waste. You go slow in round 3 and repeat this behaviour in round 3. Don't expect to maybe get a call up for a final, because we're going to need the 2 quickest winning drivers from round 3 on.
Just wondering what Chris Hall was waiting for here. Perhaps he forgot he was on a solo pass. I'm not sure, but he's put it in now.
Here we go. All right. But he still wants to go for the lap down there. I don't know. Yep. So, racking up the win. ET-wise, no, won't be anything flattering. But
Is he shifting that with the clutch?
I actually think he is. I don't think he's banging it through.
Yeah.
So why wear it out? Why risk things, doing anything to the car? Like we already talked to some other guys in regards to that as far as, anything to try and keep a 6-second 13B together. Those things, you need to sometimes nurse them. When there's a time to thrash them and there's a time to nurse them.
When you're on a solo pass, there's no point in stressing everything out.
He's got to many a final, Chris Hall, knowing to do the right thing. He will have to probably meet someone next round, you would assume, and then he's going to have to defend himself, which means he's going to have to run it as hard as he can.
So, Sam Kiprios now in the Ninja. Why the Ninja? Is there a story? I'm sure there is a story.
Whether or not it was a carryover name from the car, I don't know. It's an interesting little terminology there for it. I do like it.
You see just how short the wheelbase is. When with the door open, you can see how crammed in everything is. And Sam Kiprios, as to quote you yesterday, he's a normal size guy.
Yeah.
He's not a giant.
Yep. Thank goodness. Or he could be Tony Gooderum in the El Squirrel. You know, Tone 6'4", drives a 79-inch wheelbase car. Good thing Phil Penny's only a little guy. 80-inch S600. Kiprios, 80-inch wheelbase. You know, he'd be probably 5'8". Kip. Sam's a lovely young man. Of course, got into it because his dad, Peter, for so long racing Toyotas and Jambo. It's now time for the junior. He's been doing it for quite a few years. 3RZ power on board for the Starlet. And looks like, hopefully everything will lay okay. The thing just sort of stalled for a sec. He's giving it a little hit of that. It is a mechanical fuel system on this car, which maybe everyone just assumes everything's EFI, but
yeah,
Sam has run this car in super stock, which is a Class Double D gas, and it's mechanically injected. It doesn't have EFI, it doesn't have injectors. It's got mechanical system with nozzles and a pump and returns and
a little bit old school,
poppets, valves. Yeah,
school.
You know, there's a boost side to that, which you can have boost indexed. Line pressure, so it's a constant flow mechanical injection, but here, just not, it stalled. All right. Geez, you know what? If you could get it in on the starter or make the thing run, I don't know, but the thing's lost fire. They've tried to spray the starting. Oh, no, it's running right. Okay, so I don't know what the deal was.
You can hear it running down there, so he's at least going to stage and take the points.
Yep, right. And everyone gets caught in the moment and you got to go back. If he's going to send it, just send it. All right, there we go. Okay, you better push that little car back, boys. Clapping, everyone's happy. They've got to win. This is sometimes what Jambo looks like. This is another plot twist. Always is. Always is. Attrition rate, problems on the line, not needing to run the number. Round 3, guess what? No one's going to hide in round 3 in all these classes.
Everyone needs to run.
There's no hiding right now when you're this green either. All right, Alan Dodd, what up, G? Back in the property. Now, he did have the best burnout. And he messaged me before to say if I still got best burnout, and I said for now, and then I quickly had to message him to say Anthony went to half track. So I didn't really expect Doddsy then to come out and go for a half tracker. Not in this car, but he's decided to just get the game on, and I'd have a fair idea to think that Sup G is going to have a send here. I think he's going to have a send, another seated solo, because we just know that this attrition rate can get various cars. The obvious no-shows will probably pop up by the end. We'll all remember them if you were to see what the seating sheets do look like. So this will be a full set, it looks like, for Alan Dodd.
Full send hasn't really been working for Alan Dodd this weekend, though.
No, I think it needs just more like big RPM, big boost off the line. I think the car can handle it. It is a what's the word to say? It is just built, designed to be quick.
Swoopy?
Very swoopy.
Now, is this a new car?
Oh, no, it's been around a bit.
Been around for a little while.
Came up after first to second, half track near the centre line. Out the deep end this time, 7:38 at 148 mile an hour for Sup G. Half track 4:65 at 160 and gets the run down. 1:14 there in the 60. A little bit better, cleaned up a little bit on the launch, but not coming out of the hole too distressed. You can go certainly overboard in that department. And so far, all that big tyre on that car and that wheelbase, there's a fair amount of different physics in that car because it does have that longer wheelbase. That engine in relation to the back wheels is in a location, I think, that's affected the physics that he would normally be used to on the shorter wheelbase RX2.
It does change everything
I think you
around.
could send you can nearly throw just about everything you want probably at that wheelbase. It's just about getting the thing happy on the bigger tyre, and I don't know what the international standard is for any of these guys. Everyone's got a slightly different tyre size. Someone might be on a 33 by 14, and that might be, a 30 or a whatever, 31. No one's. I don't know. The pro mods go 36s or not. I think they can.
Yeah.
So you can go.
A lot of the time, it comes back to what they can fit under the car as well.
I mean, if that's a 33 by 16. That's a lot of tyre. It's about the biggest tyre you can get on anything. In a door car, of course, even top fuel. So that's a lot of tyre to fit into a door car. I don't know what size Dodsy's got on it. Not everyone's running that massive tyre, but I think that's what gets a lot of people in the drag racing. When you look at a little car, when you look at a car with enormously fat rubber under the back, I was in. As soon as I saw a car with fat rubber under the back.
Because you knew it had to be tough.
It'd have to be tough with a fat tyre on the back of it. Yeah. That's one thing that, this motorsport just blows everyone away at. You can tell a drag car as soon as you see it by the rubber. If it's got a big tyre on the back, you know where it's going. It's going to be sent. All right, we got a pairing.
Yes.
I think so. I think it's a pairing.
We have a race.
Is it a pairing?
Marcus Pepe up against young Afcal. Ehad.
Yeah, that's right. Ehad. So, hang on. What up? G is sort of not there. I just saw Moose. I'm sure I saw the RX2 there.
Okay.
I'm sure I saw it there. Now it's been pushed away.
Maybe down in front of us. It might be...
No, well, I see Moose just standing there, like, out of his fire suit. So something's... this attrition, I tell you.
A lot of broken bits and pieces.
And guys still there to give it a crack. So it is supposed to be here at Afcal.
Yeah, it's not looking promising at this point. I think they might be getting ready to push the car away because it doesn't look like it's moving. You can see Moose down there asking the question.
All right, so look, there's only so much time, and really that time has already passed for now.
Yeah, Marcus Pepe's just about ready to go into stage already, so you can't really keep them hanging on for too much longer.
Yep.
Simon 01.
No, it's all over this round, boys.
Yep.
So this is round 2, so you can fix the thing and come back round 3. Still another opportunity. That's the beauty of Chicago Shootout. If it can't go right for you at this time, one more round, you can have another crack.
That gets out moves.
4:31.5 track on the coast right now, 7:36 at 132 mile an hour. Marcus Pepe from South Australia, 109 in the 60. Came out all right on the big tyre. Power came in, grabbed a few gears. 4:31 at 159 at half track and got to about 1,000-ish and then popped the shoots out. So that's a good one for Marcus. That is firming with a little bit of form. He's been into finals before with that mentality, but there's got to be some opposition coming somewhere for these guys to just be that last obstacle to be worthy of getting that billet J tonight.
Worthy.
Yeah, well...
Speaking of worthy recipients, if you did miss the opening ceremonies earlier on today, 5 worthy recipients getting Icons of Jamboree Awards. One of which sitting alongside me here, Mr. Diggins.
Oh, look.
I know you're trying to be modest about it, but all jokes aside, you are the voice of Jambo. That is, everyone knows you as the voice of Jambo. You've contributed so much over the years, so many memorable moments. So I think it's only fitting that you get that billet J with the microphone on it.
Oh.
I thought it was a mirror ball from the party bus last night.
It's
but
pretty,
it is a microphone.
It's pretty special. It's pretty special. No, thank you, mate. It's just because, I mean, I can do a variety of different events I get offered all the time to do a variety of different things. I've only got so much time in my year to try and balance my life. And the events I stick with are the ones I felt the most love from.
Yeah.
That's why, I'll give it 150% to the ones that give you the love
and
back.
the ones that you enjoy doing
Yeah,
as
absolutely.
well.
And look, lucky for me, they've all kind of spiraled into what I still think is the coolest scene in the world. And if you were to follow a year of my events, it's a pretty cool scene to be seeing. A lot of it's drag racing. I mean, World Time Attack in 2 weeks' time. Come and see that as well. Maybe one day I'll get an icon in there too. I'll see how I go. All right, here we go. Simon Ionu.
So he's on a solo pass, another solo pass.
All right, and looks like, and sounds like, and feels like,
Smells like,
and smell.
And looks
If I could smell it,
Taste
would be full intent to get a number down here, Simon.
Full send.
I do think so. I do think right now, round 2, if you didn't have much luck in round 1, I mean, he qualified with a 724 at 186, but this car has been into the 40s. Just remember that. So this car is a serious 6-second car in premium conditions, whether that be good air, good traction, a good clutch call where you don't rattle and shake or overspin the tyre or neutralise the gearbox or miss a shift or do all the 900 other things. As we said to Mark before, we're talking about a million ways to lose a drag race. It can happen when you get mechanical contraptions together to make them run reliably. These guys can make it look easy. They can also make breakage look easy. They can make performances look easy. But this stuff is some of the hardest things to undertake. And of course, always measured on an international standard, quarter mile.
Yep. It's the universal dyno.
Everywhere we go in the world, this is the best free measuring stick. Whoa, there we go. That was a good swing at it.
Yeah.
And just a little bit too much. If he had someone beside him we're in race mode, we're in round 2,
yeah,
they'd be pedalling and fighting for that.
Yeah,
no doubt about
in
it.
and out of it.
No
Definitely.
doubt about pedaling and fighting for that, because round wins matter right now. So look, what an anticlimax. Oh, this is the one thing about it. Highs and lows. The big hits, the little hits,
yep,
the fizzes. Right, so I don't know whether that's a thing all over the world. Something called the fizzer. It's a fizzer. It's a fizzer.
Darryl Eastlake.
We've had the odd
Take it
fizzer.
out.
We've had a few anticlimactic moments. Let's call them fizzers, right? We've had a few Bradbury moments. Let's call them fluke or luck, or fluck, if you want to call it. Fluky luck.
Flukels.
Or flukels.
So we're going to move.
That's
now
ridiculous.
From McKernan Associates Pro Compact into Manly Performance Pro Mod. And looking forward to this one.
Yep.
Couple of blown cars. In fact, I think JC's only raced blown cars today alongside him. So it's kind of making him feel right at home, surrounded by all these superchargers and black belts and zoomies. And he'd be quite happy with that. He knocked out his first 5-second run earlier on in the weekend, 5.99 in qualifying, went 6.05 in the first round of racing. So, I mean, he's right there in terms of where he wants to be, and he's still only really made a handful of laps in this car. It's not like he's done a lot of runs.
Here we go. I'm looking at Bubba down there and Sandra. Of course, Bubba and Sandra do ads for Tough Streeters, and they're down there. Of course, they do a lot of media for Tough Streeters online. And Bubba and Sandra are up from Victoria to be all part of that. Tough Streeters brought a fair army up. Of course, Johnny Ricker, co-owner of Tough Streeters. Barry Hall does the ads too. That's why he's here. He's doing the media as well. So they're all right into it here at Jambo. Round 2 of Pro Mod. That does say Jeffrey Cuttajar and no competitor beside him. So guess what? Solo. Attrition-related solo or luck-related solo? I do not know.
Not sure. There was definitely attrition. A few of the races you don't usually expect. Like Craig Mertz.
Yep.
Couldn't make first round to get the car wide, or at least couldn't get it forward in a forward gear. So I can see he's down there in the villain. I can see the front of the Mustang just poking around the corner down there. So he won't be too far away. JC with the solo pass, a rare solo. Oh, I thought it was going to stall there.
and went very close. Good heads-up driving, actually, from JC.
You know what? Like, you know, we've got combos coming in that aren't just continuous flow mechanical injection. We've got EFI screw-blown cars coming in.
Yep.
So they don't sort of idle. They idle different. They sound like overgrown street cars when they idle, except that they are 4,000 horsepower blowing alcohol heavies. Let's let it sing, eh? Pro Mod, let you go, JC, by yourself. Let's hear ya. Oh, 597, nice. 238, 400 to half track, 198, 109 in the 60. So gets out, does everything right. Very fat, very lazy.
Nice.
Very lazy. Cleaned itself up, but still like 238 at the end. You know, that on the fuel side, I think that really did help that grunt its way down the racetrack. A nice keeper.
Yeah, and you know, you could clearly hear him running it through the gears there too.
Yeah.
You could hear it running through the 3-speed. So, yeah, JC goes 597 this time, 238 miles per hour. Next matchup, though, will be Lorenzo Galotto taking on Daniel Cavalieri. I think it will be anyway. Or is it Daniel Cavalieri on a solo pass? No, it is meant to be a paired pass.
All right, Galotto and Camilleri. He doesn't mind. Doesn't spare the small block, does he?
You can tell it's a small block. It just gets up there and sings in that rev range.
Oh, well done too, Lorenzo. That little 471. Little 471 Hemi. Couple of Turbskis on it. Couple of Turbskis.
So again, two guys who probably come in a little underdone into this round. Who's your money on? I mean, Camilleri knocked out, I think it was 6:30 in the last round of racing. Finally got it all the way to the finish line, but not quite at the point that you know, he's ready to mix it with the big boys in this class.
Look, they said they were bringing a butter knife to a gunfight, Lorenzo, with his little engine, and this is all about a learning process. Brand new car, shake it down at a big event, try and get some testing done. Got the rock out the front, which has been with him tuning any other car that he's had. He's got his hands all over the Holly EFI in this car. And, you know, there's a long career coming with this car, not only when Pro Mod turns up at a Jambo, but he can go back and run in super comp or competition classes if they ever race in WA again.
It's going to be a little while before they go racing in WA.
Yeah, and they don't like it, of course. You know, no one likes it.
Tell you what, leave the car over here. There's plenty of racing to be done.
I think the plan is we might be sending it at the Bend as well. Greg Sakaridis made the promise he'll be at the Bend, so I think they'll all go there again. Here we go, round two. Well, that's a little bit better. 104, 105, 64 and a half. Don't 487, wall one all the way. It's
Whoa.
Lorenzo. 616 for Lorenzo. 225 mile an hour. The win. Neck and neck the whole way down. 407 for Lorenzo. 418 for Daniel. Daniel 058 off the tree. Lorenzo 048 off the tree. 058, 048. Again, recreational drag racing done professionally.
Camilleri, he hugged the concrete the whole way down that left-hand lane there. Did a good job of steering it. Didn't try and overcorrect. But, yeah, solid pass there. Good run from Galotto. A couple of people who have said hello on the live stream. Frank Mamone.
Yeah, Frankie.
Mr. 105 is watching. Sent me a message saying, I'm too quiet. Apparently, compared to you, Diggles, I'm too quiet.
Oh, thank you, Frank.
So there you go. I don't know whether he's saying you're loud or I'm just a little bit more muted. So I've adjusted the microphone. Hopefully that's better, Frank. Yeah, lots of people watching online. A lot of people saying that there's going to be a lot of WA cars that are going to be coming across next year.
Yep.
Obviously, with the with what's going on over there, with the refit, the redo, the repave, whatever you want to call it, the Perth Motorplex, I think there's going to be a lot of WA racers who are looking to do some racing.
Yeah.
And you can come over to this side of the country and you can run in consecutive weekends all up and down the East Coast.
Yeah.
You can put together a pretty good schedule.
Oh, absolutely. And for the Bend, it seems very attractive to them. I think, what did we do for Kenda last last year had 10 teams come from WA to do the Kenda, a nightmare at the Bend down there.
Just that little bit closer.
Yeah, that was a pretty epic performance by a WA, predominantly Radial team. There was the 10 Radial cars came there, but Lorenzo's one of those Radial guys. Jeff the Rock Johnson tunes a lot of the Radial cars in WA. There is a thriving Radial scene in WA, except the track's closed now, so they can't do much at all other than think about coming east and having a crack at, of course, Sydney, Willowbank, and the Bend.
Well, the
Jamboree at the Bend, folks. Did we mention October, 18th of October? Get yourself to Tailem Bend, South Australia, where our next Jamboree is. So
can I come?
You can. You sure can, mate.
Yes.
If I had the time, I know we're coming into a time of the year where my boss won't let me have any more time off. I'd almost do the road trip. Drive past, pick you up, let's go.
Swing through, pick me up on the way down. I've done the drive across Adelaide a couple of times. It's a fairly straightforward drive, and it's pretty cruisy. It's a fantastic venue though. You
folks,
go down there, it's everything in one place. You can roll in. You don't need to leave the complex. You park your car and you're done.
Mate, folks, please, everyone out there, consider the road trip. Consider the road trip because you've got to see more of this country, all right? See this country, travel this country. A drag strip at the end of that makes it all the worthwhile. Driving home will suck.
Talking about some of the guys coming down. McClure Motorsports in Capitals. Adelaide Jambo, it's slime time.
He told me yesterday, he said, you can say it if you want, and then I forgot to mention it. Yeah,
well,
the
there
Slimer.
You go. Here's your reminder.
Yeah, the Slimer will be coming as well. So Connor McClure will be there with the Slimer Corvette, another low 6-second car that could either play Pro Mod or whatever. I want him to come down and put radials on it and come to Radial right here, of course, at Willowbank. And that's coming up soon before we know it. All right, John, Ricker, Craig, but oh my God, it's Ricker and Burns, round number 2. Marquee matchup. To all the stayers, all the battlers, all the diehards that are going to sit with us to the end of today, no matter how long it takes. It's times like this
that we learn to love again.
That we learn to forget why we want to go home.
No, this is what it's all about. Mustang, Camaro.
Too much drag racing is never enough.
No, that's exactly
Take the opportunity while you can.
All right. This is going to be a cool matchup. So Burnsy, we know he wants to get into the 60s with this car. He's already gone to 75, I think, this weekend. PB with the car is a 571. John Ricker, we know he can go a bunch quicker than the 561, but he is still the quickest car on the property so far this weekend with that 561. So just having a look down there. I don't know how many more pro mods we've got coming through. I can see Ross Pavey, I can see
Smithy. I can see Smithy.
And the Bro Mod.
And the Bro Mod. There's a few there. All right.
Yeah.
All right, have we ironed out all the bugs? I mean, whatever happened to the villain last round cost Burnsy a win because he had to sit at the back. You know, we talked about if you stuff up in round 1, you got to be perfect from round 2 onwards. Here's an opportunity for both competitors to start being perfect. The only way you're going to win this 20K from now on is nothing short of perfection.
I don't know whether or not you can say it would be an upset if Burnsy wins this. Yep. But I'm tipping the upset here.
All right.
I'm saying Burnsy is going to be on it at the tree. He knows he needs to be good. He's going to let this thing eat. Oh, Burnsy.
Oh, Ricker over there. 45, 545. Johnny Ricker, 545, 246. Burnsy wasn't going to let him back off at all. Oh, half track, 360. Hold that, take a photo, quick. Hold that, take a photo. All right, half track, 360, 212, 60 foot, 935. Burnsy strapped it on Ricker. 040 for Burnsy. 040, Ricker, 1-4 out. You could see him out on Ricker. Burnsy, power wheel standing down the track. Ricker could not lift this time. Ricker shows most of his hand. 545, 246, backs up the 43 he ran the other day. So, yeah, we can confirm that is the quickest Aussie door car we got.
That is two very, very bad men behind the wheel.
Willowbank Raceway, if that doesn't get you going, I don't know what will. Craig Burns, John Ricker, I absolutely tip my hat to them. Make some noise to the crews as they go down to get their drivers, because that was a drag race. And Burnsy nailed him to the tree, 040 to 148. He had a 10th up his sleeve off the start line. I reckon that's the only reason that Ricker ended up going that fast. He doesn't really want to push it that hard.
Yeah, he had to do it that time.
He had to.
He had to do it that time. And you know what? If Burnsy keeps this form up one more time, I mean, he's now none from 2, though. That's the problem.
Yeah.
So only one more run for Burnsy, and that might be his night. Ricker, though, he is scratching through. He's scratching through, trying to get that 20. So, again, the super team's got to do it all again, turn it around, have another crack at it. But so far, wow.
Can we see a replay?
Oh, I don't know. Can
we get a replay?
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, Tyler's getting us a replay.
Tyler's in the mood.
Tyler is the man.
Tyler is the mood. Here we go.
I want to say, while we got a little bit of just quiet time, I want to say a massive thank you to all of the guys and girls from Overtaking Lane this weekend for the phenomenal stream that they've put together. Dave, the whole team, Tyler, all the guys out there on the cameras. Without you guys, we wouldn't be able to stream this and have 4,000 people watching online
right now. That's great. That is absolutely great. That we've got you from all over the world. Okay, here we go. Let's go back to the videotape. Ricker, go to the chip. Hole shot, big hole shot. Power wheel stand all the way to half track. Still up in the air. Whoa.
It was still, the front wheels for Burnsy was still in the air past half track. 5:45 at 246 miles per hour. Into the sun. He probably couldn't see where he was going.
I almost want to take it back because there's a point there on that last camera shot before the trailing shot. You could see when Johnny just lifted. You could see a lift. There was a lift there. It wasn't to the stripe, obviously 246. But there was nearly to the stripe. You could see that little lift. Honestly, I know we can't go frame to frame, but you look when the butterflies close on Johnny Ricker on that run. Yeah, look at that. So look.
So here's my. I've got a theory, right? I've got a theory. I think he actually drove it into the chutes. I reckon he was still on the throttle.
Yeah, you reckon?
At the speed cone, that first speed cone.
Right.
I reckon he drove it nearly all the way, but he knew he needed to get the chutes out.
Well, she started breathing through the headers. Did you see that? So just as those chutes came out, he must have got off it because the headers went wet. So, I think he definitely gave that an early click. Crazy stuff. Russ Pavey now, Stewie Walsh. Okay, I love guys getting on a streak. They're on a streak.
Well, he's on a streak.
Yeah.
He's on a streak. And to be honest, Burnsy's on a pretty good run as well.
Yeah.
It's not quite a PB, but a 574, best run of the weekend for him. Keep in mind, that is still a steel car. That is still a steel roof and corners car. No. Stu Walsh has got the...
Kind of came out of gear.
And it actually... The smoke looks like it's a funny colour coming out of the car.
Kind of did. It's almost like it unloaded or something in the burnout, or whether it neutralised or whatever, but he was zinging it in the burnout and then the thing sort of unloaded. So that's odd. All right, Russell Pavey, he had an issue with a leak in the gearbox, so they've come back for round 2, looking for gears, converter in the car, and a B&J 4-speed. Can't get the gears. All right, there we go. So that thing didn't want to disengage out of gears. Benny Bray jumped.
I think they're going to try and fire it again. So what he actually did, you saw Benny put his hand up to the ejector hat and he covered over one of the liner holes there. Just to try and get the revs down to get it into first gear, but it just didn't want to go. And pretty dejected. The body language down there pretty much tells the story, I think, from Benny and the team, because Russ had a fantastic start to the weekend, 591 in qualifying. But in the meantime, the Bromod is in the beams. Stu Walsh, can he knock out another 5-second pass? No, not this time.
No, that's picked up a miss or something there that only just revealed itself again. Look, a win's going to be a win. Let's roll it through. 11.91. But one thing we didn't capture that I saw live here is I was watching Russell Pavey fire that thing up, and then it's trying to get gears, and it's gone into a reverse gear. Russ couldn't seem to get it out of gear. Benny literally made the decision to throw the sauce bottle away and run to the car to try and get that item out of gear for Russell. And then it was still idling high, so then Ben had no other choice than to grab the hat somehow be able to turn the
with the little oil holes that are on the butterfly.
Yeah, there's a little hole there which I think was enough to turn it off and save maybe an awkward moment where that thing could have gone backwards, God knows what. So, look, that means there's still one round Russ can come and run that car.
Yeah, absolutely.
So he's got another round if he wants to sort that problem out. But definitely not going to be featuring any finals, but one more opportunity for our team in the Corvette to have a go. It's just a shame these things pop up. And again, same deal. That was a 30-second window. Had that been fixed and identified and solved in 30 seconds, he could have run the bromide. But it was that nearly 1 minute where it was running and didn't want to go forward. You know you've only got a matter of seconds before you can be shut down, especially when you're in the hands of the starter and your opponent's doing its burnout. By then, you've got to be nearly on the way to the water before that burnout stops, really.
Absolutely.
You can't linger at the back there, mate. You will get shut down.
There has to be a certain amount of situational awareness as well. That you need to keep an eye on where the other guy is in the other lane and listen to your crew as well, because your crew should really be heads up in terms of where everybody else is. So, John Canuli, who's been having a fantastic weekend, knocked out a 569 in qualifying last night, and he's going to take on Steve Smith here. Smithy with a PB, 577 in qualifying, 582 and a 592, like super consistent this car.
All right, Smithy. Going to try and get a burnout done here. Had an issue there, didn't want to light up.
Doesn't seem to want to be doing it this time either.
All right.
Yeah, I think he's just going to put it in the beams and...
All right.
Look, it's not
Look
a
at the
bad
guys on the... Look at Kevin. We got Kevin and Ricky on the headsets, probably both talking to Smithy. Whatever happened there, he didn't want to hold anyone up. He didn't want to risk it. The thing's still running. He didn't do a burnout. He just wants to put it in the beams. Go second round. I don't know, did he clean up in round one? I can't remember. Did he go 1 from 1 in round 1?
I don't think so. But
I didn't see that run. I was running around.
He knows that, if he puts it in the beams, he at least gives himself a chance.
Yep.
Doesn't necessarily need to make a run. Maybe he will, maybe he won't. We don't know. John Canuli has been quick, but maybe a touch inconsistent as well. So...
Oh my God, Mr. Canuli, half track 381 off the throttle now, 650, but that was on a march. Yeah, no, I don't know what's happened there, but
lifted the blower.
It did the pop on the blower.
Yeah, lifted the blower.
Well, it's angry, mate. 963 to the 60 foot, half track 381 at 182 mile an hour. That thing was on a march, and then pop. Off went the burst panel.
I think it had a cylinder out on the left-hand side. I could see something coming out of the pipes.
Yeah.
And when they tend to drop cylinders like that, it can result in the burst panel coming out. It's funny. It actually got a lot worse, the smoke, as it went through the finish line.
Yeah.
So we'll have a look at the replay on that, and hopefully we'll be able to deduce exactly what happened.
Well, that's a tick for the win there for John Canuli. Went to the line, Stephen Smith, just getting it in the stage, hoping for a Bradbury miracle where, John lets the button go too early, gets a red light, but he stayed there. He went 049 on the tree, so he was ready. 049 on the tree. Yeah. 963 to the 60. It was on a march.
I just noticed the superstar crew that he's got this week, and he's got Daniel Gregorini, Lisa Gregorini, Fred Cavassini from back in the day as well. Plenty of names, plenty of experience with supercharged door cars.
Still could be a player in all of this game, because we still can't quite put a finger on a couple of favourites because we don't know how we are after 2 rounds.
It's still too hard to get a bit of a form guide.
Yep.
Steve Smith, though, put it in the beams. He rolled it on down there. 15-second pass, not what he would have been after. But hopefully we might be able to queue up. Can we queue a replay on that one, or am I asking too much? Tyler's giving me the thumbs up. That's what we like. I like that can-do attitude. That's what it's about here. With the overtaking lane team, nothing's too hard.
Nothing's too hard for them.
Unless you want a deep end camera.
This would be a lot harder for us if you weren't in the same room, Tyler.
I want a deep end camera.
If you were somewhere in a broadcast truck, it might be harder to say, hey, Tyler, give us a replay. But when you can just casually, in commentary, don't even flinch, go, I suppose a replay from Tyler might be on the card. So thank you, Tyler. Here we go. Great run here. Again, it was a I shouldn't say he was a lame ducksmith. He just knew he had a problem and just didn't want to make a big drama about it.
Yeah, there's a lot more smoke coming out of it. Looks like it is clear in the braking area though, so that is the that'll teach me to ask some things. Apparently I just signed up to sponsor the new deep end camera.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, just according to Dave. I'll tell you what, how about we sell tickets to the disco bus? All right?
That's a good idea.
And that's how we can pay for the deep end camera.
That's a good idea.
There we go. Drink Japanese whiskey with Mr.
Oh,
Eagles.
absolutely. I think the bottle's still there.
It can be an experience.
Yeah, it is. It's a big experience. I wouldn't call it a VIP experience. You'd be the VIP, not me.
It's an experience, just an experience.
Or how about I sit in the nightclub bus and you pay a cover charge, you come in and you can spend an hour with me in the nightclub.
An hour?
But you've got to stay the hour, that's the problem. You can't leave after 3 minutes,
Yeah.
all right?
You can check out any time you like, but you can never leave.
Yeah, that's right. Well, not until the hour's up, you know.
So, Barry Plumpton rolling up now. The brother Barry from NZ.
Yep.
Unfortunately, what you will notice is Steve Carlson is not out for this round of racing. If you've just joined us on the live stream, unfortunately Steve Carlson had a fairly gnarly accident in the first round of racing, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So unfortunately put that beautiful Ford Falcon Sprint into the wall, and it's going to require a little bit of TLC before we see that car back out on track. So.
Mike Hyde told me before that Barry has up to 6 kits on this car.
6?
Yep.
Sucks.
Up to 6 kits. Socks cuts. Somewhere there, I think Mike Hyde told me that. So he's got plenty on board. You'll see that nitrous start to flicker. That's the ECU taking over on bottle pressure there. That's someone told me about that on Musi engines, that once you get to a certain bottle pressure, the ECU handles the purging. It's not Barry doing the pressing.
Right.
It's not Barry doing the pressing, it's the ECU doing the purging. Oh, Barry, 002. 002 for Plumpton. Barry Plumpton, nitrous to the front.
574 to 49 for Barry Plumpton. 002 on the tree. That's just a bad job of red lighting from Barry Plumpton. Man, he was on it. 233 on the tree for Salim Matter and a 583 at the other end. Nothing to sneeze at, but still 574 with a 6. Barry Plumpton takes a win here in round 2 of Pro Mod.
Just when I thought 003 from Luke Doughty in the first round of Extreme was going to be our light of the night, Barry Plumpton, after taking 3,000 off the trailer yesterday, could be in for another J opportunity here with light of the night. 002's hard to beat.
Is that a cash prize or is that a J?
That's a J, I think.
That's a J.
I think it's a J. It is. You get a J. Yeah, it's not cash.
And look,
no cash. Here, no cash.
I'm not going to get into the habit of reading out the comments from the live stream, so don't think that I'm doing this. This one deserves it. Tammy Plumpton, Barry's daughter.
Yeah.
Let's go. Woo.
Yeah. Oh, it's so good to have family. It's got that little America's Cup moment, doesn't it? If you're watching from all over the world, and how must that feel watching your dad race in another country and to watch the wind light come on and the light and be so proud of your dad. That's why I get teared up, when you can see that it's such a family sport, Rusty. Recreational motorsport is so family friendly. Everyone can get involved. Cheer them on from in the pits or from halfway around the world. And I'm sure Mr. Carl Cox, you'll be watching this live stream. Oh yes. There's a fair bit of that in there for you, geezer. Here he comes. The next round, Joe Gauci and Nasser Matter. We've got him on screen now, Joe. He's holding his hand up there, so we're getting that glare across the track. The sun's still pretty high here.
Yeah, we can't see much.
He's going to have to defend here, Joe Gauci. The time to compete is now.
I've got the safety squints on and I still can't see anything.
Yep. Nasser, though, he's not going to back away from the fight here.
A little bit too much speed in the burnout there for Nasser. Just hooked up rather than went through the burnout. So Joe Gauci, he dipped down into the fires, but we're yet to see the full potential of this car.
Well, they're again, it's a bit of a comeback for the car after, of course, the big incident at Jambo Sydney last year. the thing had run 5:59 and still kind of, well, was holding it until Johnny Ricker just went 45. So Johnny Ricker takes Joe Gauchi's number away for a door car for Pro Mod.
Yeah.
Can he come back and run a 40 himself? I'm sure the car's going to have the potential to do that. Joe, knowing Joe, very methodical, thorough guy, needs the seat time, appreciates how long it takes to get back to that edge, especially when you've had that incident, that you've got to keep second guessing yourself a little longer.
And it wasn't a small incident, just while we're not talking just nosed it into the wall. It was a big accident that he had down in Sydney. So, you know, you can't blame him for being a little bit tentative in getting it to the finish line, but we should be set for a start not too far away. It is Nasser Matter, the A Civil Chevy Coupe taking on the Profab Carl Cox Drag Racing Speed Flow car. Dandy engines on board as well. Frankie standing behind the car as always.
All right, here we go. Pro Mod round 2. Okay, no, moving around as it locks it up there. And look, he tiptoes it down, 666, 159, 030 to an 051 off the tree, 100 to 60. And I thought it was on a soft one, but it moved around.
It was on a soft one, and then it darted back towards the wall. I don't know whether he got it, but man, it got really close.
Are you saying we should get another replay if we can?
Tyler, can we get a replay on that one, please? Thank you, sir. Thank you, good sir.
Yeah, that was a real white knuckler there for Joe. It didn't seem to come out too aggro. 100 to the 60, walks out 266. Power starts coming in 396, so that was on its way. Then it goes ape crazy at half track as it starts to. I suppose when you lock it up and you put more boost to it, the thing can just take you on a ride.
Keep your eye on Joe Gauchi on the right of screen. He got very close to the concrete. Maybe it was the sun glare that made it look worse than it was from where we're sitting. But right here, snap back.
Oh, yeah. Wow. Yeah.
Up on two wheels and it snapped back towards the left-hand side. So good drive job from Joe to keep that thing shiny side up. So
yeah, that went a little crazy then.
With that, I think we're moving into extreme now, and I'm going to go and jump off the mic for a quick second. I think you're going to take a break as well, Mr. Diggles.
Oh,
a very well-earned break.
Okay.
You haven't stopped since Friday, so...
No, I know.
Yeah, good plan. We'll be back shortly, and we'll see you later.
Whoop.
Here we are, welcome back. It is me, Terry Dale, and of course, the fabulous Mark Allen, Lucas Holtz, Megan Anderson. We are in Extreme. Mark just shuffling his glasses on. I probably should have done the same thing too, mate.
Some sunglasses on. The sun's just in that awkward spot for us here in the commentary box. Yes, we are into round number 2 of Extreme here. On track, Lucas Holtz in the yellow altered. Moving forward.
So a bit of dial your own racing, Mark. So Lucas Holtz dialing in at a 919. Megan Anderson in the dragster with a 923 dial in. I'll tell you what, not much in the dial ins, Mark. And I'll tell you what, these two are experienced racers, so this will be close. And Lucas.
Well, Lucas had a surprising loss in round 1 of racing. He got to the finish line first, but broke out by a couple of hundredths of a second. He's dialed 919. As you said, almost heads up. Megan had a win in round 1. So she's looking to go 2 from 2 here in this pairing against Lucas Holtz. Lucas Holtz is an experienced campaigner here at Willowbank Raceway. Won multiple championships in this altered.
And in Super Street. So
yep, and
in Super Street, very successful. So, but it all means nothing if you don't do well. So let's see how it goes. Oh, Megan Anderson says, there you go, Lucas, you can have a win because I'm going to red light. And Lucas, he's got a handle of that car now, Mark. A 055 light. Rattles off a 927 on a 919. Lucas Holtz will get the win. Megan goes under a dialing with a 901 on a 923 with a red.
That's interesting. Megan runs her quickest pass of the weekend, but Lucas runs his slowest pass of the weekend.
But, mate, whoever gets the win, so they're one apiece now. So Rodney Williams with an 833 dial into Luke Doty with the Brisbane Civil Chev 910. So a bit of a chase there for Rod.
So Rod had a win in round 1. Luke did not. So maybe Luke can keep the trend continuing because Lucas didn't have a win in round 1, got a win here. See if he can do that as well. And all of our drivers will have one win, one loss.
Imagine going into round 3 and they've all
got
one apiece.
Yes.
That would be very impressive. That would be an intense round 3. But surely the pattern can't happen like that, Mark. It's drag racing. Actually, patterns do happen like that, don't they? They do that. Yeah. We do see the ridiculous does happen.
So Lucas said 910 dialing, so he'll leave first in the Camaro. Hot Rod Williams in the altered 833 dialing. So reaction time 112. Rodney was a bit slow on the reaction time, 0.711. So Luke is well out in front at the moment. And the win light will go to Luke. He gets his first round win here. 946 on his 910, safe for the win. Rodney Williams goes 899 on his 833. Oh, well, there you go.
There you go. Four drivers.
With one win and one loss. Clayton's going to buck the trend here because he's going to go 2 from 2 because he had a win in round 1.
Clayton, he'll be loving that because it was an interesting race, the first race from memory as well. The car wasn't doing as it's told to too much, but let's have a look. Clayton Ethel, 810 in the mighty altered.
Yeah, he went 821 in round 1, 170 mile an hour in this altered. It's the first event that this altered's been campaigned at, obviously with the new owners and new driver.
Yeah, you've got the Cleveland dyno, of course, emblazoned on the front of that little altered body.
Well, he's going to go 2 from 2, so that's a pretty good start for our rookie driver.
I think it'll all be about whether he gives it a nudge. I think he's probably going to be pretty safe for that 810, but you never know with these Toyota 6-cylinders. Oh, that left nice. I mean, wasn't a good light, but it left smoothly, and an 838 with 166 mile an hour on the top end. So maybe you might want to sharpen that that dial in a little bit.
Yeah. Well, he's a couple tenths over, so you definitely know what I'm giving your opponents 2 tenths.
Mate, what would I know? I haven't got 2 from 2, and he has. So well done to Clayton.
You're 2 from 2 over me anyway, mate. Yeah. Which you always remind me about.
I did not remind you of that, Mark, but it's okay.
Every day I get messages from you, just little text messages, 2 and 0 every day.
Sorry, mate. And it was Brett Farnell that did say, you have to beat him 3 times in a row to get to be in front now. That's like that hurt.
All right, we move into Outlaw Bike, round 2 of racing. Matt Walker, number 1 qualifier on track, taking on Brendan Bliglionico.
Now, we talk about fast bikes. We want you to have a look at this bike in the rocket lane. Matt Walker,
just look at that.
This bike, 223 mile an hour.
That sun is just in an awkward spot for everyone here.
Mightn't be so bad for Matt.
Brendan.
Yeah, it mightn't be so bad for Matt, but let's have a look. Turbo Hayabusa. Watch for these things, folks. These are just cutting edge. Oh, got out a right too, a 109 and a 045 for Brendan, as I said. But have a look at the top end. Watch this. 658 at 224 mile an hour for Walker. Oh, give me a break. And even 188 for Brendan.
Brendan with a great pass as well, 742, but Matt Walker. Take a bow, 224 miles an hour. So we've just had an issue in the braking area here.
Yep, and we have. So we'll have to look. We've got the guys are rushing down there. So yeah, I've got to be honest, Mark. It's trying to probably pull up a bike at whether it be 188 or 224 miles an hour wouldn't be an easy thing.
Yeah, I think that's probably, from when I've spoken to the bike riders, that's one of the hardest things to learn about the aspect of riding a bike at these sort of speeds is actually the braking area. That's actually harder than
the acceleration.
Than the acceleration and learning about that.
Well, let's hope that it's all right, whatever's happened down there. We've got our officials just heading down there quickly as well. We have sent our emergency vehicles down there. So, well, we didn't expect that. I can tell you that now. Matt or Brendan, we certainly most didn't expect that as well.
As soon as we have word, we'll let everyone know what's happened here. But
yes, we won't know until a little bit. So
what we might do is just take a short break here to everyone here at the racetrack and online while we get this sorted in the braking area, and we're back shortly.
you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
passion for motorsports and a commitment to innovation, Fueltech has established itself as a leading developer and manufacturer of high-performance vehicle control units and automotive electronics. Our mission is to provide cutting-edge technology and solutions that empower enthusiasts and professionals alike to push the boundaries of performance and efficiency. Fueltech, everywhere.
Real Street is an international retailer and distributor focused on finding new and better ways to be your favorite place to buy parts from. Parts that we know could be purchased elsewhere if we don't exceed your expectations. Your builds are expensive investments that deserve a premium experience. We are a group of over 30 car enthusiasts who have found a way to earn a living doing what we love for people who share our obsession with racing. For 18 years, our experienced staff has helped racers pick the parts they need to meet their goals the first time. We understand that missed deadlines mean missed races. If you're ready for a premium buying experience, give us a chance.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannons,
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannons, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
For over 120 years, Bosch Motorsport has fueled racing legends. Some things never change. Every detail, at every moment, optimized. When quality and performance is demanded, choose Bosch Motorsport fuel pumps.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
for motorsports and a commitment to innovation, Fueltech has established itself as a leading developer and manufacturer of high-performance vehicle control units and automotive electronics. Our mission is to provide cutting-edge technology and solutions that empower enthusiasts and professionals alike to push the boundaries of performance and efficiency. Fueltech, everywhere.
Real Street is an international retailer and distributor focused on finding new and better ways to be your favorite place to buy parts from. Parts that we know could be purchased elsewhere if we don't exceed your expectations. Your builds are expensive investments that deserve a premium experience. We are a group of over 30 car enthusiasts who have found a way to earn a living doing what we love for people who share our obsession with racing. For 18 years, our experienced staff has helped racers pick the parts they need to meet their goals the first time. We understand that missed deadlines mean missed races. If you're ready for a premium buying experience, give us a chance.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannons,
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannons, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
For over 120 years, Bosch Motorsport has fueled racing legends. Some things never change. Every detail, at every moment, optimized. When quality and performance is demanded, choose Bosch Motorsport fuel pumps.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
All right, back underway with racing. So we just got word, yeah, Matt Walker did come off the bike there in the braking area, and he's just been checked out. But yeah, once
yes, he is with
exact
our
word on Matt. We'll let everyone know. But
yeah, as
he
soon
did
as,
get up
soon as
and
we hear,
he was walking. So
yep,
he's getting checked out.
Yeah, so we.
But anyway, outlaw bikes here in front of us. Round 2 of racing. Matt Wilson this time to take on Darren Foley. So Matt Wilson was our number 6 qualifier, went 8:07 qualifying. Foley was our number 3 qualifier, went 7:05.
At a spicy 182 mile an hour. So let's have a look and see what these two lads can bring this time round. Darren gets out pretty good. Wilson coming home, but I tell you what, Foley is out of there. 682 at 201 mile an hour. And then 776 at 180 for Wilson. I'll tell you what, these bikes are cooking. Absolutely flying, Mark. How good is it to see?
Absolutely, as you said, just incredible. These guys on these bikes are just crazy.
So yes,
that's
it's
Foley's first 6-second pass of the weekend. I was just having a look at the round
really?
one results.
Yeah, that was impressive.
Yeah.
So we move on to our next pairing, which will be Nathan Nielsen. He's running it over the 200 mile an hour, well and truly, and almost into the mid-sixes. Craig Edwards, 767 with 155 in the top end. Both these banging Hayabusas.
Yeah, Nathan Nielsen went 6.78 in round one of racing. He was quicker than Craig Edwards. Edwards only had an 8-second pass, but he has run into the low sevens on this bike at over 200 mile an hour.
Well, they both got out sharp. Look at that thing of Nielsen's. Have a look, it's on a mission. 674 at 203 for Nielsen, a 747 at 177 for Edwards. Oh, that is what a great category. I love that. I cannot get enough of that. I want a field of 20 of those things going fast. That'd be great.
Yeah, a lot of laps in the 670 zone for Nathan Nielsen this weekend. He goes 2 from 2 here in racing so far. All right, Terry. Next class up, we have got, I think it's the GDR shootout.
I think we might only even have the one out of with the GDR, to be honest, because it is a what do we call it? Is it an exhibition class this weekend?
Yeah, with only the 2 competitors this weekend. We had oversubscribed fields in every bracket bar the GDR shootout, but it's quality cars here. We've seen some low 8-second passes, but Hamed here on track, Mansour for Hypertune.
Well, no lack of fast RBs though. Oh, we got a ton of them here. But let's see what Ahmed Mansour, all the way from Peakhurst in New South Wales. Let's see what the GDR can do. Then things are going to get a little bit louder again. So the Street King, here we go. Mansour, let's see what he can run. Whoa, look at that. Big flame. Car just absolutely lights the rear tyres as he heads off into that beautiful Willowbank sunset. Oh, big puff of smoke out the back there.
Out the back of it there.
I'm sure our officials will have to run over and have a quick look at that because it was a big puff, wasn't it, as he went through the finish line mark?
Yeah, he went through for a 10.49, 117 miles an hour. It's probably one of his quickest passes so far of the weekend, but obviously it wasn't a clean pass. It wasn't perfect. It was spinning. It didn't go across the finish line under full power either, and there was a bit of smoke out of the back of it. Yeah, so it looks like we've been given the shutdown signal as we check the racing surface here of Mansour's lane. Because it will be in the next round of racing for the J31. Is it J315?
315.
Yeah, 315.
Yes, the little category. Not the 275, which has 78 entrants. No, I'm only kidding. It has a lot though.
It does have a few entrants. As we are checking the lane here at Willowbank Raceway for the Brisbane Jamboree, brought to us by Garrett Advancing Motion. It's been one of those days, hasn't it?
Mark, this is now you and I do. You and I have called the Winter Nationals for quite a number of years, and I tell you what, this is the longest 5 days of Jamboree I've ever called.
So we've got the fire up signal, so we're back into it. So it's all good, Terry.
Anybody who's done any commentary here over the last 2 days will relate to that. It's been a long haul, but it's been but the quality of racing has just been so exceptional, though, Mark. There's nothing. The racing has just been. It has. Exceptional is just the only word I can really use to describe it. So Horan and Hines, the HG, the Hilux.
So I'm just having a look at what's happened so far for these 2 competitors in racing today. Horan has got 1 win, 1 loss. Adrian Hines is still looking for his first win of the day. So James Horan here in the Hilux. He was our number 9 qualifier with an 11-second pass, but he's picked up a little bit today. He went 6.78 in round 1. In the second round, he didn't have a clean pass, but he did go back into the 6-second zone earlier today. And these conditions for the J315 guys, it's going to be a lot better for them because it has cooled down now. It's not that hot track. We did see them just give it a quick little spray before as well, so there's a little bit of fresh grill there for both drivers. Adrian Hines in this HG Ute, he was a number 4 qualifier. He went 7.26 in qualifying, hasn't picked up a win yet today. Has run a best of a 7.22.
Seems unfair that he hasn't picked up a win, Car's
He's
been
looking for a
car's
win.
been going well. Car's been consistent.
I think he's won in life with this car.
Oh, that car is beautiful. There's no doubt about it. It just matches that sunset down at Willowbank Raceway. Look at that. It just blends straight in. But look, like you said, Mark, this is the time of night. The conditions are exceptional here for these races. Just that cool temperature has just dropped a little bit. The track will be red hot. So whether you can do enough with it, that's the thing. Just about to find out. Horan and Hines. Here it is.
Oh, it's a spin fest here, but who's going to get back on it? Because at the moment, they're just both idling down the track. Adrian Hines could pick up his first win of racing here. He's back under power. Horan has lost power by the looks of it. Adrian Hines will get his first win of the day with a 14-second pass, 117 miles an hour. And James Horan will roll through here.
Well, give Adrian some credit. He did cut a 0.66. I know they both went up and both tyres went up in flames, and it was like boom, and it was all over in an instant. But Adrian said, no, doesn't matter. I can still run 14s and get a win. I'm happy with that. A win is a win in anybody's book. So Andrew Coles, Damien Boyce, the battle of the spot-on performance.
So Damien Boyce has got 1 win, 1 loss so far today. Andrew Coles has gone 2. So he's 2 from 2. So he's looking to go 3 from 3 here in round number 3. You went 682 on round 1, then a 767 in round 2, which was one of the quickest passes we saw in the second round of racing in the heat of the day.
So Damien with the evil red eyes on that Nova. Have you seen them, Mark? Look at that.
Oh, that looks cool. Yeah.
How good is that? That looks a bit...
looks menacing?
Yeah, it's all business. And I think menacing, we're going to stick with that. I love it. Boyce's menacing eyes on the Chev.
Yeah, in qualifying, Andrew Coles was our number 2 qualifier. He went 6.49 seconds. Damien Boyce has run a best of a 7:36 so far this weekend.
So it's a big top end too there, Mark. That would be the 218 mile an hour there for Colesy.
I think Boyce gone back far enough. I don't know if he's gone back past the beams yet. He must have.
That is actually quite deceiving from where...
Yeah,
you're right, because it does look a little bit off because of the white line on the Gulf Western stripe in between the stickers there. But no, but
right on it.
No, but Damien's there. Look, he's just nudged it into pre. Just waiting for Andrew to come forward.
Anybody's race here.
Oh, and we get to see some sweet flames out of these guys. And this will be on for all money. This will be quick.
Andrew Cole's looking to go 3 from 3 and have a chance of being in the final of J315. Reaction time advantage goes to Boyce. But at the moment, they are side by side at half track. Andrew Coles will go across the finish line first with a 688 at 212 miles an hour, gets the win. Damien Boyce goes 732, 186 miles an hour there for the loss, but Andrew Coles gets the win with a 688.
He did too. He had to work both of those. He had to work hard for that.
He did.
He's got that 3 from 3, but I tell you what, he's really earned it. That was tough work.
Andrew Coles going 3 from 3 there.
So Danny Lansdowne and Simon O'Carroll. The Simon O'Carroll pools. Here it is. Have a look at this thing. We want angry. Well, we got more anger coming. And Lansdowne in the wagon. The 2J, the V8, it's all happening.
So Simon O'Carroll's another one of those drivers who can go 3 wins from 3 starts here. So he's got 2 wins already today. Man, this thing it's been pretty much flawless for the team. Like, it's been getting to half track real quick. Low 6-second elapsed times. He was our number 1 qualifier with a 6:48. I think he's got low ET of the day as well. In racing, he went 6:32 on round 1.
Yep.
Everything is pointing towards Simon O'Carroll here. If you were to put a betting man, you'd think he'd be short odds.
So you reckon, who do we need to call?
Oh, no, we don't call anything, mate.
No, I mean, who do we need to put a bet down?
I'm not putting it
no. You're going to play it safe. That's good. Keep your money in your pocket, Mark. It's all good.
Anything can happen, as we've seen by all these cars spinning on the start line. Danny Lansdowne, number 5 qualifier, running in the low 7s. Pole shots of Danny Lansdowne, but the power of Simon O'Carroll.
That car just did not sound right, did it? It didn't sound right through half track. was
sort
up
of
on the revs.
nosed
Didn't
over.
want to change. Didn't sound like it didn't want to change up.
That's what it sounded like. He didn't want to shift gears there for Simon O'Carroll, but he does go 3 from 3 with a 771. So it is a slow ET getting the 3 from 3 wins there for Simon O'Carroll. Because if there is a tiebreaker, it goes back to the quickest ET of the third round. So
the spice. It's more spicier than an Indian takeaway. I love it. Ryan Holtz, Dale Gridley, the KPM Performance Valiant. If you want a bit of patina, this car has it in spades. If you want a low slung Tirana, Holtzy, that thing is tough. How are they sitting, Mark?
all right, Ryan Holtz, number 3 qualifying, hasn't had a win yet today. None from 2. And Dale Gridley is 1 and 1.
1 and 1.
1 and 1.
Well, I think Dale got a bye, didn't he? Or someone didn't show.
He had a solo pass.
So,
yes.
yep.
But he's been consistent in the mid-7s all weekend.
Oh,
We
definitely.
really haven't seen the potential of this KPM Performance Valiant yet. I think this is the first event for the car, for the team. They're running 750s at only 150 odd mile an hour. Like, they haven't been putting down full laps just yet. It's baby steps. It's soft off the start line, creeping up on it.
Creep up. And look at it. It is just a wild bit of kit, isn't it? Really, Mark.
Yeah.
It's
so cool.
It's
It
a
really is.
photo. It's a photo photographer's delight if you're a car nut, because that car just really oozes.
Some of the
old school pleasure.
work that KPM put into it. I was lucky enough to be in the KPM workshop when they had that in there, and it was trick. There was some of the machinery and the work going into it was very cool.
But Ryan won't care. He says, I don't care about the Valiant. I'm going to get my Tirana down there and I'm going to take a win. And that is probably exactly what he's going to do. The Tirana is absolutely G-O-N-E out of there. 677 at 213 for Ryan. Dale Gridley, the car lit it up. And, but Ryan said, I'm gone.
They hotted it up that time off the start line. They've been pretty soft with that car off the line for all their passes so far this weekend. Very consistent. And they obviously went after it because they knew Ryan Holtz had the performance advantage on him. Just wasn't to be Ryan Holtz getting a win here in round number 3. Moving on to our next car here. In J315, it's going to be Reese Carkeet in the Holden. 427 cubes on board for this team. He's been running in the consistent mid-7 second zone as well. Wheels up in the air off the launches.
Well, last time he didn't. Remember, he kept it safely down. Remember, Mark? We said he will play it safe here, and Reese will be a racer.
All right.
Not for the show, it's for the win.
This is actually a vital race because Reese is 2 from 2, so he's going to go 3 from 3 with this win here, Reese Carkeet.
But
the big thing with Reese is the ET. So he needs to run quicker than that. What we see from O'Carroll was a 770, wasn't it?
Yep.
So
he needs to go quicker than that.
At least quicker than that 770 for Reese Carkeet, which they can do. They've been doing it all weekend.
Oh, the wheels up,
pedal.
but he's going to have to keep into it though, sadly.
That wheel stand might hurt his chances of making the final when we look at the count back at 951, 160 mile an hour. It looked awesome from our vantage point, but
it was a big bad wheel stand. But now was not the time that Reese needed it.
That's right.
Well, don't get me wrong. You want to make the highlights package of Jamboree.
Spectacular is always good.
But he was still got the win. But you're right.
It might.
Will it be enough?
It might have hurt his chances for the final unofficially at the moment. Yeah.
I love the fact that you and I don't have to work this out.
Yes.
Especially
if they're doing it on the fly here.
So we are well and truly into J275. Lachlan Miller in the mighty R31. Steve Lundy in the Ford.
So I'll get up
big skid there from Lachlan.
Yeah,
nice work.
Yeah, big field in J275 today.
Oh, it is.
So Steve,
28, was it?
Yeah, it was massive. Yeah, Stephen Lundy. He has had 2 wins, so he's gone 2 wins from 2 starts.
That car's been consistent, I'll tell you. How about Lachlan? He might have 1 from 2, maybe.
Yeah, he's 1 and 1, so he's had 1 win, 1 loss.
1 loss, yep.
So far. Very close in qualifying, both of them in the mid-7 second zone. It really is. It's anybody's race. It'll come down to reaction times.
This will be a tidy, neat. Let's tie it up in a big bow. Let's see what Lundy and Miller can do.
So Lundy had the quicker ET, but Miller had the speed in qualifying. Whole shot to Lundy by a bunch.
That's going to be hard to head.
Oh, and Stephen Lundy will get the win here. 7:59, 179 miles an hour. Lachlan Miller goes 7:87 at 181 miles an hour. So Stephen Lundy, he goes 3 from 3 by my calculation so far in racing.
Yeah, the whole shot just got him, didn't it, Mark? That 055 light, he was just like, he was gone like a bullet, and well done.
Lundy's reaction times in all 3 rounds were really good. He was 0.50 in the first round, 0.70 second round, 0.50 here in round 3. Great racing. Yeah, that's impressive from Stephen Lundy.
So far, Heath Sitney and Danny Busbridge. So the Tirana of Danny for Heath. The Toyota, look at it, the Supra. Big skid. Lined it up nice and fat in the water there and just offloaded those tyres very, very nicely. Looking down the barrel of the on the big screen, you can see that beautiful, beautiful sunset that's gone down, and with the Setney car just reversing up.
I'll tell you, one of the most impressive passes that we've seen today in racing, in that second round racing in J275, everyone was struggling to get down the track. Everyone was spinning on the head. Danny Busbridge comes out and goes 700, low ET of the round. That was one of the most impressive passes of the day. It wasn't one of the quickest passes we've seen, but for at that time, in the conditions that we're seeing and how everyone else was just absolutely struggling to get down the track, and to see Busbridge cork out that 700, it was just super impressive.
Mark, you used the word.
Yep.
You used the word adapt, and that's what they did. They adapted to the conditions better than anyone else.
So at the moment, Busbridge and Setney both with 2 wins. One of these drivers will go 3 from 3 and have a chance to be in the final to run off for that J Trophy here on race day. Setney moving forward. Busbridge in that Tirana.
Well, I can almost feel the tension down there, Mark.
You can. This is a big race. Like, both of them very close, similar in the ET performance area. Busbridge was the #1 qualifier. Super impressive. Reaction time advantage goes to Setney, but he spun the tyres. But Busbridge has had a big move at about 300 foot, got back under power, goes through 736, 198 miles an hour. Danny Busbridge goes 3 from 3 here in J275. Setney rolls through for a 13-second pass. Is it enough? Is it enough for Busbridge to make the final here today? He has gone 3 from 3, but we've got a lot of racing to go through for J275.
But Danny's given himself a good opportunity, though. And look, that car did get a little bit out of shape.
Will that pedal hurt him? Will the wiggle hurt him?
Well, he did get back on it. He didn't back out of it. He did get a respective run, but whether that respective run, even with a 198 in the top end, whether it's going to be enough, we'll find out.
Because right now, Scott Cortina, he's 2 from 2. 2 wins today. And he'll be taking on Peter Finianos. Let's see what Peter's done.
So Finianos, what's he in the mighty RX-8?
Finianos is 2 from 2 as well. So one of these drivers is going to go 3 from 3. So straight up, the first 2 pairings here in J275. A lot riding on the race here right now. The pack performance car of Peter looking to go 3 from 3.
So it's a Queensland versus New South Wales battle.
All about the ETs. We've just seen that 7:30 elapsed time from Busbridge. That's the time you want to be better than. Scott Cortina, well, he went 7:26 in round 2 of racing. In round 1 of racing, 7:25.
So we know.
And then he got a win in round 2, but he went up in spin with the win. So it was a pedaling 9-second pass to get the win for Scott Cortina.
Well, we know there's stick there, Mark, because we've seen it. We know, we've seen him put it down. We've seen Carkeet definitely get find every bit of stick. So let's go. Oh, the Holden is out of there.
Scott Cortina's bringing it home at the right time of the day and goes 782, 137 miles an hour. He was off of it before the finish line there. Is that going to hurt Scott Cortina's chances of getting in the final? He has gone 3 from 3 though, so we've got 2 drivers now with 3 wins from 3 starts. So that is Danny Busbridge, Scott Cortina.
Yeah, you got to know whether maybe the car wasn't sitting straight in the lane because he did get off it. But Grant Lee Schloss in the spot on Tirana. Rod Chaplin in the Chev. Big skid. You want a skid? How about a big skid from the Tirana mark? Look at that. Brantley Schloss, that is a massive skid.
Put your hands together for Schloss there. What do you guys think about for that, for the burnout side of things? It's a decent one.
It was at half track.
So I've just got a message through for the finalists. So we've got our first finalists. Pairings.
How did
J315.
I'm thinking, how did you get that?
J315 finalists, Simon O'Carroll, Andrew Coles are in the final of J315. So Simon O'Carroll, Andrew Coles for the finals of 315. We'll see those guys out later, but right now we are in J275, brought to us by Boostline Connecting Rods here. So this pairing, no bearing on the finals from what I can see here, looking at the results here. So both these drivers have got 1 win, 1 loss.
So Rob shoots out the bit of a nitrous purge there.
I love the nitrous here of Rob Chaplin's one of my favourite cars this weekend. This big Camaro. And Brantley Schloss as well. He's been going quick as well. Low 7s in this Tirana for spot-on performance. Reaction time advantage is pedal fest here as well.
It's on, side by side. Who's going to get there? Will it be Schloss? Will it be Chaplin? Or both on the brakes? And unbelievably, with a 9:34 for Brantley Schloss, will get the winner. 10:11 for Rob Chaplin. I'll tell you what, that was a pedal fest, and well, how tough was that, Mark? You had to just imagine. Were they looking at each other,
you
going?
Would have been. You would see
come
them
on,
out of the corner
come
of your
on.
eye.
I don't know what's going on there. Rob Brantley just going, looking at each other, going, "We're still coming through, mate. No, you go. No, you go."
It's one of the things you don't really want to be pedaling your car if you don't have to.
No, but they had to.
But they have to because it's about getting the win here. Okay, next up, it looks like it's going to be a solo pass here in J275 with Lee Povey. Lee Povey today so far, he had a win in round 2, and in round 1, he's not showing up in my results for round 1, so he might not have been out on the track in round 1.
Okay.
All right. So at the moment, all I can see is that he got a win in round 2. Lee Povey for spot-on performance here. Was in qualifying, he went 7:48.
Did it roll through? So let's have a little look. Povey in the Calais. Well, he got out all right.
130 to the 60 foot here. Across half track, he's at 4.93 seconds. And Lee Povey goes through for a 750, 188 miles an hour for Lee Povey. And the lap auto centre Calais there, getting the win here on that solo pass.
Straight down the centre of the line. Nice work there from Lee. So Shane Vazzioni in the spot-on performance Holden. The mighty Commodore. Still another one of these cars. They do like to keep them kind of true to how they came off the showroom floor, bar the fact that they've got about a whole ton of tyre underneath the back. But the scoop on the front, probably the only thing really that's a giveaway. If you could almost put a set of stock wheels back on it and take the parachute off, and you could take it to Aldi, except that it's exceptionally fast.
Sometimes you need your milk and bread, all right, mate?
Well, you need it, and I need to get it fast because I'm really hungry.
Especially when it's the wife wanting it, you know?
Yep.
You don't want that nagging for too long.
When you see, Mark, when you see that list put on the on your desk, you got to do something with it. Here he goes. Here comes Shane. Let's see what he can run. Oh, damn! Just absolutely blazed the tyres, but he's still going to have a red hot crack at it. Just gets off the end. He gets on the brakes and says, "No, you know what? I'm all good."
He rolls through for an 11-second pass there, 91 mile an hour. We are in the final round of racing for J275. We've got so much racing to get through still. We've got another full round of racing for our pro categories. All of our other categories as well have got their rounds of racing, eliminations to go, and all our finals as well. So there's plenty of action to come here at the Garrett Advancing Motion Jamboree. Next up here in J275, brought to us by Boostline Connecting Rods. It's the Fair XW of Keith Hards. Put your hands together.
We do love the XW.
Let's see, how did he get to round 3 of racing here at Jamboree? So he had a win in round 2, and in round 1 he had a loss. So he went 7:05 in round 1.
Yep.
In a round 2 he went for a 14-second pass. Another one of these guys that just spun the tyres.
It just spun the tyres. Yep. But this car, we've got a 7:05. We know it can go quicker, and it's Well, let's have a
round
little-
one, that's 7:05.
What a-
He went 206 miles an hour. It was unfortunate he was in the lane beside Denny Busbridge, who went 676.
Mate, that's a whole lot of car to push through at a 7.
Well, it must be close to 4,000 pounds, that car.
Yeah.
Like 3,500, 4,000 pounds, you'd think. Doing 200 mile an hour.
And we talk about it, and it's probably, look, I'm not too sure, it's probably still got leaf springs on it. Knowing if it's got anything to do with the lads down south, because they love these big, heavy Victorian Fords, don't they? You know what? How tough is it? 2 parachutes tough. That is how tough it is.
Well, Twin Chutes always tells you that's a 200 mile an hour car.
And Mr. Marquis out the front there says, this is what we do with this model Ford. Ford never did it, but this is what we do with them now. And you know what? We appreciate the fact that what the boys do down there, we will take that any day of the week.
You think
let's
about
have a
everything about these Fords, like there's no aerodynamics.
No,
It's a
look.
heavy car.
Blunt front. Seriously. And they won Bathurst. They've just throw that horsepower at them.
Dean Diggles up here for the Bump City, baby.
Yeah.
Keith Hart in the Ford.
Oh, it's quick. 719 at 202 mile an hour. There's your 202. Just casually, 202 mile an hour. So 4.8 to the 8th, yeah, 164 mile an hour at half track.
Sunday night proof here at Willowbank Raceway.
I love it. So Matthew Aegis, we go from the Ford to the Holden.
Well, I can't see Matthew in the results for round 2 of racing here in front of me. And I'm not... Oh, yeah, he got a win in round 1.
Round 1, yes.
But I can't see him in round 2. Sometimes the 1320 Go don't show all the results as well, so it's possible that he was out in round 2. But so no matter what, he's definitely going to be going from at least 2 wins here. Just don't know what happened in round 2 because he's not showing up in my results. So Matthew Aegis here, the BL, running the low 7-second zone. Builds boost, but up in spin as well.
Isn't it interesting, Mark? Half the field is getting a hold of this track and half the field is not. Whereas I think back in the second round, I think probably 3/4 of the field struggled with it.
Well, if you think about the teams that are not in with a shot of making the final, so they're probably going to go for a swing.
Yeah.
You're probably thinking that the teams that know that, okay, we're not in the running, let's go for a swing. Let's see how quick we can go. If it hooks, it hooks. If it doesn't, well, oh well.
It doesn't matter. Yes, you're right.
It doesn't matter. That'd be my thought process anyway, on the outside looking in.
So Michael El-Khoury and Tony Webb. Round of applause there for Michael. Big burnout there from the mightiness and nice work there, my man. So Webby, we've seen Webby today already. He's given us a little bit of a, what would you call it? A little bit of a, I don't know. I got a little bit stun-struck there. He got the front wheels up several times. Got a little bit wild, has
I
Webby.
think he almost crossed the centre line in one of those runs as well. It's been a little bit of a bucking bull, this thing, just wanting to do its own thing today.
Well, it's definitely been entertaining. I put it down to the front louver, to the little front louver on that car of Webby's. How good is it? But the car, the mighty 355 of Webby up against the Nissan of El-Khoury. So it'll either be a wheels up affair for Tony, whether Michael can get this car down there nicely. He has. Oh no, Webby says no, not this time. Keeping it down. Oh, big stack of tyre smoke there. But we'll have a look at Webb. 785 with 176 mile an hour in the top end for Tony Webb. Nice work. And Michael El-Khoury just absolutely blazed the tyres off the line, Mark.
Yeah, he was going after, I think, El-Khoury there. He didn't care about the win or the loss. It was just about getting trying to get that perfect pass for him to end the weekend, but just too much power. Up and spin. Next up we got...
That'll
that might bring it close to J275.
That could, I reckon you could be spot on there, because that'll be Mr. Herbert there. So Carl Herbert and Dib Teul.
Yes, that brings close to J275, moving now to Street 289.
As I said earlier today, I'm not kidding you. It doesn't feel like a jamboree if I'm at jamboree and I don't call Carl Herbert's name. There's a few boys that race on the weekend that if you don't call their name, it's not a jamboree. And Carl is one of them. I love seeing this green RX3 here. But Deb, in the Wilbert Performance RX7.
Just having a look at the... So Dib has gone 2 wins from 2 starts.
2 from 2.
Carl is 1 from 1. None.
None from 2.
Yeah. So he
could be the spoiler.
Heartbreaking 5,000 red light in the second round, which he would have had the win if he'd gone clean green.
He can spoil Dib's night, though.
He can. He really can.
Is that what you go out to do? Well, you just go out to race your own
Well, you're not
race.
going to give anyone a win, are you? Really? You're not going to lay down.
So you're right. He's gone out to spoil Dib's night.
He's here to spoil the party.
The little green RX3. Will it be the spoiler for the RX7 of Dib Teul? We're going to find out. But if Dib gets it all right, the Belmore RX7.
Well, Dib in round 1 went 744.
Yeah, so that RX7's got some toe. The mighty 20B. And there it is. Look, he got out quick too. Did Dib. That's going to be hard to hit. That RX7 is on a mission. Goes through for a 755 at 187. Well done to Dib. And an 811 at 171 for Carl. But Dib Teul, that was a good run. Everything right. Everything right, Mark.
You've got to be happy with that. That gives him 3 wins from 3 starts and a very solid ET as well, 755. It's one of the low ET of the event today in racing so far is actually Dib with a 744.
Yeah, good work. That 20B just heads out, and he got off the line nice and sweet too. The car didn't even need to have much of a load up even, Mark. It just, whatever setup they're using in that thing, it just got out of the hole nice. So Cameron Bosserio, our Victorian in the field, in the Capella.
He's on a solo pass here, Cameron, so he's got 1 win from 2 starts today in the Capella.
The little Capella, the little RX2 with the honeycomb style lights at the back, which kind of was towards the end of the RX2 ages, rather than having the obligatory round lights, which the early RX2s did.
His quickest pass of the weekend so far is a 9.11 second pass, which he did in the first round of racing today. So it's always good to finish a weekend on a positive.
Oh, wouldn't it be good?
And even better if you're in a final as well.
A PB would be nice, wouldn't it, for Cameron? That'd be really good. Go home with a PB at Jambo.
Sun is setting here at Willowbank Raceway for Cameron Bosserio.
Oh, it doesn't sound like it's happy. Now it'll hit it. Watch this. Yep. You really thought for there when you heard that car load up at about the 330. It's like, oh well, but didn't leave the line happy, did it, Mark? Just didn't want to build up, didn't want to come up on boost. And sometimes our fussy rotaries do that, and it's I don't know.
It's got to be frustrating sometimes.
Yeah.
Behind the wheel when you're like, come on.
And as you know, it'd be doing it perfectly in the pits.
Yep.
So Eric Sligar in the Matuk RX3. Have a look at this thing. This thing's a 7-second car.
So Eric Sligar is 2 from 2 today.
2 from 2. Well, he's going to go.
Pass. He's going to go 3 from 3.
So what does he need to do here?
Well, we've just seen that Dib went 755.
750. So he's got to go.
So if he gets a win, so he goes 3 from 3.
Yep.
ET-wise, obviously there's only one driver with 3 wins at the moment, so he'll be the second driver. So no matter what, he'd be, at this point of time, one of the finalists. But obviously if any other driver gets 3 wins, then it goes back to the count back of the ET.
So his best thing to do
would be go quicker than 755.
Go quicker than 755. If that's a possibility.
And if he doesn't, you want to be as quick as you can.
Yeah. And what is his quickest so far this weekend?
He went 776 in round 2.
Yep. So I don't know what Eric's car is actually capable. The orange.
Well, when I look at the speed from the car, 191 miles an hour. That's a low 7-second.
That is too. Didn't see the top end there, Mark. That is a
big speed.
That is a big top end. So Eric has definitely the capability. I hope his crew and hope Eric's just sat there with the abacus back in the pits and gone, look, mate, you can go in 3 from 3, but you now need to beat that 755, go under that, and you'll pretty well be well in the box seat to go into the final.
If he's around 480, 470 at half track, should be a good number. So let's see what happens here. Oh, he's got a little bit of spin. He's had to pedal it. It's not ideal.
So disappointing.
At the moment, he's still going to be 3 from 3.
Yep, still be 3 from 3. But sometimes things just don't behave. That's just the way it is. And being a Rotary owner, I can sympathise entirely.
So at the moment, we only know one set of finalists so far, and that's for J315. Simon O'Carroll and Andrew Coles will be in the final for J315. And as we get word on other finalists, I'll let everyone know. But at the moment, we know at least one class and
so
one pair of finalists.
There'll be some number crunching upstairs, Mark, won't there? Not for you and I, though, mate. So the direct clutch RX-7 to James Moore. The little FD RX-7 coming through. I've owned lots of Rotaries in my time, but I've not had the pleasure of owning a later model RX-7, this style. And
What's your dream car, Terry? What is your dream car?
As in, like, if I had any amount of money?
Yep.
That's
something
not something
I haven't thought about it.
No, I've not really thought about that as well. I have a list on my phone of cars that I'd like to purchase.
Yeah.
Everything from McLaughlin's Volvo turbo all-wheel drive.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. To I have a lot of obscure cars that I kind of go, how'd it be cool to be that? And I actually have been looking at the Holden Insignia, which is a V6 turbo all-wheel drive.
Yep.
Because I think that'd be good for the street series, because that'd be consistent and fast. Just get it to KPM and get them to put a bigger, fatter turbo on it. put a different tune in it, and away we go. So there's a few cars, I think, Mark, that I have. What would be yours? Have you got a couple that you would just throw to mind?
I don't know.
Mate, I actually have gone through this process because I've probably got more time in my day than you.
Let us know what your car would be if you had no money was no object. But yeah,
I never think about what money is no object. I always think about what car I could actually theoretically own. So it'd be one that I could say, well,
so you haven't got Ford Everest in that list, have you then? Or
I have not got a Ford Everest. I have not got a Ford Everest in there. That was an obscure car there to chuck in there, Mark, but that's okay.
It was the first family car I could think of right then for you.
Listen, I'm going to find it here. I'm going to find my little list so I can regale you. Here it is. It's you know what's underneath?
What's
cars
under?
I'd like to own.
Cars I'd like
there
to
you go.
own. That's
Volvo,
awesome.
a Volvo S60, an XR6 Turbo Falcon or an XR8, a Piazza Holden, the Holden Piazza, a Focus XR5, a Mazda 3 MPS Turbo, a Bullet, or an Insignia VRX. But a Bullet, because you know what a Bullet is. You know what a Bullet is?
There you go.
A Bullet is an MX-5 with a V8 in it.
Okay.
They have a tilt front, and they do them down, I think it's down the coast or northern New South Wales somewhere. You can get them with a Leyland V8 with a supercharger on them. And that would be, imagine that, an MX-5. Have a look at this punchy guy in the MX-5 with his cap on. Well, hang on, holy hell, he's gone. It's a 10-second car. Like, what is this guy about?
I thought you were going to say something like James Bond or...
No. No, see, they're cars that I could theoretically, if I had had a bit of time and effort and had a bit more money, I could probably grab. But if it was something that was big money that just didn't matter.
Okay, if money was no object, what class would you race in here at Jamboree?
Oh, all motor.
All motor?
I love the loudness.
Yeah,
I'm going deaf in one ear, so I may as well just finish the job off.
I do like the Radial classes, but I do like the Pro Mod class as well.
Yes.
I think it'd be either 315 or the Pro Mod class.
That category is exciting to call.
Yeah.
So as we know, so to be in the mix would be pretty exciting.
Yeah.
Maybe 315 because it's got less cars and you've got a better chance of winning.
Got to have the budget for the crew chiefs these days.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
So look, we're waiting for this is the pro categories coming around. So that would mean that Mr. Diggles would be fired up and amped up and ready to jump on the microphone.
We're getting a lot of comments actually in the chat on the live stream as well. Some guys that blown Pro Mod Camaro, Ford GTHO XU1. Oh, that's cool. Anyway, yeah, we can see the pro cars are coming out this weekend. So we've tried to keep the schedule so the pro cars knew what times. We kept the times consistent for the pro guys with as close as we could to the schedule. And then we'll work all the other classes around that this weekend. So, yeah, we'll have Diggles back on the microphone very shortly with us. The man of the hour, Diggles.
Yeah,
One of the icons.
Mate, I'm still thinking about what car that you actually want that you could almost afford. That you said, that's a little bit out of the box for Mr. Mark Allen. You've raced in the Honda and you've had different cars.
I love the Honda Prelude. Yeah, it was so consistent. I really enjoyed racing. I raced it here at the Jamboree. It was good fun. A lot of people are going to laugh because they only ran 7 wins, but it won a lot of races.
You know what? If you win and you're in a slower car, nobody's laughing at you if you've got a billet J sitting on the your cupboard.
The Honda Prelude, to anyone listening to Jamboree, is probably the cooler car of the cars that I've raced that they would that they would appreciate. I don't want to tell them that I've got a dragster.
You've got a modified car, modified dragster. So let's be serious, Mark. It's pretty cool. And it is. Yeah. And you're a racing tragic, so it's really good. So you got good knowledge in the thing. But what would you have as a car that you could just go, don't you dare say a Ford Territory because I'm going to hop up and leave you?
No, I don't know. It's because I've always just been a drag racing fan, so I like drag racing cars. So I didn't really care about the car that I drive around in every day. Like when I was younger and I got I purposely bought, I wanted a 4-cylinder that I could race here at Willowbank at the Street Series. In the 4-cylinder series, I could race at Jamboree. So that's why I went with the 4-cylinder, because you could race more events with a 4-cylinder back in the day. But it's not something I've really thought about.
Money's no object. See, if money's no object, I would definitely be going for something like a Cobra or even a split window Corvette. I'd go for something like that to be old school. That you'd go, you know what?
I've liked the Impalas.
Oh, yes, yep.
Yeah. So, yeah, probably something like that.
Yeah, imagine, because you'd everyone would know you'd arrive, and because you'd stop out and you'd have a cool shirt on and you'd look cool.
Yeah.
And you'd be at the coffee shop and you wouldn't be able to park it anywhere because all the car parking spaces are too little because they're all made for Hyundais. But that's the way it goes. But no. Oh, Mr. Rocky Road is here. Mr. Chris Diggles Rocky Road. He's eating. He's going to jump on. He's going to have a Rocky Road before he jumps on.
I'm just going to nickname him the 5th now. Diggles is the 5th.
What's the 5th?
Because he was the 5th guy to get the icon. So that's his nickname, mate. The 5th. Yep. Actually, we've just been told the finalists for J275 as well. So finalists for J275 class this weekend is going to be Denny Busbridge and Stephen Lundy.
Stephen Lundy. Oh, there
Denny
you go.
Busbridge in the final of J275.
Nice work. Well, I'm going to take this opportunity, Mark, and I'm going to jump off and I'm going to let the ever so capable hands of now Mr. Chris Diggles.
Oh, the chat is going off with all the cars that all the cars that these guys would get if money was no object. I mean, there's some cool cars being mentioned in here. Anyway, we're at the track here. We are getting underway. Track is just getting prepped for the final round of racing for our pro class here. Round 3, we will have Factory Extreme up first on track. And what a day of racing so far. Mr. Diggles, the 5th, about to get on the microphone. How's it been from your vantage point, mate, since you've been down in the paddock with everyone? What's the word?
I feel like I'm the 1,005th. Oh, no, good. We ran down and we gave out a few free things to all of our diehards that have been hanging around. Good to catch up with the kids. Watched a little bit of the Radial racing there in the last rounds. Knew the pro cars were coming. Renee and I ducked off down the pits to do some interviews, and guess what? They were all on the way up to the start line here. Had a quick toilet break, just came back in now, and apparently we were supposed to run down there and get some interviews with the camera, which I still can do shortly. But this is where the rubber hits the road for the last time for all of these guys in Factory Extreme.
I can hear your voice. It's just starting to get a little bit of a strain to it. It's been a big weekend for you.
No, we're all good. We're all good, mate. Don't worry about it.
Powering through. You got the throat lollies in there, mate. More smoked cheese, more Japanese whiskey. for Chris Eagles, the 5th. All right, Factory Extreme now. George Jezewski in front of us. The Lotus Caravan's about to move forward. Taking on Afif Mikhail. This is round 3 of racing. I'll get up the results for us, Chris. So Jajewski's gone 2 from 2 so far in racing. Went 5.98 in round 2 and 6.07 in round 1. And Afif has gone... he hasn't picked up a win yet today, so he's looking to get his first win of the weekend. So looking to finish the weekend on a positive.
So in theory, he is none from 2. George Dazewski, 2 from 2. Is that right?
That is 2 from 2 for George. So he's looking to go 3 from 3 here.
So the end result here would be potentially George 3 from 3 or Afif 1 from 3. All right. Is this the last time we see Afif Mikhail this weekend? Very well could be. Not a win last round, and there was still a little bit of discussion about what happened in round 1 there when Rob Marjan had the big fire, went into stage, through the red, and threw the red to the left lane, and he had to get out of the car choking with transmission smoke. So Afif was beside him in that encounter. Second round, I think, as you said, Afif didn't get the win. So if that's the case, he is, on paper, none from 2. And right now, considering we've got a lot of hands on that car, is it still running? This is the confusion. Is this car wounded, or is this car just going to be put into stage? We do not know. If we get given a signal for a solo, I think we've got here's Royce going to the windscreen. Royce goes to the windscreen and goes to the driver to say 1. And look, I can count. I can count, Mark Allen. That looked like a 1 to me. So that's look, they've tried to get here on time. They've done it. They've done the burnout. They've had a little issue with the car. Wrong time of the day. Wrong time of the night. I mean, 24 hours ago, this was the right time when it ran 5.70, but a lot can happen in 24 hours of a Jambo. George Dazewski will get 3 from 3, but will he get lane choice? It'll depend on his quickest ET of round 3. For any competitor that might go against him in the final. So George is going to make it count. He's got to make it count, Mark. He's got to make it count right now.
5.98 in round 2 of racing, his quickest pass of the weekend here. They're taking it seriously. He's not looking at a reaction time, just looking at the perfect launch. 103 to the 60-foot. 397 to half track. This is going to be good. 593, 250, 2 miles an hour for George Jezewski. Quickest pass of the weekend for the team, 5.93. They're bringing it out at the right time here in round 3 of racing. Is that going to be enough to get him in the final? We'll find out shortly as we get through the remaining field here in Factory Extreme.
Nothing earth-shattering about the incrementals there, George. 103 and a 69. That's a sweet spot. Car likes it.
Yeah.
Half track, 397. Clean that up a little bit, 205. And that's just a great reward there for the team to, creep up on it. Get into the 5s. Don't have to go 560 to win a Factory Extreme event. It'll help you qualify at 1, but it certainly won't help you win one. They're on the thin end of the wedge every pass, these cars, between perfection and flaw. All right. That's Frank. Oh, here we go. Match up it's a replay of the final last year. I'm sure this was the replay of the final of Factory Extreme last year. Different scenario. Captain Cole Wilshire, the little 4-cylinder. You can never rule it out. You can never rule them out. 610, 610, 609. That's not a 590 or a 570 or a 585. Frank Tarabay, is he 2 from 2?
Colin is 2 from 2. Frank Tarabay is... he had a win in round 1 and he didn't get a win in round 2, so he's 1 and 1. So Colin has a chance to go 3 from 3 here.
This can either end up 3 from 3 for Cole, or they'll both be 2 from 3. So ET's still going to matter, Mark, right now.
Absolutely.
If you're going to end up 2 from 3 in a battle, you've got to give yourself every chance against the other guys that might be 3 from 3. Scored enough points at the right time,
Colin has been Mr. Consistent all weekend, really, when you think about it. You look at all the ETs they've run, they've done 610, 610, 609, 620. Frank Tarabay, he's been in the fives as well. He's been consistent as well. He's been in the 5-second zone. So performance advantage to Frank Tarabay at the moment.
Got a clutch pedal in that Mitsubishi Eclipse, built at 4G63, 2 turbochargers and 7 speeds. 2JZ. Frank Tarabay. Tell you what, they went after it, the four-cylinder went after it. A big pedal for Frank, and he's going to get it 624, 245. So if that's 2 from 3 with a 624, that's not bad. We can take that into contention, but Colin's going to go 2 from 3 and a 1743. But yeah, that was some big rattle.
Yeah,
big rattle from the
there,
Eclipse. Yeah. But big shake there for
Tarabay
Frankie.
was similar, actually, as well. He had shake and had to pedal. He went right over towards the centre line there. He got awfully close to that centre line.
He sure did, but 425 to half track, 190 mile an hour, only 108 and a 60, so it was sort of nearly up on the tyre immediately. Cole did go after that, no doubt about it. As we said before, last run, 103s, that's consistent, but the difference between a 609 and a 599 still has to be something in, unfortunately, it's still got to be something 0.9, something in the 60. Really aggressive, like full throw. And so far, they normally just play that, you know, what we win rag races with this setup that doesn't fail. And that's that really good launch and clutch baseline that they've got. So whether or not that's just a little bit after it then to have another go. And that's the reaction it got.
Yeah, just from our vantage point up here, it looks like Colin shook for a long time, considering he still went 103 to the 60 foot with that shake.
Yeah, no, it was a lot to take in. All right, they keep turning up. They keep turning up. Paul Mahayat, Sammy. Sammy's back here again. Round 3. This is horsepower Hunger Games like nothing else.
All right, Sam has got 2 from 2, so he's looking for 3 wins here. Had issue in the burnout there for Sam Afkar. Paul Mahayat, he's gone 1 and 1. 1 win, 1 loss so far. The Gas Racing Toyota. Oh, put your hands together for Paul Mahayat. Big skid, big skid. Okay. Finishes up at half track, Paul Mahayat. So, Sammy here in the Mazda. Looking to go for his 3rd win on the trot here on race day.
Yeah, Paul doesn't mind coming back at a fair rate of knots either. Big skid, not going to hold up Sammy for too much longer, you would assume. He knows what's happened there. That's just a nice big burnout to get everything sorted. May have new tyres on the back, I do not know. Sometimes a bigger skid helps.
Yeah, that's true, yeah.
I'm trying to have a look and see if there is new tyres on it. Would you do that for just 1 round? Who knows? There's big money, 25 grand tonight for our winner in Factory Extreme. So think about that right now. So Paul trying to play percentage. If Paul takes Sammy, he finishes with 2 from 3. Is that enough? The ET will determine.
It possibly could be.
Zoran could kick him out in the next run. George could kick him out in the next run if he ends up 2 from 3 with a 6-something. Round 3, do not lift. Sorry, Mark.
Got 5-second pedigree, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, that's it. Yep.
Yeah.
Round 3, you know what I say about round 3?
And he went 6-0 in round 1.
Lift at your peril.
Like Sam Afkar, he has got 2 wins from 2 starts today, but they weren't really competitive wins. There was an 11-second pass and a 10-second pass from Sam. So he hasn't, even though he's got the 2 wins, which is what you need, they weren't really quick times.
Tell you what, 101 in the 60, half track 407, here we go, 622. Well, 2 from 3 with a 622. 2 from 3 with a 622 in round 3 for Paul Mahayat. Off the button, 038 on the tree.
Well, you know Paul Mahayat, he is a racer.
Yep, 407 to half track at 178 mile an hour. 622 down the other end, and hopefully a little bit for the final there if indeed he gets the call to be in that final. Oh, it is an absolute buzz, the pits at the moment and the starting line. Look at the armies of crew that we have for the various teams. Gas and Pack Here we are in 2025. The start line has never been fuller, which is not always a good thing. A lot of people there. Looks good.
This is actually a really good matchup because both drivers are 1 win, 1 loss.
And there's 2 clutch pedals in this too.
Yep. So either gas racing is going to go 2 from 3, or it's going to be pack performance going 2 from 3.
Oh, come on, give you... I think George has done that for the fans. The fans here, 25 past 6 on a Sunday evening, and he thought he'd give you one last piece of reminder of why Jambo's still so cool and worth waiting around for. Is it a half-track burnout? No, but it's still a big burnout, and at a pointy end of the day. Look at this. I'm frothing. 2 cars with clutch pedals. 11 gears out there right now. 12 gears, sorry. 7 plus 5 is 12. Kids at home, 7 plus 5 is 12. 7-speed gearbox in the pack flagship. 5-speed gearbox for Zoran Gadzik. Got Eric Lazinski clutch in it. He just wants his first 5. You know what? Wouldn't George love his first 5 right now?
Yeah, just confirmed with my calculator. 7 plus 5 is 12. Chris?
Correct. Thank you.
That's okay.
You got a real smart phone. Here we go. Piston versus rotor. 2 of the oldest battles in Jamboree history. And it doesn't get any less boring on a Sunday evening in Australia. Two big boys, clutch pedals, horsepower. Oh, Lazinski on an absolute march with the clutch setup. 0-3. Zoran Gadzik gets the win light. Georgie beside him, Zoran and George. 0-4-4 off the tree for George. 0-8-6 off the tree. The boys were ready. George had that on the step for a long time. 4-0-1 to half track. The Eric Lazinski clutch setup. The Zoran Gadzik steering. Did you see the power wheel stand for Zoran Gadzik? We're looking for a new wheel stand champion. And what do you think? Hands up if you think the BMW gets a pretty big wheel stand award for that. Carries them for miles. If we get a chance for a replay.
I was going to say, I missed it because my eyes were on George Rahame because he was getting over towards that centre line. He actually took out the timing blocks, I think, at half track there, George Rahame. My eyes were on him, so I missed the wheel stand from Zoran Gadzik.
Oh, that was an epic one for the ages. It was nearly all the right numbers. 401. God, if that was a 390 anything, we were going to see it. 603 for Zoran Gadzik. He's got the win. I'm trying to remember the other 2 rounds. Are we... we're at least 2 from 3 now.
Yeah, Gadzik's
hang on, here we go.
3, yeah.
2 from 3. So Mahayat, 2 from 3, 622. Gadzik 2 from 3,
with the
603.
Yep.
So that could be Zoran, could still be there.
I'm just having a
Here's
look.
the replay right now. Look at this launch from Zoran, and it's still carrying him all the way there, absolutely to the finish line, under full power, full send, 603, 244 mile an hour. Yeah, it looked good from this angle, Mark, did it not? Because I could see, well, you can't say daylight when it's dark, right? So you can see light under the front tyres of that car for Nelly, all to half track.
Are you all the way in the nomination list for the wheel stand?
Oh, I've got him down. I've got him down on the wheel. Hey, look, Eddie Hawak, that was a good one as well.
Good one, yep.
So we've got 2 there to